Chapter 1. The Ultimate Street Vendor System. Dear colleagues, I regret to inform you that I have absconded with my sister-in-law and the company's 80 million. In Jiang City, at Mingqing Yuan, the sun shone brightly. Jiang Tian gazed melancholically out of the window, realizing he was now unemployed. Just yesterday, he had been sharing laughter with colleagues, but this morning, he found the office deserted. The boss had fled with all the company's funds, leaving Jiang Tian under immense pressure. With a car loan of $3,500 and a mortgage of $5,000 each month, along with the daily expenses of his family, the burden weighed heavily on him. The company had also delayed salaries for 3 months due to various reasons, leaving them with little savings. Darling, a delicate hand rested on Jiang Tian's shoulder, and a gentle voice spoke from behind him. I have been saving the dowry money we can manage for now. Our car and house won't be repossessed immediately. And besides, my dear, you are so talented, finding a new job will surely not be difficult. Jiang Tian looked at his wife, Lin Wanjing, and felt a tremor in his heart. He'll start job hunting tomorrow. He and Lin Wanjing had been high school classmates, harboring secret affections for each other, which blossomed into a relationship in college. They had been each other's first love, and now, after more than a decade, they were married for 5 years and had a 4-year-old daughter named Duo. Lin Wanjing's family was incredibly supportive. When Jiang Tian proposed, he was anxious as he had no car or house, and his job was unstable. His parents could assist with the down payment, but if the dowry was excessive, he might face financial ruin. However, his parents reassured him that since Wanjing had been with him for years, they would spare no effort to meet her family's demands. To Jiang Tian's relief, Wanjing's family did not make things difficult for him. They only requested a dowry of 88,000, but generously provided a bridal gift of 100,000. They even contributed 5,000 for the house and assisted with renovations, while his brother-in-law contributed 8,000. Jiang Tian vowed to treat his wife well for the rest of his life. Throughout their marriage, he never allowed Lin Wanjing to work. He would hand over his entire salary, keeping only 500 for personal expenses. Friends had mocked him, but he remained unfazed. They did not understand that while the world outside was filled with vibrant blossoms, his wife, with her fair skin and graceful figure, captivated him even more, especially as her charm deepened with the years. Though they had been together for many years, Jiang Tian still presented his earnings to Lin Wanjing multiple times a week. She tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Do you remember Zhao Shui? Zhao Shui? I have a faint memory. She's selling candied hawthorns at the night market and apparently earns quite well. We could give it a try. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Selling at a market? His hometown had a night market where someone had successfully sold fried rice for years, acquiring 2 apartments in the city. But he had only mediocre cooking skills. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. The unexpected sound startled Jiang Tian, prompting him to look around, yet he found nothing unusual. Loading the Ultimate Street Vendor System. Progress 1. System. Jiang Tian's pupils constricted, his heart racing. What was happening? He was not a transmigrator. How could he possess a system? System loading complete. Newbie gift pack has been issued to the backpack. The system, cold and unyielding, fell silent after delivering this brief message. Jiang Tian felt somewhat dazed, but with a mere thought, the system interface appeared in his mind. Wife, slap me. Lin Wanjing was puzzled. Husband, what did you just say? Quick, slap me. Seeing the excitement in Jiang Tian's eyes, Lin Wanjing complied. Despite her confusion, after all, her husband occasionally had peculiar requests, like wanting her to wear strange outfits at night. Smack! The slap landed on Jiang Tian's face, not too hard, yet he felt a distinct sting. This was real. Jiang Tian was overwhelmed with exhilaration and kissed Lin Wanjing's delicate face. You are right. Let's sell at the market. I truly adore you. With that, he disregarded Lin Wanjing's astonished gaze and dashed out of the room. Lin Wanjing stood dumbfounded. What was her husband doing? Wasn't he just unemployed? He was capable enough to find a good job easily. It was merely a matter of time. Did he genuinely intend to sell at the market? However, since her husband was so determined, she would support him unconditionally. After all, starting a market stall wouldn't require much investment, and even if they faced losses, they could always start new. Meanwhile, after leaving home, Jiang Tian hurried to an empty alley. Looking at the newbie gift pack in the system backpack, he opened it without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You have received Enhanced Street Vendor 3-Wheeled Card X1. Congratulations, host. You have received Max Level Fried Rice Skills X1. Congratulations, host. You have received System Exclusive Custom Wok X1. Task triggered. Sell 200 servings of fried rice for a chance to win a lottery. Knowledge surged into Jiang Tian's mind like a tidal wave. In moments, he mastered all the max-level fried rice techniques. He was astonished to discover that creating a simple fried rice involved so many nuances, selecting the rice, controlling the heat, balancing the seasonings, and so forth. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and since street vending typically began in the evening, he still had ample time. The 3-wheeled cart could be DIY'd, and Jiang Tian decided to name it Lao Jiang Fried Rice. He took the cart from his system space and examined it. At first glance, it looked like any regular vendor cart, but its endurance far surpassed ordinary ones. Riding the cart, Jiang Tian quickly arrived at the market, where he purchased a commercial-grade rice cooker, oil, soy sauce, salt, and other condiments, as well as eggs, hot dogs, lean meat, and vegetables. For the condiments, Jiang Tian chose well-known brands to ensure customer satisfaction. For the ingredients, he selected only fresh meat and vegetables. Knowing his primary clientele would be young people, even if the taste was good, a single bad experience could deter customers from returning. After loading everything onto the cart, he bought 2 bags of premium rice, totaling 50 pounds. This rice was ideal for fried rice due to its high starch content and bright appearance. However, the premium rice was expensive. Initially, the rice vendor quoted 2.5 yuan per pound, but after some negotiation, Jiang Tian managed to lower it to 2.3 yuan. Quality rice dictated the taste of the dish, and the vendor explained that while premium rice was costly, there were cheaper varieties specifically for street vendors that cost only 1.2 yuan per pound. Many street vendors use this rice since most customers couldn't discern the difference. Having purchased 50 pounds of rice, along with various ingredients and condiments, Jiang Tian returned home on his cart, eager to serve his first customers as wife and daughter. He was curious about the flavor of the max-level fried rice bestowed by the system. Chapter 2. Darling, you must try this. Upon returning home, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As Jiang Tian carried the supplies upstairs, his wife was taken aback. Husband, your execution is astonishing. Did you really buy everything in such a short time? Jiang Tian scratched his head and smiled. Hee, I've made up my mind. Working for others merely provides a stable paycheck. I want to ensure a better life for you and Duo. Let's start with street vending and aim to open a shop in every city. Lin Wanjing replied with a warm smile. Great. I believe in you, my husband. I'll help you carry the supplies. As the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work. The couple worked together, transporting all the items upstairs in a few trips at the tea that moment. Their daughter Duo, still half asleep from her nap, stumbled out of the bedroom, rubbing her eyes and gazing curiously at the clutter in the living room. Her round little face was filled with confusion as she asked, Mommy, what is Daddy doing? Lin Wanjing cradled Duo in her arms, chuckling softly. Daddy is going to cook for you soon. Would you like to eat? Upon hearing this, Duo's expression shifted dramatically, her head shaking vigorously like a rattling drum. Duo doesn't want it. If Daddy cooks, Duo will get a stomachache. Jiang Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The last time Lin Wanjing visited her family, he had showcased his culinary skills, only for Duo to suffer from a day-long bout of diarrhea. And the taste of his cooking, Lin Wanjing, upon hearing Duo's words, hastily returned from her family's home that very night. The moment Duo saw her mother walk through the door, she burst into tears, exclaiming that Daddy was trying to harm her. The couple found themselves in a comical predicament, with Lin Wanjing affectionately teasing, Daddy has secretly practiced for a long time just to show you his skills today. However, as she surveyed the heap of ingredients in the living room, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Having shared over a decade with her husband, she knew him well. While boiling instant noodles might be manageable, selling fried rice to so many people was a different story altogether. She genuinely harbored doubts, recalling how, before they married, Jiang Tian had volunteered to cook, a feat that could only be described as culinary darkness. Therefore, if Jiang Tian actually succeeded in making delicious fried rice, well, she would have to hold him accountable. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was oblivious to her concerns. He began by rinsing the rice gently under clean water, meticulously removing impurities before placing it in the rice cooker. He added an equal measure of water and let it soak for half an hour to enhance the rice's texture. While the rice soaked and steamed, Jiang Tian busied himself preparing the accompanying ingredients, dicing ham, slicing lean meat, and washing the vegetables. Outside the kitchen, Duo and Lin Wanjing watched eagerly. Observing Jiang Tian's deft movements, Lin Wanjing's expression darkened, her fists clenching involuntarily. "Oh, Jiang Tian, I've been so considerate of you, not letting you near the kitchen after work. How come you wield a knife with such finesse? When you said you had to work late, were you secretly cooking for a mistress?" On the other side, Jiang Tian was diligently focused, completely unaware of her suspicions. His movements flowed seamlessly, especially his knife skills, which surpassed even those of top chefs on television. Once the rice was steamed, Jiang Tian let it cool. Eager to showcase his cooking, he set aside a portion in the freezer for later use. Ideally, fried rice is best made with leftover rice, as it contains less moisture, resulting in a drier, fluffier texture with distinct grains. The starch in the rice undergoes a chemical transformation overnight, imparting a delightful aroma that enhances the flavor of the fried rice. The remaining rice was left to cool naturally in a ventilated area. Once he finished his tasks, Jiang Tian turned to find Lin Wanjing regarding him with a questioning look. "Honey, what's wrong?" Lin Wanjing crouched down, ruffling Duo's hair with a faint smile. Duo, didn't you say you were tired earlier? Why not go to your room for a short nap?" Duo, with her innocent demeanor, replied, "But Duo just woke up. Is there any homework left to do?" Duo has finished all her homework. "Then go back to your room." Duo hurriedly dashed back to her room, closing the door behind her. Jiang Tian, puzzled, asked, "Honey, what's the matter?" Lin Wanjing seized Jiang Tian's ear, indignantly declaring, "Oh, Jiang Tian, are you seeing someone on the side? That's unjust." Jiang Tian exclaimed in pain, "Honey, my feelings for you are as vast as the heavens. How could you doubt me? Then what about your cooking skills? I've been cooking for years, and I can't compare to you. Are you secretly preparing meals for a mistress?" Jiang Tian, bewildered, quickly clarified, "I swear I haven't. I learned online." Lin Wanjing paused, taken aback. "Online? Learned?" Jiang Tian nodded earnestly. "Yes. Though I've been working outside, I know you work hard too, taking care of me and Duo every day. So, I decided to learn to cook online. After watching for a while, I naturally picked up some skills. I didn't expect to have such a knack for it, especially since I handled the knife so well on my first try." Lin Wanjing furrowed her brows slightly, releasing her grip. "Really?" Jiang Tian nodded vigorously, "Absolutely true." Noticing he seemed sincere, Lin Wanjing scoffed, "I suppose you wouldn't dare to lie." Before long, Jiang Tian checked the rice in the fridge, finding it adequately cooled, and began preparing the fried rice while Lin Wanjing watched closely. With all the ingredients ready, he commenced his culinary endeavor. After heating the pan and adding oil, he waited until the oil shimmered, then poured in a splash of cold oil and cracked in the eggs. Sizzle. The high heat caused the eggs to crackle and scramble, softening just enough. Next, he tossed in the vegetables until they were slightly wilted before adding the rice. Using a spatula, he broke up the clumps, ensuring each grain remained separate. Observing Jiang Tian's skilled technique, Lin Wanjing still held a measure of skepticism. Could such skills truly be acquired online? Was her husband genuinely gifted? Cooking fried rice requires high heat and precise control over timing. To achieve a delectable dish, skill is indispensable. Yet Jiang Tian, bolstered by his newfound knowledge, faced no such worries, as if the process were ingrained in him like a well-coded program. The aroma began to waft through the air as he seasoned the rice. What appeared to be simple condiments were added with a spoon, but the fragrances released by the heat awakened Lin Wanjing's appetite. On days when she didn't feel like cooking, she would make fried rice, but compared to her husband's, the aroma paled in comparison. Before long, Jiang Tian turned off the heat, presenting a steaming bowl of fried rice at the table. With an expectant smile, he urged Lin Wanjing, "Honey, you must try it." Chapter 3. Regardless. My husband is the most remarkable in the world. A steaming plate of fried rice was placed on the table as Lin Wanjing took a seat and accepted the spoon handed to her by Jiang Tian. She scrutinized the dish, finding no fault in its appearance. The golden eggs enveloped each grain of rice uniformly, glistening with a shiny sheen. while the vibrant green vegetables added delightful color, creating a visually rich ensemble. The aroma wafting towards her was irresistible, a harmonious blend of egg, rice, and various spices, infused with the smoky fragrance from the high-heat stir-frying. It all rushed into her nostrils, causing her to salivate. Quite impressive. Lin Wanjing nodded in approval. The color and fragrance of the fried rice were indeed impeccable, making her question if this culinary masterpiece could possibly have been crafted by her husband, who had never before engaged in such domestic tasks. However, whether it was the visual appeal or the aroma, the taste was paramount. As she scooped a generous spoonful and brought it to her mouth, her eyes widened in astonishment. The flavor, she could hardly believe it. Her enchanting gaze fixated on the bowl of fried rice. She had eaten fried rice before, but never had she tasted one so exquisite. This dish was simply perfection. Even setting aside the bias of Jiang Tian being her husband, this was undeniably an exceptional fried rice. The moment it touched her palate, the rich aroma of egg combined with the unique fragrance of the rice exploded in her mouth, followed by the sweetness of the vegetables and the mingling flavors of various seasonings. Jiang Tian's mastery over the cooking process was extraordinary. Each grain of rice was distinct and well-cooked. It was truly a feast for the senses. Husband, tears sparkled in Lin Wanjing's beautiful eyes, which startled Jiang Tian, prompting him to hastily wipe away her tears. What is wrong, dear? Is it not tasty? He had followed the system's tutorial meticulously. So how could it possibly taste bad? Lin Wanjing shook her head, exclaiming, "It's too delicious. I have never had such amazing fried rice in my entire life. You are an incredible husband. I dare say your street stall will be a tremendous success." Observing Lin Wanjing's excitement, Jiang Tian scratched his head. Taste is subjective. The future remains uncertain. He then called for Duo, who initially hesitated, recalling her father's earlier culinary mishaps. As a result, she instinctively resisted trying her father's fried rice. However, seeing the expectant gazes of her parents, she mustered the courage to take a bite with her cartoon spoon. The little one's large eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Did Daddy make this?" Jiang Tian swelled with pride. Both his wife and daughter had discerning palates, and their praise was a sure sign of deliciousness. He too had tasted it and found it far superior to anything he had eaten at roadside stalls. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after several hours of cooling, the rice was nearly ready. Jiang Tian transferred the rice into 2 large buckets, estimating he could prepare around 150 servings. After tidying up with his wife, he loaded everything onto his tricycle. Just before leaving, Duo planted a kiss on Jiang Tian's cheek and clenched her little fist in encouragement. "Daddy, go for it. Duo will wait for you at home." Lin Wanjing also kissed Jiang Tian, saying, "Husband, if you're too tired, come back early. You've worked so hard for our family over the years without ever taking a proper rest. I had hoped you could take a break during your unemployment, but now you're heading out to set up a stall. Regardless, my husband is the most remarkable in the world. For a man, especially, life is all about emotional value." Jiang Tian felt fortunate. With a gentle and caring wife and a thoughtful daughter, no matter the difficulties he faced outside, all his troubles dissipated upon returning home. In this little sanctuary, he would always be the strongest. Thus, even amid exhaustion, Jiang Tian found joy in the struggle, eagerly returning home after work. "Don't worry, dear, I understand." After bidding farewell to his wife and daughter, Jiang Tian pedaled away on his tricycle. At this hour, the university town was bustling with students soon to be released from classes. Many preferred the vibrant food street over the cafeteria. By around 5:30, Jiang Tian hurried to the food street. However, for vendors, he was late. Most had arrived by 4 to secure good spots. Here, there were no fees for stalls, and all was first come, first served, especially for the coveted locations, which were claimed as early as 3 o'clock. After wandering for a while, Jiang Tian found a spot at the end of the street. It wasn't an ideal location. Further in was a dead end, and customers would only approach from the street entrance. Typically, with so many enticing food options available, only 2 or 3 out of 10 customers would venture to the end of the street. Jiang Tian's brand new tricycle caught the attention of several vendors selling fried rice and noodles. However, Upon seeing his sign, they shrugged it off. They had been in this area for years, serving countless students and cultivating a loyal customer base. It seemed a bit challenging for Jiang Tian to establish himself here. Nevertheless, he shook off such thoughts. Having come this far, he was determined to persevere. He took out a fluorescent board and wrote, "Specialty fried rice 8 yuan. Homlon meat fried rice 10 yuan." The prices were reasonable, typical for a night market, aimed primarily at the student demographic. Beside him, an uncle selling fried skewers lounged in a rocking chair, casually enjoying the breeze. Noticing Jiang Tian standing there, he called out, "Young man, you look new here. Is this your first time?" Jiang Tian smiled softly. "Yes, it is, brother." The uncle was quite friendly, tossing him a cigarette. Although Jiang Tian didn't smoke, he accepted it with gratitude. "Thank you." The uncle glanced down the street. "There's not much traffic right now. Tomorrow you need to come early to claim a spot. A good location guarantees business." Jiang Tian nodded. Indeed, the food street was bustling, with throngs of people at the entrance, while the end of the street was starkly empty. Observing the fresh vegetables and lean meat at Jiang Tian's stall, the uncle's eyes lit up. "Young man, your ingredients are quite fresh." "Indeed, I handpicked everything at the market myself." "Good. I'm intrigued." The uncle leaned closer to the stall. "You wouldn't believe it. There's a place selling fried rice up ahead, and their vegetables are just discarded leaves from the market, while their lean meat is defrosted zombie meat. Your fried rice is 8 yuan, with a cost of 2 or 3 yuan, but they sell it for 6 yuan, with a cost of less than 1 yuan. What disgrace." Jiang Tian chuckled bitterly. "I can't control others. As long as my conscience is clear, that's enough for me." The uncle gave a thumbs up. "You've got the right mindset, young man. With this attitude, your business will undoubtedly thrive. Speaking of which, I'm hungry, so I'll have a serving." Before Jiang Tian could respond, the uncle scanned the code and paid 10 yuan. "Add some lean meat. This looks fresh." "All right, uncle." Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile. He never expected his first customer to be a fellow vendor. Chapter 4. Is there something unseemly in your fried rice? Although Jiang Tian's very first customer during his street vendor career was the brother from the neighboring stall selling fried skewers, he approached his task with unwavering seriousness. As he ignited the stove, a wisp of white smoke began to rise from the iron wok. He poured in oil to season the pan, preventing the ingredients from sticking during the frying process. Once the oil reached the desired temperature, he added a spoonful of cold oil, a technique known as hot pan. Cold oil, to ensure the eggs would be particularly fluffy. We cracked the eggs into the pan. They sizzled, releasing a cloud of steam. Jiang Tian quickly scrambled the eggs until they were tender and just set, then introduced the vegetables and lean meat, beginning to saute them. While frying rice may appear deceptively simple, it truly tests a chef's foundational skills, such as managing heat and balancing seasonings. After a vigorous stir-fry over high heat, Jiang Tian added the cooled rice to the pan. However, due to insufficient cooling time, much of the rice remained sticky, necessitating a gentle pressing with the spatula to separate the grains. A subtle aroma began to waft through the alley, captivating the fried skewer vendor, who was astonished by the delightful fragrance emanating from Jiang Tian's seemingly ordinary actions. Moreover, he hadn't even added the seasonings yet. Could it be the freshness of the ingredients? As the saying goes, with quality ingredients, it is difficult to produce an unsatisfactory dish. The fried skewer vendor could discern that Jiang Tian's rice was of superior quality, far removed from that of other fried rice vendors. When this rice hit the pan, it released a rich, fragrant aroma, harmonizing beautifully with the scents of the vegetables and eggs, instantly stimulating one's appetite. Jiang Tian, oblivious to the vendor's admiration, continued to stir the rice, adding seasonings before returning to a vigorous flame. In no time, a steaming portion of fried rice was freshly prepared. After placing it in a disposable container, he presented it to the fried skewer vendor, saying, "Here, give it a try." With enthusiasm, the vendor took the fried rice and scooped a generous mouthful with his spoon. The moment the rice touched his palate, the elasticity of the grains collided with the creaminess of the eggs, followed by an explosion of flavors: the delicate fragrance of the rice, the eggy aroma, and the savory notes of the lean meat, all blending seamlessly with the various seasonings to create an exquisite bouquet of flavors. leaving no room for criticism. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. The fried skewer vendor exclaimed with fervor. Having spent years on the street, he was familiar with every fried rice vendor in the vicinity and had tasted their offerings. Yet, he now firmly believed that none of them could rival the flavor crafted by this young man. In fact, he felt they were in an entirely different league. Other vendors' fried rice was often either overly greasy, too salty, or too bland, or the ingredients simply did not measure up. This young man's ingredients were visibly fresh, personally selected from the market, and he had not sensed any greasiness despite having indulged in so much. The balance of seasonings was impeccable, devoid of any unpleasant tastes or textures, leaving no trace of criticism to be found. Such a flawless portion of fried rice for merely 10 yuan, which is one bite. The fried skewer vendor realized that the fried rice business of several stalls on this street might soon face dire straits. At that moment, a group of young women strolled by, arm in arm. They were students from a nearby university and regular customers of the fried skewer vendor. Just as they were about to select some skewers, they caught sight of the vendor, blissfully savoring the fried rice. The enticing aroma wafting through the air instantly stirred their appetites. "Old Lee, whose fried rice is that? It smells divine," one exclaimed. "It truly does," another university student added. Sniffing the air, "I wasn't even hungry, just wanted some skewers, but now my stomach is grumbling." Without looking up, the fried skewer vendor pointed to Jiang Tian's stall. "It's from his place. You must give it a try. It's absolutely delicious." After a brief pause, he added, "To be honest, I've never tasted such exquisite fried rice in my life." His enthusiastic declaration elicited laughter from the group of young women. "Old Lee, you're exaggerating. Can it really be better than Old Jiang's?" One questioned. "Yes, we've been eating Old Jiang's fried rice for years. Aside from being greasy, it's really quite decent." "Old Jiang's fried rice. This is the first I've heard of it. Is he new?" "The owner looks quite handsome." Another chimed in. "Now that you mention it, the owner's stall is quite tidy, and the ingredients appear to be much fresher than Old Jiang's," another remarked. Hearing their comments, the fried skewer vendor chuckled coldly. "I won't speak ill of my fellow vendors, but since you are my regulars, I can say with certainty that Xiaozhang's fried rice is undoubtedly the cleanest and most delicious on this street." With that, he took another hearty bite of rice. Being in his 40s, he could easily discern the quality of the rice. Jiang Tian's selection was even superior to that of the average household. Commonly, the loose rice purchased from supermarkets might cost around 2 yuan, but its taste paled in comparison. The fried skewer vendor's passionate endorsement piqued the interest of the young women. They exchanged glances, and finally, one of them suggested, "Why don't we buy a portion to try?" "Sound good." They approached Jiang Tian's stall, glanced at the prices, which were reasonable, and said, "Boss, we'll have a portion of ham fried rice." Jiang Tian shot a grateful glance at the fried skewer vendor and promptly responded, "Sure thing. Ladies, just a moment." As he returned to the stove, the oil sizzling in the hot pan, Jiang Tian's movements were fluid and graceful. In stark contrast to the greasy older vendors, his presence exuded a refreshing and sunny disposition. Dressed in a simple black t-shirt and shorts, paired with clean white sneakers, he embodied a minimalist style. Although not overly muscular, his physique was robust, fitting the type that appears lean in clothing yet reveals strength upon removal. Moreover, he donned a disposable cap and mask, making him a rarity among the many vendors lining the street. Given the essence of fried rice relies on a vigorous stir-fry, the process was swift, taking less than 3 minutes to produce a steaming portion. The university's students could hardly contain their anticipation, their mouths watering at the sight of Jiang Tian at work. As he finished cooking, before he could even package their order, the girl in the pink t-shirt eagerly exclaimed, "Boss, just give it to me." "Absolutely. Enjoy, ladies," Jiang Tian replied, handing them extra spoons. With one person holding the fried rice, the others quickly grabbed their spoons and began to indulge. The portion was modest, and before long, they had devoured it completely. Jiang Tian watched with a smile as he asked, "Ladies, how does it taste?" One girl with a ponytail, however, had a rather displeased expression. Her brow furrowed as she inquired, "Boss, is there something unseemly in your fried rice?" Chapter 5. This is the most delectable fried rice I have ever tasted. "Boss, did you perhaps add something that shouldn't be in this fried rice?" The The sudden remark from a girl with a ponytail instantly froze the smile on Jiang Tian's face. Something that shouldn't be included? The skewered food vendor, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Is the fried rice not to your liking?" The ponytail girl crossed her arms, responding, "No. The flavor is simply exquisite, which is why we suspect there might be something unusual in it, perhaps a flavor enhancer or something." The skewered food vendor was bewildered. Was it wrong for the dish to taste good? Should a delightful flavor lead to such suspicions? Yet, their doubts were not unfounded, as this fried rice had indeed shattered their previous perceptions of the dish. First and foremost, the rice was stir-fried over high heat, exuding the essence of the wok with every bite, a quality essential to fried rice. Honestly, who would eat from a roadside stall that lacked that characteristic wok aroma? Secondly, upon tasting, the flavors were rich yet harmoniously blended. A mere nibble revealed a medley of tastes: ham, rice, eggs, and various seasonings. Achieving such a balance without some culinary science was truly remarkable. In response to the ponytail girl's skepticism, Jiang Tian remained composed, stating earnestly, "If you believe there is any issue, feel free to take my fried rice to the relevant authorities for testing. All my ingredients are laid out on the table. And if anything beyond those is detected, I am willing to bear all legal responsibilities and even provide you with 100,000 yuan. His words were calm, yet they radiated an unparalleled confidence. He simply possessed that level of assurance. The system had granted him the ultimate fried rice recipe, a serious matter indeed. To put it modestly, his fried rice was delicious. To boast, he would claim that no one in the world could surpass his culinary skills. The skewered food vendor also stepped in. It must be a misunderstanding. Xiao Jiang is a genuinely honest person. Although they had only just met, the vendor could discern Jiang Tian's practicality. Having worked in the culinary industry for years, he could identify the presence of any culinary innovations with just one bite. His support for Jiang Tian stemmed from another motivation. With such delightful fried rice, the business was bound to flourish. And aligning himself with Jiang Tian would undoubtedly benefit him as well. Seeing Jiang Tian's unwavering confidence, the ponytail girl sincerely offered, "Apologies, boss. Could we please have 3 more servings of your special fried rice?" Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "No problem." He brushed off the incident, as he was unperturbed by others' doubts as long as he maintained integrity. He resumed cooking, the iron wok emitting a faint wisp of white smoke from the high heat. He added oil to the wok to coat it, waiting for it to heat up before adding a spoonful of cold oil. In went the eggs. He scrambled them gently, then tossed in the vegetables for a vigorous stir-fry. The young women watched attentively at the stall. Jiang Tian's actions were fluid and efficient, devoid of any hesitation, and they could see all the ingredients clearly. The vegetables were pristine, unlike those from previous stalls where they often encountered dirt on the roots or wilted leaves. Since all 3 servings were special fried rice, Jiang Tian prepared them in one batch. Soon, the 3 servings were ready and packaged, which he handed over with a cheerful smile, saying, "Ladies, enjoy your meal, and if it's delicious, do come back next time." Although it was his first time setting up a stall, Jiang Tian displayed no modesty. In business, one must be generous and open with customers. WeChat payment, 24 yuan. "Thank you, boss." As he watched the group of young women depart, Jiang Tian took advantage of the moment to tidy up the cooking area. There were hardly any patrons at this street corner. In this short while, only these few had passed by. Meanwhile, the girls hadn't wandered far before they found a spot to settle down. Previously, they had shared one portion of fried rice, which left them wanting more. They were eager to confirm if the flavors remained consistent. If not, it would suggest the first serving had been tampered with. Upon opening their takeout boxes, a rich, aromatic medley wafted towards them, instantly igniting their appetites. "Wow, it smells amazing, just like before," exclaimed one. "The boss is truly impressive." Indeed, the quality of the ingredients is incomparable. This rice is entirely different from old Jiang's. Exceptional ingredients yield extraordinary flavors. I foresee this place becoming a sensation. This small public dining area boasted 20 tables, all currently occupied. Observing the young women savoring their fried rice drew the attention of many. "Excuse me, may I ask where this fried rice is from?" If you head further inside, I forget the name, but it's next to Li Ji's skewers. How's it taste?" "It smells delightful." Honestly, I can say without exaggeration that this is the best fried rice I've ever had. Really? Is that true? Absolutely. I can vouch for it. We initially ordered one serving but couldn't get enough, so we ordered 3 more. Plus, the boss is incredibly handsome. Let us go. I can't resist that aroma. We must buy a serving. At that moment, Jiang Tian had just finished cleaning up the cooking area. From the instant he decided to set up his stall, he resolved to prioritize cleanliness and hygiene above all else. Even if it meant incurring higher costs, he wanted customers to eat with peace of mind. Furthermore, since the primary clientele consisted of university students, he understood that while they might prioritize flavor, using inferior ingredients would weigh heavily on his conscience. However, after nearly half an hour, he had only earned less than 50 yuan. Jiang Tian sighed with a bittersweet smile. Sensing Jiang Tian's slight despondency, the skewered food vendor reassured him, "Wait until just after 9 tonight. You can head to Wanghai apartment. It's bustling with people getting off work. And I recall there are only a couple of stalls selling fried rice, making for much less competition than here." "All right, brother." Jiang Tian squinted. "I'll check it out then." Yet his immediate concern was the current business situation. He couldn't possibly earn just 50 yuan to appease his wife. After deliberating, he decided to call out to passers-by. As a newcomer, lacking a loyal customer base and with his stall positioned poorly, if he didn't attract attention, he might truly see his earnings halt for the day. Just then, several people were approaching, and Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. He quickly positioned himself at the edge of the street. However, just as he was about to call out, he noticed that these individuals were headed straight for him. Isn't that Li Ji's skewered food? And next to it is Old Zhang's fried rice. Yes, it must be this place. Didn't she just mention the boss is handsome? Indeed, he is quite dashing. I can't compare. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why were so many people suddenly flocking to him? Chapter 6. The business booms. Jiang Tian was a bit bewildered. He had not harbored much expectation for today, yet suddenly, a wave of customers arrived. A quick glance revealed at least 7 or 8 individuals, and judging by their discussions, they seemed to be drawn to him. "Boss, I'd like a serving of fried rice with ham, please. Make mine a special fried rice. I want lean meat, that's 10, right?" Though Jiang Tian was momentarily confused, he couldn't afford to turn away these customers. Thus, he promptly opened the stove, heating the pan while cheerfully assuring, "Everyone, please be patient. One at a time. Fried rice with ham, correct? That LLB 10. You can scan the code beside you." Skillfully, he cracked an egg into the pan, letting it sizzle until it became fluffy, then added some vegetables and diced ham, tossing them into the mixture. The hot oil erupted in a cloud of steam, releasing an enticing aroma of eggs and ham that whetted the appetite. Finally, he added the perfectly cooked rice, using the spatula to break apart each grain before introducing his secret seasoning, enveloping the alley in a tantalizing fragrance. "Oh, this is the flavor. It seems today is a lucky day. It smells incredible. Old Zhang's fried rice can't compare. Indeed, and these ingredients look exceptionally fresh. The boss must be a graduate of New Oriental, right? His movements are so practiced." In no time, a serving of ham fried rice was ready. Just as Jiang Tian transferred it into a disposable container, the young man exclaimed, "Boss, I'll handle the chopsticks myself." Famished. No need for pleasantries. Jiang Tian immediately began preparing the next order. Looking up, he noticed the current university students exhibited remarkable manners. They had lined up orderly without needing a reminder. The vendor selling fried skewers next door was also cheerfully calling out to attract customers. Many who purchased fried rice would effortlessly grab some skewers. For a bite of fried rice paired with skewers was a match made in culinary heaven. Moreover, Jiang Tian noticed a steady stream of newcomers approaching. Upon inquiry, he learned that the few ladies who had previously questioned him had given his establishment a glowing endorsement in the public dining area. Typically, his shop, tucked away in the alley, attracted few patrons. However, the formation of a small queue indicated that something delectable was indeed drawing people in. This phenomenon of herd behavior is precisely how it works. Where there are many, more will come. Thus, many arrived and inquired of previous customers, "Hey, is this fried rice good? Delicious beyond compare. One serving isn't enough. I'll definitely be back for more." "Really? How does it compare to Old Zhang's?" "Old Zhang? Huh. I can only say, my brother, Treat yourself to something better. That old Jiang uses gutter oil. What? How do you know? My family sells gutter oil. Jiang Tian found himself slightly uncomfortable with the sudden influx of patrons, especially with the constant calls of handsome boss echoing around him. After years in sales, he felt a bit shy. The principle of reciprocity was at play here. The customers were courteous, and no matter how fatigued Jiang Tian felt, he maintained a smile, determined not to let his good food lead to a poor attitude. To sustain a long-term business, this was essential. Previously, at his job, he had a fondness for a particular braised pork rice shop downstairs. However, one day, when the queue was considerable and he was anxious to meet a client, he waited nearly half an hour, watching those who arrived after him get served first. When he inquired about his order, the owner snapped, saying to either wait or take a refund. Jiang Tian left without hesitation and never returned. Thus, even if some shops had excellent flavors, he would never patronize one with a poor service attitude. As a consumer, one does not merely consume food. Emotional value is equally significant. You may not miss me as a customer, but I equally do not miss your establishment. Good flavor, excellent service, and quality ingredients. These three aspects are what Jiang Tian currently pursues. Maintaining them ensures his business thrives and repeat customers multiply. After this wave of guests, Jiang Tian's hands had scarcely paused. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, yet the delightful sounds of transactions invigorated him. Boss, I want a serving of ham fried rice, 10. Right? I'm turning away. WeChat received 10 yuan. Boss, a special fried rice, please. WeChat received 8 yuan. Boss, 2 servings of fried rice with ham and lean meat. WeChat received 24 yuan. During a brief moment between servings, Jiang Tian glanced up and was taken aback. Wow, where did all these people come from? This sudden surge left him stunned. In a short span, he had looked away. The queue had swelled from 7 or 8 to at least 20 or 30 individuals. Moreover, more people were flocking from the street toward him. The skewer vendor next door chuckled, having anticipated Jiang Tian's business would flourish, but he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Initially, he had little hope for his own business due to its poor location and lack of regulars. However, with Jiang Tian's growing crowd, his skewer sales also improved, as many who finished their fried rice sought a few skewers to complement their meal. While busying himself, Jiang Tian engaged in light conversation with the waiting customers. Handsome, how did you find out about my shop? The young man set down his phone. A friend told me. He praised your fried rice to the skies, and I couldn't resist coming to try it. Me too, chimed a young woman behind him, nodding eagerly. I hadn't planned to leave my dorm today, but when my roommate brought back a serving, the moment I opened it, oh my, the aroma filled the entire dorm. I knew I had to have your fried rice today, or I wouldn't sleep a wink. I came on a friend's recommendation, eager to try it. I didn't expect such a long queue. I purely came to see what the fuss was about. Jiang Tian smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. The majority of those in line were referred by friends who had tasted his food, while a few were simply curious about the crowd. Observing the line, he called out, "Thank you all for your support. Please bear with me. I'll expedite the process without compromising flavor." Meanwhile, at the street corner, old Jiang, the fried rice shop owner, wore a troubled expression. Chapter 7. My dear husband, how devious you are. In the culinary street of the university town, numerous stalls offer fried rice. Yet it is old Jiang's fried rice that consistently draws the largest crowd. The proprietor, old Jiang, not only arrives early each day to secure a prime location, but also boasts the most loyal clientele. 2 factors contribute to his success. First, his ordinary fried rice is priced at a mere 6 yuan, while competitors charge between 8 to 10 yuan. Second, the generous portions and delightful flavors of his fried rice ensure a high rate of return customers. With a soft flick, he ignites a cigarette, donning a well-worn white tank top, his eyes clouded with concern as he observes familiar patrons passing by. What could be the matter? Old Jiang feels a pang of frustration. He recognizes several regulars among the crowd, who used to rush to his stall after class. Yet today, they seem to ignore him. Is it the flavor of his cooking that has diminished? Or perhaps he has skimped on the quality of his ingredients. At that moment, a young man clad in a white tracksuit stealthily strolls by the stall. Sharp-eyed, old Jiang greets him with a smile. "Ah, you're here so early today? Sticking to the usual?" The youth, Feeling awkward, hesitates before replying, Uncle Jiang, I want to be eating today. Although it is a perfectly ordinary situation, the young man appears almost guilty. Over the past 6 months, he has indulged in old Jiang's fried rice so frequently that, even on days when he lacked an appetite, the warmth of old Jiang's welcoming demeanor made it difficult to refuse. However, today he genuinely does not wish to partake. His name is Li Hua, a student from a nearby music academy. This evening, he had intended to skip dinner, but after returning to his dormitory post-classes, he was greeted by his roommate, who brought back a fragrant portion of fried rice. As the lid was lifted, an irresistible aroma filled the room, instantly awakening Li Hua's appetite. Emboldened, he called out to his roommate, who graciously allowed him a taste. Oh my, this fried rice is heavenly. With that first bite, Li Hua felt as if he were floating. After acquiring the address from his roommate, he hurried over. He had hoped to sneak past old Jiang's stall, but the latter spotted him immediately. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Li Hua's heart sank. Upon hearing Li Hua's refusal, old Jiang asked, "What is wrong? Is there something off about my fried rice?" No. Li Hua quickly waved his hands. I just wanted to try something different today. I'm in the mood for some deep-fried skewers. Yes, skewers. Hee. However, just as he finished speaking, a young man threw an arm around Li Hua's shoulders, exclaiming, "What's going on, Hua? Aren't you here for old Jiang's fried rice?" It was his roommate. Awkwardness enveloped Li Hua. "What are you doing here?" His roommate chuckled. "The fried rice is just too delicious. One portion wasn't enough, so I'm back for another." Li Hua's face flushed crimson as he glanced at old Jiang, whose expression had fallen dramatically. Quickly, Li Hua led his roommate away, fearing that old Jiang might demand to know who he favored more. Watching them leave, old Jiang felt a sense of urgency. Old Jiang's fried rice? Who is this newcomer? At that moment, old Jiang's wife arrived, prompting him to instruct her to investigate the situation. Go check out what this old Jiang fried rice is all about. Why are so many customers flocking there? Before long, his wife returned, visibly irate. They've all been lured away. The line was still quite long. I can't fathom why they choose to pay more when our food is so affordable. Old Jiang pondered this. He recalled seeing old Jiang's stall pass by his own, but he had dismissed it, confident in his years of experience in the business. After a moment of contemplation, he lit a cigarette, muttering, "When things deviate from the norm, there's bound to be a reason. Go and procure a portion. I wish to ascertain the quality of this competitor's fried rice." Old Jiang held firm in his belief that his fried rice was unmatched. Having spent considerable time perfecting his proprietary blend of seasonings, rich in culinary techniques that made it undeniably addictive. Nodding, his wife set off once more. After nearly 20 minutes of waiting, old Jiang had yet to see any customers approach. He watched familiar faces head straight to the alley. When his wife returned with a portion of fried rice, he eagerly opened the lid. A wave of enticing aroma wafted toward him, causing even this seasoned chef to sit up in surprise. Wow, this scent is impressive. Old Jiang refrained from diving in immediately, instead examining the fried rice with narrowed eyes. Deducing, this rice is made from premium grains. The cheapest would cost at least 2 yuan per pound. His wife interjected, "Is it really that expensive? How much do we pay for our rice?" 1 yuan per pound. And the lean meat and vegetables appear fresh as well. Taking a spoonful, old Jiang savored the rich aroma lingering in his mouth, his eyes closing in sheer delight. He had thought he had grown weary of fried rice. Yet this portion rekindled long-forgotten sensations. Delicious. In fact, it was exceptionally so. It reaffirmed the adage that quality ingredients yield exquisite flavors. The eggs were sourced from free-range hens, imparting a robust flavor, while the rice had the perfect chewiness and wok. The meat was tender, with fine fibers that tantalized the palate, and the vegetables perfectly balanced the dish's richness. In summary, it was fried rice crafted to perfection, something old Jiang believed he could never replicate. A sense of impending doom washed over him. If this continued, his business would inevitably falter. Narrowing his eyes, he resolutely declared, "Wife, how much rice does he have left?" "Not much. There is perhaps half a bucket remaining." "Then let it be for today. If he dares to return tomorrow, we shall report him. Claim that he might be using questionable ingredients in his fried rice." "What? Have you tasted it?" "No." Then would that be a false accusation? I'm merely suggesting it might contain something improper. I never stated it definitively does. His wife, puzzled, asked, but what if it doesn't? If it does, he is endangering countless students and deserves to be caught. If it doesn't, he could be apprehended in plain sight. And even if he is innocent, who would dare eat there again? As his wife contemplated this, she eventually nodded, giving a thumbs up. Husband, how cunning and devious you are. Chapter 8, darling. I shall seek employment tomorrow. Shall we cease our stall operations? The atmosphere around Jiang Tian was fervent, bustling with activity since the arrival of the initial wave of customers. His hands had scarcely rested since then, tirelessly preparing dish after dish, leaving him drenched in sweat. Regrettably, on his inaugural day of vending, many preparations were insufficient. The rice had yet to be sold out when the vegetables and lean meat had already been depleted. Fortunately, the patrons were understanding, with many asserting that they could manage without the greens. Jiang Tian thus lowered the prices slightly, offering his signature fried rice at 7 yuan and ham fried rice at 9. Despite these challenges, the sales remained exceptionally robust. Originally, this alleyway was rather deserted, but Jiang Tian's fried rice had suddenly attracted a multitude of customers. Fellow vendors, initially pessimistic about the day's prospects, began to energetically call out to attract customers. As long as their offerings did not conflict with Jiang Tian's, they too could profit. By 8 o'clock, every item had been sold out. A few customers still in line gazed despondently at the empty rice containers, on the verge of tears. Boss, we've been waiting for over 10 minutes. How could this be? One lamented. Yes, my girlfriend specifically messaged me to come by some. Can you make a bit more? I'm practically drooling here. Another pleaded. I beg anyone who doesn't want their portion to sell it to me at double the price. The remaining customers, their eyes reddened with urgency, felt a profound disappointment after waiting so long only to find everything gone, especially as they watched others nearby, savoring their meals amidst the rich aromas wafting through the alley. Jiang Tian felt equally helpless. Who wouldn't he want to profit? However, the success of his first day had exceeded his expectations. A glance at his cart revealed that not a single morsel remained. He could only express his regret for being unprepared and requested everyone's understanding for his lack of experience. Tomorrow, I shall arrive earlier and prepare more rice. Please come back, and I sincerely apologize for today. For those who didn't get a buy, please add me on WeChat, and I will prioritize your orders tomorrow. With that, Jiang Tian bowed deeply to the customers still waiting. Such earnestness alleviated the frustration of even the most irritated patrons. Moreover, Jiang Tian's proposed compensation was a testament to his respect for his customers, a courtesy rarely extended by other vendors. You're too kind, boss. We just wanted to try your fried rice. Indeed. No worries, boss. I'll be here early tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the customers, Jiang Tian did not immediately rest. He diligently cleaned his cart and tidied up the surrounding area before finally sitting on a small stool. The brother selling fried skewers handed him a bottle of water, which he gratefully consumed in one go. I knew your business would thrive. Are you heading to the Wang Hai apartment later? The skewer vendor inquired. Jiang Tian shook his head. No, brother, the rice is sold out. I need to prepare more for tomorrow. All right, let us add each other on WeChat. I'll come early tomorrow to secure a good spot for you. Thank you, brother. Engaging in light conversation with the skewer vendor, Jiang Tian learned that his name was Li Dali, and vending was his full-time job. He usually frequented office buildings at lunchtime and the University Food Street and Wang Hai apartments in the afternoon and evening. For someone like him, who worked full-time, daily earnings, after expenses, were merely 200 to 300 yuan, a modest income that often fluctuated with the weather. After parting ways, Jiang Tian rode his cart home, arriving just before 9 o'clock. He paused before entering the building to message his wife, Lin Wanjing, informing her of his imminent arrival. Lin Wanjing, ever considerate, refrained from inquiring about his day at the stall. Perhaps she believed that Jiang Tian's hasty venture into street vending had left many preparations lacking, leading to an inauspicious start. Although he did not smoke, he lit a cigarette, a gesture prompted by the day's surprising profits. To his astonishment, he had sold a total of 156 servings of fried rice. With a relatively low average price, his total revenue reached 404 yuan. While he had not meticulously calculated his costs, they were likely around 3 to 400 yuan, yielding a net profit exceeding 1,000 yuan. This far exceeded the earnings from traditional employment. Moreover, selling 200 servings would unlock a new round of rewards within the system, making the prospect of daily earnings surpassing 10,000 yuan seem tantalizingly within reach. Today, his reputation had been firmly established. He would need to prepare more rice for the next day. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Wanjing gazed down at her husband smoking below, tears welling in her eyes. "Mama, why are you crying?" the sweet and understanding duo inquired, tugging at her sleeve. "It's nothing, duo. Just a strong wind," she replied, gently stroking her daughter's head. Yet, her heart was heavy with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. She knew her husband was not a smoker, typically the first to return home after work. Today, however, he stood alone below, puffing away, his weary visage a poignant reminder of his struggles. It seemed that her premonitions were correct. His venture into street vending had not unfolded smoothly. After all, he bore the weight of their family alone, and with the loss of his job. The challenges of this new endeavor were daunting. Who wouldn't he feel overwhelmed in such circumstances? This realization ignited a resolve within Lin Wanjing. She could no longer allow her husband to bear such burdens alone. She would call her parents to help care for duo while she sought employment. Although it had been years since she last worked, as a graduate in finance, securing a position with an 8,000 yuan salary should be well within her capabilities. Casting another glance downstairs, she noticed her husband's figure had vanished, likely ascending in the elevator. Hastily, she wiped her tears and forced a smile in the mirror, though it felt painfully contrived. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Jiang Tian's haggard face. He appeared utterly exhausted, yet he managed to smile at his wife and daughter. "Honey, duo, I'm home." Lin Wanjing had resolved not to cry upon seeing him, yet the sight of his fatigue shattered her composure. "Woo." She rushed into Jiang Tian's arms, tears flowing like rain. "Darling, I will look for a job tomorrow. Let's not continue with the stall, all right?" Jiang Tian stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 9. My dear husband, have you not contributed for several days? Jiang Tian felt a bit bewildered. What was the matter with his wife? Why had she suddenly burst into tears and mentioned going to work? "What's wrong, my dear?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. Lin Wanjing sobbed uncontrollably, her heart heavy with distress. The summer evenings in Jiangsheng were sweltering, with temperatures still exceeding 30 degrees. Meanwhile, her husband had to endure the heat while manning his stall. If customers arrived, he would have to withstand the intense heat from the stove while cooking fried rice. And if no customers came, his discomfort would only worsen. Lin Wanjing tightly embraced Jiang Tian's waist. "Darling, I will look for a job tomorrow. Please don't work so hard anymore, all right?" Though Jiang Tian was unaware of the exact cause of her distress, her words touched him deeply. He chuckled softly and wiped away her tears, assuring her, "There's no need for that, my love. I can manage. Darling, my love." They gazed into each other's eyes, their expressions brimming with affection, their beautiful eyes shimmering like autumn waters, exuding a captivating charm. As they drew closer, they eventually closed their eyes and shared a passionate kiss. "Papa, Mama." Suddenly, a childish voice broke the moment. The elderly couple reluctantly parted, turning to see duo, hands on her hips, glaring at them in indignation. Duo is still here. Can't you two be a little discreet?" Jiang Tian's face flushed, and he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment cough. What does a child understand? Duo, with a hint of pride, replied, "I know a lot. Yuan told me that if Papa and Mama kiss, it means they want a baby. Mama, can you give duo a little brother, please? Don't listen to Yuan's nonsense." Lin Wanjing's face turned crimson. "You should play with Yuan less." "Oomph." Duo crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Tian curiously. "Papa, did you earn a lot of money today? Can you buy me an ice cream? Mama wouldn't buy me one this afternoon." Lin Wanjing's heart sank. She had forgotten to remind duo not to inquire about her father's stall business. Jiang Tian knelt down, cupping duo's face with a smile. "Sure. What flavor of ice cream do you want?" To Lin Wanjing, this smile seemed forced. and her heart ached. Her husband was indeed enduring too much. Despite his own distress, he still felt compelled to appear strong in front of her and their daughter. It truly made her want to weep. With a quivering voice, Lin Wanjing said, "Darling, there are countless paths in this world. If selling from stall doesn't work, we can always find another way." "What do you mean it won't work?" Jiang Tian chuckled, bemused. "Selling from a stall is perfectly viable." Lin Wanjing was taken aback. "How is it viable?" Jiang Tian smiled confidently. "My abilities are exceptional. How could I fail at anything? Let me tell you, there were so many customers for my fried rice today." He pulled out his phone and presented it to his wife. "I sold all the rice I brought today, earning over 1,400. The cost was only around 300 to 400. So in just a few hours, I made over 1,000. Isn't that remarkable?" "Wait." Lin Wanjing's pupils constricted as she widened her eyes, her heart surging with astonishment. "You earned over 1,000? "Indeed." Jiang Tian nodded. "And if I hadn't sold out, I intended to go to Wang Hai apartment tonight, where it's bustling with people. Business there would surely be good. If I introduced a few more products, I estimate earning over 10,000 a day wouldn't be a dream." Every word he spoke left Lin Wanjing astounded. She was aware of the deliciousness of Jiang Tian's fried rice. But selling from a stall required either a prime location or a steady accumulation of customers who would spread the word. She hadn't expected him to sell out on his first day. Seeing the shock in his wife's eyes filled Jiang Tian with pride. He took her hand and sat them both on the sofa, recounting the events of the evening in detail, from securing the stall location, meeting Brother Li, the vendor of fried skewers, to the skeptical girl with the ponytail, and finally the wave of customers that led to selling out his fried rice. After listening, Lin Wanjing pouted, "I saw you smoking downstairs and thought your business wasn't going well. You owe me tears." Now it made sense to Jiang Tian why Lin Wanjing had cried upon his return home. "That was from Brother Li. I didn't intend to smoke. But seeing how much I earned, I couldn't help but indulge a little. You don't mind, do you, my love?" "You know," he continued, "I used to earn over 20,000 a month when the company was doing well, but when it was struggling, I'd only make around 10,000. Now, on my first day of selling from stall, I've already earned over 1,000, and it will only get better." Lin Wanjing lay in Jiang Tian's embrace, her heart aching for him. "But you're so tired now." Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. "I'm tired, but I prefer this kind of exhaustion. I no longer live at the mercy of others. I need not worry about a boss running off one day, because I am my own boss. My efforts will yield the rewards they deserve, which many envy, and I must cherish this." "Go for it, darling." Lin Wanjing clenched her fist with determination. "Let us strive for a spacious apartment soon." "Ha ha ha. All right." Jiang Tian chuckled. "I'll work even harder." At that moment, Duo, who had been listening to their conversation, couldn't contain herself any longer. Pouting with a pitiful expression, she asked, "Can we go buy ice cream now?" "All right, let us take you." The couple descended the stairs with Duo between them, holding their hands, a heartwarming scene. After purchasing a strawberry ice cream for Duo, the family returned home. It was getting late, and Jiang Tian asked Lin Wanjing to help put Duo to bed while he prepared to steam rice. The amount of rice purchased earlier was insufficient. Fortunately, Jiang Tian had the foresight to add the rice vendor on WeChat earlier that afternoon. He sent a message, and the vendor, still awake, agreed to deliver 100 pounds of rice. When the rice vendor arrived, Jiang Tian negotiated the price. "Brother, you've noticed it's only been a day, and I'm already ordering another 100 pounds. Can we discuss the price?" The vendor was about to decline when Jiang Tian quickly interjected, "Your rice is excellent, and you're a good person. I'd rather have you deliver than seek out another vendor." With such a compelling argument, the vendor had no reason to refuse, and they settled on a price of 2 yuan per pound. After all, he recognized Jiang Tian's potential. Losing a customer over a mere 20 cents would be detrimental to his business. Once the rice was carried upstairs, Jiang Tian prepared to get to work. The couple busied themselves in the kitchen, and washing and preparing 100 pounds of rice proved to be quite time-consuming. Finally, by midnight, they had finished steaming all the rice. Exhausted, they washed up and lay down in bed. As soon as the bedroom light was turned off, Lin Wanjing's soft voice echoed in the darkness. "Darling, have you not contributed for several days?" Chapter 10. Dear brother, there is something you must be cautious about. The following day, at the crack of dawn, Jiang Tian rode his tricycle to the market. The morning meat and vegetables were exceptionally fresh. This time, Jiang Tian prepared an ample supply to ensure he could sell out in the university town before heading to the Wanghai apartment. As he parked the tricycle downstairs, a woman exited the apartment building and, upon noticing Jiang Tian's vehicle, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Xiao Tian, what is going on?" Jiang Tian chuckled. "Aunt Song, you're up so early. My company has gone bankrupt, so I'm planning to set up a stall to earn some money." This woman was Song Fun, his neighbor, a kind-hearted lady who often sent delicious food to his daughter, Duo. Her son, just 2 years younger than Jiang Tian, reportedly worked at a major tech company with an annual salary exceeding several $100,000. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Song Fun sighed deeply. So that's the case. Alas, all industries are struggling nowadays. My son's company is also laying off employees. He heard he's on the list and has been anxious ever since. It's tough for young people these days, unlike when we had it easier. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Jiang Tian, who worked tirelessly, Song Fun reflected on their years of acquaintance. Jiang Tian and his family often visited her home with various treats, and during the festive seasons. If her son couldn't return, Jiang Tian would invite her to celebrate at his home. Their bond was closer than that of ordinary relatives. Jiang Tian replied bittersweetly, "Your son is so capable. He shouldn't be laid off. It's challenging to make a living these days. In your younger years, opportunities were abundant. Even if you could only do manual labor, as long as you were willing to work hard, you had a chance to succeed. But now, if all you can do is manual labor, you'll find yourself endlessly toiling. Where will you be setting up your stall? When the time comes, I'll bring my sisters from the dance group to support your business. In the evening, I'll be at the University Town Food Street. Later, I should be at the Wanghai apartment." "All right," Song Fun nodded. "I'll head to the food street later. We've known each other for so many years. Yet I've never had the chance to taste your cooking." "Great, Aunt Song. See you later." After watching Aunt Song leave, Jiang Tian carried his supplies upstairs. His wife, Lin Wanjing, had taken Duo to kindergarten and would return shortly. He left some breakfast at home, had a quick bite, and then began preparing the ingredients. He diced ham, cut the lean meat into strips, and washed the vegetables. Although these tasks were simple, they were quite exhausting, especially with him bending over for an extended period. Suddenly, Jiang Tian remembered he had a system. He had intended to study it thoroughly while his wife was asleep the previous night, but she insisted on keeping him occupied with household chores. After the ordeal, he collapsed into bed, utterly drained. With a slight thought, the system panel emerged in his mind. From the time it was bound until now, he had yet to examine it closely. The system's functions were straightforward. The current task displayed was, sell 200 portions of fried rice, current progress, 156 portions. In addition, there was a backpack and a store. After opening the beginner's gift pack, his backpack was empty. The store piqued Jiang Tian's interest. Upon opening it, he felt as though he had struck gold. The store was replete with an array of items, and in the upper right corner his remaining points were displayed, 1404, based on his sales revenue. With these points, he could exchange for various items. However, he had only unlocked the beginner's store, which offered simple home-cooked dishes, such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Do not underestimate these ordinary dishes. Once purchased, they would be of the highest quality, incomparable to what one would typically encounter in the market. Soon, a white item caught Jiang Tian's attention. Upon clicking, he was instantly thrilled. Yuan, price 100 store points, upon consumption, rejuvenates the body, eliminates negative states, and maintains high energy levels without fatigue, with no side effects. An essential companion for your stall career. Duration, 24 hours. What a treasure! Without hesitation, Jiang Tian decisively purchased 10 capsules. These 10 yuans were placed into his system backpack. He took one out and held it in his hand. Externally, it appeared to be an unremarkable little pill. Upon placing it in his mouth, it dissolved instantly, releasing a faint minty aroma that filled his mouth. Simultaneously, all fatigue vanished, and Jiang Tian felt an exhilarating surge of energy. "Darling, I'm back." At that moment, his wife, Lin Wanjing, entered, having just changed her shoes. Upon seeing Jiang Tian's fierce gaze, she trembled slightly and asked in astonishment, "What is wrong, dear?" "Honey, I want." "Don't be silly. It's daytime." "Why want is daytime?" At 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Tian moved all his supplies downstairs, preparing to set up his stall. Before leaving, Lin Wanjing's cheeks flushed with reluctance. Though her husband was usually impressive, today he seemed particularly vigorous. In fact, she even suspected he had taken something. "Sweetheart, I'm off." Jiang Tian waved goodbye and rode away on his tricycle. He arrived early, uncertain if he would secure a good spot. At 4:30, Jiang Tian reached the university town food street. There weren't many people yet, but several vendors had already arrived. As he parked his tricycle, many merchants cast glances his way, perhaps due to his successful sales yesterday. "Hey, brother, over here." From a distance, Jiang Tian spotted Li Dali waving at him. He parked next to him and surveyed the surroundings. This location was advantageous, situated in the middle with a decent flow of customers. "Brother, you're quite the sensation now," Li Dali said, handing him a cigarette with a smile. "You wouldn't believe it. They were all talking about you in the group yesterday." "Who was?" Jiang Tian asked, curious as he accepted the cigarette. "Those merchants, of course. We have a group where we discuss business matters. Do you want to join?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "No, brother, I'll pass." It wasn't that he didn't want to be part of a group. Rather, joining at this moment would be of no benefit to him and could potentially complicate matters. "Good choice. It's probably best you stay out," Li Dali squinted. "Several people have been inquiring about your ingredients. This kind of thing. Haha, not mentioning it could offend others." "Brotherly, do you have a story?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Li Dali took a puff of his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as he spoke with depth. "I've learned the hard way. You're a smart guy, little brother. In this world, no one is genuinely interested in helping you. When I help you secure a spot, it's because of your popularity. Being next to you means I can earn a bit more." Jiang Tian understood this fundamental principle, having navigated society for several years. Although Li Dali's words held some truth, Jiang Tian also recognized his good nature, straightforwardness, and loyalty. That was enough. However, Li Dali suddenly shifted the conversation, lowering his voice. "Little brother, there's something you must be careful about. Chapter 11, this fried rice, seems rather extraordinary. However, my dear brother, there is something you must be cautious about." Li Dali's tone was grave, and his gaze was intense. "What is it, brother?" Jiang Tian inquired with curiosity. Li Dali glanced at the few restaurants on the street and remarked, "It is said that competitors are like enemies. You must be wary of those establishments that serve fried rice." Jiang Tian understood the implication behind Li Dali's words and replied solemnly, "If one conducts oneself with integrity, there is nothing to fear." Li Dali offered a wry smile. "I once shared your perspective, my brother. Do you know why I came to this area?" "Why?" Jiang Tian asked. "I used to operate in the economic development zone. Even an outsider like you could see the quality of our skewers. Like you, I prefer to earn less, but insisted on using better ingredients. I changed the oil daily, and the sauce was something I spent thousands on learning to perfect from afar. Although I did not enjoy the same immediate success as you, by relying on fresh ingredients and exquisite flavors, I gradually built a solid customer base." Li Dali continued with a sense of melancholy. "But the skewers are fiercely competitive. While my business thrived, others suffered. Eventually, they conspired against me, spreading rumors that my skewers caused food poisoning, insisting that my products were unclean. They even hired people to create disturbances at my stall. This led to a cascade of fear among my loyal customers, and I could no longer sustain my business there. Thus, despite the appearance of independence among these stalls, it is in essence a small world. Excelling too much can be a liability." Jiang Tian pondered Li Dali's words and recognized the truth in them. "I understand, brother. Alas, awareness can also be a burden. To obstruct someone's means of livelihood is akin to taking their family away. Your prosperous business inevitably detracts from others' clientele." Despite Li Dali's cautionary tale, Jiang Tian remained resolute in his principles. As long as he was true to himself, that was sufficient. With a lull in business, Li Dali waved his hand dismissively. "You need not dwell on it. Perhaps I am overthinking." Jiang Tian nodded and began to tidy up his stall. The food street was quiet, with the crowd only expected to arrive after 5. Since experiencing Lao Zhang's fried rice the previous day, Li Hua found himself unable to shake the memory. Fearing long queues after school, he decided to skip a class and brought his girlfriend along. I can't believe you meant that the food was good here, not at the mall. Zhao Tingting crossed her arms, visibly displeased. From the previous evening, Li Hua had mysteriously messaged her, claiming he would take her to skip class for something delicious. He had sung the praises of the dish so extravagantly that she expected a taste that would transcend the ordinary. After a day filled with anticipation, she was dismayed to find herself at the food street, an environment she deemed messy and uninviting. Stinky tofu? Fried skewers? Or that dreadful Odin? I swear on my life, this is truly the best thing I have ever eaten, Li Hua declared earnestly, unable to focus on his classes. His mind preoccupied with the fragrant memory of Lao Zhang's fried rice. The aroma lingered in his thoughts, leaving him salivating. It better be as good as you claim, Zhao Tingting retorted. If it's not, you're buying me a lipstick. Deal, Li Hua responded confidently, catching Zhao Tingting off guard. Her boyfriend was usually so frugal. His willingness to agree so easily piqued her curiosity. Was it truly exceptional? Considering their outings, Li Hua rarely exaggerated his food experiences. Watch out. We're about to pass that fried rice place I frequent, he said, turning his body slightly to avoid being seen by Lao Zhang. Zhao Tingting scoffed. What are you afraid of? You're a customer. You have the right to choose what to eat. You're not his exclusive patron. What will you do if you choose not to buy from him? Hold your head high. Feeling compelled by his girlfriend's confidence, Li Hua straightened his posture and, as they passed Lao Zhang's stall, he exchanged a reluctant smile with the man, who looked at him with a wounded expression. Before long, Li Hua and Zhao Tingting found themselves at Jiang Tian's stall. Wait, you skip class just to have fried rice? Zhao Tingting exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, indeed, Li Hua replied earnestly. This fried rice is simply out of this world. Zhao Tingting face-bombed, exasperated. She was well aware of Li Hua's love for fried rice. They often visited this area together, and he always ordered from Lao Zhang, never tiring of it. Today, he was excitedly proclaiming he had discovered a new gem, only to bring her back to the same place. Resigned to the situation, Zhao Tingting had hoped for at least some skewers or a snack like bobo chicken. But to her dismay, it was once again fried rice. How could her silly boyfriend be so fixated on fried rice? Was he unable to survive without it? Witnessing the brewing argument, Jiang Tian interjected, Miss, I assure you, my fried rice is truly delightful. You should give it a try. Zhao Tingting smirked, delicious? How good can fried rice possibly be? Can it even bloom with flavor? Despite her reluctance and frustration, she conceded, fine. Make me a serving of the 8 yuan special fried rice. No, my dear, Li Hua interjected hastily. The crowd will be here soon. One serving won't suffice for us both. If we want more later, we'll have to wait in line. You, Zhao Tingting was incredulous, unreasonable. Just order one. If it's that good, I'll queue for you. If not for the stall owner's good looks, she would have been furious. Seeing her determination, Li Hua had no choice but to call out to Jiang Tian, all right, boss. We'll start with 1 serving of the special fried rice. Got it. Please scan here. Jiang Tian replied cheerfully. He ignited the stove, and, as the iron wok warmed, he added a spoonful of oil to coat it. Once the oil reached the perfect temperature, he added another spoonful of cold oil and cracked into free-range eggs he had purchased from the market that morning. The high heat coaxed an intense aroma from the eggs, a stark contrast to ordinary ones. After scrambling the eggs to a tender consistency, he tossed in fresh vegetables, stirring them briefly before adding the rice and frying it vigorously. With his exclusive secret seasoning added, a steaming plate of special fried rice soon emerged, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. As Zhao Tingting observed the process, her resolve began to waver. The fragrance enveloping her senses ignited an unexpected hunger within her. Was it possible that she had developed an appetite for fried rice? This dish did indeed seem quite remarkable. Chapter 12. The support of the brother-in-law, Li Hua eagerly opened the disposable food container, and the enticing aroma of fried rice instantly filled the air. He placed it before Zhao Tingting, exclaiming, "You must try this. This fried rice is truly unbeatable." Zhao Tingting instinctively swallowed, initially indifferent to street food. Yet at that moment, the fried rice appeared to her as if it were radiating a golden glow. She picked up a spoon and took a bite. In an instant, her eyes sparkled as if stars were dancing within them. Her pupils dilated in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "My goodness, this fried rice is extraordinary." As the flavors exploded in her mouth like a blooming garden, she felt no trace of the discomfort she had anticipated. She had always perceived fried rice as greasy and overly salty, but this dish was a delightful exception. Not only was it light, but the seasoning was also perfectly balanced. With her father being a chef, she understood that the most challenging aspect of cooking was achieving that precise balance. How can it be this delicious? Unable to resist, Zhao Tingting took another spoonful, having rushed through her first bite without savoring it. This time, she deliberately slowed her chewing, allowing herself to revel in the aroma of the fried rice, the high heat of the wok, the rich scent of the eggs, the fragrance of the rice, and the crisp sweetness of the vegetables. Everything was so perfectly executed, so immaculate. No wonder her boyfriend had forsaken Lao Zhang's fried rice, fervently insisting on the exceptional quality of this place. It was evident now that he had not exaggerated in the slightest. The taste was indeed transcendent. Without hesitation, Zhao Tingting pulled out her phone, snapped a photo of the fried rice, and posted it online. "I declare, Lao Zhang's fried rice in the food street is the best in the universe." After posting, she noticed that Li Hua was devouring the dish voraciously in mere moments. He had consumed more than half of it. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Li Hua sheepishly smiled. "Sorry, babe. It was just too delicious to resist." With her hands on her hips, Zhao Tingting huffed. "Stop eating. I want to have some." Li Hua scratched his head. "How about we buy another portion?" "Okay. Then I want the ham-fried rice." However, when they turned to the stall, they were taken aback to see a line already forming for Lao Zhang's fried rice. "Boss, I'll take 2 portions of the lean meat fried rice. 20 in total, right? I'm coming over. I want a portion of the lean meat fried rice. And also add a ham portion. Thank you. I want 5 portions. 12 is the premium price. Can you eat that much, brother? I have several roommates who are starving." As they observed the growing queue, Jiang Tian beamed with satisfaction, calling out everyone, one at a time, "No need to rush. There is plenty for all." With the aid of the Yishan pill, Jiang Tian felt invigorated, even in the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees. He felt remarkably comfortable. The system as provisions were indeed effective, with no adverse effects whatsoever. A peculiar scene unfolded in the food street. Typically, crowds gathered at the entrance, which was always bustling with foot traffic, often leading to congestion. Yet today, the entrance was eerily empty. All the patrons who had rushed to the food street after school were drawn solely to Jiang Tian's fried rice. Even those who were initially unaware of the situation followed suit. Under normal circumstances, fried rice would not garner much attention. But a queue that long for fried rice? I must see what the fuss is about. Jiang Tian was busily occupied, wishing he had 3 heads and 6 arms to manage the influx of customers on just his second day of selling. The line seemed endless, and more people were approaching. "Boss, your fried rice smells amazing," exclaimed a young man at the front of the line, his eyes sparkling. "I saw it on the wall, and, at first, I was skeptical, but now I'm truly convinced." "The wall?" Jiang Tian pondered curiously. "What wall? I haven't paid for any advertisements." The young man chuckled. "Don't misunderstand, boss. I meant the confession wall, which you can consider a public platform at our school. Many people praised your fried rice there yesterday. That is how I found out about it." A girl behind him chimed in. "I'm from the nearby University of Science and Technology." "Wow. So you all came from a confession wall? Am I the only one who was recommended by a friend?" "I was recommended by a friend too. She brought some back to the dormitory, and I had to have 2 portions today." As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, Jiang Tian discerned that he had somehow made it onto a confession wall, attracting both curious newcomers and returning customers. Regardless, he was determined to provide excellent service to each patron. With the Yishan pill's assistance, Jiang Tian felt tireless, his body perpetually in a state of comfort. On the street, a young man donned a black mask and sunglasses, concealing his identity. In front of him stood several university students, their eyes bright, yet somewhat naive. The young man stated seriously, "Remember my words. Once inside, find Lao Zhang's fried rice, and each buy 3 portions. Bro, if you want to deal with him, I can help you smash his stall." A young man with dyed, yellow hair suggested slyly. "Once it's done, just give me $1,000. The young man frowned. "What? That's my brother-in-law. The yellow-haired youth was taken aback. Brother-in-law? What do you mean? The young man, Lin Chun, was the younger brother of Lin Wanjing, Jiang Tian's sister-in-law. Last night, he learned from his parents about Jiang Tian's unemployment and his new venture selling fried rice. Brother-in-law is a great person, especially toward our family. There's no doubt about that. When I was buying a car, he even offered to sponsor me with 50,000. But Lin Chun had declined without hesitation. It's not easy for him to earn money, working hard to support his family. How could I ask him for help? Moreover, I don't know him anything. My sister can stand tall at home. Voldemort? Lin Chun scoffed. I'm going to be a supportive brother-in-law. Men have a strong sense of pride, so to ensure his brother-in-law didn't he lose faith in life, Lin Chun hired a group of people to support Jiang Tian's business. This was, in essence, his way of showing support for his brother-in-law. Chapter 13. Astonished Lin Chun was a man of reliability. He understood well the vanity of men. Simply handing cash to his brother-in-law would surely bruise his pride. The most tactful approach was to support his street food venture. Thus, upon learning of Jiang Tian's stall the previous day, Lin Chun enlisted a few university students to assist. He had witnessed Jiang Tian's culinary skills and could only describe them as tragically inadequate, perhaps even horrendous. The thought of his brother-in-law, standing at the stall, observing the bustling crowds at other stalls while his own remained neglected, filled Lin Chun with sympathy. He resolved to help his brother-in-law regain his former glory. Don't ask too many questions, just hurry, Lin Chun urged. The young men enthusiastically set off, while he found a spot to sit. Noting the time was 6:30 in the evening. He estimated they would return in about 10 minutes. Lighting a cigarette, he waited patiently, but by 7 o'clock, they had still not returned. Half an hour had passed. Where could they be? Lin Chun, growing increasingly anxious, dismissed the idea that they might have fled. After all, he hadn't even given them money. They were expected to cover the cost of the fried rice up front, which he would reimburse later. Just as Lin Chun's restlessness peaked, Huang Mao and the others returned, carrying fried rice. Lin Chun's expression darkened with displeasure. Why did it take you so long? Brother, the line was simply too long. You must pay us more. Huang Mao replied, exasperated. Lin Chun was taken aback. A line? Really? Huang Mao nodded. If I had known it would take so long, how would tea have come? Wait a moment. Lin Chun scratched his head. Are you sure you bought from old Zhang's stall? A line? For my brother-in-law's fried rice? How could that be possible? With his mediocre skills, it would be remarkable to have even a single customer, let alone a queue. Lin Chun scrutinized Huang Mao, suspecting a scheme to inflate prices. Sensing this suspicion, Huang Mao quickly responded, Brother, we wouldn't deceive you. Look, I even filmed a video. Huang Mao handed over his phone, and Lin Chun was astounded to see the footage. Indeed, it was old Zhang's fried rice. And the stall was run by his own brother-in-law, Jiang Tian. What surprised Lin Chun even more was the unexpected popularity of the stall. How could this be? Was Jiang Tian employing actors to create a fad? Lin Chun, still perplexed, decided to investigate further. After settling Huang Mao and the others' payments, he bundled himself up and made his way to the food street. Upon arriving at old Zhang's stall, he was taken aback by the scene before him. It was a sight to behold. The stall was the most prosperous one he had seen that evening. As he stood at the end of the line, he tapped a young woman in front of him on the shoulder and asked, Excuse me, how much do you charge for a day's work? The young woman glared at him in disbelief. What is wrong with you? How much does your mother charge for a day? Their quarrel attracted attention, prompting Lin Chun to quickly lower his head and clarify, Please don't misunderstand. I meant, how much did you get paid to promote this stall? What nonsense are you spouting? The young woman retorted angrily. I came here yesterday and returned today. Does that make me a promoter? I think you're the one who looks suspicious, dressed so conspicuously as if trying to avoid attention. Embarrassed, Lin Chun forced a smile, fearing he might attract Jiang Tian's notice. As he continued to wait in line for a full 30 minutes, he began to realize that these customers were not hired actors, but genuine patrons, some of whom had come merely on recommendations from friends or had enjoyed the food previously. Curiosity piqued. Lin Chun wondered about the taste of his brother-in-law's fried rice. Just then, Jiang Tian looked up from his cooking and smiled. Lin Chun, what brings you here? Did your sister send you? Isn't it hot wearing a mask in this summer heat? Lin Chun was taken aback. How did you recognize me, brother-in-law? He felt an urge to spit blood. He thought he had been well disguised. How could Jiang Tian identify him so easily, without any hint of surprise? You think I haven't seen you enough times to recognize you? Jiang Tian replied casually. Perfect timing. You can help me with packing. Although Jiang Tian was immune to fatigue, thanks to his special pills, he still lacked extra hands. Lin Chen's presence was a timely boon to assist with packing. Feeling a bit dazed, Lin Chen complied. His task was straightforward. Jiang Tian would prepare the fried rice and place it into disposable containers, and Lin Chen would then pass them on to the eager customers. As he watched the steady stream of patrons, it felt surreal, especially witnessing Jiang Tian's fluid movements while cooking. His technique was mesmerizing, perhaps even surpassing that of some top chefs in culinary competitions. Brother-in-law, how did you get so many customers? Does my sister know? Lin Chen finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Jiang Tian, while stirring the rice, chuckled. The students are eager to support me. Your sister is aware. Business was good yesterday. I never expected you'd come today to lend a hand. Lin Chen felt a twinge of relief. It seemed his worries were unfounded. With such a large crowd, Jiang Tian was likely earning more than he would at a regular job, albeit with a fair amount of physical exertion. Yet, seeing the smile on Jiang Tian's face suggested he was enjoying himself. Indeed, selling fried rice from a stall might be physically tiring, but it was far less mentally exhausting than dealing with office politics. Physical fatigue could be remedied with rest, while mental fatigue was considerably harder to alleviate. With this realization, Lin Chen felt reassured. His sister's well-being was his utmost concern. Brother-in-law, if I have free time after work, I'll come help you, Lin Chen declared. That sounds great. Jiang Tian responded with a light laugh. Are you hungry? I'll make you a special fried rice. Cool, mate. Help me pack this ham fried rice for this lovely lady. Though Lin Chen had eaten some food earlier and had a portion of stinky tofu while waiting for Huang Mao, the enticing aroma wafting from Jiang Tian's cooking made him swallow hard. It was simply irresistible. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing Jiang Tian was his brother-in-law, and that he shouldn't accept such a gesture without offering to pay. However, as he hesitated, the words of refusal fell away, and he nodded earnestly. I really haven't eaten yet. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chapter 14. You're suspected of food safety issues. Please accompany us. Jiang Tian prepared a serving of fried rice for Lin Chen, as he was his beloved brother-in-law and deserved to be treated well. After all, a full stomach provides the energy to work. 3 eggs were cracked into the pan, and the high heat from the oil released the delectable aroma of the eggs. Once they were scrambled and tender, vegetables, ham, and lean meat were added. The enticing scent wafted from the pan, tantalizing Lin Chen, who was waiting eagerly. His brother-in-law truly cared for him. With 3 eggs and generous portions of ham and lean meat, this must be a luxurious fried rice worth at least 15 yuan. As he watched the ham and meat sizzle among the rice, Lin Chen could not help but swallow hard. The thought of how joyful this first bite would be was almost too much to bear. He never expected his brother-in-law to possess such culinary skills. Soon, an extravagant serving of fried rice was ready, and Jiang Tian placed it into a takeout container, saying to Lin Chen, "Go eat over there." Initially, Lin Chen thought of helping Jiang Tian for a while longer before indulging, but once the dish was ready, he could hardly wait a second longer. All right, brother-in-law. Without further ado, Lin Chen grabbed a spoon and settled onto a small stool behind Jiang Tian. He scooped a generous spoonful and brought it to his mouth. In that instant, all the flavors he had imagined burst forth. Throughout the cooking process, Lin Chen had envisioned just how delicious this would be, yet when he finally tasted it, he was astonished to discover it was even better than he had imagined. Oh my goodness! Lin Chen devoured the fried rice voraciously, entirely shedding any semblance of decorum. In less than 3 minutes, he polished off the entire serving. What delight! It was truly exhilarating. Lin Chen felt far from satisfied. The lingering flavors of egg, ham, lean meat, vegetables, rice, and various seasonings danced on his palate. Tears brimmed in Lin Chen's eyes as he thought, brother-in-law, how well you've hidden your talents. With these skills, why did you even need a job? You could have started a stall long ago and brought my sister and duo a better life. Just as Lin Chen rose to offer assistance, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw was a call from his father. After answering, Lin Chen's father, who was also Jiang Tian's father-in-law, asked, "Xiao Chun, have you arrived?" Lin Dahai, Jiang Tian's father-in-law, was a very open-minded man. When Jiang Tian married Lin Wanjing, Lin Dahai did not place any obstacles in their way. Even the house they currently lived in had been purchased after their marriage. Upon learning from Lin Wanjing that Jiang Tian was unemployed, Lin Shun and Lin Dahai devised a plan to uplift Jiang Tian's spirits. Looking at the bustling scene of customers lining up for fried rice, Lin Shun sheepishly replied, "I'm here, Dad." Lin Dahai sighed, "Is your brother-in-law feeling down? That's understandable. After all, he carries the weight of an entire family on his shoulders. Tell him that life is full of setbacks, and he must not lose hope over such trivial matters. Also, I consulted your granduncle, who used to run a stall. He mentioned that it is normal for a new stall to have no customers at first. Persistence is key. Only by gradually building a clientele will the business improve." Lin Chen's lips twitched at the thought of no customers. "Dad, what do you think all these people in line are?" he replied. Yet Lin Dahai retorted angrily, "You little rascal, are you trying to deceive me? He has never cooked at home, let alone run a stall. And transitioning to a new industry is no small feat. How well can he expect to do on his first try? Losing his job is not his fault. Who would blame him for that?" Lin Chun chuckled softly. "Why would I lie to you? If I were to deceive someone, it would be you as my father." Lin Dahai responded, No, that's not it." Lin Chun sighed and shook his head. "Let me start a video call. You will see for yourself." After hanging up, Lin Chun initiated a video call with Lin Dahai. When the call connected, the camera angle captured Jiang Tian's back, but it also showed the long queue of customers. "Am I lying?" Lin Chun declared proudly. "My brother-in-law hasn't stopped for a moment. Business is booming." The bustling food street was filled with noise, and Jiang Tian was so engrossed in his work that he was unaware of Lin Chun and Lin Dahai's conversation. He focused intently, having not eaten or drunk a single drop of water since arriving. The business was indeed thriving. Just moments ago, he had completed the task assigned by the system, successfully selling 200 portions of fried rice and earning a new chance to draw a prize. However, he was too busy to think about it, so he would have to wait until he returned home that evening. After finishing the call, Lin Chun hurriedly joined in to help. He worked efficiently, and with his assistance, Jiang Tian was able to save considerable time. Customers continued to arrive in waves, and Lin Chun was drenched in sweat. Yet when he glanced back at Jiang Tian, he appeared completely unfazed, wearing an expression of calm confidence. "Brother-in-law, aren't you tired?" Lin Chun asked in frustration. In terms of workload, Jiang Tian had at least 10 times more to do than Lin Chun. How could he not be sweating? Jiang Tian chuckled. "Perhaps I'm just accustomed to it. If you're tired, take a break." Lin Chun shook his head, glancing at the time. It was nearly 8 in the evening. This was the busiest time at the food street, not only filled with university students, but also with office workers coming for dinner after work. How much money would his brother-in-law earn tonight? It was hard to fathom. However, it was a good thing that Jiang Tian was making money, as this would ensure not only his sister's well-being, but also alleviate his parents' worries. With that thought, Lin Chun worked even harder, his face beaming with genuine smiles as he handed out takeout boxes while bowing and saying, "We welcome you to visit again." The food was delicious, the boss was kind, and the service was excellent. Jiang Tian's stall quickly earned a reputation as a top-notch vendor. WeChat deposit of 20 yuan. WeChat deposit of 50 yuan. WeChat deposit of 10 yuan. WeChat deposit of 8 yuan. The pleasant notifications chimed one after another, as Jiang Tian became completely immersed in the whirlwind of activity, seemingly entering a transcendent state of harmony between man and stove. Yet, as is often the case, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Jiang Tian was in the throes of his busy work, a group of uniformed individuals suddenly approached him. The leader, a middle-aged man, presented his identification and coldly stated, "You are Jiang Tian, correct? You are currently suspected of food safety violations. Please accompany us for a discussion." At that moment, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Many recognized the middle-aged man as Sun Shan, the director of the Jiangsheng Economic Development Zone Police Department, frequently seen in the local news. Chapter 15. Some individuals are simply envious of the success of others. Half an hour ago, Zhao Wan, the wife of Lao Zhang, was cracking sunflower seeds while observing the bustling crowd at their stall. They set up their stand early, often arriving by 2 in the afternoon to secure a prime location, which had consistently ensured good business. However, today they experienced a dramatic decline. It was now 7:30 in the evening, and despite arriving at 3, they had earned less than 100 yuan. Typically, their revenue at this hour would be several hundred. As she glanced at Lao Zhang, who was smoking, Zhao Wan felt a surge of frustration. She raised her hand and slapped the back of Lao Zhang's head, exclaiming, "Smoke away. Didn't you say yesterday you'd report him to the police? Hurry up." Lao Zhang squinted, his eyes catching sight of Jiang Tian's thriving business from his vantage point. Both were selling fried rice, yet the disparity in their fortunes was staggering. A long queue of eager customers lined up at Jiang Tian's stall, while theirs remained forlorn and unattended. To deny feelings of jealousy would be insincere. Previously, customers had no choice. The fried rice vendors on the food street offered similar ingredients. But now, a new contender had arrived, boasting superior ingredients, delightful flavors, and competitive prices, alongside impeccable service. If Lao Zhang allowed Jiang Tian's reputation to flourish, his own prospects on the food street would be bleak. Determined, Lao Zhang angrily flicked away his cigarette but grabbed his phone and dialed a 3-digit number. "Hello? Is this the police? I'd like to report a case. There's a fried rice vendor named Jiang Tian at the University Food Street, and I suspect he's using illegal ingredients. You need to come investigate. This is a serious issue. His customers are all university students, the future of our nation." After hanging up, Lao Zhang glared at Jiang Tian, who was busy serving customers, and muttered, "Young man, don't take it personally. There's only so many customers to go around. If you take them all, how will I survive?" Meanwhile, at the police station in the Jiangsheng Economic Development Zone, the operator promptly relayed Lao Zhang's call to her superiors. Upon hearing the report, they took it very seriously, particularly the station chief, Sun Shan. He immediately ordered the retrieval of surveillance footage from the food street, where he observed the throngs of people lining up at Jiang Tian's stall. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. "Unbelievable," a police officer behind him remarked. "Chief Sun, the owner of that fried rice stall, is Jiang Tian. He was previously a salesman for Jiai Real Estate, and just yesterday, the owner of Jiai took all the company's money and fled abroad. Jiang Tian has only been selling fried rice since yesterday, yet his business is already exceptionally booming, with no negative reviews." Sun Shan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Tian's diligent figure on the screen. Not a single bad review. If there aren't any questionable ingredients in his fried rice, that would be quite unusual. As the chief, Sun Shan felt a flicker of anxiety. Under normal circumstances, he would dispatch his subordinates to handle the situation. However, recently, a new policy had been announced to renovate the university food street, transforming it into a tourist attraction. Higher-ups were scheduled to inspect the food street soon. At this critical juncture, there could be no room for error. Moreover, this Jiang Tian was being excessively reckless. His clientele consisted entirely of young people. Engaging in such practices endangered the future of our nation. This behavior could not be tolerated. If proven true, he must be dealt with harshly to serve as a warning to others, ensuring that no issues would arise during the upcoming inspection. With that in mind, Sun Shan ordered, "Shao Li, gather a team and come with me." At the university food street, Jiang Tian looked on, puzzled, as Sun Shan and his team approached. "Hello, officer. All my ingredients are right here. Is there a safety issue?" Sun Shan replied sternly, "Some things are better discussed back at the station." The uniforms of Sun Shan and his team were conspicuously noticeable, drawing a crowd from the entire street. "What is happening? Is something wrong with Jiang's fried rice?" murmured a voice from the crowd. "There's no way he'd use anything illegal, right? Impossible. Jiang seems like such an honest person. He wouldn't do that." Another echoed. "Don't judge a book by its cover," someone interjected. "I suspected something was off yesterday. It was just too delicious." As whispers filled the air, many began to question whether Jiang Tian's fried rice contained forbidden substances, especially with the police chief involved. Yet, others defended Jiang, citing the freshness of his ingredients and the quality of his rice. Jiang Tian took a moment to gather his thoughts and address the crowd, I sincerely apologize, everyone. As a law-abiding citizen, I must cooperate with the police investigation. A person with nothing to hide has no reason to fear shadows. I trust the police will clear my name. If I set up my stall tonight, I'll notify everyone in advance through WeChat. Turning to Sun Shan, Jiang Tian asked, "Officer, may I have my customers add me on WeChat? It won't take long." Sun Shan found this odd. Typically, when individuals find themselves in such situations, they would instinctively feel anxious, yet Jiang Tian remained remarkably calm, as if he were entirely unconcerned. Indeed, Jiang Tian was untroubled. Throughout his life, he had never engaged in any illicit activities. The most questionable thing he had done was sneakily browsing certain websites during his youth. Who hasn't he? What boy would claim he isn't he? If he were to be arrested over such trivialities, he would have no defense. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Shan nodded. That's fine. He suddenly realized he might have overreacted. Just a phone call, and he had presumed that Jiang Tian's fried rice contained illegal ingredients. Was he making a mountain out of a molehill? His primary concern was the clientele of Jiang Tian's fried rice, university students, and secondly, the impending inspection from higher-ups. Many still placed their trust in Jiang Tian. Even with the police present, they chose to add him on WeChat. Nearby, Lin Chun, who was helping out, felt anxious as Jiang Tian's brother-in-law. He knew he had to do something. He stepped forward and asked Sun Shan, "Sir, is there a misunderstanding?" Sun Shan glanced at Lin Chun and replied coolly, "We merely received a report and are following protocol. I hope you understand." Lin Chun chuckled awkwardly. "Of course I understand. You're just looking out for the students. However, could this be a case of malicious reporting? Some people are just envious of my brother-in-law's success." Upon hearing this, even the bystander, Brotherly Dolly, who usually kept to himself, chimed in exactly. Some individuals are simply envious of the success of others. He then turned sharply to the crowd, fixing his gaze on Lao Zhang. "Lao Zhang, why are you hiding? Is this true?" Chapter 16. Such trash fried rice deserves to be in the garbage bin. Old Zhang, who had been hiding in the crowd, suddenly stood up in a fit of indignation upon hearing these words. "What do you mean, Li Dolly?" Li Dolly crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "Why are you so anxious? I never said it was you." Old Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment as the gazes of Sun Shan and others bore down upon him, further deepening his humiliation. As a seasoned chef of fried rice, he knew better than anyone that Jiang Tian's fried rice contained no additives. Jiang Tian crafted the finest flavors with the simplest and most basic ingredients and seasonings. Old Zhang envied Jiang Tian's numerous customers, but felt even more jealousy over Jiang Tian's remarkable culinary skills. What pained Old Zhang the most was the fact that Jiang Tian's piercing gaze was now fixed upon him. The guilt of being caught in his deceit was palpable, and Old Zhang wished he could vanish into the ground. It was utterly shameful. He could not compete with Jiang Tian's flavors, nor with his service, and certainly not with his looks. To think he would resort to such despicable means to try and drive him away. At that moment, Jiang Tian patted Lin Chun on the shoulder and said seriously, "Don't tell your sister about this. I'll be back shortly." Lin Chun furrowed his brow and asked, "Brother-in-law, do you need me to help find someone?" "My dad knows the captain of the traffic police." Jiang Tian's lips twitched. The police chief was right there, and he asked what help he could provide. Moreover, he was not in trouble with the law. There's no need. Don't mention this to your sister or our parents. Understood? Lin Chun sighed deeply. "All right, brother-in-law, you can trust me. I'm good at keeping secrets." Jiang Tian smiled with gratitude and turned to Sun Shan, saying, "Hello, officer. We can leave now." Sun Shan nodded, gesturing for his men to spring into action. Two officers approached Jiang Tian, escorting him to their vehicle, while Jiang Tian's scooter was towed away for inspection. Watching the police car drive off, Lin Chun took out his phone and called Lin Wanjing. "Hey sis, my brother-in-law has been taken by the police." No, not for that. The police said it's a food safety issue. I'll call Dad. He knows people in the traffic police." Old Zhang hurried back to his food truck. With Jiang Tian taken away, he expected customers to flock to him. After all, his fried rice was affordable and tasty. However, to Old Zhang's dismay, despite eagerly watching people come and go, not a single person stopped at his food truck. What is going on? His wife, Zhao Wan, munched on an apple, perplexed. Why isn't business picking up? Jiang Tian's absence should have helped us out. Old Jiang inquired about the business of the other stalls. Zhao Wan shook her head. It doesn't look good. The other stalls selling fried rice aren't drawing any customers either. What is happening? Old Jiang scratched his head in confusion. Just then, a young man in casual white attire stopped at Old Jiang's stall. Old Jiang immediately stood up. This was his first customer since Jiang Tian left, and he recognized him as a regular who had visited at least 7 or 8 times before. Hello, handsome. What would you like to eat? Old Jiang rubbed his hands together, smiling broadly. The young man, Wang Rui, was taken aback by Old Jiang's unexpected warmth. Had Old Jiang taken some strange medicine? Previously, he had never seen Old Jiang smile. He was often indifferent and impatient when Wang Rui tried to engage him in conversation. Today felt different. Initially, Wang Rui had not planned to visit Old Jiang's fried rice stall. After tasting Jiang Tian's fried rice yesterday, he had been craving it ever since. He had come specifically to queue up, but before it was his turn, he witnessed Jiang Tian being taken away by the police. After wandering the food street for half an hour and feeling disenchanted by all the other offerings, he reluctantly settled for Old Jiang's stall. Gazing at the overwhelming menu, Wang Rui grimaced, devoid of appetite, yet his stomach rumbled with hunger. He sighed and ordered, "I'll have a ham fried rice, 7 yuan, right?" "Yes." Old Jiang replied cheerfully, "Our prices are low, and the portions are generous." Grateful for the customer, Old Jiang hurriedly opened the stove and began cooking. This ham fried rice was crafted with every ounce of his culinary skill, and even as he plated it, Old Jiang couldn't help but admire his creation. It was simply perfect, visually appealing, aromatic, and the taste was sure to impress. His exclusive secret seasoning was costly, with ingredients so complex that even many university students wouldn't recognize them all. It was a marvel of culinary science. How could it possibly taste bad? Once packaged, Old Jiang politely handed the fried rice to Wang Rui. "Here you go, handsome. Your ham fried rice is ready." Wang Rui nodded, took the fried rice, and sat down in the public dining area across from him. Upon opening the takeout box, an intense aroma wafted out, but Wang Rui's brow furrowed. It wasn't that the smell was unpleasant. Rather, it was overwhelmingly strong. The scent was distinctly that of fried rice. Yet when he tried to identify the individual aromas, he found it lacking in complexity. Yesterday, when he enjoyed Jiang Tian's ham fried rice, the aroma was layered and nuanced, allowing him to discern the scents of ham, eggs, rice, vegetables, and various seasonings. In contrast, Old Jiang's version was simply heavy with the smell of frying and rice. Disregarding his misgivings, Wang Rui, feeling ravenous, hesitantly scooped a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, his expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately retched, spewing the contents into the nearby trash bin. What on earth is this? Is this fit for consumption? It's disgustingly salty, overly greasy. The overwhelming taste of artificial additives flooded his senses. Ugh! Wang Rui spat in the trash can, dissatisfied. "Boss, why is your fried rice so terrible?" Old Jiang was taken aback. Terrible? That couldn't be right. He replayed the process of making the fried rice in his mind, convinced there had been no mistakes. It should taste even better than usual. So how could it be bad? Zhao Wan frowned and said, "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. We are honest business people, and our fried rice complies with food safety standards, unlike some who add inappropriate ingredients." Wang Rui slammed the table in frustration. "Are you out of your mind? I'm saying your food is bad, so why drag others into this? Besides, it's not like it's a done deal yet. Why are you so eager? One bite in, and it's nothing but additives. You nearly poisoned me." Enraged, he hurled the fried rice forcefully into the trash bin, exclaiming, "Such garbage fried rice deserves to be in the garbage bin." Chapter 17. Set up your stall by the Urban Management Bureau. Mr. Jiang, do not be anxious. In the conference room of the police station, Sunshan and Jiang Tian sat opposite each other. Jiang Tian had committed no crime. He was merely reported by someone. So there was no need for him to be confined in an interrogation room. "I am not anxious," Jiang Tian replied truthfully. What was there to be anxious about? He didn't even need to think hard to know that it was a malicious report from someone else. Such matters truly offered no recourse. Your vehicle has already been sent for inspection, and until the results are returned, you must remain in this room. During this time, feel free to communicate any requests you may have. All right. Jiang Tian stretched lazily. Could you perhaps fetch me a meal? I haven't eaten anything since noon. Sun Shan was taken aback. You still have the appetite to eat. He turned to the officer behind him. Go to the cafeteria and get him a meal. Make sure there's a generous portion of both the dishes and rice. Understood, Director Sun. With only the two of them remaining in the room, Sun Shan squinted and inquired, You lost your job yesterday and immediately began setting up a stall at night? And your business took off so quickly. Did you not consider seeking employment? As the director, Sun Shan's questioning technique was quite adept. Direct inquiries could raise suspicion in others, but his subtle approach made it easier for people to fall into his linguistic trap, such as the art of conversation. Jiang Tian shrugged. At first, I did consider finding a job, but when I heard that setting up a stall could be profitable, I thought I would give it a try. I never expected my fried rice to be so popular. The intricacies of the system were his secret, one he could not divulge. Otherwise, he would surely be captured and used as a lab rat for experimentation. Sun Shan took out a cigarette, offering one to Jiang Tian, who shook his head in refusal. After lighting one for himself, Sun Shan inhaled deeply and, amidst the swirling smoke, said solemnly, Do not hold it against us. You, an outsider, experienced such success on your very first day of trading, surpassing those who have been in the game for years. Furthermore, there are allegations that you included illegal substances in your fried rice. Such a serious matter warrants our full attention. Jiang Tian smiled broadly. Of course, I want to hold it against you. Investigating me is your duty, and cooperating with the investigation is mine. A clear conscience fears no knock at the door. The wait was long. More than 2 hours passed, and it was nearly 11 at night when the inspection team delivered the relevant materials. Although Sun Shan could not decipher the dizzying array of data, he summarized that Jiang Tian's offerings were entirely within the national food safety standards, with no issues whatsoever. This revelation astonished Sun Shan. They had often conducted spot checks on various food vendors, typically finding some data exceeding the limits. Jiang Tian's cleanliness was a first. In the minds of many, the reason roadside snacks are so delectable is due to the generous use of ingredients, often resulting in exceeding permissible levels. Yet, Jiang Tian's food was not only delicious, but also remarkably healthy. This round of inspections included not only the food cart, but also undercover officers who had previously disguised themselves as regular customers and purchased a portion, yielding results that were also within safe limits. This precaution was taken to prevent Jiang Tian from destroying evidence if he had indeed used any prohibited substances. As Jiang Tian was escorted to the lobby, he spotted his wife, Lin Wanjing, waiting for him from afar. Husband. Lin Wanjing appeared to have been crying, her beautiful eyes tinged with red. She rushed into Jiang Tian's embrace, tears streaming down her face. All right. Jiang Tian gently stroked her hair. Do not cry. I am perfectly fine. Beside them, Lin Shan wore a worried expression and approached Sun Shan, asking, Hello, officer. How many years will my brother-in-law be sentenced for this? Sun Shan chuckled. The inspection results are within safe limits. There's no need for imprisonment. He can leave right now. With that, Sun Shan turned to leave. However, Lin Wanjing, still in Jiang Tian's arms, suddenly looked up with tear-filled eyes and asked, But what will happen to my husband's business? That evening, while she was at home with her daughter Duo, her brother Lin Shan had called to inform her that Jiang Tian had been taken by the police for alleged issues with his fried rice, accused of having added illegal substances. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanjing felt immense fear, yet she firmly believed her husband would never add anything inappropriate. The first portion of fried rice Jiang Tian made was for her and Duo, if he truly had the audacity to use forbidden ingredients. He would never serve it to his wife and child. Thus, Lin Wanjing did not doubt Jiang Tian. From the moment Lin Shan notified her, she understood that this was a case of malicious reporting fueled by jealousy over her husband's successful business. Now that the inspection was complete and Jiang Tian's fried rice had passed, what would happen to the business? Being taken away by so many police officers in public. Who would believe him if he set up a stall again? There would be suspicions that his previous fried rice contained something illicit, merely rectified after the investigation. The power of public opinion is profoundly intimidating. Sun Shan had witnessed too many such instances. Even though many still believed in the cleanliness of Jiang Tian's fried rice, as public sentiment swelled, more would gradually lose faith. This could deeply discourage a conscientious vendor. Sun Shan furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before speaking gravely. This matter has indeed not been handled well on our part. The Bureau will find a way to restore your reputation. In the meantime, do you have any good suggestions? Lin Shun and Lin Wanjing exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily at a loss for a strategy. At that moment, Jiang Tian suddenly proposed, "Director Sun, might I set up a stall at the entrance of the police station? This way, all rumors will be dispelled." Jiang Tian's suggestion was startling, not only surprising Lin Shun and Lin Wanjing, but even causing Sun Shan to pause in astonishment. Setting up a stall at the entrance of the police station? This was truly unprecedented. Sun Shan replied solemnly, "Brother Jiang, it's not that I do not wish to assist you, but there is no precedent for such an action, and regulations do not permit it." "All right." Jiang Tian forced a smile, recognizing his own whimsical idea as impractical. Setting up a stall at the police station's entrance would indeed be the best way to prove his innocence, with the police station as his endorsement. Who would dare question the integrity of his fried rice? Yet, Sun Shan was correct. There was no precedent, and rules were not flexible. It seemed he would have to contemplate other solutions. "Well, Director Sun, we shall take our leave for now." With no other options available, they could only return and think things through. As Jiang Tian and the others turned to leave, Sun Shan felt a pang of guilt watching their backs. This matter could have been handled more effectively, perhaps by having an undercover officer inform Jiang Tian to cooperate with the investigation, thus avoiding such a public spectacle. "Wait," Sun Shan suddenly called out. "While I may not be able to assist you directly, I can ask a brother department for help." Jiang Tian halted in his tracks, turning back with a look of confusion. "Brother department?" Sun Shan nodded. "How about this? The Urban Management Bureau is located right next to the food street. You could set up your stall there." Chapter 18, A Special Fried Rice, Please. Within the precinct, Jiang Tian and Sun Shan conferred regarding the matter at hand. However, it was already quite late, and the university students had returned to their dormitories. Even if they ventured out now, the outcome would be less than favorable, and communication with the Urban Management Bureau was still necessary. Hence, it was tentatively decided that a separate stall would be set up for Jiang Tian in front of the Urban Management Bureau the following evening. With this temporary resolution in place, it was already 11 o'clock when they departed from the police station. Lin Wanjing glanced at the time and suggested, "Darling, shall we head home?" Jiang Tian shook his head, replying, "You go back first. I wish to check on the Wang Hai apartment." Originally, the plan was to return home to fetch rice after the Food Street event, and then head to the apartment. However, after waiting so long at the police station for the inspection results, it would be imprudent to return home without having sold at least the rice in the car. "Are you really going?" Lin Wanjing asked with concern. "It's so late. Aren't you tired?" Jiang Tian affectionately tousled her hair, assuring her, "It's fine, my dear. You know I'm in good health." Sensing the implication in his words, a blush crept onto Lin Wanjing's exquisite face. She intended to insist, but ultimately understood Jiang Tian's stubborn nature, conceding, "All right then, but please come back early. I can't sleep without you." "Don't worry," he reassured her. Had it not been for Duo being at home, Lin Wanjing would have certainly accompanied Jiang Tian to the Wang Hai apartment. After having Lin Chun drive her back, Jiang Tian mounted his tricycle and made his way to the apartment. While waiting at a traffic light, he opened his phone to find numerous messages from customers on WeChat. "Boss Jiang, are you out? Are you setting up tonight? I can't sleep without your fried rice. I love your fried rice so much. Please don't add any forbidden ingredients. Otherwise, I will hate you for a lifetime. Praying for your safety, missing you on the first day. Could you please reply when you come out? I know it's jealousy from competitors that led to the malicious report." The customers with his WeChat were primarily those who trusted the quality of his fried rice. Jiang Tian responded to each message, confirming that he was out and that the food cart had passed inspection with no issues, even sending a photo of the inspection report provided by Sun Shan. However, such reassurances were but a drop in the bucket. Those who doubted him would remain skeptical, even if presented with the report. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Tian had already arrived at the Wang Hai apartment, which was buzzing with activity at this hour, though the foot traffic paled in comparison to the food street. The primary demographic here consisted of office workers residing in the area. The Wang Hai apartment was indeed impressive, comprising 5 buildings, each over 30 stories tall, surrounded by numerous office buildings, making it exceedingly convenient for residents. "Hey, little brother," a familiar voice called from a distance. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and saw it was Li Dali. The area was not crowded with vendors, totaling only around 20 or 30, allowing for ample space. He parked his tricycle next to Li Dali and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Li, you're here too." True friendship reveals itself in times of trouble. When Jiang Tian faced issues, Li Dali did not hastily distance himself, but instead defended him, a gesture that warmed Jiang Tian's heart. Everything was understood without the need for words. For Jiang Tian, the bond of brotherhood was secondary. Having someone like Li Dali to converse with was more than enough, even if the latter had ulterior motives. After discussing matters at the police station, Jiang Tian refrained from mentioning his plan to set up a stall at the Urban Management Bureau the next day, as it was not yet confirmed. Li Dali squinted, saying, "Little brother, I suspect it's that old Jean behind this. He is a cunning individual. Do you know why he has the best business on the food street? It's because he resorts to such despicable tactics. Whenever a new vendor selling fried rice or fried noodles opens, he spreads rumors about their cleanliness, while in reality, his own food is the dirtiest." Jiang Tian's expression grew somber. "Brother Li, I will find a way to handle this." Li Dali waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. How's business at the Wang Hai apartment?" Jiang Tian glanced around. Indeed, there were many young people here, and compared to the food street, this area had even more attractive women. In the summer of Jiang City, the sight of countless fair legs was dazzling. This place was a melting pot, with all sorts of people. Years ago, before the rise of live streaming, people referred to the Wang Hai apartment as a chicken coop. Jiang Tian responded, bemused. Now, it's a hub for internet celebrities. Many beautiful influencers from Jiang City reside here. Jiang Tian found it amusing. However, the clientele here posed a challenge, entirely different from that of the food street. Despite his success in the food street, no one here recognized him. Besides Jiang Tian, there were 2 other vendors selling fried rice and fried noodles, with mediocre sales. Jiang Tian glanced at his rice bucket. His goal for the night was modest, just to sell out the rice, amounting to about 50 portions. His sign was new, and his food cart was clean and tidy, soon attracting a young couple. As they approached, the girl scrunched her nose at the menu, asking, "Boss, is it just fried rice?" Jiang Tian replied cheerfully, "Yes, beautiful. New items will be available tomorrow." The boy, who had his arm around her, yawned. "Didn't you have enough steak for dinner? I'm so tired. Can we go back to sleep?" The girl shot him a reproachful look. "How can you say that? You ate almost all the steak. I barely had any." She scanned the area and remarked, "This place looks clean, but I really don't want fried rice. I want fried noodles." Hearing her dilemma, Jiang Tian quickly interjected, "My fried rice is quite delicious, miss. You should give it a try." The boy chuckled. "You're quite amusing, boss. Who would say their own food tastes bad?" Jiang Tian smiled. "You're right, handsome. No boss would ever claim their food tastes poor. However, a serving of fried rice is only 8 yuan. It won't break the bank. Why not let me prepare one for you? If you enjoy it, you can pay. If not, you can simply leave it." This proposition piqued the interest of the young couple. "Boss, you're quite confident, aren't you?" the girl teased. "Indeed, if I lacked confidence, I wouldn't be here selling fried rice. So what do you say, handsome and beautiful? Care to try a serving?" The couple exchanged glances, and finally, the boy said with enthusiasm, "Since you put it that way, I can't sleep without trying your fried rice first. One special fried rice, please." Chapter 19. Where does the rice come from? "A special fried rice, please." The young man, Li Liang, resided in Wang Hai apartment with his girlfriend, Yuan Xin. He had savored the various street delicacies along this road numerous times. This evening, however, after a rather unsatisfying dinner of Western cuisine, they sought to indulge in something more fulfilling. Yuan Xin was notoriously finicky about food. Her foremost concern was hygiene, insisting on cleanliness above all else, followed closely by taste. After a thorough search, they settled on Lao Jiang fried rice, which boasted impeccable cleanliness in its kitchen and a charmingly handsome owner. Unlike the greasy middle-aged man selling fried skewers next door, the proprietor exuded confidence that piqued Li Liang's interest. He had seldom encountered a restaurant owner so assured in their culinary offerings. "All right," Jiang Tian, the owner, responded cheerfully as he turned on the stove to heat the pan. Li Liang observed the chef's movements closely and warned, "Just a heads up, if this doesn't taste good, don't blame me for not supporting you." Jiang Tian merely smiled in response, not offering any words. As the pan heated, oil was added, and once the subtle white smoke began to rise, a spoonful of cold oil was introduced. Eggs were cracked in and stir-fried to a soft fluffiness, followed by the vegetables, which were stir-fried just until tender. Finally, the rice was added. While making fried rice is simple, crafting a delicious dish requires considerable skill, such as selecting the right rice, controlling the heat, and balancing the seasonings. The ingredients sizzled vigorously over high heat, releasing an enticing aroma that enveloped Li Liang and Yuan Xin. Inhaling the fragrant air, Li Liang couldn't help but take a deep breath. This aroma, it seemed to possess a depth that surpassed other fried rice he had encountered. Upon closer inspection, he could discern the distinct scents of the various ingredients. In less than 3 minutes, the fried rice was ready. Jiang Tian packaged it up and handed it to them. "Here you go, beautiful lady and handsome gentleman. Give our fried rice a try." At that moment, Li Liang couldn't shake the nagging thought that, prior to tasting the dish, he had been skeptical of Jiang Tian's bravado, suspecting he was merely trying to impress them into paying, even if the food was subpar. Yet now, holding the box of fried rice and gazing into the confident eyes of the owner, he thought, wait, this might actually be true. Setting aside his doubts, he decided to taste it first. As he lifted the lid of the container, a wave of heat and rich aroma rushed out, instantly igniting his appetite. He scooped a spoonful to take a bite, only for Yuan Xin to exclaim indignantly, "Have you forgotten about me? You were supposed to let me have the first bite." Li Liang swallowed hard and offered the spoon to her instead. As Yuan Xin tasted the fried rice, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my goodness, this flavor. It's unlike any I've ever had." Unable to contain his own curiosity any longer, Li Liang took a spoonful for himself. The myriad of flavors erupted in his mouth. The egg's richness, the fresh sweetness of the vegetables, the fragrant rice, and the harmonious blend of seasonings, all distinct yet perfectly balanced, without a hint of unpleasantness. It was indeed delicious. At last, Li Liang was convinced of Jiang Tian's claims. The owner possessed a remarkable confidence. "This fried rice is truly exceptional. How do you make it?" Yuan Xin inquired, intrigued. "I try to replicate it at home, but the taste is so different." Jiang Tian chuckled softly. "Perhaps it's the rice we use. Mine is cooked over a higher flame, which enhances the flavor." Li Liang, with his mouth full, chimed in, "I've tried fried rice from everywhere, and none can compare to yours. It's so fragrant. I wasn't even hungry before, but now I am." Jiang Tian scratched his head. "Well, every place has its own flavor. If it's good, I hope you'll continue to support my business." "Absolutely," Yuan Xin assured him. "I have a feeling your fried rice business will thrive. May your words bring me fortune." "Haha, please, give me an additional serving of ham fried rice. It's too delicious." "Sure thing. With this order, it's 18 yuan total." After preparing another serving of ham fried rice, the couple stayed nearby to enjoy their meal. They were clearly ravenous, devouring the food with abandon. Even Yuan Xin, typically concerned about appearances, cast aside her ladle-like demeanor. Onlookers began to question whether these two were merely plants hired by Jiang Tian to promote his business. Was a simple fried rice dish truly so enticing? Yet, their enthusiasm drew in several curious customers who could not resist the allure of the aroma. "Boss, I'll have a special fried rice. I want a lean meat fried rice. Another ham fried rice for me." "All right, everyone, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." Jiang Tian swiftly resumed his cooking. When the flavors were good and the ingredients fresh, there was no need for aggressive promotion. Satisfied customers would spread the word for him. Once the fried rice was prepared, some opted to take their meals to go, while others stood by the roadside, savoring every bite. Those who had initially doubted were soon converted at the first taste. "Oh my, This is truly the best fried rice I've ever had. Indeed, it's completely different from what I've had before. I regret not adding more toppings. How is your ham fried rice? Unmatched. The ham is finely diced. Each bite is bursting with flavor. I'll have another. No, I want 10 servings. Many customers, like the couple, found themselves lining up again, either unsatisfied with just one serving or wishing to bring some home for friends or partners. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd began to gather around Jiang Tian's stall, drawn by the fragrant wafts of fried rice. With limited rice available, it took less than half an hour for all the rice to sell out. This unexpected turn of events left customers disgruntled and even Jiang Tian flabbergasted. He had assumed that being in an unfamiliar area would mean fewer customers, and he planned to sell out quickly and return the next day with more supplies. Boss, how can you run a business like this? You've sold so few servings and now you're out of rice? Can't you get more? I see others enjoying it. I really want to try some. If I can't have it tonight, I want to be able to sleep. You must give us an explanation. Jiang Tian felt helpless. He acknowledged that he had not adequately prepared. Just as he pondered his options, a chubby young man rushed over, slamming a portion of rice onto Jiang Tian's counter. Boss, give me a fried rice. What the? This unexpected scene left many customers in shock, including Jiang Tian himself. Where on earth did this rice come from? Chapter 20. Rice but not stir-fried by you. The plump young man, Jiang Tian, was indeed recognized by the locals. He had just come to purchase a serving of the specialty fried rice. What was he doing back again? Moreover, he had the audacity to bring his own rice. Where did you get that rice, brother? Someone curiously inquired. The chubby fellow chuckled. I didn't quite satisfy my appetite earlier, so when I queued up again, I noticed the boss was out of rice. I went to buy a portion from that stall over there and asked Jiang to prepare it for me. Jiang Tian nearly choked on his indignation. Wait a minute. I must say, brother, you are remarkably clever. Is it really that delicious? Those who tried it, please share your thoughts. Is it worth it? Absolutely worth it. I assure you, this is undoubtedly the best fried rice I have ever tasted in my life. Indeed, I wouldn't hesitate to pay 100 for a serving. I would crave it every single day. In the vicinity of the Wang Hai apartment, only 2 stalls offered commendable fried rice: Lao Mao's fried rice and Song Ji's fried rice. However, being competitors, they seldom acknowledged each other, regardless of any past grievances. Yet, at this very moment, Lao Mao and Song Ge found themselves conversing. How's business? Song Ge inquired, handing Lao Mao a cigarette. Lao Mao shook his head, glancing over at Jiang Tian's stall. Average, I suppose. Is that new guy over there? I noticed quite a crowd earlier. A hefty lad just bought rice from me to take over there. Newcomer? Song Ge squinted. I suspect these customers are merely seeking novelty. After all, we've been in this business for years. Why fear him? Though they spoke with bravado, the fact that they were huddled together spoke volumes about their underlying concerns. Newcomers had come and gone before, typically lasting no more than a couple of days. Lao Mao scoffed him. Just wait and see. He won't last 3 days. I could tell he was a novice the moment he arrived. Look at his attire and that rickety cart of his. One might mistake him for a mobile eatery. We are the true purveyors of authentic street food. Amidst the bustling vendors, Jiang Tian did indeed appear out of place. He donned a simple black t-shirt and shorts, devoid of any ostentatious designs, presenting a clean and cheerful appearance. Furthermore, he sported a disposable mask and a hair cover. Who among the street vendors had such an ensemble? His food cart was spotless. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would diligently wipe it down. In stark contrast, Lao Mao and his associate wore grimy white tank tops, stained with grease, and their unkempt hair and beard spoke of neglect. Their cart was cleaned only once a week, and even then, it was merely rinsed with water. To them, customers came for the food, not for the cleanliness of the vendors. Thus, they focused solely on making their dishes delectable. Just as Lao Mao finished speaking, the customers who had been gathered around Jiang Tian's cart suddenly dispersed, all rushing towards him. You see what I mean? Lao Mao grinned. 3 days? He won't even last 3 hours. They must be coming to us for fried rice. I'll just wait. Before departing, Lao Mao discreetly flicked a cigarette but into Song Ji's frying pan when he thought no one was watching. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian had only a handful of customers, about 7 or 8 individuals who, upon arrival, made a beeline for Lao Mao and Song Gu's stalls. Soon, a young man approached Song Gu, who, before the youth could speak, interjected with a sarcastic tone. Our establishment is a small workshop. We don't have the cleanliness of that place over there. Think carefully before you order. With a hint of arrogance, Song Gu continued, you fickle customers. Is it merely the cleanliness of Lao Zhang's fried rice that attracts you? Why not order from him then? Why come to me? To his surprise, the young man frowned and pointed to the large frying pan. Boss, I know your place ISNT clean, but this is a bit much. ISNT it? Are you serving cigarette but fried rice? Song Gu froze, and upon closer inspection, he noticed the cigarette but in the pan. His pupils dilated in shock as he turned to Lao Mao, bellowing, Lao Mao? What the hell? In the realm of business rivalry, matters are often less complicated than they seem. Sometimes, all it takes is a simple, unremarkable cigarette, but, don't get me wrong, that cigarette, but is from the vendor across the way, Song Gu hastily clarified. The young man waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the explanations. I didn't plan on eating your fried rice anyway. Just pack me a portion of rice. How much? What? Song Gu questioned, unsure if he had misheard. A portion of rice to take away? That is. He was at a loss, having spent years in the fried rice business without encountering such a request. The young man raised an eyebrow. I said, pack me a portion of rice. I'm going to take it to Lao Jiang as to fry. How much? If you can't do it, I'll just go elsewhere. This demand nearly sent Song Gu into a fit of rage. Was this not a humiliation? You could choose not to buy, but surely not like this. He glanced over at Lao Mao, who was facing a similar predicament. Several youngsters were asking Lao Mao for rice, but without the intention of having him fry it. Lao Mao, known for his fiery temper, slammed his spatula against the pan, creating a loud clang, and shouted angrily, one is one thing, but this many is an insult. Who buys fried rice without letting the chef cook it? I, Lao Mao, would rather perish than sell to you. Song Gu swallowed hard, realizing he was facing 7 or 8 individuals. Business had already been slow for him today. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and this was a substantial piece of meat. At 5 yuan a serving, he could still make a decent profit. With that thought in mind, Song Gu shouted, I'll sell it. 5 yuan a serving, come quickly. The cost of a portion of rice was merely a few dimes. And without the need for frying, this was a lucrative deal. The crowd that had been lingering at Lao Mao's stall suddenly flocked to Song Ji's. Lao Mao was caught off guard, glaring at Song Gu with a mix of disbelief and frustration, lamenting how the employment landscape had been tainted by individuals like him. Yet he too could not afford to remain idle. He gritted his teeth and shouted, my rice is better. I'll sell mine for just 4 yuan. Damn it. Song Gu seethed, Lao Mao. Didn't you say you weren't selling? What are you going to do about it if I do? 4 yuan? I'll sell for 3.50. I'll do it for 3. I'll do it for 2.50. 1 yuan. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? 1 yuan? Song Gu deflated. Well, that is quite impressive. Though the cost of rice was only a few dimes, there were also packaging costs to consider. Selling for 1 yuan would yield no profit whatsoever. Lao Mao was left in a tight spot. After shouting, he regretted it. What was he thinking, selling at 1 yuan? However, with the words already spoken, he could only steel himself to comply. After purchasing their rice, the customers returned to Jiang Tian's stall, but he wore a troubled expression. Chapter 21. Mastering braised pork as he gazed into the eager eyes of those around him. Jiang Tian wore a troubled expression. With a deep sigh, he explained, let's clarify something in advance. The rice I use differs from the one you're accustomed to. So please don't blame me for any variations in taste. I will strive to prepare it to the best of my ability. Fear not, boss. We are not blind. The rice you use is of superior quality, and the taste will undoubtedly reflect that. Someone chimed in. Indeed, my family is in the rice business, and Jiang boss utilizes can rice, which costs over 2 yuan per gene, while the rice we purchased is merely a bit more than 1 yuan. Jiang boss is truly conscientious. In light of this, 8 yuan for a serving of fried rice is remarkably affordable. With the conversation settled, Jiang Tian no longer hesitated. He turned on the stove and got to work. Few customers opted to buy rice separately, so he charged a processing fee of 6 yuan. In less than 20 minutes, he completed his task. After bidding farewell to this batch of customers, he hurriedly turned off the lights on the sign, anxious to avoid any further patrons. The hour was late, and his wife awaited him in their warm bed, eager for him to return home. Now that he was unemployed, being late was not an issue for him. But he was mindful that his wife would need to prepare their child for school the next morning. With this thought in mind, after saying goodbye to Li Dali, he swiftly rode away on his tricycle. By the time he arrived home, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Tian quietly pushed the door open and noticed the living room lights were still on. Lin Wanjing lay asleep on the sofa, wrapped only in a thin blanket. Lin Wanjing was a light sleeper. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, she opened her sleepy eyes and murmured, "Husband, you're back? I saved some dinner for you. Please eat a little." On the dining table, remnants of a meal awaited him, along with a steaming cup of jasmine tea, which warmed Jiang Tian's heart. This had always been their routine. Every time he returned home from work, a warm meal and a cup of jasmine tea awaited him. After dinner, he would play games with Duo in the living room. Life seemed simple, yet it was the dream of every man. However, in recent days, he had spent significantly less time with his wife and child. He was out early and returned late. Today, he hadn't even seen Duo's face. "Wife, you should go to sleep. I'll wash up and join you shortly," he said. Lin Wanjing rubbed her eyes, clearly exhausted, and got up to head to their bedroom. Lin Wanjing's culinary skills were exceptional, unmatched by any restaurant, perhaps due to years of familiar flavors. After not having eaten enough at the police station, Jiang Tian devoured his meal and then washed the dishes before taking a shower. Dressed in clean pajamas, Jiang Tian did not rush back to the bedroom, but sat for a moment on the living room sofa. He opened his phone to check the day's earnings. It was an improvement over yesterday. He had sold 225 servings of fried rice, earning 2,025 yuan. With a fleeting thought, the system's panel materialized in his mind. The task for fried rice had been completed, and the reward had been granted, unlocking a new round of lottery eligibility. A large wheel appeared before him, and Jiang Tian eagerly initiated the draw. The wheel spun slowly, gaining speed before gradually coming to a halt, landing on a golden symbol. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of mastering braised pork. A new task has been triggered. Sell 100 servings of braised pork. Current progress 0-100. Braised pork? Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. This was a significant dish. In an instant, all techniques related to braised pork flooded his mind, becoming second nature to him. Yet, the hour was late, and he needed to rise early the next morning, so he resisted the urge to act immediately. After steaming the rice, Jiang Tian retreated to the bedroom. Lin Wanjing was not asleep. She opened her arms, inviting him in. Life craved novelty, as did love. From acquaintance to intimacy, they had become indispensable to one another. Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing maintained their fervent affection for each other. Thus, even after so many years, in Jiang Tian's eyes, Lin Wanjing remained the bashful girl who had just stepped into society. They frequently surprised one another, whether with a bouquet costing only a few yuan or a uniquely special garment. As they embraced tightly, sensing changes in Jiang Tian's physique, Lin Wanjing's expression shifted. "Husband, you want tea?" Jiang Tian yearned. "Is it possible?" Lin Wanjing exclaimed, "You've been at the stall all day. Aren't you tired?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "Seeing you makes me forget my fatigue." "You? How come I've never seen you so energetic before? Have you seen many beautiful women? By heaven's grace, no beauty could ever compare to you. No matter how stunning, one would eventually tire of gazing at them daily. Others might grow weary, but I never will." "Such sweet talk. My parents are coming over for lunch tomorrow." Understood. Let us focus on the important matters first." The following morning, just after 7 o'clock, Jiang Tian awoke. Having stayed up late the previous night, Lin Wanjing was still fast asleep. Jiang Tian quietly turned off her alarm. After a quick wash, he knocked on Duo's door and pushed it open. Duo was still asleep, her chubby face adorably cute, likely dreaming of delicious food, as evidenced by the drool on her cheek. "Duo," Jiang Tian called softly. Duo slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Jiang Tian's face, her expression brightened instantly. "Daddy." Jiang Tian chuckled. "How about Daddy takes you to school today?" "Really?" Duo asked, feigning a pout. "I didn't see you yesterday. I missed you so much." Feeling a pang of affection, Jiang Tian scooped her up. After school today. How about you help Daddy with his work? Yay. Duo was quite clingy, especially fond of wrapping herself around him. Whenever he got off work, she would insist on watching Peppa Pig or playing games with him. After helping Duo wash up, Jiang Tian prepared a simple breakfast for them to share. With the skills of mastering fried rice and braised pork at his disposal, even making breakfast was now effortless, distinctly different from before. While eating, even Duo praised his cooking skills, noting how much they had improved. The kindergarten was not far away. Riding the tricycle would only take about 10 minutes. However, Jiang Tian chose not to ride the tricycle, but drove his small car instead. In this society, he was indifferent, yet wary of others' intentions. The car, purchased last year, was a black Volkswagen Passat, not a luxury vehicle, but spacious enough for family use. Duo sat in the passenger seat, and the cool morning breeze invigorated them as she cheered along the way, clearly delighted by her father's company. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, Duo reluctantly exited the car, glancing back to wave farewell as she walked toward her classroom, accompanied by her teacher. After watching Duo enter the school, Jiang Tian returned home to switch back to his tricycle, ready to head to the market. Having unlocked the technique for braised pork last night, he was eager to showcase his skills for his parents-in-law's visit at noon. Chapter 22. You are so capable. Today, you shall prepare all the dishes. As the morning market offered a bounty of fresh ingredients, Jiang Tian arrived on his tricycle and made a beeline for the meat section. For his braised pork, he knew he needed to select a beautifully marbled cut of pork belly. Jiang Tian planned to price each portion at 20 yuan, containing 6 generous pieces of meat, slightly on the pricier side, yet entirely dependent on the customer's preferences. He deemed it worthwhile. The meat he chose was exquisite, and with the system-bestowed mastery of braised pork, its flavor would be unparalleled, surpassing any restaurant. Due to the limited stock in the shop, Jiang Tian bought a piece for lunch and added the vendor on WeChat, requesting a delivery of fresh, marbled pork to his home later. He also picked up various ingredients for fried rice and made a video call to Lin Wanjing, inquiring about the vegetables needed for lunch, ensuring he wouldn't have to make another trip. Once he loaded all the items onto his tricycle, he departed. Upon returning home, he found Lin Wanjing enjoying the breakfast he had prepared earlier. He placed all the ingredients in the kitchen, prompting Lin Wanjing to raise an eyebrow and ask, "Husband, why did you buy pork belly?" "I didn't ask you to." Jiang Tian chuckled. "Are my parents coming over for lunch? I plan to make braised pork." "Really? You?" Lin Wanjing blinked, her eyes widening in disbelief at the thought of him attempting to prepare braised pork, having already been astonished by his fried rice skills. The idea of him tackling a dish as intricate as braised pork was a different matter entirely. All right. Lin Wanjing's expression turned slightly resentful. "You're not hiding any trick from me, are you?" After your last surprise, I can't help but wonder. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Jiang Tian feigned seriousness, replying, "Of course I'm serious. But I must admit, I'm not very experienced with this dish. Can you lend me a hand?" Hearing this, Lin Wanjing replied with playful arrogance, "I thought you would know. Since you're so earnest, I suppose I can reluctantly assist you." Though it was still early at 9 in the morning, preparing braised pork required time, so they both entered the kitchen to begin their culinary endeavor. The key to the braised pork was the pork belly, especially the cutting technique. Lin Wanjing wielded the knife with remarkable skill, swiftly chopping the meat into uneven pieces. Jiang Tian quickly interjected, "Wife, that's not how it's done. It should be like this." Ignoring Lin Wanjing's astonished gaze, he took the knife and expertly cut the pork belly into 2-centimeter cubes. Observing the disparity in the sizes of the meat pieces, Lin Wanjing frowned slightly. While she recognized her husband's culinary prowess, she couldn't help but feel he had outdone himself this time. As he worked, Jiang Tian cut the meat with an effortless grace, as if the motions were ingrained in his very being. "Am I truly just here to assist?" she wondered. "Fine," she sighed. "If I can't cut the meat, can I at least chop the scallions, ginger, and garlic?" "Wife, for braised pork, the scallions should be larger, and ginger should be sliced, while the garlic must be smashed to release its aroma." Jiang Tian. Lin Wanjing could no longer tolerate his instructions, grabbing his ear in exasperation. "Are you here to seek my help or to belittle me? Are you really so skilled?" If so, why don't you prepare all the dishes today? Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Tian exclaimed, wincing at her grip. Wife, please be gentle. Lin Wanjing, still fuming, released him and placed her hands on her hips. If you're dissatisfied with everything I do, then I'll leave the kitchen to you. I'm going to take a nap. With a huff, she ignored his protests and retreated to their room, locking the door behind her. Oh no! Jiang Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. All these dishes to prepare, and now he was left to handle everything alone? In the past, he would have been utterly at a loss in the face of such an array of ingredients. Yet for some reason, everything seemed clear to him now, as if he had formulated a plan in his mind. This newfound clarity was largely due to the mastery he had acquired in both fried rice and braised pork techniques. Cooking, he realized, became remarkably simple once one truly understood it. Even unfamiliar recipes could be learned swiftly with a quick glance at online tutorials. With this in mind, Jiang Tian set to work. First, he focused on the braised pork. After cutting the meat into 2-centimeter cubes, he prepared an adequate amount of scallions, ginger, and garlic. He heated a pot with cold water, adding the pork belly along with the scallions, ginger, and cooking wine. This step was crucial for blanching the meat. Once the water boiled, he skimmed off the foam and removed the pork to drain. After cleaning the pot, he heated it on low, adding cold oil and then the rock sugar. The purpose of the sugar was to create a caramel color for the pork, enhancing its visual appeal. This step required careful attention. Too high a heat could lead to burnt sugar, so he patiently waited for the sugar to melt and bubble gently. Once the sugar achieved a golden hue, he added the drained pork. Sizzle. The pork reacted vigorously with the oil, creating a delightful cacophony. Jiang Tian wielded the spatula, quickly tossing the pork to ensure an even coating of caramelized color. Next, he added the seasonings: ginger, garlic, cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves, continuing to stir until the fragrance enveloped the kitchen. A rich aroma filled the air as the fat from the pork melted under the heat. The subsequent step was the most critical for flavoring. He added a splash of cooking wine, along with an appropriate amount of light and dark soy sauces, stirring them in thoroughly. Finally, he added enough water to submerge the pork, transferring everything into a clay pot. After bringing it to a boil over high heat, he lowered the flame to let it simmer for an hour. Meanwhile, in her room, Lin Wanjing began to feel restless. Initially, she intended to sulk and wait for Jiang Tian to coax her, but why hadn't he come? And what was that tantalizing aroma wafting through the air? Curiosity piqued. She hesitated before finally leaving her room to investigate. However, upon witnessing the scene in the kitchen, she was taken aback. Chapter 23. This braised pork is made by Jiang Tian. Initially, Lin Wanjing anticipated a chaotic scene in the kitchen, with Jiang Tian at its helm. However, to her astonishment, the kitchen was impeccably clean and orderly. Observing Jiang Tian's industrious silhouette, Lin Wanjing found herself questioning if this was truly her husband. How could he appear so unfamiliar? Cautiously, she tiptoed to the kitchen entrance, where a transparent, sliding door separated the kitchen from the living room, allowing Jiang Tian to remain blissfully unaware of her presence. At that moment, he was engaged in preparing a quintessential home-style dish, steamed base. The culinary preferences in Jiangsheng leaned towards mild flavors, particularly among the older generation, who could hardly tolerate spicy food. Thus, whether hosting her in-laws or visiting their home, this dish of steamed base was always indispensable. Though Jiang Tian had never cooked it before, he was knowledgeable about its preparation. He had gathered the necessary ingredients: a fresh base from the market, ginger, scallions, red pepper strips, cooking wine, steamed fish soy sauce, salt, and oil. He meticulously scaled the base, removed its innards, and rinsed it thoroughly with water. To enhance the flavor absorption, he made a few incisions along the fish's back, then rubbed in some salt and cooking wine, allowing it to marinate for approximately 10 minutes. While waiting, Jiang Tian busied himself with washing the other vegetables. After 10 minutes, he brought a pot of water to a boil and placed the marinated base in the steamer, cooking it over high heat for 8 to 10 minutes, followed by a brief resting period of 3 to 5 minutes after turning off the heat. Once ready, he removed the fish, discarded the ginger slices, and poured off the excess liquid. He garnished the fish with scallions and red pepper strips, drizzled a bit of steamed fish soy sauce over it, and finally splashed hot oil on top, releasing an aromatic fragrance. A simple yet delightful dish of steamed base was now complete. This dish was uncomplicated, with minimal difficulty, save for the challenges of cleaning and preparing the fish. The delectable tenderness and sweetness of the base were sure to please. Outside the kitchen, Lin Wanjing observed Jiang Tian's deft movements, her brows furrowing in confusion. The Jiang Tian of old had never lifted a finger in the kitchen. How had he suddenly acquired such culinary prowess? It was one thing for him to elevate a simple fried rice to delicious heights, but the aroma of braised pork wafting through the air was perplexing. Surely, she mused, she could not replicate such a fragrant dish herself. Lin Wanjing watched, wide-eyed, as Jiang Tian single-handedly completed all the dishes. By 11 o'clock, the dining table was adorned with a splendid array of dishes. "What do you think, dear?" Jiang Tian beamed at his culinary achievements, pride evident in his demeanor. "Oomph." Lin Wanjing crossed her arms defiantly. "You still fall short compared to me." "Indeed," Jiang Tian chuckled. "Not just a little. It's incomparable." Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, her parents had arrived, bringing an assortment of goodies, including toys for their granddaughter. Duo. "Mom, Dad," Jiang Tian greeted warmly. Lin Wanjing's parents were straightforward individuals, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the four of them settled at the dining table. Jiang Tian opened a bottle of white wine, a gift he had received for the new year, which his father-in-law, Lin Dahai, insisted he bring back, emphasizing the importance of understanding social niceties in the workplace. Initially hesitant to open the bottle, Lin Dahai relented when Jiang Tian remarked, "All right, Dad, since you insisted on gifting it to your boss, and now that he is no longer around, let's enjoy it ourselves." Before the meal commenced, a small glass of wine warmed their bellies. Lin Dahai picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of steamed base. The moment the tender flesh touched his palate, a wave of rich, sweet flavor enveloped him, prompting him to raise an eyebrow at Lin Wanjing. "Wanjing, your culinary skills have truly improved. This base is delightful, better than what your mother makes." "Is that so?" Her mother chimed in, also sampling the dish and nodding in agreement. Lin Wanjing felt her cheeks flush. All these exquisite dishes were entirely Jiang Tian's doing, with no credit to her. But was it truly that delicious? She hadn't yet tasted it herself. Tentatively, she picked up a piece of the tender fish and placed it in her mouth. It melted effortlessly, the subtle taste of the fish enchanting her palate. Jiang Tian smiled and turned to her parents. "Mom, Dad, you must try this braised pork." He had yet to sample it himself, but the aroma alone suggested it would be exquisite. "Indeed, this braised pork is astonishing," Lin Dahai remarked, rolling up his sleeves. "In my youth, I traversed the land, dining in countless establishments, and braised pork was my favorite. In Jiangcheng, the most renowned braised pork is undoubtedly from Yixiang Pavilion. Their braised pork is legendary, a must-order dish, attracting tourists who travel long distances to savor it. But I must say, the presentation of Wanjing's dish rivals that of Yixiang Pavilion, and the fragrance is even more captivating." "How can you say that?" Her mother, Lu Fenglan, chuckled. "How could Wanjing's cooking possibly compare to Yixiang Pavilion's? Yet it does indeed smell delightful." Lin Dahai picked up a piece of the glistening braised pork with his chopsticks. It quivered delicately, resembling a gem, seeming as though it might fall apart with the slightest pressure. "Excellent," he praised, pleasantly surprised. It had only been a month since he last tasted his daughter's cooking, and he was astonished at her rapid improvement. Though he had yet to taste it, the tenderness of the meat alone indicated that its flavor would be exceptional. "Truly, she is my daughter," Lin Dahai thought proudly. As he placed a piece of the succulent braised pork into his mouth, the rich fat melted instantly, releasing a deep, savory aroma that filled his senses, followed by delightful sweetness. He chewed gently. The lean meat was tender yet firm, perfectly cooked, each strand coated in ample sauce. Utterly irresistible, simply perfect. Lin Dahai gazed incredulously at the plate of braised pork, his voice serious. "Are you certain this isn't a pre-prepared dish?" As the words left his mouth, Lin Dahai felt foolish. Could a pre-prepared dish possess such flavor? He genuinely could not believe that this masterpiece was created by his daughter. It was astounding. He was even bold enough to assert that this braised pork surpassed that of the always crowded Yixiang Pavilion. Perfect. Flawless. This was Lin Dahai's assessment of the braised pork. He could find no fault in its texture or flavor. Initially, he had feared the fatty portions might be greasy. But to his surprise, they melted effortlessly, leaving no heaviness. Finally, Lin Wanjing could no longer contain herself. With an awkward smile, she confessed, "Dad, actually, this braised pork was made by Jiang Tian." Lin Wanjing's unexpected revelation left Lin Dahai momentarily speechless. Chapter 24. Are you still accepting customers for your stall? Father. It was actually Jiang Tian who prepared this braised pork. A single remark from Lin Wanjing left Lin Dahai utterly astonished. Wanjing had been married to her husband Jiang Tian for several years, and prior to that, they had dated for many years. Yet, he had never tasted any of Jiang Tian's culinary creations. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. My goodness! Lin Dahai could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Xiao Tian, with such remarkable culinary skills, why didn't you inform me sooner?" Jiang Tian replied with a bittersweet smile, "Dad, I only recently learned how to cook. I didn't realize I had a bit of talent for it. It tastes good, doesn't it? What do you think about selling this braised pork at a stall?" To his surprise, Lin Dahai immediately responded, "Absolutely not." What? Jiang Tian was taken aback. Had Lin Dahai not just praised the dish? Why the sudden change of heart? Lin Dahai's expression turned serious as he addressed his wife, Lu Fenglan, and Lin Wanjing, saying, "You two should taste it first." After both mother and daughter sampled the braised pork, Lin Dahai inquired, "How does it taste?" Lin Wanjing was the first to speak. "It's rich yet not greasy. With an enticing aroma, it surpasses any braised pork I've had in restaurants." Lu Fenglan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, after years of cooking, I have never made such delicious braised pork." Confusion washed over Jiang Tian. If the family unanimously deemed it delicious, why was selling it at a stall off the table? Lin Dahai gravely stated, "Such exquisite braised pork would be a pity to sell at a stall." Xiao Tian, why not consider working as a chef at Yixiang Pavilion? I happen to know their manager. I can recommend you. I assure you, if he tastes your braised pork, he will absolutely want to hire you. Working as a chef at Yixiang Pavilion would be far more respectable than selling food at a stall, and the salary would be significantly better. At least 15,000 a month wouldn't be an issue. 15,000? Jiang Tian frowned deeply, feeling it was rather meager. After all, he was a man equipped with a system. Although he was currently selling food at a stall, he could easily earn over 1,000 daily just from fried rice alone. Business was booming, and even without braised pork, he could earn several tens of thousands a month. Why would his father-in-law suggest he work at Yixiang Pavilion? Just then, Lin Dahai's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Jiang Tian once more. He silently lit a cigarette before inquiring, "I heard from Xiao Chan that your stall business is doing rather well." "Yes, Dad," Jiang Tian responded honestly. "The fried rice I make is quite popular, and people are supporting my business." Lin Dahai remarked, 300 or 400 a day, huh? That sounds about right, Jiang Tian said, but it's not stable. If the weather turns sour, people won't come out to eat, and your earnings suffer. Earning 10,000 a month would already be quite impressive, wouldn't it? Now it made sense. Jiang Tian chuckled inwardly. His father-in-law was indeed correct. Earning 10,000 a month from a stall was commendable. For instance, Li Dali, who sold fried skewers beside him, relied solely on his stall for a living. Despite his hard work, after accounting for costs and losses, he only managed to earn around 8,000 a month, which was already considered decent. With a deep sigh, Jiang Tian conceded, "Dad, you have a point. However, I truly do not wish to be a servant to others. I aspire to carve out my own path through hard work, to provide a better life for Wanqing and Duo. Through these past couple of days of selling food, Jiang Tian had gained profound insights. He had toiled diligently in a company for many years, earning a respectable income that others might envy. Yet what was the outcome? One night, the boss disappeared, leaving him and several colleagues in shock without even a cent in compensation. Perhaps changing jobs could resolve the issue, or perhaps his next boss would be more reliable. However, that stable life was no longer what Jiang Tian desired. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. He mused. Though entrepreneurship carried risks, the potential rewards were immeasurable. While he was still young, Jiang Tian yearned to take one more shot. Even if he failed, he would lose much. If he succeeded, both his wife and daughter would enjoy a better quality of life. Moreover, Jiang Tian was steadfast in his belief that he could not possibly fail. With the system at his side, if he could not make it work, he would truly be hopeless. Listening to Jiang Tian's words, Lin Dahai's face was filled with concern. He took a long drag from his cigarette and, with a knowing expression, remarked, "However, the number of people who become wealthy from selling food at stalls is ultimately quite small." In response, Jiang Tian chuckled lightly, "Dad, I've actually made quite a bit these past couple of days." Lin Dahai raised an eyebrow. 500 or 1,000. I heard from Lin Shan that there were queues, right? Yesterday, Lin Dahai had seen many people waiting in line during a video call with Lin Shan. Yet, selling fried rice at 8 or 10 yuan per portion, how much could one realistically earn a night? After deducting costs, even over 2 days, he guessed it would be no more than 1,000 yuan. Additionally, as a newcomer, many customers were likely trying his stall out of curiosity. Over time, they would surely tire of it, and his business would falter. Jiang Tian could only smile wryly. He understood that this was not a matter of his father-in-law looking down on him, but rather a lack of understanding of the market. Thus, he took out his phone and opened his account records. On my first day at the stall, I earned a total of 404 yuan, and I estimate the profit was over 1,000. Last night, I made 25 yuan with about 600 in profit. Had it not been for the incident at the police station, if I had gone to Wang Hai apartment, my earnings could have been even higher, perhaps over 3,000. In total, over these 2 days, my profit is around 600 yuan, averaging 300 a day. He stated this nonchalantly. The response was silence, a deathly hush. After an indeterminate time, the burning cigarette had reached his fingers, the intense heat jolting Lin Dahai back to reality. He extinguished the cigarette and could not help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian, oblivious to the shock of his father-in-law and the family, continued, "Dad, didn't you say my braised pork tastes better than what's served at Yishan Pavilion? I plan to sell it at a stall. We 1T charge much, just 20 yuan a portion. If I can sell 2,000 yuan worth of fried rice in a day, surely I can sell 2,000 of this delicious braised pork as well, right? That would mean earning 4,000 a day. In 10 days, that's 40,000. Over a month. Would that be 2 million? My goodness." Jiang Tian excitedly grasped Lin Wanjing's hand, exclaiming, "Wife, I could earn 2 million in a month. By the end of the year, we'd make 1 billion. Lin Wanjing gently tapped Jiang Tian on the head and chided playfully, "How did you even get into university with such arithmetic?" With a chuckle, Jiang Tian realized the atmosphere had become a bit too serious and made a light-hearted jest. "Dad, what do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dahai finally spoke. "So, are you still accepting customers for your stall?" Chapter 25. The most notable man in Jiang City. "Are you still recruiting customers for your stall?" Lin Dahai's serious tone provoked a hearty laughter. He waved his hand in self-deprecation, saying, "Perhaps my vision is too narrow. Xiao Tian, don't follow in my footsteps." Jiang Tian quickly replied, "Dad, what are you talking about? Whatever you say or do, you're always considering us." His father-in-law was an admirable man, which brought him great happiness. Jiang Tian had witnessed too many unfortunate circumstances around him, especially among those of his father-in-law's generation, many of whom held a bias towards sons over daughters. For instance, a college classmate of his had married 2 years prior, and when Jiang Tian accompanied Lin Wanjing to the wedding, his friend had cried for a long time afterward. The bride's family demanded a dowry of 580,000 yuan and insisted on a car and a house. His classmate's family had to exhaust all their resources for the wedding, while the bride's dowry consisted merely of 2 quilts, nothing more. After the marriage, the 580,000 yuan dowry was used to buy a new BMW 5 Series for the bride's brother. It was rumored that when the brother picked up the car, he posted on social media, "Efforts finally bear fruit. I owe my success to myself." Meanwhile, his classmate drove a second-hand Volkswagen La Vida, and each time he saw that BMW, he felt an overwhelming urge to smash it. Lin Dahai was utterly astonished. Jiang Tian had only just started his stall, and in just 2 days, had made such a profit. He believed that the braised pork would surely sell like hotcakes. Wasn't he this far superior to earning a meager salary at a regular job? Since his son-in-law was making money, as a father-in-law, he would wholeheartedly support him. Perhaps it could truly succeed, and he might bask in its glory. Shouty on. Just focus on your work. If you need anything, just let me know. I've lived in Jiang City for so many years. I have some connections. Lin Wanjing declared generously. Jiang Tian chuckled awkwardly indeed. Just yesterday, he had been apprehended, and Lin Chen insisted that his father had connections. But what happened? He had been taken to the police station, while Lin Chen claimed he knew the captain of the traffic police. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian appreciated the sentiment. He solemnly stated, "Rest assured, Dad, once I earn money, I will buy a large villa near Luiwa Lake and bring my parents and you all over." Ha ha ha. Good. I'll await your villa. Lin Wanjing had indulged in quite a bit of drink that day, and, when leaving, was supported by Lu Fenglan. After seeing them off, Lin Wanjing linked her arm with Jiang Tian's and looked at his flushed face, saying, "Darling, you seem to have had a bit too much to drink. Why not take a rest? No need to set up the stall today." Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Jiang Tian suddenly perked up and shook his head. "No need. I'm not drunk." Lin Wanjing paused slightly. Then a sharp glint flashed in her eyes as she seized Jiang Tian's ear, exclaiming, "Oh, so you're playing tricks with my dad, huh? Ouch, that hurts." Jiang Tian gasped, nearly in tears. "Wife, let me explain. You know Dad. He doesn't have any bad habits, just a penchant for drinking too much. If I really drink that much with him, how could I make money tonight? Then take a day off." Jiang Tian pulled out his phone and opened a chat with Director's son. "He has already coordinated with the Urban Management Department, allowing me to set up my stall at the entrance of the Urban Management Bureau in the evening. I can't just tell him I can't go because I'm drunk, right? Moreover, if I don't show up today, how will my customers feel? Will they think I'm still in custody?" Lin Wanjing nodded thoughtfully, her head bobbing like a chick pecking a grain. "Darling, you are so wise." Of course. Upon returning home, just as the meat vendor arrived, Jiang Tian inspected the quality of the pork. The vendor, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, patted the pork, saying, "It just came from a slaughterhouse not long ago. It's fresh." "All right." Jiang Tian promptly paid and carried the meat home. However, as he reached the base of his apartment building, he encountered his neighbor, Song Fun. Spotting Jiang Tian, she exclaimed, "Xiaotian, why didn't I see you at the University Town Food Street yesterday?" The pork was heavy, and Jiang Tian struggled to turn his body, laughing awkwardly, and Song, "What a coincidence. I had something to attend to yesterday." Oh, Song Fun inquired curiously, "What about today? Are you there?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes, but not at the food street. If you want to eat, you can find me at the entrance of the Urban Management Bureau nearby." "All right." Songfen smiled. "The entrance of the Urban Management Bureau, right? I'll go there later." After saying that, she hummed a tune and walked away. Yet, just a few steps later, she suddenly halted, her pupils dilating, and turned back to shout at Jiang Tian's retreating figure. "What did you say? The entrance of the Urban Management Bureau?" Jiang Tian turned back. "Yes, Aunt, what's wrong? Are you serious? You're setting up a stall at the entrance of the Urban Management Bureau?" In Songfun's view, mobile stalls and urban management were utterly incompatible. Merchants like Jiang Tian would flee at the sight of urban management officers. Yet he claimed he would set up shop right at the Bureau's entrance. No, they allowed you to set up a stall, not to set it up at the Urban Management Bureau entrance. Without waiting for Jiang Tian to explain, Songfen expressed her disbelief. "Xiaotian, you're not joking with me, are you? How could I, Aunt Song? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself tonight. The situation is too complex. I can only set up for 1 day." Songfen grimaced. "Complex? How complex could it be that a stall would be set up at the Urban Management Bureau entrance?" However, looking at Jiang Tian's sincere expression, she couldn't help but feel a mix of skepticism and belief. "All right then, I'll definitely check it out later. If you can actually pull this off, it would be unprecedented. Who knows? Tomorrow, Jiang City's headlines might feature you." Jiang Tian smiled, offering no further explanation as he carried the pork upstairs. Upon arriving home, Lin Wanjing immediately sprang up from the sofa, grabbing a tissue to wipe the sweat from Jiang Tian's brow. "Darling, did you buy too much pork?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "Not at all. Since Dad believes it's better than Yishang Pavilion S, I must prepare more. I estimate that if I sell all this meat, I could earn at least 4,000 yuan, while the cost is less than 400 yuan. Lin Wanjing's eyes sparkled. So much? Then should we buy more pork? Jiang Tian nearly spat blood. Are you trying to kill me? Just kidding, just kidding. You're already doing great. In what sense? Oh, I just remembered that Duo's clothes still need washing. I'll go do the laundry. Lin Wanjing hurriedly dashed off to the bathroom. They say that after 25, men can only chat. Why isn't Jiang Tian like that? Especially in these past 2 days, he felt exceptionally energetic. Jiang Tian chuckled softly. For now, it was time to prepare the braised pork. He was determined to be the most remarkable man in all of Jiang City today. Chapter 26. I set up a stall at the City Management Bureau in the kitchen. Jiang Tian was bustling about, while Lin Wanjing sat outside, resting her chin on her hand, feeling somewhat helpless. She had just attempted to assist Jiang Tian, but soon realized that her efforts were counterproductive. To her dismay, her culinary skills, honed over more than a decade, paled in comparison to the novice Jiang Tian's. However, Lin Wanjing soon smiled gently, for it is often said that a working man is the most attractive, and she found this to be undeniably true. Meanwhile, the kitchen was alive with activity. Jiang Tian expertly diced the pork belly into evenly sized pieces, preparing the necessary ingredients. The method of preparation differed between what was for home consumption and what was for sale. For personal meals, a clay pot and slow simmering were required. However, for selling, that method proved far too time-consuming. Thus, professional tools were called for. A stainless steel vat, specifically designed for cooking, ideal for braising meats and preparing marinated dishes. Lin Wanjing had once impulsively purchased one for making marinated delicacies, but it had languished in a corner until Jiang Tian brought it back into service today. After a considerable amount of time, Jiang Tian glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the afternoon. With over an hour of braising, the dish would be ready by 4 o'clock. Lin Wanjing approached, offering him a cup of tea and wiping the sweat from his brow. But Jiang Tian was relentless in his preparations. He busied himself with the various ingredients required for fried rice and other assorted dishes. By the time they finished, it was past 4 o'clock, and there had been no time to rest. Together, Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing hastily loaded everything onto the tricycle. "Honey, you've worked so hard," Lin Wanjing said, cradling Jiang Tian's face with concern. "And I hardly know how to assist you." Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I'm not tired." With the help of Yishan pills, he hardly felt fatigued. In fact, he found joy in his work, as each portion of fried rice and braised pork brought him a return. However, Lin Wanjing mistakenly believed that Jiang Tian was merely enduring. After Duo finishes school, "Can I come help you?" she asked. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Sure. The kindergarten lets out early. I should be heading to pick up Duo soon." After a tender kiss, Jiang Tian hopped onto the tricycle and sped off toward the City Management Bureau. Time was indeed tight. To enhance the flavor of the braised pork, he had decided to simmer it a bit longer. He estimated he would arrive at the bureau around 5 o'clock. At this moment, the food street in the university town was bustling with life. Typically, at around 4 o'clock, the street would be sparsely populated, but today it was teeming with people. Especially at the stall where Jiang Tian had been the day before, where a long queue had formed. "Is Boss Jiang coming today? I didn't get to eat yesterday, and hardly slept a wink," someone lamented. "He was taken away right after I arrived." Another added, "I'm dying for Boss Jiang's fried rice. Please arrive on time today." Despite the public spectacle of Jiang Tian's departure, many still believed he had been wronged. Yet, there were skeptics among the crowd who scoffed at his supporters. "It's already 4:30, and he hasn't shown up. He must still be at the police station." One said dismissively, "Honestly, I've tried Boss Jiang's food. It's delicious to the point of suspicion. What are you all waiting for? It's foolish to believe in him." The atmosphere grew increasingly heated, and even Li Dali joined the fray, unable to tolerate the ridicule directed at Jiang Tian. Though he had known Jiang Tian for only 2 days, Li Dali recognized his integrity. Additionally, he had seen Jiang Tian at the Wang Hai apartment the previous night. If he had truly been arrested for possessing illegal substances, he would not have been released so soon. "Enough with the noise," Li Dali shouted, unable to remain silent. "Boss Jiang is innocent. Some envious individuals are deliberately slandering him. Everyone should keep their eyes open and not fall for the deceit of a few. His words provided reassurance to many, but doubt lingered among some. If he is truly fine, why hasn't he shown up yet? One skeptic challenged. Realizing the time was indeed approaching 5 o'clock. Perhaps he is caught in traffic, he offered, but the excuse rang hollow to many, drawing scorn. You're just a vendor. Why are you so invested? Are you in cahoots with him? This accusation ignited Li Dali's fury. I've been selling skewers for years. I've served thousands. And while some have criticized my flavor or service, none have ever claimed my food was unsafe. If anyone doubts it, let them test it. A young man in a white tracksuit stepped forward with an air of arrogance. Since you're so close to him, why not call him? Is it too much trouble to find out if he is coming or not? Li Dali recognized him as someone who had sparked the earlier argument. Narrowing his eyes, he questioned, "You're one of those hired to stir trouble, aren't you?" The young man faltered, then defensively replied, "What nonsense. I'm just standing up for the heroes fighting drug trafficking. And don't change the subject. You're not afraid to call him, are you?" All eyes turned to Li Dali, and a wave of pressure washed over him. Frowning, he hesitated, then steeled himself, and declared, "Why should I be afraid?" He took out his phone and called Jiang Tian via WeChat. As the phone rang, he felt a knot in his throat, silently praying that everything would go smoothly. The stakes fell high. If Jiang Tian didn't show up, who would dare to buy his fried rice or Li Dali's skewers again? After a brief moment, the call connected, and Jiang Tian's voice came through. "Liga, what is up?" Li Dali switched to speakerphone, nervously swallowing hard. "Brother, it's almost 5 o'clock. Why haven't you arrived yet?" Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. "I'm not setting up at the food street today." This revelation sent a shockwave through the crowd. Even those who fervently supported Jiang Tian felt a pang of disappointment. Not coming? Does that mean he is guilty? We stood by you, believing in the integrity of your fried rice, and now you're not showing up? But before the crowd could further express their discontent, Jiang Tian's calm voice resonated once more from the phone. "I'm setting up my stall at the City Management Bureau instead." Chapter 27. Jiang Tian's boast. I set up a stall by the entrance of the Urban Management Bureau next to the food street. Jiang Tian's astonishing remark abruptly plunged the scene into an eerie silence. After a moment, Li Dali snapped back to reality and incredulously asked, "What did you just say?" Li Dali was somewhat bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard. Jiang Tian was actually going to set up a stall at the Urban Management Bureau? No way, buddy. You can't be serious. On the other end of the line, Jiang Tian replied earnestly, "I'm almost there, and I have new products today." New products? Li Dali raised an eyebrow. "Were they? A secret?" Jiang Tian replied mysteriously. "All right, brotherly, the green light is on. I have to hang up." Without waiting for Li Dali to respond, Jiang Tian ended the call. Many customers present were equally perplexed. Did I just hear that correctly? The boss is actually going to set up a stall at the Urban Management Bureau? Although I have faith in a boss, this sounds like pure bragging. I must see this spectacle for myself. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. A vendor would flee at the sight of the Urban Management Bureau. How could he possibly set up openly at their doorstep? Well, it's not far. Those who believe and those who don't can check it out for themselves. Many people present doubted Jiang Tian's ability to set up a stall at the Urban Management Bureau. It sounded utterly absurd. Yet whether they believed it or not, they decided to head over to the bureau to see for themselves. It was merely a 5-minute walk from the food street. Suddenly, the crowd became agitated, and nearly everyone headed towards the Urban Management Bureau. At the entrance of the food street, old Zhang lit a cigarette. He had arrived early, securing a prime stall location just after 2 o'clock. This spot was a perfect blend of timing and opportunity. Anyone visiting the food street would have to pass by him. In the past, the line for fried rice would have been long. Yet today was peculiar. Despite the crowd, he had only made 50 yuan. His wife, Zhao Wan, smacked old Zhang on the forehead, exclaiming, "Smoking again? Focus on making fried rice. Tomorrow is the deadline for our daughter's training class fees." Old Zhang rubbed his head. "I don't want to fry rice. I can't if no one buys." Zhao Wan scoffed. "Listening to you, it sounds like your business is just like your..." "Well, it's not that you don't want to. It's that you can't." Old Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment. Are you insulting me?" He retorted. I'm just glad that the kid from Jiang Tian's fried rice hasn't shown up. Why is business still so poor? How would I know? Those university students seem to be enchanted. They only want his food. What about the person you hired? He's over there, probably coming to report back to me. Old Jiang had spent 200 yuan to hire a university student specifically to spread rumors about Jiang Tian, linking him to heroic drug enforcement figures. Anyone who wanted Jiang Tian's fried rice would be reminded of their duty to these heroes. As old Jiang and his wife bickered, the crowd in the alley suddenly began to stir, surging towards the street. Old Jiang quickly extinguished a cigarette and stood up. What is happening? Why is everyone out? Don't worry about that. Just ask what is going on. A multitude of familiar faces emerged from the alley, yet none stopped at any stall. A young man in a white shirt paused at old Jiang's stall. Before he could speak, old Jiang eagerly inquired, what is going on? The young man, Lin Jie, looked astonished. Boss, who exactly have you offended? Lin Jie was a junior at the nearby university, often looking for odd jobs. Initially reluctant to help old Jiang, he agreed when told that Jiang Tian's fried rice contained illicit substances harming students. Old Jiang, confused, asked, what is so special? He is just a fried rice vendor. Lin Jie smirked. If he is not special, why is he setting up at the Urban Management Bureau? What? Old Jiang was taken aback, wide-eyed. You mean say he is at the Urban Management Bureau? Old Jiang's mind faltered, his words stumbling. He? At the Urban Management Bureau? Is this even possible? The nemesis of street vendors is undoubtedly the Urban Management Bureau. Yet, Jiang Tian not only avoided them, but boldly set up at their doorstep. Indeed, this area is an officially designated stall zone. They wouldn't be chased away here. But to set up right at their entrance? Zhao Wan was equally stunned, questioning. This doesn't make sense, dear. How can he set up there? Does he have some sort of backing? If he had backing, would he be out here setting up a stall? Old Jiang frowned, pondering what happened at the police station last night. What gives him the audacity to set up at the Urban Management Bureau? Is this real? Lin Jie shook his head. I'm not sure. But everyone is curious about this rarity and is heading over there. He should be arriving soon. Old Jiang lost interest in his stall. Tossing aside his spatula and heading toward the Urban Management Bureau, Zhao Wan closely following. This was unprecedented. If Jiang Tian truly set up, he would need to do the same. With the Urban Management Bureau as a backdrop, it would be hard for business not to thrive. Yet old Jiang suspected that Jiang Tian was merely boasting, as this sounded too far-fetched, something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. The evening weather in Jiang City was pleasant as Jiang Tian rode his tricycle against the gentle breeze towards the Urban Management Bureau. He had just spoken with Director Sun, who had coordinated everything. Upon his arrival, staff would assist him. I wonder if everyone will enjoy the new braised pork. No, everyone will love it. After all, he had tasted the flavor himself. Honestly, after years of work and socializing, he had dined at countless restaurants in Jiang City, from high-end establishments to street stalls. None could compare to his own braised pork. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Tian had arrived at the Urban Management Bureau, yet he was taken aback by the sheer number of people. Everywhere he looked, throngs of people were bustling, the atmosphere lively. What's going on? I haven't even posted anything on social media yet. Chapter 28. Boss Jiang, may I have 10 portions, please? At this very moment, outside the Urban Management Bureau, numerous officers were diligently maintaining order amidst the crowd. Nevertheless, the throngs of people proved overwhelming. In a bid to manage the situation, retractable barriers were erected on either side, ready to be opened when Jiang Tian arrived, allowing eager customers to queue directly. As the clock struck 5, Jiang Tian's absence was still palpable, leading many bystanders to voice their discontent. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be a hoax? I told you it was a scam. Who would dare set up a stall in front of the Urban Management Bureau? Indeed, it was akin to a mouse feasting in the presence of a cat. The uncertainty of his arrival lingered. I believe he will come. Otherwise, why set up the barriers? And why are there so many police officers here? Suddenly, a voice from the back of the crowd cried out, "He is here." Instantly, everyone turned in unison. There he was, Jiang Tian, leisurely riding in on a 3-wheeled motorcycle. He was bewildered, pondering how these patrons had discovered his whereabouts without him posting anything on social media. Moreover, the sheer number of people was staggering. At least 100. Although he had garnered a fair amount of customers over the past few days, This level of enthusiasm was unexpected. Please make way, Jiang Tian called out, attempting to navigate through the sea of people, a daunting task indeed. His appearance astonished many. He actually came, but their astonishment was far from over. Even the officers maintaining order stepped in to assist him, clearing a path. Wow, he is really here, folks. Boss Jiang is incredible. What's the story here? How could Boss Jiang set up shop right in front of the Urban Management Bureau? Is he perhaps the son of some official? What could he be thinking? If he had such connections, would he really be reduced to this? Jiang Tian, in plain sight, boldly parked his motorcycle at the entrance of the Urban Management Bureau. At that moment, two officers emerged from the guardhouse, holding a banner that read, "Outstanding Street Vendor." This banner was prominently displayed behind Jiang Tian for all to see. Sun Shan stepped forward, smiling at Jiang Tian. "Brother Jiang, you've finally arrived. There are many waiting for you today." "Director Sun, I appreciate your assistance," Jiang Tian replied courteously. "Of course, the nation now encourages street vending, but effective regulation is a challenge. Establishments like yours, with fresh ingredients, excellent service, and high sanitation standards, are precisely what we should promote in Jiang City. Soon, the food street in the university town will be renovated, and I believe other vendors should aspire to your standards. This is where the real competition lies." With that, Sun Shan picked up a megaphone. Today, he was not in uniform, but rather donned a dignified black Zhongshan suit, addressing the throng of university students. He spoke earnestly. "Due to some misunderstandings yesterday, we brought Boss Jiang of Old Jiang Fried Rice in for questioning. However, after inspection, his fried rice met all quality standards. Jiang City truly needs conscientious vendors like him. Therefore, today our police force has collaborated with the Urban Management Department to hold this commendation event for outstanding street vendors." The so-called commendation for outstanding street vendors was merely Sun Shan's excuse to honor Jiang Tian. On one hand, it alleviated his guilt towards Jiang Tian. On the other, it served to inspire other vendors to enhance their food quality and safety. In this way, it was a win-win situation for all. Jiang Tian emerged victorious, as he was the first in Jiang City, and indeed the entire nation, to have the privilege of setting up a stall right at the Urban Management Bureau's entrance. The customers triumphed as well. By rewarding Jiang Tian, other vendors would be encouraged to improve their offerings, ensuring patrons enjoyed fresher ingredients. Jiang Tian also stood to gain, as the upcoming renovation of the food street would undoubtedly reflect positively on him, securing his role in its success. A trifecta of triumph. Thus, Sun Shan offered only a few brief remarks before waving his farewell, leaving two officers to maintain order at the scene. Consequently, Jiang Tian boldly set up his stall right at the entrance of the Urban Management Bureau. Once the retractable barriers were opened, a straight path emerged leading directly to Jiang Tian's stall. The crowd surged forward, but with police presence, order was swiftly restored. "Boss Jiang," a chubby young man exclaimed, racing to the front. "My friend insisted you were arrested. I didn't believe it, thinking you'd be at the food street today. But look at you, even better. Setting up here. Wow, you truly are the best." Jiang Tian blushed. "Thank you for your support. Let us not keep the other customers waiting. What would you like to eat?" The young man gulped. "I'll have 2 portions of fried rice to satisfy my cravings. I want both ham and lean meat. When you spoke to the vendor of fried skewers, you mentioned a new dish. Is it from this pot?" He pointed at the stainless steel container. Jiang Tian nodded, chuckling lightly. "Indeed, this is our new braised pork. Care to give it a try?" "Braised pork?" The young man's eyes lit up. "I've gained all this weight from eating braised pork. Boss Jiang, I'm quite discerning when it comes to braised pork. Do you have the confidence to impress me?" Jiang Tian could only laugh, preparing to make the fried rice while replying, "Why not give it a shot? This might just be the best braised pork you've ever tasted." "That's unlikely." The young man lamented. "Boss Jiang, your fried rice is truly exceptional. But when it comes to braised pork, it has to be from Yixiang Pavilion. Their flavor is unmatched in Jiang City." "Yixiang Pavilion?" "Just this afternoon, my father-in-law Lin Wanjing claimed his braised pork is far superior to theirs. I've dined there and tasted their braised pork. While it's indeed delicious, it's exorbitantly priced at 258 yuan for just 6 meager pieces of meat. In the past, their braised pork was unrivaled in Jiang City. But now, My old Jiang fried rice serves braised pork that has become famous throughout Jiang City. Without further ado, Jiang Tian lifted the lid of the stainless steel container. In an instant, a plume of steam burst forth, carrying the rich aroma of meat through the air. The young man's eyes sparkled as his mouth watered uncontrollably, and he instinctively rose on his toes to peer into the container. Upon seeing the glistening, tender pieces of braised pork steaming within, the young man couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss Jiang, may I have 10 portions, please?" Chapter 29 Perfection. Utter perfection. "Boss Jiang, please bring me 10 portions." The glimmer in the little chubby boy's eyes was unmistakable as he made this astonishing request. Jiang Tian was taken aback and quickly clarified, "The braised pork is limited. Each person may purchase only 1 portion, which costs 20 yuan. 20? The chubby boy paused, visibly disheartened. "Isn't that a bit expensive? That nearly matches my daily food budget." Indeed, many others voiced their displeasure as well. "Boss Jiang, the price for this braised pork is rather steep. We are university students with modest living expenses. If I were to order a portion of fried rice and a portion of braised pork, it would total 30. But the aroma of the braised pork is simply irresistible. It's so fragrant that my mouth is watering. I don't care. Even if it's 200 today, I must taste it. Could you possibly lower the price? I believe 10 yuan would be a more reasonable rate." Listening to the crowd's suggestions, Jiang Tian replied earnestly, "This braised pork is made from select streaky pork, and the cost is not trivial. Moreover, it requires slow simmering for an extended period, which is exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. While 20 yuan may sound a bit pricey, I strongly recommend you try it. I assure you, the flavor will not disappoint." The price of 20 yuan is indeed a bit much for a university student, a sentiment Jiang Tian could empathize with, having once been in their position. However, the price is justifiable. After all, the quality of the ingredients and the deliciousness are evident. The chubby boy gritted his teeth. He was a true food enthusiast, with no other interest besides indulging in various culinary delights. Since he had tasted Jiang Tian's fried rice 2 days ago, it had become a daily necessity for him, requiring 2 bowls each time. Today's braised pork was somewhat pricey, but the sweet and savory aroma wafted around him, triggering an uncontrollable salivation. His initial hesitance evaporated, and he blurted out, "20 it is. Boss Jiang, 1 portion, please." "Very well." Jiang Tian smiled, and promptly served him a portion of braised pork. The dish was presented in a disposable container, containing 6 pieces of meat along with a delectable sauce. This sauce was particularly delightful, perfect for mixing with rice. After handing over the braised pork, Jiang Tian began preparing fried rice. The chubby boy, holding the braised pork, attracted the attention of many diners, as he was the first to indulge in this delicacy. Given his physique, it was evident that he was a foodie, and everyone awaited his review. Each piece of braised pork was perfectly sized and steaming hot. The fatty portions were exquisitely tender, akin to mutton fat jade, exuding a rich meaty aroma that was mouth-watering just to smell. The chubby boy picked up a piece with his chopsticks, handling it delicately as if it would break under the slightest pressure. He brought the trembling piece to his lips, closed his eyes, and savored the moment. Oh! In less than a second, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he gazed at the braised pork before him. "How is it, brother? Is it delicious?" Someone behind him inquired. The chubby boy opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words to describe the flavor dancing on his palate. In his mind, only 2 words remained: delicious. Yes, delicious. Simply delicious. Braised pork was his favorite dish. Whenever he dined out, he always ordered it. Some braised pork dishes are overly fatty, making one feel nauseated after just a few bites. Others have meat that is too tough, resembling chewing gum. Even the renowned Yixiang Pavilion sometimes falls short of perfection, occasionally being a tad greasy. Yet, the braised pork before him from Boss Jiang was utterly flawless in every aspect. The fatty part melted in his mouth, smoother than Dove chocolate. Most importantly, he felt no greasiness whatsoever. The lean meat had a delightful chewiness, yet was far from tough. The more he chewed, the more the rich meaty flavor unfolded. 1 piece, another piece. The chubby boy could not stop himself. In under a minute, he devoured every last morsel of braised pork. However, given his size, it was simply not enough. One portion was insufficient. Even a second serving would not satisfy him. Alas, his pocket was rather shallow. If he indulged fully, he would be eating dirt for the next half-month. In the end, he even drank all the sauce from the braised pork. This spectacle left other diners in a state of anxious anticipation. Brother, don't just eat it all. Could you at least tell us if it's good? Does it even need to be said? He eats with such fervor. It must be delicious. He would make an excellent food vlogger. His eating style is incredibly appetizing. I want to eat it too, but I only have 10 yuan tonight. Please open your mouth. Please blink. Please shake your head. Who is this brother so bold? Borrowing money just to eat? The chubby boy, still savoring the moment, turned to the inquirers and stated earnestly, I'm not exaggerating. This is truly the best braised pork I have ever tasted in my life. The fatty parts are not greasy at all, and the lean parts are perfectly tender. Most importantly, the flavor is impeccable. Such delicious braised pork should not be available at this price. 20 yuan is an absolute bargain. If this were served in a high-end restaurant, I dare say it would cost at least 200 for a portion. If you desire some, don't hesitate to buy. The taste will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Unfortunately, each person is limited to one portion. Otherwise, I would certainly order another. At this moment, Jiang Tian also finished packing the 2 portions of fried rice the chubby boy ordered and cheerfully handed them over, saying, if it's delicious, come back again. He never anticipated that his first customer would offer such high praise. His heart swelled with joy. Soon, the next customer arrived, a young man with dyed yellow hair. He rubbed his hands together and said, Boss, 1 portion of braised pork and 1 portion of ham-fried rice, please. Very well, that will be 30. Coming right up. Sure, no rush. Please pour extra sauce on the braised pork for me. Certainly, no problem. Jiang Tian poured oil into the pan to prevent the fried rice from sticking while it cooked. As the oil began to smoke lightly, he added a spoonful of cold oil, followed by quick whisking of eggs. With a growing demand for ingredients, Jiang Tian had some negotiating power, allowing him to lower costs across the board. The fried rice was soon ready, and he prepared a serving of braised pork for the young man with yellow hair. WeChat payment, 30 yuan. The young man paid. Take care. He didn't walk far, squatting by the roadside to eat. Though he appeared thin, he had a remarkable appetite. He specifically asked Jiang Tian for extra braised pork sauce, which he poured over his fried rice. He then placed a piece of braised pork into the fried rice and took a bite. Delicious. This is a masterful way to eat. Closing his eyes, he felt transported to a culinary paradise, fully relishing the tender texture and rich aroma of the braised pork. Perfection. Utter perfection. Braised pork and fried rice are meant to be paired like this. This scene made countless customers in line drool with anticipation. Chapter 30. With such skills, why submit to being a servant to your boss? Across from the Urban Management Bureau, old Zhang stood at a distance, taking a drag from his cigarette. His melancholic gaze was fixed on Jiang Tian, his mind a blank slate. Initially, he had hoped that a malicious report would drive Jiang Tian away. But who would have thought that not only did Jiang Tian remain, but he also became an officially recognized exemplary merchant. This was utterly ridiculous. Another puff. Damn it. His wife, Zhao Wan, called out from behind, followed by a sharp slap on old Zhang's head. Look at him, and then look at you. Old Zhang rubbed his head and muttered, What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the stall? Foul Huan Skov Goldly. As if I care about your shabby stall. There's not a soul on the street. Everyone is here for the spectacle. Only then did old Zhang notice that not only was there a long queue, but also many onlookers nearby, all pulling out their phones to capture the moment. This was indeed a rare sight. Tonight, Jiang Tian was destined to make waves throughout the university town. It was inevitable that his business would flourish beyond imagination. With a sigh, old Zhang exclaimed, What kind of celestial being is this? What are we to do? What can we do? Let us leave. Where to? Anywhere. As long as this deity is not around. Just moments ago, a young man had savored the food to perfection, especially when he poured the braised pork gravy over the fried rice, leaving everyone present salivating. Brother, do you have to eat so well? How was he planning on getting the braised pork? Who wouldn't? If I don't get to taste that braised pork today, I might not sleep a wink tonight. It's sinful, truly sinful. I want some too, Boss Jiang. Make a portion for me, and drown it in gravy. At first, Jiang Tian had some concerns about the pricing of the braised pork. After all, the clientele at the food street were university students, and a serving of braised pork with fried rice would typically cost around 30 yuan. However, to his pleasant surprise, everyone was more than willing to indulge, with most patrons ordering a serving of braised pork. The crowd was indeed substantial, with many drawn by word of mouth, especially given the rarity of a mobile stall set up right outside the Urban Management Bureau. Soon, they were utterly captivated by Jiang Tian's fried rice and braised pork. Delicious indeed it was. In many people's minds, fried rice and braised pork were often associated with greasiness, particularly from street vendors who typically favored heavy oils and bold flavors. However, Jiang Tian's fried rice offered a refreshing contrast, rich in flavor yet devoid of greasiness, and the texture and taste of the braised pork were beyond reproach. Most importantly, patrons could dine here with peace of mind, knowing the Urban Management Bureau stood as a guarantee. Even a police chief personally endorsed it. Despite this, Jiang Tian remained humble. After all, how could someone like Sun Shan, who held the position of chief, not consider the potential repercussions? He had specifically instructed that inspections of the ingredients would be conducted regularly, and any discrepancies would lead to serious consequences. Indeed, if problems arose, it would reflect poorly on Sun Shan himself. Jiang Tian had no intention of changing his approach, regardless of his business's success or failure. He committed to using only quality ingredients. Just then, a familiar voice broke his thoughts. "Xiao Tian, you're quite impressive, aren't you?" Jiang Tian looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Aunt Song, you're here?" The visitor was none other than Song Fun. With a warm smile, she remarked, "When you told me this afternoon, I couldn't believe it. I thought, how could a stall be set up in front of the Urban Management Bureau? Yet here you are." She surveyed the bustling queue and added, "Your business is thriving." "Not bad. Everyone is indeed supporting me," Jiang Tian replied without excessive modesty. The facts spoke for themselves, and who would believe him if he claimed otherwise? "Great. It's wonderful that you're making good money. Who knows? If my son does lose his job one day, he might just come knocking on your door, and he will support your business too." While waiting in line, I saw how delicious the food looked. "I'll have a portion of the lean meat fried rice and a serving of braised pork." Jiang Tian chuckled, "Sure thing. Aunt Song coming right up." As Songfen prepared to pull out her phone to pay, Jiang Tian quickly interjected, "No need, Aunt Song. It's just a few dozen yuan. Consider my treat." To his surprise, this displeased Songfen. She adopted a serious expression and firmly stated, "Business is business. Even among close relatives, accounts must be clear. If you really want to treat me, come to my house someday." Jiang Tian could only smile ruefully, conceding to her point. She was right. In business, even close kin should settle accounts. He recalled a high school classmate who ran a farm stay. That fellow was too concerned with appearances, refusing to charge his relatives or friends, even those he hardly knew, like Jiang Tian. Consequently, people began to take advantage of him, dining at his establishment and ordering excessively. After so many instances of not charging, if he suddenly did ask for payment, it would only breed resentment. In time, his business faltered, and his wife, in frustration, left him. To put it bluntly, his establishment was consumed by the very relatives and friends he sought to please. This wasn't an exaggeration. Although he charged for his offerings, Jiang Tian still ensured to provide ample discounts. He might receive a good sum, but he would also give extra. Thus, Jiang Tian generously added more lean meat and extra pieces of braised pork to Songfun's order. Watching his fluid motions, especially as he prepared the fried rice, Songfen couldn't help but be enchanted. "Xiao Tian, I had never seen you cook before. It was always your wife, Wanjing, doing it. I've been busy with work. Here you go, Aunt Song. Your fried rice and braised pork are ready. I have a bench here. Please sit and enjoy." Songfen nodded and settled down beside him. Gazing at the long queue, she felt as if she were dreaming. Just a few days ago, she had chanced upon Jiang Tian at their apartment building, where he appeared hurried and haggard, sporting dark circles under his eyes while claiming he was meeting clients. Yet, in just a few short days, here he was setting up a stall at the Urban Management Bureau, with business booming. Moreover, he seemed to relish the moment, his features radiating joy. Lost in thought, Songfen was drawn in by the enticing aroma of the fried rice and braised pork. She opened the container, and a delightful scent wafted out. Wow, this smells amazing. Songfen regarded Jiang Tian with newfound admiration. The fried rice was impeccable in both color and aroma. As for the taste, she scooped a spoonful and brought it to her lips. Wow! In an instant, her eyes widened. Is this really made by you, Xiao Tian? The appearance and fragrance are impeccable, but the flavor, oh my, it's flawless. With such culinary prowess, why ever did you feel the need to endure the drudgery of working for someone else? Chapter 31. Dodo is truly adorable. Songfen's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Initially, she thought the dishes prepared by Jiang Tian were merely average in flavor. However, she was taken aback by the remarkably long queue, and upon observing, she noted that every customer purchasing Jiang Tian's food was effusive in their praise. Songfen pondered that the food must indeed be quite delectable, at least appealing to the vast majority. Yet, little did she know that the flavors surpassed her expectations. Were it not for Jiang Tian's stall positioned at the entrance of the City Management Bureau, she might have suspected him of incorporating forbidden ingredients. As a local of Jiang City, Songfen enjoyed a comfortable life, possessing several properties and receiving a pension, while her son worked at a prominent factory. She frequently dined at various restaurants in Jiang City with friends. Reflecting on her experiences, she could hardly recall any restaurant serving fried rice or braised pork that surpassed Jiang Tian's culinary creations. Engrossed in his work, Jiang Tian was unaware of Songfen's admiration, who silently savored her meal. Typically, she would tire of braised pork after 3 or 4 pieces at a restaurant. Yet today, she left not a morsel behind. Even after finishing, her stomach was pleasantly full, yet she yearned for more. Before departing, she remarked, "Xiao Tian, your culinary skills are truly wasted on a stall. Have you considered opening a restaurant?" Opening a restaurant? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, for he had not yet contemplated such a step. Establishing a restaurant required substantial capital, along with finding a suitable location, renovations, and the associated time and expenses. He simply did not possess the necessary funds at this moment. Moreover, running a stall afforded him a certain freedom, albeit with the occasional downside of fewer customers during inclement weather. He resolved to accumulate a loyal customer base first before considering a restaurant in the future. "Well, you really are impressive. I never expected the food to be so delightful. I'm leaving now, but tomorrow I'll bring more friends to support your business." After bidding farewell to Songfen with a wave, Jiang Tian immersed himself in his tasks once more. Despite the assistance of Ishan pills, he was feeling somewhat overwhelmed juggling the fried rice and braised pork simultaneously. "Darling, I'm here." Just as Jiang Tian was grappling with his workload, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. Turning around, he was filled with joy. "Wife, what brings you here?" Lin Wanjing approached, holding Dodo's hand. "I knew you would be busy today, so I hurried over with Dodo after picking her up. I hope I'm not too late." Dodo, unperturbed by the crowd, promptly broke free from Lin Wanjing's grasp and embraced Jiang Tian's legs, her sweet voice chiming, "Daddy, there are so many people here." Jiang Tian lifted Dodo into his arms. "Are you here to help Daddy?" Dodo nodded vigorously, her small head bobbing like a chick pecking a grain. "Yes, Mama told me to help Daddy." Jiang Tian beamed with delight. "That's wonderful. How will you help Daddy?" With great determination, Dodo, barely tall enough to see over the counter, had to stand on Jiang Tian's stool to peer at the customers in front of them. At that moment, a little girl was queuing up, and Dodo, with a proud demeanor, exclaimed, "Miss Fairy, would you like to try the fried rice? It's delicious." This scene melted the hearts of countless onlookers, especially with Dodo's round little face and her charming dimples when she smiled, making her utterly irresistible. The girl, referred to as Miss Fairy, looked on with wide eyes filled with affection. "Sweetheart, you are simply adorable. What's your name?" "Miss Fairy, my name is Dodo." "Like the flower." "Dodo? Wow, what a lovely name. So, will Miss Fairy buy some of my family's fried rice? It's really tasty." Unbeknownst to her, all the customers in line were there for Jiang Tian's fried rice. However, her cuteness naturally drew people in. The girl, charmed by Dodo, couldn't resist. "Boss Jiang, I'll take 3 portions of ham, fried rice, and 1 portion of braised pork, please." "Wow, thank you, Miss Fairy," Dodo exclaimed excitedly. "Daddy, did you hear that?" I heard. Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled her hair. Daddy will make fried rice for Miss Fairy right away. Okay? Yes, yes. With swift movements, Jiang Tian prepared 3 portions of ham fried rice and packed a portion of braised pork in no time. The little girl gazed at Dodo with lingering admiration. Boss, Dodo is just too cute. Can she come here every day? Jiang Tian chuckled softly. I'm afraid that's not possible. It's fine for her to visit occasionally. But the weather is hot, especially near the stove where it's even warmer, and the oil fumes aren't good for her health. Moreover, given the complexities of society, I must remain cautious. What if something were to happen while Lin Wanjing and I are busy? Although human trafficking is rare nowadays, vigilance is still necessary. It wasn't that Jiang Tian lacked faith in society. Rather, he was wary of human nature. Oh, what a pity. If Dodo comes again, could you please post a moment on WeChat? I really want to see her. That is certainly doable. The girl waved goodbye to Dodo, and after parting, Dodo puffed out her chest proudly. Daddy, am I amazing? Jiang Tian affectionately replied. Yes, I didn't realize my little Dodo was so talented, even helping Daddy attract customers. Dodo crossed her arms, adopting a mature demeanor. Oomph. Then Daddy, can I have an ice cream as a reward? Well, that depends on Dodo's performance. At that moment, the next customer arrived, a young male university student. Before he could speak, Dodo chimed in, her voice filled with mischief. Yinzu Gij, would you like to buy some fried rice? My daddy's fried rice is incredibly delicious. Yinzu Gij? The young man burst into laughter. All right. Little one, where did you learn that? Mommy told me. Girls should call them fairy sisters, and boys should call them Yinzu Gij. Wow, that Yinzu Gij made my day. I didn't plan to bring food for my roommate. But for your sake, I must. Boss Jiang, I'll take 5 portions of special fried rice and 1 portion of braised pork. Thank you, Yinzu Gij. Dodo replied. No need for thanks. Boss Jiang, I truly envy you. It wasn't just him. Many young men present looked at Jiang Tian with envy. His wife was beautiful and gentle, his daughter adorable and understanding. Most importantly, he was handsome, and his business was thriving. This is truly infuriating. Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. There's no need to envy. Everyone will have their turn. Then I'll take your good fortune, Boss Jiang. All right. 5 portions of fried rice and 1 portion of braised pork, coming right up. Just as Jiang Tian was about to scoop the rice, an unexpected scene unfolded. Chapter 32. The empathetic Lin Wanjing to Jiang Tian's astonishment. Lin Wanjing had meticulously arranged everything. Each takeout box contained rice, making it convenient for him to simply pour the contents into the pot. The braised pork was also packed, ready to be handed over to anyone who desired it. Lin Wanjing's attention to detail ensured that she always considered every aspect of their tasks. These simple matters required no thought from him. This left a male university student enviously remarking, Boss, you are truly fortunate. Jiang Tian chuckled and began to earnestly prepare the fried rice. All 5 orders were for the signature fried rice, so there was no need to prepare them individually. He could cook them all at once, which expedited the process without compromising flavor. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, with their little helper, Duo, enthusiastically calling out, referring to every female customer as fairy sister and every male customer as handsome brother. Her sweet demeanor, especially her enthusiastic endorsement of Jiang Tian's braised pork, persuaded several customers who were initially uninterested to order a portion. Jiang Tian was pleasantly surprised, never imagining that he would one day benefit from his daughter's charm. Jiang Tian focused on preparing the fried rice while also greeting customers and ensuring their satisfaction. Lin Wanjing assisted him diligently, helping with everything except the fried rice. Their family exuded warmth and harmony, a life many could only dream of. By 8:30 p.m., all the fried rice and braised pork had sold out. Lin Wanjing was breathless from exhaustion, and Duo's voice had grown hoarse. Yet Jiang Tian remained composed and unruffled. After sending off the last of the customers, Lin Wanjing curiously asked, Darling, aren't you tired? Despite her and Duo's lighter workload, they felt utterly drained, while Jiang Tian seemed unfazed. It was truly perplexing. She even wondered if he might be a robot. But surely even a robot would need to recharge, wouldn't it? Upon hearing her question, Jiang Tian feigned weariness. I'm exhausted, dear. I just couldn't show it with customers around. After tidying up, He sent a message to director's son via WeChat and prepared to leave on his tricycle. Lin Wanjing and Duo had driven there. But Duo insisted on riding with Jiang Tian on the tricycle. Reluctantly, Lin Wanjing had to drive home alone. The driver's seat of the tricycle was quite spacious, accommodating 2 adults comfortably. Duo sat beside Jiang Tian, the evening breeze tousling her hair and revealing her youthful face. "Daddy, you promised me ice cream." Jiang Tian chuckled, realizing that her insistence on riding with him was motivated by her craving for ice cream. Typically, Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing limited Duo's ice cream intake to once or twice a week. She had just had some the previous night, so today was not supposed to be another treat. However, Jiang Tian playfully exclaimed, "Today Duo has been remarkable. Many of the older brothers and sisters supported Daddy's business out of respect for you, so Daddy will reward you with an ice cream." "Wow, thank you, Daddy," Duo exclaimed excitedly. "Can I come again tomorrow?" Jiang Tian immediately adopted a serious tone. "No, that's not possible." Duo's expression drooped, and she pouted. "Humph. Fine, then I want chocolate ice cream, and I want braised pork for lunch tomorrow." "All right, Daddy will make it for you, and Mommy will bring it to school. And I also want fried rice." "Sure." Just then, they passed a Häagen-Dazs store. In the past, Jiang Tian hesitated to buy it for Duo due to the cost, but after earning so much today and seeing how hard she worked, he felt it was only right to reward her. Before long, the little one emerged, delighted with a chocolate ice cream cone. "I knew Daddy was the best." She mumbled through her treat, "Mommy never buys this for me." The little girl was so indulgent, afraid someone might take it from her, with chocolate smeared around her mouth. Jiang Tian's heart swelled with joy. He affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. "As long as you are good, Daddy will take you out for many delicious things." But Duo looked up, her big eyes fixed on Jiang Tian's face. "But Daddy's braised pork and fried rice are the best." Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Huh, that's my good daughter." After returning home with Duo on the tricycle, Jiang Tian wasted no time resting and began unloading the rice. The business at Wang Hai apartment had been thriving. Unlike the food street, which experienced explosive sales, this was a steady stream. If he could establish a good reputation, the profits would be substantial. Lin Wanjing felt a pang of concern as Jiang Tian had no time even for a cup of tea. After unloading the rice and braised pork, he prepared to head out once again. "Darling, let me go with you," Lin Wanjing pleaded. Jiang Tian shook his head. "No need. I won't be back until late, and Duo has class tomorrow. You should put her to bed early." While it would have been nice to have Lin Wanjing's assistance, she had even more important tasks. Hearing his words, Lin Wanjing reluctantly acquiesced, tears welling in her eyes as she hugged Jiang Tian's waist and looked up at him pitifully. "I don't want you to be so tired." Jiang Tian chuckled softly. "Don't worry. I'll take breaks when I'm tired." Initially, Lin Wanjing had worried about Jiang Tian's fried rice not attracting customers, but today's success exceeded her expectations. Though she was happy, she was also increasingly concerned for his health. This high-intensity work could be detrimental, especially with the exposure to grease and smoke. It was not conducive to well-being. While he was young now, all these stresses would accumulate, leading to issues in the future. Yet Lin Wanjing understood that Jiang Tian bore the weight of their entire family on his shoulders. He could not retreat, even if the path ahead was fraught with peril. He could only forge ahead resolutely. Thus, she refrained from expressing her worries, simply placing a thermos of jasmine tea and a lunchbox on the tricycle. "How considerate," Jiang Tian remarked, playfully pinching Lin Wanjing's delicate cheek. "That hurts," she exclaimed. "Hey, wasn't it during our courtship that you loved me pinching your cheeks?" "How can you say that?" she retorted, but Jiang Tian quickly added, "During our intimate moments, you particularly enjoyed." "Hey, stop there. That won't pass the review." After their playful banter, Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing waved goodbye. He mounted his beloved tricycle once more, setting his sights on Wang Hai apartment. Unbeknownst to him, the excitement at the City Management Bureau was simultaneously creating a ripple effect online. Chapter 33. Customers arrived uninvited upon arriving at Wang Hai apartment. It was merely 9:30 in the evening. This was considered early, as the bustling hours typically commenced around 11. When Jiang Tian arrived, the crowd was sparse, although there were a few more vendors than the previous day. "Brother," Li Dali exclaimed from a distance, waving at Jiang Tian to come over. Jiang Tian nodded and rode his tricycle over to Li Dali's side. "Brother, you must be feeling quite proud tonight. I initially thought you were just boasting, but I never imagined you'd actually set up shop right in front of the Urban Management Bureau," Li Dali said, visibly excited. Jiang Tian chuckled. "Just fortunate." "It's not merely luck," Li Dali replied earnestly. "It's primarily because your food is clean. Otherwise, people wouldn't choose you. Business is good tonight, right?" "Not too bad. Better than before, considering my tricycle can't carry much." "How about you?" Li Dali sighed. "You have no idea. Ever since you set up your stall at the Urban Management Bureau, the entire food street has been deserted. Many vendors left to watch the commotion, and I just started serving." Jiang Tian found it amusing, not realizing the impact he had on the food street. It was indeed a novel experience to set up shop outside the Urban Management Bureau. If only he could do this every day, but that was obviously unrealistic. Nonetheless, for Jiang Tian, having such an opportunity once was sufficient. While chatting with Li Dali, despite a few passers-by, the area beneath the apartment seemed rather desolate. Jiang Tian glanced around and estimated that there were likely more vendors than customers at that moment. With little to do, he reclined in his chair and played with his phone. Lin Wanjing sent him a video, showing her playing a puzzle game with Duo in the living room. In the video, Lin Wanjing was wearing a white t-shirt, greeting the camera, while Duo, in cartoon pajamas, was engrossed in her game. The sweet scene brought a smile to Jiang Tian's face. "Don't let her watch the tablet too much. It's bad for her eyes." "I know. How come you're free to play on your phone? There's still no one here yet. If you get tired, rest a bit. Don't overexert yourself." "Boss." A voice abruptly interrupted Jiang Tian's thoughts. He looked up to see a girl in a JK uniform glancing at her phone and then at Jiang Tian's sign. Jiang Tian quickly set down his phone, stood up, and smiled. "Beautiful lady, what would you like to eat?" After confirming several times, the JK girl asked, "Are you the one selling old Jiang fried rice at the Urban Management Bureau tonight?" Jiang Tian paused in surprise and nodded. "That's me." The JK girl was thrilled. "Oh my gosh, I was scrolling through Douyin and came across your videos. I was planning to visit you tomorrow, but I can't believe I found you here." "Douyin?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "What Douyin? Don't you know? You're quite popular right now. I see you in 8 out of 10 videos on the local Douyin feed." "What?" Jiang Tian was taken aback. He rarely watched Douyin and had only looked at his phone briefly to chat with his wife before this moment. "Really?" Jiang Tian chuckled. "I haven't checked my phone much. Would you like some fried rice?" "Of course." The JK girl was very excited. "Then I'll have a portion of ham fried rice. I've heard your braised pork is delicious too. Many comments recommend it. Please include a portion of that as well." "Got it." Jiang Tian responded as he turned on the stove. "That'll be 30 yuan, and it will be ready shortly." "Okay, I need to notify my best friend immediately." "Oh my gosh, she just praised how handsome you are. You're her ideal type." "Boss, are you still single?" Jiang Tian felt a bit embarrassed. "I have a daughter who's a few years old." "Haha, just kidding. I saw your wife and daughter. They're both very beautiful." As Jiang Tian skillfully prepared the fried rice, the JK girl seemed entirely absorbed in her own world. She was rapidly texting her friend on her phone. Before long, the ham fried rice was ready. Jiang Tian packed the braised pork and handed it over. "Here you go, beautiful lady. Your fried rice and braised pork are ready." Oh. The JK girl took the food without looking up and turned to leave. Jiang Tian quickly called out, "Wait." The JK girl turned around, a serious expression on her face. "Boss, I acknowledge you're quite handsome, even more so in person, but I won't be a homewrecker. And I certainly won't steal my best friend's crush." Jiang Tian was drenched in sweat. "You misunderstood. I just need to collect the payment." The JK girl looked embarrassed. "Oh, sorry. I'll pay right now." Beep. Payment of 30 yuan received via WeChat. After completing the transaction, the JK girl left. Just as Jiang Tian was about to sit down to reply to Lin Wanjing's messages, a young couple rushed over after noticing Jiang Tian's sign. "Boss, are you the old Jiang fried rice from Douyin?" "Yes." "Did you come here after seeing it on Douyin?" Not only them, but several others nearby also turned their attention upon hearing the commotion. "Did I hear that correctly? You set up shop at the Urban Management Bureau? Wow, how did I not notice this? I saw it on Douyin and thought it was a coincidence. I can't believe it's true. What are you talking about? It's not gossip. The owner of Old Jiang Fried Rice set up a stall in front of the Urban Management Bureau, and police were even there to maintain order. Wait, did I hear that right? A street vendor not only set up shop at the Urban Management Bureau, but also had police helping to keep things in order. You can check the local Douyin channel. I used to see beautiful girls, but today it's all about this boss. Gradually, more people began to gravitate towards Jiang Tian. Many bewildered onlookers were struck by this astonishing news. Most of them were office workers who came here after restaurants closed for the night. They understood the extent of fear these vendors had regarding the Urban Management Bureau. Often, if luck was against them and they encountered an inspection, these vendors would have to flee on their tricycles as if facing the Grim Reaper. Yet, here was a bold vendor claiming not only to have set up shop in front of the Urban Management Bureau, but also had police assisting with crowd control. This was something one wouldn't even dare to dream about. At this moment, Jiang Tian was also somewhat dazed. He had visited Wang Hai apartment the previous day, and many customers had developed a fondness for his fried rice. He had hoped to promote his braised pork today to further establish his reputation. However, to his surprise, the first customers were not the regulars from last night, but rather those who had seen him on Douyin. Is the internet truly this powerful? Without doing anything, customers were arriving at his doorstep. Chapter 34. Let me have a bite. The scene was somewhat chaotic, yet the crowd was not substantial. Merely a dozen or so individuals. From the murmurs surrounding him, it seemed that he was quite popular on Douyin. Thus, Jiang Tian opened the app and navigated to the local page. Previously, he had never browsed local content, and today's experience was indeed novel. The highlights were primarily the nearby beauties or various promotional activities conducted by businesses. Before long, Jiang Tian stumbled upon a video featuring himself. The caption was straightforward. The most exceptional street vendor in Jiangcheng, setting up shop in front of the Urban Management Bureau. Not only do the police refrain from driving him away, but they even assist in maintaining order. This video had garnered over 800 likes, with comments exceeding 1,000. The most liked comment read, "Who is this leader's son trying to experience life?" Yet, a swift rebuttal followed. Anyone with a heart sees everything as dirty. If he were truly a leader's son, would he need to set up a stall? A mere hint from his father would yield more than selling on the street. I know the boss. He was my former colleague. He comes from an ordinary family. Just days ago, we were both laid off, and now he's running a stall, thriving in business. I've tasted the fried rice made by Boss Jiang. It's delicious, with excellent service, cleanliness, and quality ingredients. An outstanding street vendor. Boss Jiang is forever my idol. His egg fried rice and braised pork are unparalleled. It's the best I've ever had. I'll return tomorrow. I'm begging for a bite of Boss Jiang's fried rice that I've yet to try. Even if he's not the leader's son, he must have connections. Who knows? Maybe his wife is close to the leader. Jiang Tian continued to scroll through several more Douyin posts about himself, with the highest video receiving thousands of likes and comments exceeding 10,000. The discussions in the comments section were starkly polarized, with many asserting he had ties to leadership, while numerous defenders, many of whom were his customers, staunchly supported him. It was rather amusing, with several comments eliciting laughter from Jiang Tian. "Boss, stop scrolling. We're still waiting." A voice of impatience arose, prompting Jiang Tian to hurriedly set down his phone, apologizing, "I'm terribly sorry, everyone. I was unaware of this and got a bit lost in it. What would you like to eat?" Upon lifting his gaze, Jiang Tian was taken aback. What had begun as a mere 10 or so customers had swelled to 30 or 40. Furthermore, more individuals were converging from all directions, clearly with one goal in mind, Jiang's fried rice. It seemed someone had spread the word, drawing in residents from the vicinity. Is this the famous Jiang's fried rice? I see the boss looks even more handsome in person than on Douyin. The app has beautified him like a character from a fairy tale. That's him. I am certain. I can hardly wait to taste the fried rice endorsed by the police and urban management. You're all unaware? This stall was incredibly popular at the food street just yesterday. What I envy most isn't the boss's ability to set up shop at the Urban Management Bureau, but rather how beautiful his wife is, and their daughter is simply adorable. Oh, every man's dream. Jiang Tian reflected on the immense power of Douyin. It appeared he needed to leverage this wave of popularity to promote himself effectively. After all, the quality of his food spoke for itself. It was genuine and reasonably priced. A little promotion could undoubtedly attract more customers. The operational side was not a concern, as his wife possessed a fair understanding of such matters. However, the immediate priority was to serve the influx of patrons. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Tian called out, "Everyone, please form an orderly line. Come one by one. No need to rush." The customers, understanding the situation, promptly organized themselves into a queue. "Boss, I'd like a portion of the special fried rice. And a serving of braised pork, please." "Certainly. That will be 28 yuan. Please scan the code to pay over there." Tongyi, an ordinary office worker residing in Wang Hai apartment, had recently encountered a distressing issue. His girlfriend had developed an aversion to food. Tongyi had taken her to numerous restaurants, yet even the most exquisite dishes failed to elicit any interest. Instead, they sparked a profound disdain in her eyes. He had also come across Jiang Tian's Douyin video, featuring the stall at the Urban Management Bureau, and contemplated purchasing a meal for his girlfriend. After a 10-minute wait in line, Tongyi procured a serving of ham fried rice and braised pork, taking it home. As he waited for the elevator, the enticing aroma of the fried rice and braised pork made his mouth water. Yet, he sighed, uncertain if his girlfriend would appreciate it. Upon returning home, he found a room cloaked in darkness. After switching on the light, he saw his girlfriend, Chi Cici, curled up on the sofa, casting a forlorn gaze in his direction. The twisted personality and irritability brought on by her eating disorder had also burdened Tongyi. Nevertheless, after years of love, he was unwilling to give up. He mustered a smile. "Darling, I'm back. I brought you fried rice and braised pork. The owner's business is booming. I don't know if you've seen on Douyin, but he has proudly set up shop in front of the Urban Management Bureau, with police officers maintaining order." Chi Cici's gaze remained icy. "I told you I don't want to eat. Even the upscale restaurants you took me to were unbearable, let alone a roadside stall. This roadside stall is different." "Enough," Chi Cici interjected coldly. "Roadside stalls are filthy, and the ingredients lack freshness. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. If you want to eat, go ahead." With that, she disregarded Tongyi's feelings, fiercely tossing a pillow on the sofa before retreating to her room. Watching Chi Cici's departing figure, Tongyi felt a deep sense of helplessness. Yet he was accustomed to it. Once his girlfriend had been a wonderful person, gentle, caring, and radiant. But ever since she had encountered an unappetizing dish of pig intestines, from that moment on, she lost all interest in food. Each meal seemed to bring forth the image of that dish haunting her thoughts, a truly revolting thought. Since developing her eating disorder, she had become gaunt and haggard, harboring extreme malice towards everything, even toward herself. Gazing at the fried rice and braised pork in his hands, Tongyi managed a bittersweet smile. He sat down, opened the takeout box, and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The flavor was indeed astonishing. In fact, he had never tasted such exquisite fried rice before. Sampling a piece of braised pork was even more gratifying. It was nothing short of a culinary dream come true, an impeccable experience. If only all vendors were as exceptional as Boss Jiang. Recalling his experience while purchasing the fried rice, Tongyi had observed the quality of the ingredients and hygiene standards. The owner had been exceedingly polite. Moreover, the pricing was quite fair. As an office worker, the 20 yuan for a serving of braised pork was reasonable. A tantalizing aroma gradually filled the room, and Tongyi indulged in his meal with unabashed delight. Yet, just as he was savoring the moment, a soft voice suddenly floated from behind him. Let me have a bite." Chapter 35. The Salvation of Anorexia Patients. Let me have a bite. Tongyi gazed, somewhat taken aback, at Chi Cici standing behind him. Chi Cici had developed anorexia a month ago, weighing 110 pounds at the time. In just a month, she had drastically lost weight, plummeting to 80 pounds. Throughout this period, she had never requested any food, for to her, the delicacies that outsiders deemed appetizing were merely unseasoned intestines. Yet now, she appeared strangely intrigued by the fried rice and braised pork before her. Meanwhile, Chi Cici was swallowing hard. Initially, she felt no appetite. In fact, the sight of the fried rice had nearly made her nauseous. However, after returning to her room, The tantalizing aroma of the braised pork and fried rice wafted through the door, stirring an unprecedented grumble from her stomach. It was as if her belly protested. Hurry and eat. It's truly delicious. Cece herself was continuously swallowing. Eventually, as if compelled by an unseen force, she stepped out. Upon seeing the vibrant red of the braised pork and the serving of ham-fried rice, her eyes widened in astonishment. The mere scent was intoxicating. To take a bite would surely be heavenly. Tong was momentarily stunned before quickly exclaiming, "Baby, please sit here. You got half the fried rice left, and there are 2 pieces of braised pork remaining. If Cece can finish this, it would be quite remarkable." Cece sat down. In the past, when confronted with gourmet dishes, her mind would involuntarily conjure images of unseasoned intestines. But now, it was simply a serving of fried rice. It was just a piece of braised pork. After a brief pause, as if summoning her courage, Cece exhaled, picked up a spoon, and scooped a mouthful of fried rice in her mouth. In an instant, as the flavor enveloped her senses, tears welled up in her eyes. This was a long-lost taste. She decided to sample the exquisitely presented braised pork. Using chopsticks, she gingerly lifted a trembling piece and placed it in her mouth. The fatty portion dissolved instantly, offering an extraordinarily delicate and silky texture, leaving her utterly satisfied. The lean meat was anything but tough, and its flavor was beyond reproach. Cece's actions spoke volumes about the taste. At that moment, she was devoid of any ladylike demeanor, truly embodying the phrase wolfing down food. Unsatisfied with the small spoon provided by Jiang Tian, she turned back to the kitchen to fetch a larger spoon. With a generous scoop, she indulged herself in sheer delight. Before long, the half-serving of fried rice and braised pork had vanished completely. Even the last remnants of the gravy were not spared. Reluctantly setting down the disposable container, Cece felt a twinge of disappointment. It wasn't enough. It simply wasn't enough. "Baby, I want more." Tong He, taken aback, suddenly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Baby, are you feeling better from your anorexia? Are you still hungry? There are more dishes in the fridge. I'll cook for you right now." "No, no." To his surprise, Cece grimaced in distaste. "I only want fried rice and braised pork." Only then did Tong He realize that his girlfriend's anorexia had not truly improved. She was merely immune to Jiang Tian's fried rice and braised pork. "I'll go buy some right now." "Yes, I'll go with you." Tong He was overjoyed. This was the first time Cece had ventured out in a month. Little did he know, her anorexia was being cured by Chef Jiang. Gazing at the seemingly endless queue, Jiang Tian was drenched in sweat, although the support of Ishan pills prevented him from feeling fatigued. The monotony of preparing the same dishes repeatedly could lead to visual fatigue. Many of the patrons had arrived through Douyin, having learned about his stall at the Wanghai apartment complex from an unknown source, driving from afar to sample his fare. "Boss, your fried rice is absolutely divine. I drove 20 kilometers to get here. It was worth it. My mother's braised pork doesn't even compare. The police wouldn't lie to me. I'll be back tomorrow." I can summarize it in 2 points. Delicious enough to make one cry, and the boss is handsome enough to make one weep. Truly, it lived up to its reputation. The braised pork with rice was simply heavenly. "Boss, what is going on? There weren't this many people when I came yesterday." The street outside Wanghai apartment was typically bustling with patrons, but today it had inexplicably surged. This influx positively impacted several other vendors. Aside from Lao Mao and Song Go, who sold fried rice and fried noodles, other businesses felt the ripple effect of Jiang Tian's success. Particularly Li Dali's stall, known for its delectable fried skewers, had long been a staple at the Wanghai apartment complex, earning a stellar reputation. After what felt like an eternity, a gaunt girl with dark circles under her eyes stood before the stall, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she pointed at the braised pork, declaring, "Boss, I want a serving of braised pork and 2 servings of lean meat fried rice." Jiang Tian was startled upon seeing her. She was quite tall, around 172 centimeters, yet painfully thin, her face haggard, save for the brightness in her eyes. Cece fixated on the stainless steel container holding the braised pork, which looked utterly irresistible, inciting a strong desire to savor it. "All right, that will be 40. Noticing Tong, he's standing beside Chi Cece, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and called out, "Hey, handsome, back again?" Tong, he smiled, "Boss, your braised pork is so delicious it's nearly cured my girlfriend's anorexia." What? This revelation startled Jiang Tian. Looking at the emaciated Chi Cece, he had not anticipated she was an anorexia patient. Such individuals typically struggle with psychological issues, often stemming from extreme dieting or past experiences with unpalatable food that taint their perception of all cuisine. Jiang Tian had never imagined his fried rice could have such a remarkable effect, igniting appetite in someone suffering from anorexia. "Boss, do you come to the Wang Hai apartment complex every day?" "Qui inquiret." Jiang Tian nodded. "I usually set up my stall at the food street in the university town in the evening, and around 9, I come here." "The food street? I see." Chi Cece silently noted. Soon, the 2 servings of fried rice and 1 serving of braised pork were prepared. Upon receiving her order, Chi Cece was ecstatic, and without wandering far, she squatted down to eat. Tong, he stood by, offering her water and wiping her sweat, presenting a comically heartwarming scene. Jiang Tian chuckled, but as he turned to check on the line, his smile faltered. The queue had grown even longer. Sometimes, an overwhelming volume of business can become a burden. Jiang Tian could relate deeply to this sentiment. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. It was either work hard or perish, or perhaps work until he dropped dead. Chapter 36, Unlocking New Products. Mango Sago tonight. The business at the Ocean View apartment is thriving, largely due to the influx of customers from Douyin. This has further convinced Jiang Tian of Douyin's efficacy as a customer acquisition channel. Just yesterday, Jiang Tian returned home in the early hours, yet today he concluded his work much earlier. Before noon, both the fried rice and braised pork had completely sold out. As he collected the surrounding refuse, preparing to leave on his scooter, he was unexpectedly halted by several customers asking for a photo. Jiang Tian found it amusing. After all, he was not a celebrity deserving of such attention. Nevertheless, he obliged their request. After a flurry of snapshots, he finally departed. By the time he returned home, it was already 12:30. Instead of rushing upstairs, Jiang Tian lingered in the lobby, calculating today's earnings. He had stocked ample supplies, selling a total of 309 portions of fried rice, yielding an income of 781 yuan. The braised pork generated a substantial revenue of 420 yuan from 121 portions. Thus, the total turnover for the day reached an impressive 201 yuan. What delighted Jiang Tian the most was that he had already completed the task assigned by the system just yesterday. Current task: sell 100 portions of braised pork. Current progress: 121,100. Gazing at the interface that materialized in his mind, he lightly tapped the unlock button with his thoughts, successfully completing the task. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, a new lottery qualification has been granted. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tian summoned the grand wheel and pressed the lottery button. Moments latte. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ultimate skill from Mango Sago. New task triggered. Sell 200 portions of Mango Sago. Current progress: 200. Mango Sago. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding the preparation of Mango Sago flooded Jiang Tian's mind, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Over the past few days, many customers had been inquiring about beverages, and the timing of this new product was impeccable. This drink is a classic, especially favored by the youth. Its sweet and refreshing taste, along with its rich layers, makes it a staple in many tea restaurants. However, it was too late in the evening to procure the ingredients, as both the markets and fruit shops were closed. He would have to wait until the next morning to put his plans into action. Moreover, during his previous relationship, Lin Wanjing frequently ordered Mango Sago on their dates. She would surely be thrilled to know about this. Ascending to his apartment, Jiang Tian found the living room illuminated by a warm light. On the dining table rested a cup of jasmine tea and the dinner Lin Wanjing had prepared for him. It appeared that both mother and daughter had already gone to bed, considering the late hour. Although the Ishan pills could alleviate physical fatigue, they had left a strong smell of oil on his clothes. After a quick meal, Jiang Tian took a refreshing shower. Upon returning to his room, he noticed that Lin Wanjing, who had been in light sleep, stirred at the sound of his footsteps. "Honey, you're back," she murmured, her eyes fluttering open. "Yes." Jiang Tian nodded, softly asking, "Did I make too much noise?" She shook her head. "No, I had just fallen asleep." "How was business today?" "Pretty good. I made over 5,000. "Oh." Lin Wanjing, slightly dazed, wrapped her arms around his waist. "Get some sleep. Don't be discouraged. We'll work harder tomorrow. Good night, my love." However, moments later, Lin Wanjing's eyes widened in astonishment as she processed his earlier words. "Did you just say you made how much today?" "Over 5,000. Specifically, 5,201 yuan. With a net profit of around 4,500, Jiang Tian replied without hesitation. Lin Wanjing was now wide awake, sitting up straight. "I must have misheard. A profit of 4,500? Jiang Tian affirmed, roughly, perhaps even more. "I didn't calculate it down to the last detail." "My goodness." Lin Wanjing exclaimed excitedly. "Honey, you're amazing. I saw how busy it was at the food street tonight, but I thought we'd only break 3,000. Indeed, there were many customers from Douyin at the Ocean View apartment. It seems I'm quite popular there." "Really?" Lin Wanjing picked up her phone and scrolled through Douyin, quickly coming across several videos featuring Jiang Tian. "This is the age of the internet," she mused, "especially Douyin. If done well, one could earn a significant income in a month." Jiang Tian, with utmost seriousness, proposed, "What if we start our own Douyin account? You have some expertise in this area, don't you?" During their marriage, Lin Wanjing had previously ventured into social media and achieved commendable success, sometimes earning more than Jiang Tian. However, after their daughter Duo was born, time became scarce, and she had set aside her media pursuits. Now that Duo was in school, Lin Wanjing had more free time, making it a perfect opportunity to assist with the venture. "Huh?" Lin Wanjing replied, apprehensive, "But that was several years ago. I'm unsure if I can still manage it." Jiang Tian reassured her, "The fundamental logic behind any endeavor remains unchanged. It merely adopts a different form. Why not give it a try? What if it succeeds? Even if it doesn't, we won suffer losses. But, my dear, I respect your choice." Contemplating his words, Lin Wanjing eventually nodded with resolve. "All right, I'll give it a shot. Now that Duo has grown, I have plenty of time at home. I'll treat it as a side hustle." Jiang Tian embraced Lin Wanjing. "Do not bear any psychological burden. Just do your best." The following morning, Jiang Tian rose early and hurried to the market. He procured pork belly and the necessary ingredients for fried rice, then proceeded to the wholesale fruit market. The creation of mango sago requires the following ingredients: mangoes, sago, coconut milk, pomelo, honey, and milk. After considerable effort, he finally gathered all the requisite components. Upon returning home, he found Lin Wanjing had just returned from taking Duo to school. She sat at the laptop, chatting on WeChat. Without turning around, she greeted him. "You're back? You worked so hard yesterday. Why didn't you sleep in a bit longer? I'm preparing to introduce a new product today." "So soon?" Lin Wanjing turned in surprise. "Didn't you just launch the braised pork yesterday? Why all the mangoes?" Jiang Tian chuckled. "Many customers have been asking for beverages lately. And with the weather being so hot, I plan to make mango sago, which is perfect for refreshing and alleviating greasiness." "Mango sago?" Lin Wanjing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I couldn't have heard wrong, could I?" "Of course not," Jiang Tian replied, placing the ingredients in the kitchen before returning to her. "Didn't you used to love mango sago? Once I prepare it, you must taste it to see if it's to your liking." "Sure. I was just chatting with Xiaoya. She's in the internet business, and I'm seeking her advice." "All right, you've worked hard, so I'll treat you to mango sago later." With determination, Jiang Tian plunged into the kitchen, ready to create the once popular classic drink, mango sago. Given that it was summer, many people craved cold beverages. Jiang Tian was confident that once it hit the market, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Chapter 37. Recently, my father's culinary skills have truly flourished. The preparation method for the refreshing drink, mango sago, remains delightfully simple. The necessary ingredients include mango, sago, grapefruit, coconut milk, and honey. Jiang Tian stretched his limbs, ready to showcase his talents. He began by dicing the mango, peeling the grapefruit, and extracting the juicy segments. Then, He poured water into a pot, bringing it to a vigorous boil, before placing a fine sieve into the pot and adding the sago. He continued to cook the sago until it swelled and only a hint of white remained, at which point he turned off the heat, covered the pot, and allowed the sago to steam until it became completely translucent. Half of the mango was blended into a smooth puree with the milk and coconut milk in equal proportions, creating a luscious mango smoothie, while the other half was diced into cubes. At this stage, the preparation of mango sago was essentially complete. The final task was to assemble the drink. Jiang Tian purchased 500 milliliters cups for serving. He began with a base of mango cubes, followed by a generous addition of grapefruit segments, then poured in the cooled sago. A drizzle of honey enhanced the sweetness, although if the mango was sufficiently sweet, this step could be omitted. Finally, he filled the cup to the brim with the freshly crafted mango smoothie, and thus a delightful cup of mango sago was born. The name mango sago is quite intriguing, derived from the willow branch held by Guanyin and the nectar in her vase, symbolizing a refreshing respite from the heat and nourishment for the body and soul. Jiang Tian admired the cup of mango sago in his hands. Its appearance was undeniably appealing. The golden mango formed a vibrant base, while the sago shimmered transparently, and the ruby-red grapefruit segments added a splash of color, all complemented by the creamy coconut milk, each layer distinct and utterly tempting. Eagerly, he presented it to Lin Wanjing, who gasped in astonishment upon seeing it. "Darling, this looks absolutely delectable." Jiang Tian consistently astonished her, having previously wowed her with fried rice, followed by braised pork, and now this visually stunning mango sago. "You must try it." Lin Wanjing, a devoted fan of mango sago, had indulged in as many as 2 cups a day at her peak. However, since their marriage, she hadn't enjoyed it even once. Taking a sip, she immediately savored the unique sweetness of the mango, followed by the gradual emergence of coconut flavor. The grapefruit segments offered a slight tartness and bitterness that beautifully enriched the overall taste. Next, the sago's smooth texture, infused with the sweetness of mango and coconut milk, burst with flavor upon biting. The sweet and mildly sour notes unfolded layer by layer, leaving a subtle aftertaste of creamy milk and fruit on her palate. Delicious, truly exquisite. This was undoubtedly the ultimate delight for any mango sago enthusiast. While Lin Wanjing may not claim expertise in other areas, she was exceptionally knowledgeable in this regard. It was no exaggeration to assert that if Jiang Tian were to open a beverage shop selling this mango sago, other establishments would inevitably close down. Its deliciousness was simply that overpowering, unrivaled. "How is it, my love? Is the flavor to your liking?" Jiang Tian inquired eagerly. "Given the sweltering weather today, I plan to add ice to the thermos and cups, ensuring a refreshing chill for our customers." "It sounds wonderful." Lin Wanjing nodded vigorously. "And you are absolutely right. It should be served cold. I can hardly imagine how refreshing it would be to enjoy a chilled mango sago after indulging in fried rice and braised pork. Life, indeed, could be this delightful. All right, then. I shall launch it tonight. I must get back to work. If you're tired, let me know and I'll help you. By the way, Duo mentioned she wants to eat your fried rice and braised pork for lunch, and I'll take it to her." "Sure. I arranged that with her yesterday. You can also take the mango sago along." Jiang Tian busied himself in the kitchen. Although mango sago was easy to make, determining its price posed a challenge for him. Many tea shops priced it around 10 yuan, as they utilized mango syrup, keeping costs low, while a single cup might only cost 2 or 3 yuan to produce. However, his version was crafted with genuine ingredients, and the cost of 1 cup was likely around 6 yuan. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, pondering, and ultimately decided to price the mango sago at 18 yuan. For Jiang Tian, this price was indeed reasonable, considering he had only accounted for ingredient costs, excluding labor and other miscellaneous expenses. He wondered if customers would be willing to pay. Yet, he held confidence that, like the braised pork, anyone who tried the mango sago once would become utterly enamored with it. Throughout the morning, Jiang Tian immersed himself in his tasks, grateful that Lin Wanjing was there to assist him, alleviating many tedious responsibilities. At noon, Lin Wanjing visited the kindergarten to deliver lunch to Duo, a portion of ham fried rice, a serving of braised pork, and a cup of the new mango sago. Before long, at Sunshine Kindergarten, during lunchtime, the teacher brought Duo her lunchbox. A chubby little girl approached. Duo, you brought your own lunch today? This was Ma Shuang, Duo's good friend, who lived in the neighboring community. The two often played together and shared a close bond. However, Ma Shuang's family was considerably better off. Her residence consisted of expansive 300-square-meter apartments, priced quite steeply. Yes, Duo nodded. Recently, my father's cooking has become exceptional. Wow, my dad doesn't even cook. Ma Shuang replied enviously. What's your dad made? Can I taste it? Shall we swap lunches? Ma Shuang lamented, as ever since the doctor advised her parents to help her control her weight, their housekeeper had been preparing various diet meals for her. Well, Duo tilted her head in thought. There's fried rice, braised pork, and this. She produced a mango sago, pouting slightly. My mommy says this is called mango sago, a new creation from my dad, and it's supposed to be really tasty. After hearing this, Ma Shuang lost interest in the three items. Fried rice was too greasy, braised pork too rich, and she had heard from her mother that mango sago contained various additives, so she wasn't allowed to drink it. Oh, Duo shrugged it off. Knowing Ma Shuang had never tasted her father's cooking, and thus had no idea how delicious it could be. Ma Shuang returned to her seat and opened her lunchbox. Her family employed a housekeeper who prepared exceptionally nutritious meals, featuring steamed shrimp and egg, stir-fried broccoli, a braised chicken leg, and a bowl of crucian carp and tofu soup, all perfectly balanced. As Ma Shuang was about to dig in, an enticing aroma wafted by, drawing her attention. The scent grew more potent as she inhaled deeply. So fragrant. Ma Shuang's eyes sparkled. She was a true food lover, as her physique attested. Rising to her feet, she followed the delectable scent until she arrived right in front of Duo. Chapter 38. Let us express our gratitude to Duo. In the cafeteria of Sunshine Kindergarten, Ma Shuang sat across from Duo, her chin resting on her hand as she gazed longingly at the braised pork in Duo's lunchbox. Duo, may I have a piece of your braised pork? No, Duo shook her head resolutely. I haven't had enough myself. Being still quite young, Lin Wanjing had not packed too much braised pork for Duo. Only 3 pieces, along with a small cup of mango sago. Just 1 piece, please. I'm begging you. Ma Shuang pleaded with a pitiful expression. I can give you my shrimp, and egg custard, and my chicken leg. No, Duo persisted. I only want to eat the braised pork and fried rice that my dad makes. Then, how about this, Ma Shuang quickly proposed. There's so much fried rice. Could you spare me a little? The fried rice indeed filled a bowl to the brim. Duo pouted, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately decided to generously share a small portion with Ma Shuang. After all, she was her good friend. Ma Shuang, a quintessential foodie, immediately grabbed her cartoon spoon and took a big bite. The moment it touched her lips, a medley of flavors exploded in her mouth. Her eyes widened in delight as she exclaimed, Duo, this fried rice is absolutely delicious. Is it really made by your father? Uh-huh. Duo replied with a hint of pride. Yesterday, I even helped my dad sell fried rice. Many customers love my dad's fried rice. Your dad sells fried rice. Ma Shuang was even more thrilled. Really? That's incredible. Of course. My dad is amazing. The delightful aroma wafted through the small cafeteria, attracting several of Duo's classmates. Duo, can I have a bit of your fried rice? Just a tiny bit? This braised pork looks so fragrant. Duo, can I trade you a bottle of milk for a piece? Duo, this is my new doll. My mom said it's a limited edition. Can I swap it for some fried rice? This fried rice looks so appetizing. Duo, this is my watch. Can I trade it for a serving of fried rice? This is my Ultraman. The children gathered around Duo, chattering excitedly, which soon caught the attention of their teacher, Leah. What you all doing, little ones? Report, teacher. The braised pork and fried rice made by Duo's dad are too delicious. We want some too. Teacher, I want to eat braised pork, boo-hoo. The scene started to spiral out of control, with several children who hadn't received any braised pork plopping down on the floor in tears. Leah was momentarily taken aback. Today, Lin Wanjing had brought the lunchboxes, and she had merely assisted in carrying them. It was just fried rice and braised pork. Was it really that significant? Besides, Both the fried rice and braised pork were rather oily. Children shouldn't consume such greasy foods. However, Leah sniffed the air, and it seemed, indeed, quite aromatic. Upon closer inspection, the fried rice looked different from what she was accustomed to. Each grain was distinct, enveloped in a golden egg coating, appearing far from greasy, and the braised pork was even more enticing, making her swallow involuntarily just by looking at it. Teacher Lee, would you like to try the fried rice made by my dad? It's really delicious, Duo generously offered, as Leah had always been kind to her. By protocol, a teacher shouldn't consume a child's food, but the fried rice was simply too tempting. If she didn't taste it, she feared she might be distracted for the entire afternoon. Is it all right, Duo? Of course. Duo smiled, since everyone loves what my dad makes. Teacher Lee, could you help us share it? If you find it delicious, you can go buy some for my dad tonight. Buy from your dad? How do we do that, Duo? Leah asked in surprise. Duo tilted her head, contemplating him. My mom said that Dad goes out to set up a stall every day where there are many beautiful sisters and handsome brothers. I think that place is called the Food Street. Your dad is selling at a stall? Leah was astonished. She remembered Dwadwa's father worked at a company. How had he suddenly started selling food? Leah held no contempt for stall vendors. After all, many successful vendors earn substantial profits. Moreover, earning a living through one's own efforts was something to be proud of. My dad has many customers. Duo boasted. Yesterday, I helped my dad. Wow. Leah ruffled Dwadwa's hair. Duo, you are truly remarkable. Now, let me help you distribute it. Let us say thank you, Duo. Thank you, Duo. Thank you, Duo. Leah arranged each child's lunchbox and divided the fried rice among them. The braised pork, however, was limited to 3 pieces, so she could only cut them in half. The mango sago was also shared among all the children. Leah did not reserve any braised pork for herself, only keeping a small portion of fried rice and mango sago, for after all, she was a teacher and should not compete with the children for food. Worried that the children might not be full, Leah hurried off to fetch more dishes, ensuring every child would have enough to eat. After a considerable time, Leah finally sat down. Looking at the meager amount of fried rice in her bowl, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Without further thought, she took a spoonful of fried rice and brought it to her mouth. Wow! Leah's pupils wieder nicht in astonishment. This simple spoonful of fried rice, though slightly cool, surpassed her expectations. It was utterly devoid of greasiness, with grains that were distinct and perfectly seasoned. Dwadwa's father was truly exceptional. With such flavors, selling at a stall would surely yield more than working in an office. She decided to try the mango sago next, and the taste was even more astonishing, refreshingly delightful, surpassing that of any milk tea shop. Moreover, Leah could discern that it was made with genuine ingredients, unlike the diluted mango syrup found in other establishments. Leah recalled Duo mentioning her father sold food at the food street. If there was a bustling food street, it would surely be the one near the university. After just one bite, Leah found herself wanting more. Even though she had already had lunch, she felt that having another serving wouldn't be an issue at all. After lunch, it was time for the children to take their afternoon nap. However, today, all the little ones gathered around Duo. Duo, your dad's fried rice is truly delicious. Can you bring some more tomorrow? That mango sago is also delightful. I want to drink it again tomorrow. Duo, what do you want? I could trade you. It's called mango sago, you silly pig. The braised pork is amazing too. Duo, is there anything you want to eat? I can have my nanny make it for you. Faced with the eager gazes of her many friends, Duo couldn't refuse and finally replied, well, all right. Tomorrow, I'll bring a bit more to share with you all. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing moved all the supplies down to the tricycle. Initially, Jiang Tian had planned to prepare 200 cups of mango sago, but there simply wasn't enough space in the vehicle. The fried rice remained at around 200 portions, while the braised pork was prepared in approximately 120 servings. Just like the day before, for the mango sago, Jiang Tian had prepared exactly 100 cups. Once everything was sold out, the profits were quite substantial. After bidding farewell to Lin Wanjing, Jiang Tian hopped onto his tricycle and set off briskly towards the university town. On the way, Jiang Tian posted a picture on social media, devoid of any caption, just the image. It is an amusing panda emoji merrily riding a tricycle, adorned with the words, "Set up shop." After posting it on his moments, Jiang Tian tucked his phone into his pocket. Little did he anticipate the unforeseen circumstances unfolding today in the university town. Chapter 39. We treat you as friends, but you treat us as chives? At 3 o'clock, Jiang Tian had everything ready. He pondered arriving early to secure a good spot. However, when he reached the food street, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Typically, at this hour, the food street was sparsely populated. Even the vendors were few and far between. Most people usually arrived just past 4. Yet today, although the vendors were still lacking, the street was teeming with customers. A sea of heads filled his view, enough to trigger a sense of claustrophobia. Jiang Tian was puzzled. Why were there so many people today? Had someone's business suddenly taken off? Meanwhile, Li Dali, the vendor selling fried skewers, was in a state of anxious turmoil. "Everyone, please be quiet. I've called Boss Jiang several times, but no one is answering. I know you all want fried rice and are eager, but please hold on. It's still too early. I suspect he might arrive shortly. How about we start with some fried skewers to tide you over?" Li Dali regretted arriving too early today, hoping to secure a prime location for Jiang Tian. After all, he had benefited from Jiang Tian's popularity last night at the Wang Hai apartment, selling out all his skewers. Just as he settled into his spot, a throng of customers descended upon him. "Li Gu, when will Boss Jiang arrive? I saw him post on WeChat." One customer exclaimed. "Wait, you all have Boss Jiang's WeChat?" "I only heard it from a friend," Li Dali replied, sweating. He had just attempted to call Jiang Tian, but it seemed Jiang Tian had missed it. Calling again felt inappropriate. What if he was busy with something? After all, these were Jiang Tian's customers. He felt no need to meddle unnecessarily. What if Jiang Tian was deliberately delaying? Hunger marketing was a common tactic in the industry. On the other hand, Jiang Tian wore a frown. Whose business was thriving to such an extent? It couldn't possibly be his, could it? In recent days, he had indeed gained numerous customers on WeChat, and his Douyin presence had surged, drawing many eager patrons. But could it really account for this crowd? Scanning the scene, he estimated there were at least 200 to 300 people. It was impossible to navigate through. Thus, Jiang Tian parked his vehicle on the outskirts and approached a young man, tapping him on the shoulder. "Excuse me, what is going on here?" The young man turned back. "Waiting for fried rice. Didn't you know?" Jiang Tian was taken aback. Fried rice? Who was selling fried rice so successfully? The young man, growing impatient, responded. "Haven't you seen Douyin? Lao Xiang fries ice. The boss is setting up stall in front of the city management bureau. It's all the rage. We came as a group." At this, the young man scrutinized Jiang Tian. "I must say, you look quite a bit like that boss." This left Jiang Tian dumbfounded. Lao Xiang fries ice. Was that not him? So, these people were all here for him? He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What the heck?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's Boss Jiang." In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Tian, like a spotlight illuminating him. All attention focused on his presence. "It really is Boss Jiang. Make way, Boss Jiang has arrived." Shouts erupted. "I've been waiting for you forever. Finally, you're here. Will there be enough red braised pork today?" It was all gone by the time it got to me yesterday. I had to buy a piece from my roommate for $10. If only there were no limits on red braised pork. I could eat 2 portions myself. Among the crowd were several familiar faces, loyal customers who had visited multiple times before. Jiang Tian chuckled. "I never expected everyone to come so early. Aren't you all supposed to be in class? It's not the weekend, and even with my post, I thought attendance would be sparse. Who dares go to class? We'll come back after. Forget about red braised pork. We might not even get fried rice." I skipped class to be here, thinking I was clever. Little did I know, I defined only clever people here. "Boss Jiang, just one bite, please. I'm begging you. Just one bite. Move aside if you want to eat." Do you expect Boss Jiang to cook on the roadside? Listening to the banter, Jiang Tian felt both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, the crowd cooperated, parting to create a pathway. Jiang Tian navigated through, stopping beside Li Dali upon spotting him. "Brother, you finally made it," Li Dali lamented. "Your customers couldn't see you. It was truly torturous for me." Jiang Tian checked his phone and realized Li Dali had called, along with several customer inquiries about his arrival. Unfortunately, his phone had been on silent, so he hadn't heard. "Thanks, brother." Jiang Tian expressed gratefully. After parking his vehicle, he didn't immediately start cooking, but approached the stall, perplexing many. Boss Jiang, aren't you starting? Jiang Tian shook his head. Many have asked if I offer drinks. So today I've decided to introduce a new beverage. He then took a marker and elegantly inscribed the words Yangji Ganlu on the signboard. What? Yangji Ganlu? That's my favorite. I just had a cup at noon. What a perfect combination. Fried rice, red braised pork, and Yangji Ganlu. This meal is unbeatable. How much is the Yangji Ganlu? Someone inquired. It won't be exorbitant, will it? How expensive can 1 cup of Yangji Ganlu be? If you buy in a group, it's only 10 yuan per cup. I'm losing it. I'm allergic to mangoes. Without a word, Jiang Tian quietly wrote 18 yuan per cup beneath the drink. This price was relatively steep for such a beverage, especially since many tea shops priced it between 13 to 16 yuan. Even with group purchases, it typically cost around 10 yuan. And for a street vendor without a business license, charging 18 yuan? That seemed quite excessive. A hush fell over the crowd, with many internally questioning whether Jiang Tian was being a bit too greedy. We treat you as friends, but you treat us as chives? Have you already succumbed to harvesting us? Chapter 40. Yangji Ganlu, I would like a cup from Boss Jiang. Regarding the pricing of Yangji Ganlu, Jiang Tian believes that 18 yuan per cup is not exorbitant. After all, the ingredients are genuine, and those who frequently indulge in milk tea can discern the quality upon tasting. Furthermore, it is not a matter of coercion. If one wishes to purchase, they may, and if not, there is no obligation. Boss Jiang, isn't 18 a bit steep? We are still university students, and our living expenses are rather limited, remarked one. Indeed, a serving of fried rice, a portion of braised pork, and a cup of Yangji Ganlu nearly adds up to 50 yuan. 50 yuan could cover 2 dishes at a restaurant. It does seem a bit pricey. 10 yuan would be more reasonable. Hold on, everyone. Boss Jiang is not forcing anyone to buy. If he uses quality ingredients, I believe the price is justifiable. Some patrons still felt that Jiang Tian's pricing was quite standard. Jiang Tian refrained from explaining why the price was set so high, for sometimes clarifications can create an air of insincerity. For instance, if Jiang Tian emphasizes that he uses Hainan mangoes, customers might subconsciously add a layer of expectation. This must be Hainan mango. It must taste exceptional. Thus, if the mango does not meet their expectations, they might question whether it truly was Hainan mango. However, if he remains silent and customers independently discern the excellent quality of the mango, they would be pleasantly surprised. Boss Jiang, this must be the Hainan Guifei mango. I didn't expect such generous ingredients. 18 yuan per cup is truly a bargain. As Jiang Tian returned to his station to greet customers, the first patron was the chubby boy who had been at the front of the line at the City Management Bureau the previous day. Boss Jiang, the usual, 1 portion of braised pork and 2 portions of ham fried rice. Got it. Jiang Tian opened the stove, and while waiting for the pan to heat, he lifted the lid off the stainless steel container for the Yangji Ganlu. A rush of cool air infused with a subtle fruity aroma escaped, and the chubby boy couldn't resist peering inside. The container was filled with ice to maintain temperature, and the rest was filled with prepared Yangji Ganlu. Golden mangoes settled at the bottom, red grapefruit bits served as embellishments, along with translucent sago and pure white coconut milk. Each cup contained several ice cubes, creating an irresistibly tempting appearance. The summer in Jiangxing is stifling, often diminishing appetites, prompting many to crave chilled beverages. Initially, the chubby boy planned to enjoy his braised pork and fried rice before heading to a nearby street vendor for a cup of lemon water from Mishuai City, which was quite economical. Yet, the enticing aroma of the mango in the Yangji Ganlu deeply captivated him. Imagine, after savoring fried rice and braised pork on this sweltering summer day, indulging in a refreshing gulp of chilled Yangji Ganlu. Wasn't he that a delightful thought? But alas, his pockets were light. Having already ordered 2 portions of ham, fried rice, and braised pork, that amounted to 40 yuan. Adding a cup of Yangji Ganlu would total 58. For an ordinary university student, that was rather extravagant. With a sigh of regret, he averted his gaze. The 2 portions of ham fried rice were quickly prepared, and Jiang Tian packaged them, handing them over. Enjoy. Come back next time. I'm off, boss. The chubby boy accepted the bag and turned to leave, yet his steps were slow, as if each was weighted with reluctance. Eventually, he could not resist, turning back after just a few steps, gazing longingly at the Yangji Ganlu. Yangji Ganlu, I'll have a cup, Boss Jiang. Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed one cannot harbor such obsessions. The chubby boy's words elicited laughter from many, and he blushed to his ears, quickly correcting himself. Boss Jiang, I'll have a cup of Yangji Ganlu. All right. Jiang Tian handed him a cup of Yangji Ganlu, and at last, the chubby boy departed with satisfaction. He did not venture far, as nearby was a designated dining area in the food street, furnished with numerous tables and benches. Upon sitting down, the chubby boy didn't even open his fried rice or braised pork. He immediately took a sip of the Yangji Ganlu. In the oppressive summer heat, the moment the Yangji Ganlu touched his lips, a wave of coolness enveloped his mouth. This was soon followed by the rich, sweet essence of mango, with the chilled coconut milk smoothly cascading, mellowing the mango's thickness. The cool sensation flowed down his throat, and a faint coconut aroma wafted through his nostrils. The sago was delightfully chewy, bouncing back as he bit into it, the small, round pearls rolling between his teeth, mingling with the milky flavor. At this point, the cup of Yangji Ganlu was already commendable. However, what truly astonished the chubby boy were the grapefruit bits added by Boss Jiang. The grapefruit's tangy yet slightly bitter flavor perfectly balanced the sweetness of the mango and coconut milk, a true masterstroke. Especially when he bit into the grapefruit, the mildly sour juice burst in his mouth. Yet this acidity was quickly subdued by the sweetness of the mango, leaving only a refreshing aftertaste. The medley of fruity aromas, the fragrances of coconut milk and honey. Each distinct flavor lingered in his mouth, akin to a splendid floral display. Delicious. Absolutely delightful, the chubby boy exclaimed, slamming the table, and yelled to Jiang Tian, Boss Jiang, you used only fresh fruit, right? No jams added? Jiang Tian cast him a grateful glance. Indeed, it's wonderful to have discerning customers. There's no need for explanation. That explains it. The chubby boy savored another sip, remarking, the Yangji Ganlu I've had before always had a hint of artificial flavor, but yours is completely pure. To be honest, selling it at 18 yuan per serving is quite reasonable, and I can tell that the quality of your mango and grapefruit is exceptional. Jiang Tian chuckled softly. Each mango and grapefruit is personally selected by me. Isn't that commendable? The chubby boy began to feast, and Jiang Tian welcomed his second customer, a stylishly dressed young lady who approached his stall. Boss, one serving of specialty fried rice, please. Coming right up, Jiang Tian replied, preparing to cook the fried rice. His fried rice portions were quite generous. A petite girl could certainly fill her belly with one serving. However, Jiang Tian underestimated the young lady's appetite, as she pointed to the braised pork and added, wait, I'll also have a portion of braised pork and a Yangji Ganlu, please. All right. That will be 46 yuan. Please scan over there. Sure. The attractive young lady swiftly took out her phone, made the payment, and then added, could you fry the braised pork together with the fried rice? This unexpected request momentarily stunned Jiang Tian. Frying braised pork with rice? What novel concept? Braised pork fried rice? Jiang Tian examined the stylish young lady closely. She stood at about 170 centimeters, with a slender figure. Who would have thought she could eat so heartily? Truly, one cannot judge by appearances. You have quite the appetite, Jiang Tian genuinely remarked, noting that she was the first to make such a request. Braised pork and fried rice are a match made in heaven. Their fusion would surely create an extraordinary flavor. Chapter 41. Dear, may I have taste? The young lady inquired, her eyes sparkling with delight. Jiang Tian regarded her with newfound admiration. The aroma of the braised pork was sweet and tender, while the fried rice exuded a savory freshness. The two complemented each other perfectly, creating a harmonious culinary experience. That beautiful girl smiled and said, Boss Jiang, your fried rice and braised pork are absolutely delectable. I can never get enough. All right then, I'll prepare it just as you requested. Jiang Tian replied enthusiastically. As the pan heated, he followed the usual steps. Once the rice was added, he pressed it down with a spatula, breaking it apart before pouring in the braised pork along with a touch of its rich sauce. Sizzle. The high heat caused a plume of white smoke to billow from the iron wok, carrying with it the intoxicating aroma of the braised pork. Wow, it smells divine. How can a braised pork be so fragrant? Exclaimed the girl, clearly impressed. This lady truly knows how to eat. She had Boss Jiang fry the braised pork together with the rice. I want to try it that way too. Just watching made her mouth water. The thought of tasting it filled her with joy and anticipation. Before long, a serving of braised pork fried rice was ready. Jiang Tian handed a cup of mango pomelo sago to her, saying, "Take care, beautiful. Come again soon." The lovely girl waved goodbye before settling down in the communal dining area. As she opened her takeout box, the enticing scent of fried rice and braised pork wafted towards her, igniting her appetite. The braised pork was already incredibly tender, and after being stir-fried, it had melded seamlessly with the rice. Each grain was enveloped in the sweet, rich flavor of the pork. With a spoonful of both fried rice and a lean pork, she brought it to her mouth, drawing the attention of many around her. The moment it touched her lips, her pupils slightly dilated, and she nodded in delight. For a fleeting instant, her mind went blank. All she could think of was how delicious it was. It matched her expectations perfectly. Taking another sip of mango pomelo sago, she let out a contented sigh. Today had brought her much unhappiness, but in this moment, all her troubles faded away. The world around her consisted solely of the braised pork fried rice and the refreshing mango pomelo sago. As for what lay ahead, well, that could wait until she finished her meal. Meanwhile, at the back of the queue, a young couple was whispering among themselves. The boy, arms crossed, expressed his discontent. "I really don't understand why you want to join the crowd. This is clearly a facade. The owner must be the son of some high-ranking official." The girl retorted angrily, "Why are you so cynical? His former colleagues have already debunked that rumor. He comes from an ordinary family." Her name was Liang Shui, a second-year student from the nearby music academy. She had been a loyal customer since Jiang Tian first set up his stall in the food street. The quality of his fried rice was beyond dispute, especially after he set up shop right in front of the city management bureau yesterday, which filled her with pride. "Look, my favorite restaurant is officially recognized." But her boyfriend, Chen Bo, scoffed at the news, even going so far as to say Liang Shui was being foolish. "Clearly, the real owner is just a puppet, and he is merely a laborer," Chen Bo remarked dismissively. Sighing, Liang Shui shook her head. "I just don't understand you. Why can't it be that Boss Jiang offers excellent service, quality ingredients, and great taste? The government is encouraging street vendors. It makes perfect sense for Jiang Tian to be an exemplary vendor." Chen Bo rolled his eyes, his words dripping with sarcasm. "How good can fried rice possibly be? Besides, look at the long line. We could go eat somewhere else without waiting so long." Fuming, Liang Shui retorted, "I want to eat Lao Jiang's fried rice. And I must try his new mango pomelo sago." Frustrated, Chen Bo shot back, "It's just a street stall, and you want to spend nearly 50 yuan? Are you insane?" Gritting her teeth, Liang Shui replied, "If you think it's beneath you, then don't come begging me for a bite later." Men often have a competitive spirit, and Chen Bo was no exception. He boldly declared, "Fine. Chen Bo, would rather starve to death than eat even a single bite of fried rice. Suit yourself. I'm off to enjoy some fried skewers," he added, strutting away. Watching her boyfriend leave, Liang Shui felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. After nearly 20 minutes of waiting, she finally reached the front of the line. She ordered a serving of ham fried rice, a portion of braised pork, and a cup of the new mango pomelo sago, specifically requesting that the pork be stir-fried with the rice, as she had seen many others do to great acclaim. With her food in hand, Liang Shui made her way to the communal dining area, where Chen Bo awaited her. He had already finished his meal, evident from the trash scattered on the table. As she approached, Chen Bo, casually picking his teeth with a toothpick, remarked, "Took you long enough. Just wait until the hype dies down. You'll see that no one will be here." Liang Shui, uninterested in arguing, replied coolly, "For Boss Jiang, this surge in popularity is just the icing on the cake. Even without setting up in front of the city management bureau, his fried rice would still be a hit. It's just a matter of time." Chen Bo scoffed, but chose not to engage further. He looked disdainfully at the long line of customers, adopting a superior demeanor as if he alone was in the right. "What a bunch of fools," he muttered, shaking his head. Suddenly, An enticing aroma wafted through the air. Catching his attention, he sniffed curiously, and the scent was indeed unique. A rich, meaty fragrance mingled with the heat of the pan and the alluring aroma of rice. But wait. Was there a refreshing fruity note as well? Turning, he spotted Liang Shui, usually so demure, now carelessly tossing her hair aside while ravenously devouring her food, completely disregarding her ladle-like image. The beguiling fragrance was emanating from her fried rice. Chimbo couldn't help but swallow hard. The fried rice looked surprisingly appetizing. Each grain was distinct, enveloped in the savory essence of the braised pork, and the enticing aroma wafting from the stir-fry was enough to awaken his appetite. Even after indulging in fried skewers and stinky tofu, his mouth watered at the sight of her meal. The mango pomelo sago beside her appeared equally delightful, its vibrant mango and grapefruit flesh promising a refreshing treat. After a moment's hesitation, Chunbo blushed and asked, Darling, will I have a taste? Chapter 42. My father is the most amazing person in the world, baby. Could I possibly have a taste? Chunbo, with an embarrassed blush, ventured to ask. However, Liang Shui shook her head, reminding him, You said you wouldn't eat it. Besides, didn't you think that Boss Jiang is the son of some leader? Chunbo fixed his gaze on the enticing aroma of the braised pork fried rice and swallowed hard. I was just joking, he replied. A minute ago, he would have never imagined he would beg for a mere fried rice. Yet now, the intense fragrance enveloped him, and he knew that if he didn't have a bite today, sleep would elude him when he returned to school. Liang Shui, however, was unfazed, engrossed in a variety show while savoring her delicious fried rice. Who understands this? Family. This little life is just splendid. Chunbo's face was a mixture of embarrassment and frustration. He couldn't laugh nor cry. In the end, he retreated slightly and muttered, Fine, it's just a plate of fried rice. How amazing could it possibly be? I am a man, and a man's word is his bond. If I said I wouldn't eat it, then I absolutely will not. But this bravado lasted less than half a minute before Chunbo nearly pleaded, Baby, I beg you, just one bite. Please let me have a taste. Seeing his pitiful expression, Liang Shui's heart softened, and she reluctantly pushed the fried rice towards him. But remember, just one bite. Chunbo eagerly scooped a generous spoonful and placed it into his mouth. Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the fried rice. Wow, how can it be this delicious? The savory essence of the fried rice mingled with the sweet tenderness of the braised pork, creating a remarkably rich flavor that was both robust and delightful. He had anticipated it would be good, but never to this extent. His instincts urged him to take another scoop, but Liang Shui snatched it away, cautioning, You promised just one bite. If you want more, go stand in line. Chunbo pouted and took a sip of the refreshing mango sago, the coolness of the coconut milk and cream blending with the fruity notes of mango and grapefruit. Pure bliss. However, when he turned to glance at the line, despair washed over him. There were nearly 100 people waiting. It would take ages before he could get his hands on another serving. At this point, Chunbo was thoroughly convinced. Initially, he thought the throng of people was merely there for the excitement, but it seemed that Boss Jiang truly had some remarkable skills. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was bustling with activity. The food street was teeming with people, and the queue stretched so long that he couldn't see its end. Many patrons took out their phones to capture the moment. By the end of the day, Jiang Tian had become a minor celebrity in Jiang City. Any TikTok video featuring him garnered significant attention, which in turn attracted more visitors, creating a cycle of increasing foot traffic. While the mango sago had its share of customers, it paled in comparison to the sales of braised pork. Out of every 10, 7 opted for the pork, while only 4 or 5 chose the mango sago. Jiang Tian understood. After all, the primary clientele consisted of university students with limited budgets. However, the prices were set, and altering them would confuse previous customers. Despite anticipating a bustling business day, the reality exceeded Jiang Tian's expectations. By 9 o'clock, everything had sold out: fried rice, braised pork, and mango sago, leaving not a single morsel. Complaints erupted among the crowd. Boss Jiang, it's only 9. How could you run out? I just got here after my class and waited so long. Yet I couldn't even taste the fried rice. Can you bring some more? This isn't enough. I drove 10 kilometers to get here. 10 kilometers? I came from a neighboring city, nearly 100 kilometers away, and I didn't even see what the fried rice looks like. Jiang Tian could only apologize sincerely. I am truly sorry, everyone. As you can see, I have limited capacity for each day. As the owner, I wish to continue earning, but I will be here every day. If you wish to eat, please come tomorrow or later to the Wang Hai apartment where I will set up my stall. Boss Jiang, may I take a picture with you? Of course. A group eagerly gathered for photos, and Jiang Tian smiled, accommodating their requests. By 9:20, the bustling scene finally came to a close. After tidying up the area, Jiang Tian bid farewell to Li Dali and rode off on his tricycle. Around 20 minutes later, he returned home, planning to quickly gather his things for the apartment. However, upon entering, he found Duo standing in a corner, pouting with tears glistening in her eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Meanwhile, Lin Wanjing sat on the sofa, arms crossed, exuding frustration. Duo, did you upset your mother again? Jiang Tian feigned sternness. Duo shook her head, instinctively rushing towards Jiang Tian for comfort. But Lin Wanjing's icy voice cut in from behind. Stay right there. Duo froze in fear. In this household, Lin Wanjing was the one she feared most. Jiang Tian turned to his wife, asking, Dear, what happened? Lin Wanjing, clearly upset, pointed to a backpack on the coffee table. Just take a look for yourself. As Jiang Tian approached and opened the bag, he was taken aback. Duo, why is there so much stuff in your backpack? Inside her pink bag were an assortment of toys, dolls, and even several smartwatches. What's going on here? Where did all this come from? Jiang Tian questioned sternly. Duo turned, looking utterly dejected. They gave it to me willingly. Lin Wanjing sighed. I sent her fried rice at noon, and she shared it with her friends. Consequently, they all wanted to eat, and many gave her their things, hoping she would bring them fried rice and braised pork tomorrow. Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. All right, come here, Duo. He recognized that Lin Wanjing didn't genuinely wish to punish their daughter. Rather, she aimed to guide her towards the right values. At Duo's age, it was crucial to instill proper principles, for a single misstep could lead to many more. Feeling wronged, Duo rushed into Jiang Tian's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, breaking both their hearts. Jiang Tian took out his phone and messaged the kindergarten group, asking the parents to collect their items tomorrow. Upon learning of the situation, the other parents couldn't help but laugh, and after comforting Duo for a while, her spirits lifted. She clung to Jiang Tian's waist, murmuring, When I told them my daddy is amazing, they didn't believe me. But after they tasted the fried rice, they all want to eat it again tomorrow. My daddy is the most amazing person in the world. These words filled Jiang Tian with joy as he ruffled her hair. All right, tomorrow, Daddy will ask Mommy to bring you a little more. However, Duo glanced timidly at Lin Wanjing and asked Daddy, Could you deliver to me tomorrow? Chapter 43. A brother or a sister? Daddy, could you take Duo tomorrow? Duo's eyes brimmed with pleading innocence, her inner intentions completely discerned by Jiang Tian. Though Duo was well-behaved, she was still a child, and her mischievous nature often led her to vex Lin Wanjing. Occasionally, Lin Wanjing would impose mild punishments, such as making her reflect against the wall for half an hour or lightly tapping her palm. Hence, Duo held a certain trepidation towards Lin Wanjing, particularly when she was angry, as her expression seemed utterly demonic to Duo. Jiang Tian, who typically spent his days at work, found Duo often preferred his company. With a wry smile, he acquiesced. All right, I shall deliver you tomorrow at noon. Yay! Duo cheered, yet upon catching Lin Wanjing's icy gaze, she swiftly retreated into Jiang Tian's embrace. As time was fleeting, Jiang Tian knew he had to depart. After urging Duo to return to her room to complete her homework, he made his way back to the living room, addressing Lin Wanjing. Dear, please temper your anger. I must leave soon. Lin Wanjing furrowed her brows. It's nearly 10 o'clock. You haven't rested well these past few days. Can't you take a half day off? Jiang Tian sighed. There are many customers waiting. I cannot go back on my word. Lin Wanjing pouted. Very well. I have prepared a meal for you. Ensure you eat well before you leave. Today, I conversed with Xiaoya and sought her advice. Is she in Jiangcheng? We should invite her for a meal another day. Lin Wanjing stood to warm the food for Jiang Tian, sharing her thoughts during their meal. She was always meticulous in her planning, which gave Jiang Tian peace of mind to entrust matters to her. Once they had finished eating, Jiang Tian picked up his phone, intending to announce his stall opening on social media, only to find the kindergarten group chat buzzing with activity. In mere moments, there were already over 100 messages. Typically, this group was quite dormant, with only teacher Leah assigning homework. Curious, Jiang Tian entered the chat and scrolled to the top. Today my son came home crying, demanding fried rice. Teacher Lee, did the cafeteria serve fried rice today? What coincidence. My daughter, too, insisted on fried rice and braised pork. Is this a common occurrence? My son claimed he behaved only after I scolded him. How can fried pork be so rich? Teacher Lee, what's going on? My daughter is also clamoring for some disgusting lamb fat. How can anyone drink that? Teacher Lee responded, Dear parents, the cafeteria did not serve fried rice or braised pork today. One of the children's mothers brought in fried rice and braised pork to share, and all the children found it delicious. Rest assured, each child had only a small portion, which did not affect their regular meals. Additionally, there was no lamb fat. It was a drink called Yangji Ganlu, made with mango, grapefruit, and coconut milk, quite healthy. One astute parent tagged Jiang Tian directly in the chat. Isn't this Duo's father? Haha, my child must be craving the fried rice made by Duo's dad, which is why they gave Duo their watch. Jiang Tian felt a flush of embarrassment. This little one had certainly landed herself in trouble. The fried rice and braised pork were both made by me. Quite healthy, he clarified. The parent responded with a toothy grin. Of course, it's healthy for the children. Might I inquire how you prepare it? I wish to make some for my son. He's quite picky and insists that anything deemed delicious must indeed be delectable. Several parents echoed their agreement. Indeed, I've hired several nannies, yet my daughter remains unsatisfied. She claimed the braised pork was delicious. I'm quite curious about its true flavor. What was Dad? Could you please share your fried rice recipe? I heard from my daughter that you set up a stall on a certain street. Wow, a stall? Where? I'd love to support Duo's dad's business one day. No wonder the food is so scrumptious. It turns out Duo's father is a great chef. As Jiang Tian pondered how to respond, a sudden sharp pain pierced his ear. Ouch! Ouch! Dear! That hurts! Lin Wanjing had pinched his ear, her tone laced with irritation. Feeling quite pleased with yourself now. Are you? Should I invite them over for dinner? Jiang Tian was taken aback. Is that permissible? This unexpected question ignited Lin Wanjing's fury. Oh, Jiang Tian, you truly have such intentions, don't you? Why had I never noticed this penchant of yours for other wives? Jiang Tian, on the verge of tears, hastily defended himself. Wife, you've misunderstood. I may harbor thieving thoughts, but I lack the boldness. Is there anything under the sun that Jiang Tian fears? Lin Wanjing arched her brows, her anger causing her chest to heave. Are you planning to become successful and then cast me aside? Impossible, Jiang Tian declared earnestly. My wife is beautiful and has an exquisite figure. How could I ever bear to part with you? Even the most beautiful and splendid can become tiresome one day. That applies to others. With you, I could never tire. And what about when we grow old? That day is not upon us yet. By your logic, when you grow old, will you truly replace me? Jiang Tian was at a loss for words. When I grow old, I won't even be able to stand. With a stern expression, Lin Wanjing, who was already breathtakingly beautiful, now resembled an icy mountain. Come, let us return to the room. Jiang Tian blinked in confusion. What for? I must depart from my stall. To pay your dues, she replied. Jiang Tian's face flushed crimson, glancing anxiously at Duo's room. But Duo is still here. Then you may proceed to your stall. What? So, I am leaving now? Go ahead. Don't return tonight or ever again. This statement left Jiang Tian speechless, stammering for words until he finally bit the bullet. Fine. Lin Wanjing, you said it. Looking into Jiang Tian's fierce gaze, Lin Wanjing felt an ominous premonition and cautiously inquired. What do you mean? Unexpectedly, Jiang Tian stood up with determination and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. What are you doing? Lin Wanjing's cheeks flushed crimson. Paying my dues. Were you not quite capable just now? Why the blush now? I was joking. Put me down. I took you seriously. If you possess any skill, do not scream. Jiang Tian, release me. Dear Duo is still here. Too late. It's too late for any words now. In the room, Duo tilted her head, engrossed in her drawing. Hearing the commotion between her parents, she pouted and gazed out the window, murmuring to herself, Daddy and Mommy are quarreling again. Whom should I desire, a brother or a sister? Chapter 44. Whose words matter more, mine or Boss Jiang's? By the time Jiang Tian arrived at Wang Hai apartment, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. As soon as the customers spotted Jiang Tian's tricycle, they immediately swarmed around him. Boss Jiang, what happened? Why did you arrive so late today? Indeed, I came by at 9:30 and have been waiting. It's already 11. I traveled over 100 kilometers from out of town. I'm nearly starving to death. Boss Jiang, help me. Listening to the customers' complaints, Jiang Tian was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, he had managed to act quickly. Otherwise, he would have arrived at least by 11:30. My sincere apologies, everyone, Jiang Tian said, fabricating an excuse. I encountered some trouble on the road. Please make way. I need to head inside. As he rode his tricycle in, he was taken aback to find a considerable number of vendors at Wang Hai apartment that night, many of whom were unfamiliar faces. Several merchants greeted him, but the two vendors selling fried rice and fried noodles were conspicuously absent, presumably having moved elsewhere due to lack of business. Surprisingly, Li Dali was also not present. Finding an empty spot, Jiang Tian parked his tricycle, only to be instantly surrounded by the crowd. A particularly eager young man broke through the throng, arriving at the stall with a sudden stop, panting, Boss Jiang, quickly. 3 portions of ham fried rice and 1 portion of braised pork. He glanced at the menu on the illuminated board and exclaimed, Have new items been added today? Is the Yangji Gan Lu limited in availability? Yes, it is limited. Jiang Tian replied with a smile. 1 portion per person. By the way, where's your girlfriend today? Jiang Tian recognized this young man, who had bought food from him twice the previous day. His girlfriend suffered from anorexia. Tong sighed, Don't mention it. After eating your fried rice yesterday, my girlfriend hasn't eaten anything else. I originally planned to finish work early today to buy her something from the food street, but I ended up working overtime. Now she is nearly starving, and she refuses to eat anything else but your fried rice. Boss, please hurry. All right. 3 portions of ham fried rice, 1 portion of braised pork, and 1 cup of Yang Zhigan Lu, totaling 68 yuan. Please scan the code. Jiang Tian wasted no time and quickly heated the pan. He poured in oil, adding a spoonful of cold oil once it was hot. He swiftly cracked the eggs and scrambled them before adding the vegetables and ham, infusing them with high heat. Once the vegetables were cooked, he added the rice, breaking it apart with a spatula to ensure each grain was distinct. Finally, he incorporated his secret seasoning, wielding the spatula in one hand and the pan in the other, turning the heat to maximum. In no time, the fried rice was ready. Jiang Tian deftly packed it into disposable containers, alongside the braised pork and Yang Zhigan Lu, handing them over. Tong took the food and dashed off, leaving onlookers wondering if he was dining and dashing. Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle as he prepared for the next customer. The evening crowd at Wang Hai apartment was not as large as during the afternoon food street rush. Many assumed Jiang Tian would not show up that night, and it was indeed quite late. Yet, compared to previous nights at Wang Hai apartment, the turnout was still significant. The sheer volume of customers was enough that Jiang Tian couldn't even recognize their faces. As soon as someone called out, he would launch into a flurry of activity. The mantra remained the same: either work hard or perish. While he had earned a fair amount in the past 2 days, he had also been quite busy, neglecting the care of Lin Wanjing and Duo. Thus, after the night concluded, Jiang Tian resolved to bring them a gift. Meanwhile, Tong was anxious to return home to his girlfriend, Chi Cici, who had been suffering from anorexia. Since her condition began, she hardly felt hunger, often vomiting whatever little she managed to eat. Today, however, she had sent him 100 messages expressing her hunger. The elevator seemed stuck upstairs and unwilling to wait. Tong, he sprinted up the stairs. As he opened the door to their home, he found Chi Cici, who had been curled up on the sofa lost in thought, springing towards him the next moment. They swiftly exchanged the fried rice as if in a relay race. As Chi Cici tore open the bag, she remarked, Why is there a drink? Young Zigun Lu? From which milk tea shop? You know I don't like it. Tong He, leaning against the wall and panting heavily, replied. It's Boss Zhang's new product. Don't you want to try it? If not, I'll drink it. Unexpectedly, Chi Cici's expression brightened. Boss Zhang's new product? Oh, I must have it. As she took a bite of the fragrant fried rice, her previous lethargy began to dissipate. She savored, involuntarily expressing her enjoyment. It's so delicious. It was worth the wait. If only Boss Jiang could be my chef every day. Tong He chuckled. The man earns thousands in a night. I can't afford him. Chi Cici rolled her eyes. I was just joking. If I could eat such delicious fried rice every day, I can't imagine how bright and cheerful I would be. Tong He raised an eyebrow. Every day? Won't you get tired of it? Others might, but not Boss Zhang's. It's simply too delicious, too satisfying. I'll have 2 portions myself. Thank you, darling, for saving me one. Before she had finished speaking, Chi Cici declared, I'll save the last portion for lunch tomorrow. Tong He felt disheartened, thinking that perhaps Boss Jiang had become more important than he was as her boyfriend. After consuming nearly half of the fried rice, Chi Cici finally remembered the young Zigun Lu beside her. Though she rarely drank such beverages due to concerns about weight gain, she surprisingly felt no aversion to it now. Just one sip, she thought, inserting the straw and taking a sip. This is delightful. Chi Cici's eyes sparkled. The fruity aroma is intense. It's sweet and tangy, and the mango quality is superb. It must be Hainan's Guifei mango. Having grown up in a family that dealt in fruits, Chi Cici was accustomed to discerning fruit quality, so she could easily identify it upon tasting. How much is this? 18 yuan. Such a reasonable price. Chi Cici remarked. In a regular tea restaurant, it would probably cost around 58 yuan. Tong He sat beside Chi Cici, looking pitiful. Baby, may I ask you a question? Without hesitation, Chi Cici replied, Go ahead. Whose words matter more, mine or Boss Zhang's? Upon hearing this, Chi Cici immediately became serious. Why would you ask that? I'm genuinely about to get angry. Tong He felt a thrill of joy, thinking, my bad. Huh. I knew I was the most important in her heart, but unexpectedly, Chi Cici shifted her tone to one of sternness. How could you even compare yourself to Boss Jiang? Chapter 45. The frantic vendor's Jiang Tian was bustling with activity until the clock struck 1 in the morning, at which point everything had been sold out. Numerous customers requested photographs, and Jiang Tian endeavored to accommodate them. By 1:30, he finally found a moment to catch his breath. After a brief respite, he tidied up the litter around him and meticulously cleaned his tricycle before preparing to leave. Just as he was about to depart, an elderly man halted him. Excuse me. Boss Jiang, may I have a word? The man, clad in a soiled white tank top, approached with a fruit salad in hand, beaming as he said, I'm the vendor of the fruit salad stand. We met earlier at the food street, don't you remember? Fruit salad? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, recalling a vague impression. What can I do for you? He inquired, perplexed. The man gulped nervously, and with a hint of urgency in his voice, he said, Would it be convenient for me to set up my stall next to yours in the future? Understanding the man's intention, Jiang Tian realized that in recent days, due to Li Dali's proximity to his stall, business had flourished, surpassing normal sales by several multiples. Just moments ago, Li Dali had messaged him, mentioning that his skewers and sauces had sold out and that he would need to stay up all night preparing more. Jiang Tian guessed that the man had hesitated to approach him while Li Dali was around. Jiang Tian sighed, Sir, it's not my prerogative to decide who sets up where. He politely declined, explaining that all stalls were first come, first served, including his own. If one arrived late, they would have to establish their stall at the far end of the street where fewer customers ventured. The man chuckled, I understand. But, brother, as he leaned closer, he whispered, let us be honest here. How much does Oli pay you for those skewers? I'm willing to offer double. What do you think? Jiang Tian's demeanor immediately darkened. Did he have a face that could be easily bribed? He replied sternly, you misunderstand. He hasn't given me a single penny. The fruit salad vendor was taken aback, excitedly slapping his thigh. My young friend, are you not aware? Previously, we all competed for positions because they influenced business, but now, it is you who affects the commerce. Just think about it. Renting those 2 spots for a month could easily fetch 3,000. If he doesn't pay, isn't that just blatant bullying? Jiang Tian frowned. Was this man attempting to sow discord? How could he possibly know what kind of person Li Dali was without having interacted with him? Moreover, while Li Dali had indeed conversed with him privately and even transferred money to him, Jiang Tian had refused to accept it. It was undeniable that despite his seemingly simple name, Li Dali was quite astute. Every customer who purchased Jiang Tian's fried rice received 2 complimentary skewers, which alone would fetch 3 to 4 yuan if sold. Furthermore, upon witnessing his business flourish thanks to Jiang Tian, Li Dali promptly upgraded his ingredients, discarding any stale supplies without hesitation. Many patrons recognized the fried skewer vendor as Jiang Tian's friend. If he were to compromise quality for profit, it would only tarnish Jiang Tian's reputation. Jiang Tian had built a rapport with Li Dali, enjoying their conversations, which was why he positioned himself nearby. As for who set up on his other side, Jiang Tian had never concerned himself with that. With no common ground for conversation, Jiang Tian decided not to engage further with the fruit salad vendor. He offered a curt smile before turning to leave on his tricycle. In the past, the Wanghai apartment was still bustling at 1 in the morning. However, after Jiang Tian's goods had sold out, only a fraction of the customers remained. At that moment, a couple selling skewers grew anxious as they observed Jiang Tian preparing to depart. "Hurry up, old Wang has already left. What are you waiting for?" The woman urged her husband, who was busy frying skewers. The man sheepishly smiled at the customers, then quietly replied, "The customers are still here. Keep your voice down." The woman, however, was undeterred. "If we could set up next to him, we could afford a new Mercedes this year. Look at old Li. He has raking it in these past few days, and we're missing out." Jiang Tian was already pedaling his tricycle closer when the woman, seeing her husband in action, sprang up and called out, "Boss Jiang." Jiang Tian, momentarily bewildered, pointed to his face and asked, "Are you calling me?" She nodded fervently, "Yes, yes. Please wait a moment." The man beside her avoided Jiang Tian's gaze, feeling as if he were intruding. He feigned nonchalance, handing a skewer to a customer. "Here you go. Your skewer is ready." Just as the customer reached out, the woman swiftly snatched it from the man's hand. "Hey, boss, that was mine," the customer exclaimed in confusion. The woman sprinted to Jiang Tian's tricycle, placing the skewer on his seat. "This is just a small token of appreciation." As she spoke, she discreetly attempted to slip a red envelope into Jiang Tian's pocket. "It's for your child. Buy them some clothes." Jiang Tian broke into a sweat. "What is going on today? These people have never spoken to me before. Why are they treating me like a relative during the new year?" Her interruption ignited a flurry of activity among the other eager vendors, who rushed towards Jiang Tian, surrounding him. "Boss Jiang, it's me, the stinky tofu vendor. Please accept this small gesture. Your daughter seemed to enjoy my candied hawthorn. I brought all the flavors for her." "Boss Jiang, have you eaten yet? How about trying my egg pancake? It's superb." "Boss Jiang, I'm the chicken neck vendor. Please sample this and give me your feedback." Jiang Tian was taken aback, finding himself laden with an assortment of food items, evidently premeditated gifts from the vendors. Sighing, he pushed off with his legs, pedaling his tricycle away, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might be overwhelmed by their generosity. Once he was sure they hadn't followed, he slowed his pace, glancing at the items on either side of him, a wry smile forming on his lips. He hadn't accepted any money, so he might as well accept the food. It was getting late, yet instead of heading home, Jiang Tian directed his tricycle towards the city center. Soon, he arrived at the pedestrian street, a place where vending was prohibited and where he had no intention to set up shop. Even at this late hour, the pedestrian street was ablaze with lights. Jiang City certainly had a vibrant nightlife, with many establishments operating around the clock. Having earned a substantial profit over the past few days, it was time to purchase gifts for his wife and daughter. The last time he had given Lin Wanjing a present was 2 years ago, a silver necklace costing over 300 yuan, which had moved her to tears. Today, he pondered what gift would be fitting for her. As Jiang Tian contemplated, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Jiang Tian?" Chapter 46. Skincare Products and Golden Rings. Jiang Tian? A voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Tian's thoughts. Turning around to face the person behind him, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up with surprise. "Sukyang? Brother Chong?" A couple stood behind Jiang Tian. As their eyes met, the man excitedly rushed over and embraced Jiang Tian tightly. "It really is you, Xiao Tian? What a coincidence." Su Chong was Jiang Tian's childhood friend. They attended the same school when they were younger, with Su Chong being a year ahead. Whenever Jiang Tian faced bullying, he would seek Su Chong's assistance for retribution. From elementary school through middle school and into high school, Su Chong was essentially Jiang Tian's protector, akin to an older brother. However, after university, Su Chong moved to the bustling metropolis, and their contact dwindled significantly. Yet, the bond between men remained steadfast, even after a long separation. They could reconnect as if no time had passed. "Brother Chong, aren't you in the metropolis?" Jiang Tian asked in surprise. "What brings you back to Jiang City? You didn't even mention it to me." Su Chong draped his arm around Jiang Tian's shoulder, smiling. "I just returned tonight to introduce my girlfriend to my parents. This is my girlfriend, Lin Chong. She was hungry, so I brought her out for a late-night snack and a stroll. I intended to invite you out after finishing, but I didn't expect to run into you here." Jiang Tian nodded toward Lin Chong. "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Chong smiled gracefully and replied, "Hello. I've often heard Su Chong mention you." "Xiao Tian," Su Chong inquired. "How have you been? Are you doing well?" Jiang Tian forced a bitter smile. "The boss absconded, so now I'm selling goods on the street." This revelation caused Su Chong's smile to falter. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. "Will you be able to catch him?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "My colleague reported it to the police. But since the boss fled to a country without an extradition treaty, it's unlikely he will be apprehended." "Then come to the metropolis," Su Chong urged earnestly. "I made good progress these past 2 years and opened a company. I could use someone like you. I'll ensure you receive a generous salary." Jiang Tian pondered briefly before declining. "No need, Brother Chong. I appreciate the sentiment, but my wife and child are in Jiang City, and I don't wish to leave them. Besides, my street business is doing reasonably well." "That's good to hear." Su Chong assumed Jiang Tian was being modest and clapped his shoulder, forcing a smile. "If you find it too tough, come to the metropolis. I've always been able to help you, and I can do so again." "All right." As the hour grew late, Su Chong and Jiang Tian chatted for a while before bidding farewell. "Take care, Brother Chong. Where will you be selling tomorrow? I'll take sister-in-law to visit your stall. In the evening, I'll be at the food street near the university and later at Wang Hai apartment." Watching Jiang Tian's retreating figure, Su Chong felt a pang of emotion, his vision blurring with unshed tears. "Why are you crying?" Lin Chong asked, puzzled. Su Chong, lost in thought, lit a cigarette. "Darling, my little brother is such a good person. When I was struggling in the metropolis, I didn't even have money for food, and he sent me all his living expenses, living off instant noodles for a month. When I found him, he was as skinny as a monkey. How did he end up selling goods on the street? It's so exhausting and challenging." Lin Chong, moved, said, "Don't you want to help him?" Having graduated from university in the metropolis and worked hard for many years, Su Chong was now running a successful online company, earning millions annually. He nodded. "Isn't he's selling at that food street tomorrow? I'll go talk to him. If necessary, his entire family can come to the metropolis. I have a sizable company. Surely I can support them. My little brother is smart, capable, and hardworking. He will achieve great things." Su Chong had unwavering trust in Jiang Tian's character and abilities, and if there was an opportunity to lend a hand, he would gladly do so. Lin Chong smiled and linked her arm with Su Chong's. "All right, my love. I support you. I can tell he has a good aura. Who knows, once he's in the metropolis, he might be of great help to you." "Yes, I'll have a good talk with him tomorrow. Selling goods on the street isn't a long-term solution." Jiang Tian arrived at the jewelry store. Lin Wanjing had little fondness for diamonds, deeming them the greatest deception of the century. Thus, the wedding ring he purchased was a modest one, meant solely for photographs. Surprisingly, the quality was quite commendable. However, she had a particular affection for gold, relishing the ostentatiousness it represented. Moreover, gold retains its value. In the end, Jiang Tian selected a gold ring for Lin Wanjing and a small gold bean for Duo. His pocket felt lighter by 10,000. Earning money was exhausting, yet spending it was exhilarating. Not only that, but Jiang Tian also bought a set of skincare products for his wife, spending another 1,500. Although Jiang Tian's monthly income was substantial, car and mortgage payments consumed a significant portion, along with daily expenses. The couple saved what they could for unforeseen needs. While their lifestyle was not exactly frugal, they were cautious about extravagant spending. Lin Wanjing used skincare products that cost around 200%, an affordable domestic brand for women. Nevertheless, her skin was well-maintained, fair and delicate, practically flawless. Carefully tucking the items into his pocket, Jiang Tian rode home on his scooter. The city center was quite distant, but fortunately, there was little traffic at this hour. He sped home, arriving at 3 in the morning. Gently pushing open the door, he found the living room lights still on, a thermos containing steaming jasmine tea on the dining table. Additionally, there was a dinner left by Lin Wanjing, featuring Jiang Tian's favorite dishes, tomato and egg, dry pot cauliflower, and sweet and sour ribs. After eating his fill, Jiang Tian took a shower. Upon emerging, he hid the skincare products Lin Wanjing had been using and replaced them with the ones he had purchased. Lin Wanjing had a light sleep. As Jiang Tian entered the bedroom, she sleepily opened her arms. "Husband, you're back." Glancing at the time, Jiang Tian noted it was just past 2 in the morning. He embraced Lin Wanjing and silently slipped the ring onto her finger. Perhaps due to her fatigue, Lin Wanjing remained oblivious, quickly falling back in a slumber in Jiang Tian's arms. The next morning, Lin Wanjing woke early to prepare breakfast and send Duo to school. After washing her face in a daze, she retrieved her skincare products and patted her face. Everything felt normal, yet slightly off. Lin Wanjing paused, glancing at her skincare products. Wait a minute. Suddenly, she froze, staring at her ring finger. How did a golden ring end up there? Chapter 47. Delivering lunch to Duo at kindergarten. Jiang Tian had a dream where he envisioned establishing his own store, escaping the hardships of the outside world. Eventually, he opened several direct-operated stores and embarked on a journey around the globe with his wife and child. In a daze, he felt a cool, soft sensation on his lips. As he slowly opened his eyes, he found Lin Wanjing gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. "Darling," Lin Wanjing said with affection, her eyes brimming with tears. "Why did you suddenly buy me a gold ring? And you got me a new set of skincare products." Jiang Tian chuckled softly. "I haven't been able to spend quality time with you lately, so consider this a token of compensation. I also bought Duo a gold bean. We'll save it for her until she grows up." Every year, Duo received a considerable amount of lucky money from relatives. Unlike other parents, Lin Wanjing and Jiang Tian did not claim their child's money for themselves. Instead, Duo's lucky money was used to purchase gold, which they would return to her on her 18th birthday. "But earning money isn't easy," Lin Wanjing said, her heart aching. "You hardly have any time to rest. And after saving up a little, you spend it all on me and our daughter. You deserve the rewards in this family." Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled Lin Wanjing's hair, smiling indulgently. "Seeing you and Duo happy brings me joy. Both of you are the most important people in my life. Your happiness is my happiness, and your sorrows are my sorrows. I would never feel remorse in spending on you both." Lin Wanjing, with tears like rain on a pear blossom, had silently observed Jiang Tian's efforts over the past few days. He had shouldered the entire household, tirelessly setting up a stall after losing his job. During these days of working at the stall, he scarcely found any free time, always either selling or preparing stock. While the business was thriving, it was exhausting, yet he still made it a point to cheer up both Lin Wanjing and Duo. The one truly deserving of rewards in this household was Jiang Tian. From the day they were together, Lin Wanjing had never regretted her decision. Not in the past, nor would she in the future. "Darling, you've worked hard," she said, embracing Jiang Tian, her voice choked with emotion. "Wife, you have worked hard too?" Jiang Tian replied, holding her tightly. The foundation of a family is never the result of a single person's efforts. While he toiled outside, physically drained, he always returned home first because Lin Wanjing managed everything so meticulously. Their home was always clean and orderly, with a warm cup of tea awaiting him, hot meals, and freshly laundered clothes. Home was a sanctuary, never cold. It was a place where his heart could find peace. With his wife and daughter by his side, all weariness faded away. Lin Wanjing was grateful to him, yet he, too, was equally appreciative of her. Without any one of them, the household would not be complete. "Mommy." At that moment, A faint voice echoed from outside. Can we take Duo to school now? Duo is going to be late. Lin Wanjing stepped out to escort Duo to school, and Jiang Tian did not linger in bed. Seizing the early morning, he rode his tricycle to the market, unexpectedly encountering Aunt Song at the entrance of their building. Aunt Song had just returned from the market, and, seeing Jiang Tian heading out, smiled broadly. Xiao Tian, are you going to buy groceries? Jiang Tian nodded. Yes, I want to get the freshest produce. You're a bit late, Aunt Song remarked seriously. The freshest vegetables are all taken by those big restaurants. They don't even need to go to the market. The vendors deliver to them. Indeed, Jiang Tian sighed. But I lack those connections. The freshest produce arrives in the early hours, around 3 or 4 a.m., when trucks deliver the goods to the farmer's market. Vendors pick the best for high-end restaurants in Jiang City, and only the rest is sold to the public. I know someone, Aunt Song said. The lady I dance with at the square is a vendor at Jiang City's largest farmer's market. She runs several stalls, dealing in vegetables and meat. If you're making fried rice, she might even have a source for rice. Buying for her not only guarantees freshness, but also saves you money. And she could deliver it right to your door. Wouldn't tea that make things much easier for you? Surprised by Aunt Song's connections, Jiang Tian immediately responded, Aunt Song, could you please ask her for me? Sure, I'll call her right now, Aunt Song said, pulling out her phone and searching her contacts. After locating the number for Sister Li at the farmer's market, she dialed. After a few rings, the call connected. Sister Song, why are you calling me so early? Isn't it morning yet? Aunt Song chuckled. Sister Li, here's the thing. After explaining the situation to Sister Li, she paused for a moment before replying. Given our good relationship, I should help you with this small favor, but he's just a vendor, and his daily volume isn't much. His business is thriving. Aunt Song interjected seriously. And it's busy every day, not less than those restaurants. Sister Li laughed. Don't tease me. It's not that I don't believe you, but a vendor's volume can't possibly compare to that of a restaurant. This certainly sounded absurd. Restaurants had stable clientele, especially since Sister Li exclusively supplied high-end establishments in Jiang City, all thriving businesses. How could a street vendor compete? Aunt Song was at a loss for words, as Sister Li was no ordinary vendor, and such small transactions were beneath her notice. At this moment, Jiang Tian spoke up. Why don't you come by my stall tonight? I'll treat you to fried rice and braised pork. Even if we can't collaborate, it would be nice to meet. I have plans to open a store in the future. Who knows? We might work together someday. You're quite the charmer. Sister Li sighed. Since you know Sister Song, I'll do her a favor. I'm heading to the food street tonight, so I could swing by and take a look. Thank you, Aunt Song, Jiang Tian said gratefully. After exchanging polite words, the call ended. Hey, Xiao Tian, if it doesn't work out, don't blame me. How could I, Aunt Song? Jiang Tian replied earnestly. I'm just grateful that you thought to help me. After a few more exchanges, Jiang Tian set off to purchase groceries. Upon arriving at the market, he needed a large quantity of ingredients, fruits, and pork, which was quite cumbersome as he had to buy from various stalls. If he could connect with Sister Li, it would surely save him a lot of time. And most importantly, the produce would be fresher and more affordable. After a considerable amount of time, Jiang Tian finally gathered everything he needed. He hopped back on his tricycle and headed home. Once back, he would need to get busy again, and at noon, he would have to deliver lunch to Duo at kindergarten. Chapter 48. Jiang Tian is ready to showcase his talents. Upon returning home, Lin Wanjing had also arrived. Wearing a pair of black glasses, she held a mouse in one hand while resting her chin on the other, intently focused on her laptop. It must be said that Lin Wanjing looked quite charming in her glasses. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with grace, captivating anyone who gazed upon her. Jiang Tian leaned closer and noticed she was viewing some content from Douyin. He inquired, Darling, have you decided what to do? Lin Wanjing pouted slightly. I'm contemplating what type of content will be most engaging. Do you have any suggestions, dear? How about we film a fried rice tutorial for our first video? Jiang Tian suggested, raising an eyebrow after a moment of thought. This caught Lin Wanjing by surprise. She widened her eyes, exclaiming, Isn't the fried rice recipe supposed to be a closely guarded secret? Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. A truly professional chef can discern the ingredients with just a taste. Besides, I don't have a specific recipe. The reason my fried rice tastes so exceptional lies in the freshness of the ingredients and my various techniques. The components are quite standard. Any chef who tastes it can recognize what I used, and a knowledgeable one could even determine the proportions of each seasoning. Instead of waiting for others to analyze it, why not share it openly? They may take the recipe, but the true essence remains with me, something no one can take away. Hence, I'm never concerned about competitors stealing my business. To put it bluntly, even if I were to use the worst rice and ingredients, I could still create a remarkable flavor. The reason for the overwhelming popularity of my fried rice is not a secret formula, but rather, it is me, Jiang Tian, the soul of the dish that no one can replicate. Lin Wanjing's eyes glimmered with excitement. If that's the case, I believe our first video will surely go viral. Many people are eager to try your fried rice. With determination, the couple promptly set to work. After spending a considerable time in the kitchen, they filmed a video on how to make fried rice. Lin Wanjing took charge of editing the video, while Jiang Tian busied himself with the cooking, chopping vegetables, slicing fruits, preparing braised pork, and crafting mango sago dessert. Whenever Lin Wanjing had a moment, she would lend a hand, and the two spent the entire morning immersed in their tasks. Only when the clock struck 11 did they finally take a breather. Jiang Tian filled a lunchbox for Duo with fried rice, along with a portion of braised pork and mango sago, then drove to Sunshine Kindergarten. Despite some traffic, he managed to arrive just in time for lunch. After a quick call to teacher Li soon came to open the door for Jiang Tian. He was quickly reunited with Duo, who leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "Daddy, you finally made it. I want to eat fried rice. And braised pork too. Of course. I brought it all for you," Jiang Tian replied with a smile. "Let us head to the cafeteria." As Duo held Jiang Tian's hand, they made their way to the cafeteria, where the other children immediately surrounded them. "Uncle, I want fried rice too." "What was Daddy? I want to eat your braised pork." "Is there any mango sago left? I want to drink it. It's so delicious." Amused, yet overwhelmed by the children's enthusiasm, Jiang Tian had brought extra fried rice and braised pork, intending for Duo to share with her friends. However, looking at the crowd of about 10 children, he realized it might not be enough. Leah, standing nearby, sighed in exasperation. "What was Daddy? Would it be possible for you to prepare a bit more fried rice?" The kids had been clamoring for it all morning. She had endured a challenging morning, as the children had hardly focused on their lessons, instead chattering about wanting to eat Jiang Tian's fried rice and braised pork, showing no signs of stopping. With little choice, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow and replied, "I can make more, but I'm uncertain if the parents will agree." He was confident in the healthiness and cleanliness of his fried rice, but other parents might view fried rice and braised pork as greasy and unhealthy for their children. "Rest assured," Leah said with a wry smile. "I inquired earlier, and they all agreed." As a responsible teacher, she had ensured to seek the parents' consent beforehand, and they were amenable. Although fried rice was oily, an occasional indulgence was deemed acceptable. "Very well, let us head to the kitchen," Jiang Tian decided. Making fried rice was quick, and he could also take a look at the kitchen environment while allowing Duo to meet more friends. The friendships among young children are often pure and uncomplicated, perhaps forged over a simple bowl of fried rice. "Please follow me," Leah beckoned as the children cheered excitedly. In the bright and spacious kitchen, Jiang Tian was greeted with curious looks from the 3 chefs present. All 3 were graduates of the new Oriental Culinary Academy and had certifications to prove their skills. They wondered how someone who didn't appear to be a professional chef could have captivated so many children with his fried rice. From the moment Jiang Tian began making fried rice, word of his culinary prowess had spread throughout Sunshine Kindergarten, even reaching the principal. They found it puzzling that such a seemingly simple dish could garner such acclaim. Jiang Tian surveyed the kitchen, noting that all the necessary ingredients were fresh, though the rice was not leftover, which was ideal for making fried rice. Freshly steamed rice contains too much moisture, making it clump together during cooking. Overnight rice, however, loses some moisture, resulting in a firmer, more distinct texture. With everything in place, Jiang Tian was ready to begin. Duo, eager to assist, chimed in, "Daddy, let me help you wash the vegetables." "Such a thoughtful girl," Jiang Tian praised. "Then I'll entrust this task to you." "Okay." Duo nodded enthusiastically. determined to wash them thoroughly. Watching her diligently, the three chefs and teacher Leo exchanged envious glances, reflecting on their own children, who were far from as well-behaved as Duo, often causing mischief. It was evident that Duo had received excellent upbringing. Jiang Tian allowed her to wash the vegetables, though she struggled to reach the sink. Undeterred, she fetched a chair and climbed up with great effort. To ensure her safety, Jiang Tian held the chair steady. After all, it's the spirit of participation that matters. As a father, he was happy to nurture her desire to help. Duo often assisted Lin Wanjing with washing vegetables at home, and while she was slow, she was meticulous, taking her time to ensure everything was clean. Next, it is time for Jiang Tian to showcase his remarkable talents. Chapter 49. Thank you, Daddy Duo. In the kitchen of Sunshine Kindergarten, Jiang Tian meticulously prepared all the ingredients. Although there was no leftover rice, he was confident in his mastery of fried rice, courtesy of the System S enhancements, allowing him to handle freshly steamed rice with ease. The kindergarten utilized japonica rice, distinct from a long-grain rice known as Jian rice. Japonica rice is short and round, yielding a soft, glutinous, and sweet texture when cooked, making it ideal for steamed rice, sushi, and rice balls. In contrast, Jian rice, favored for fried rice, does not achieve the same tenderness as japonica rice. The kindergarten steamed rice also contained a mix of black and red rice, enhancing both nutrition and flavor, appealing to children who enjoy the colorful varieties and unique aromas. Jiang Tian held the pot handle in one hand and the spatula in the other. As the stove heated the pot, he added oil to ensure the rice wouldn't stick during cooking. Once the oil reached the right temperature, he introduced a bit of cold oil, followed by quickly scrambling eggs until they were tender and fluffy, then added the prepared vegetables. The kindergarten's ingredients were abundant. In addition to greens, Jiang Tian included shredded carrots, green peas, and shrimp, providing children with a nutritious meal and an appealing appearance. After sautéing the vegetables briefly, he added the freshly steamed rice, beginning a rapid stir-fry. This stage demanded precise control over heat and technique, as freshly steamed rice could easily stick to the pot if not handled correctly. The flame was kept moderate, and the frying time was extended to allow excess moisture to evaporate. By pressing and fluffing the rice with the spatula, he ensured each grain was distinct before seasoning with various condiments. The aroma wafted from the pot, gradually filling the entire kitchen with the delightful scent of fried rice. "Delicious," Leo exclaimed, instinctively glancing at the three chefs in the kindergarten. The chefs, astonished, could only stare. As professionals, they prided themselves on their mastery of fire control, especially the head chef, who believed he had reached perfection in his craft. However, witnessing Jiang Tian's skill, he finally understood the meaning of their always greater talents. The proficiency Jiang Tian demonstrated in every action was impeccable, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Initially, he had doubted Jiang Tian's ability to handle freshly steamed rice, but that notion quickly dissipated. The rice in the pot was perfectly separated, complemented by vibrant vegetables, resulting in an exquisite presentation. Egg fried rice may seem simple, yet tests a chef's foundational skills. The head chef began to question his own competence, realizing that even if his former mentor were present, he would likely pale in comparison to Jiang Tian, a master chef of the highest caliber. Soon, the fried rice was ready, and the children, who had been waiting outside, could no longer contain their excitement upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma. "Wow, Daddy Duo is amazing. I want fried rice. I want fried rice." All right. Leah feigned sternness. "No need to rush. There's enough for everyone. So go wait in the cafeteria." The children, surprisingly understanding, scampered off. Leah approached Jiang Tian with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Daddy Duo." Jiang Tian shook his head. "It's nothing. Please serve the children." With his task complete, he left the rest to her. In the cafeteria, the children sat obediently in their places, eagerly anticipating their meal. Jiang Tian noticed one chubby child drooling onto his shirt. Leah served the fried rice, and some impatient children began devouring it the moment it arrived, their faces quickly smeared with grains of rice. When all the children had their servings, Leah prompted, Let us say thank you to Daddy Duo Duo. Thank you, Daddy Duo Duo. Thank you, Daddy Duo Duo. The fried rice is so delicious. Thank you, Daddy Duo Duo. I wish my dad could be as amazing as you. Teacher, I'm done. Can I have another bowl? Zhangzhu, are you a pig? I haven't even eaten yet, and you're already finished. Wah! Teacher, Xiao Ming called me a pig. After supervising Duo Duo's lunch, Jiang Tian prepared to leave. Duo Duo clung to his legs, teary-eyed and pitifully pleading, Daddy, are you leaving already? Jiang Tian gently ruffled her hair, reluctant to part. Daddy has to go to work. Can I spend time with Duo Duo later tonight? Duo Duo pouted. But I haven't seen Daddy for the past 2 nights, and you haven't played games with me for days. In a couple of days, Daddy will take you to kindergarten. Okay? Really? Really? Yay. Can you bring me lunch tomorrow, too? I'll try my best. After bidding farewell to Duo Duo, Jiang Tian rode his scooter home at breakneck speed. Having spent considerable time at the kindergarten, he immediately set to work upon returning. With numerous preparations for the day ahead, he remained busy throughout the afternoon. Fortunately, with Lin Wanjing as assistance, he found joy in the tasks. Shortly after 4 o'clock, with the sun still shining, Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing moved all the supplies downstairs. Honey, be careful on the way. Lin Wanjing, much like Duo Duo, was quite affectionate. Her eyes sparkled with warmth as she advised, drink plenty of water and eat if you're hungry. You must take care of yourself. Jiang Tian embraced her slender waist and planted a gentle kiss on her stunning face, reassuring her, Don't worry, my dear. I'm not foolish. I know you're not, but I worry about you. Lin Wanjing replied earnestly. Above all, don't neglect your well-being. As Jiang Tian rode away on his scooter, he hoped to sell out all the mango sago tonight, which would grant him new opportunities for a prize draw. He wondered what he might win: a top-tier fried rice, exquisite red braised pork, or delightful mango sago. These 3 delicacies complemented each other perfectly, and he was eager to see what surprises the system had in store for him. Lost in thought, he soon found himself at the University Town South Food Street. Chapter 50. Bewildered Su Chong. Is this really his brother? Su Qiang, a childhood friend of Jiang Tian, had been contemplating how to assist Jiang Tian ever since they unexpectedly met in the city center the previous evening. He wished to entice Jiang Tian to join him in working in the bustling metropolis. Although he could not promise a life of luxury, earning 30 to 40,000 a year would be quite attainable, far superior to the meager income of street vending. While Su Chong had never actually sold goods on the street, he had observed enough to understand its limitations. On a good day, one might earn a mere 200 yuan, and on a rainy day, it could amount to nothing at all. By 4:30 that afternoon, Su Chong, accompanied by his girlfriend Lin Chong, arrived at the food street in the university town, eager to have a serious discussion with Jiang Tian. The food street was bustling with people and vendors, yet after searching for considerable time, Su Chong could not locate Jiang Tian. Where could he be? Su Chong lamented, It's the university town food street. How could he not be here? Lin Chong furrowed her brow and speculated, Perhaps he is too embarrassed for you to see him? Her words struck a chord with Su Chong, making his heart ache slightly. He sighed. Men are so concerned with their pride. He probably doesn't want me to see how hard he is struggling. Never mind. I'll arrange to meet him tomorrow and speak to him directly. Darling, is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll take you out. Lin Chong stood on her tiptoes to scan the street and soon spotted a place with a long queue. Excitedly, she exclaimed, Look at that place. So many people are waiting. Let us go there. Su Chong glanced and remarked, There are too many people. We might have to wait a long time. How about we choose another place? Lin Chong pouted in dissatisfaction. It's definitely popular because it's delicious. I want to eat there. Indulgent, su viang relentet, alricht. We'll eat there. The couple maneuvered through the crowd, struggling to squeeze inside, only to find the interior completely empty. What's going on? Su Chong said, bewildered. There's nothing here. What are they all waiting for? Lin Chong echoed his disappointment. I thought there would be something delicious. Nearby, a vendor selling fried skewers overheard their conversation and chuckled. By the looks of you, I assume you're not local students? Su Chong nodded. What is it to you? The vendor proudly declared, Those people in line are all here for the fried rice. You have no idea how popular this fried rice is. Su Chong scratched his head. Seriously? We fought our way in here just to find it's for fried rice. His interest in waiting evaporated instantly. He chuckled awkwardly. How good can fried rice really be? Having lived in the metropolis since university, Su Chong was well acquainted with the culinary delights it offered. From humble street food to high-end dining, he had sampled an abundance of fried rice. In truth, the difference between street-side fried rice and that from upscale restaurants was minimal, merely a matter of ingredients, with the street side often boasting a bolder flavor. However, the vendor remained unperturbed. Have you ever tried the fried rice sold at the entrance of the Urban Management Bureau? What? Su Chong and Lin Chong exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. Darling, Lin Chong said, linking her arm with Su Chong's. Did I hear you right? Fried rice at the Urban Management Bureau? Are you serious? Su Chong was equally skeptical, his expression turning serious. No way, that's not a joke, is it? Who would dare set up a stall right there? That's madness. Such a notion sounded utterly preposterous. What was the implication? Was a cat paying a visit to a mouse? Seeing that they remained doubtful, the vendor waved dismissively. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Go ask around. Lin Chong and Su Chong exchanged incredulous glances. At that moment, from the back of the crowd, someone shouted, Boss Jiang is here. Instantly, the crowd parted, creating a clear path. Su Chong and Lin Chong stood bewildered, still rooted in place. A three-wheeled cart approached slowly, and as Su Chong instinctively looked over, his pupils dilated in shock. He rubbed his eyes and nudged Lin Chong beside him. Darling, am I seeing things? ISNT, that Jiang Tian riding the cart. Lin Chong squinted to focus, confirmed several times, and nodded vigorously. Honey, you're not mistaken. It's your childhood friend Jiang Tian. Su Chong's mind went blank. Could it be that all these people were waiting for Jiang Tian? Wasn't this a bit excessive? There were easily over 100 people. What was this situation? His own company had only 20 or 30 employees. Surely this couldn't be his little brother? But soon, the murmurs of the customers shattered Su Chong's doubts. Boss Jiang, you finally arrived. I've been waiting so long. I want fried rice. I want braised pork. And I want to drink mango sago. Boss Jiang is here early today, and it's only 4:30. Are there any new dishes? I want fried rice with braised pork. It was simply divine yesterday. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. And the mango sago is delicious. I didn't buy it yesterday, but my friend had a cup, and it was amazing. Yes, yesterday I thought 18 yuan was a bit pricey, but honestly, with such solid ingredients, it's not expensive at all. Jiang Tian, resembling a celebrity on the red carpet, was warmly greeting the people lining the streets. Before long, he rode up to Su Chong and Lin Chong, surprised to see Su Chong standing there. Brother Chong, what brings you here? Did you come find me? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Su Chong forced a smile. Yes, you mentioned you'd be setting up a stall here, so I thought I'd bring my wife to support your business. Thank you so much. Jiang Tian replied, genuinely touched. Please wait a moment. I'll get a cup of mango sago for your wife. I'll prepare fried rice and braised pork for you both shortly. Jiang Tian parked the cart and lifted the lid of a stainless steel container, releasing a burst of frosty mist mingled with a rich, fruity aroma. Oh my, I must have that mango sago today. It looks absolutely refreshing. It was a sweltering summer day, and with the throngs of people in the food street, the atmosphere felt stifling. A refreshing cup of mango sago would be the perfect remedy to alleviate the heat. Jiang Tian handed 2 cups of mango sago to Su Chong and Lin Chong, beaming as he said, Brother Chong, sister-in-law, it's scorching out here. Enjoy a cool drink. I made it myself. Absolutely healthy. While Su Chong remained in a daze, Lin Chong quickly grasped the situation and accepted the 2 cups of mango sago, thanking Jiang Tian. As a young person of a new era, Lin Chong was accustomed to drinking coffee or milk tea daily. She had heard quite a bit about how delicious this mango sago was, sparking her curiosity about how Jiang Tian's version compared to those from tea shops. Chapter 51. Devote yourself to crafting products, and customers will savor them with care. Lin Chong is a seasoned enthusiast of beverages. Each day, she indulges in a drink, whether it be coffee, milk tea, or fruit tea. Her life philosophy is rather peculiar. A life devoid of milk tea is incomplete. Lin Chong scrutinizes the mango sago dessert crafted by Jiang Tian, which boasts an impressive appearance, surpassing even that of some tea houses. Its simplicity and purity evoke a refreshing aura, with a white of coconut milk, the yellow of mango, the red of grapefruit, and the translucent sago creating a stunning presentation. Taking a delicate sip, Lin Chang's eyes sparkle. This is delightful. Honey, you must try this. Upon hearing Lin Chang's voice, Su Chang is jolted back to reality. He nods and takes a sip, his expression turning even more astonished. I had no idea Jiang Tian possessed such culinary skills. He exclaims, Xiao Tian, how is this mango sago dessert so exquisite? The initial taste reveals the rich fragrance of mango and the creaminess of coconut milk, followed by a hint of the grapefruit's mild bitterness, which perfectly offsets the sweetness of the mango and milk. The sago's springy texture enhances the overall experience, creating a delightful complexity. Indeed, this is truly remarkable. Jiang Tian chuckles softly. I learned it online, and I was surprised by the positive feedback. This cup is only 18? That's quite reasonable, Su Chang remarks. I once took your sister-in-law to a tea house in the bustling metropolis, and we paid 68 for a serving of mango sago that was nowhere near as good. The mango was excessively sweet, making it overly rich by the end. Exactly. Elena Zhang concours. Even I, a devoted milk tea lover, could only finish half of it. Your mango is sweet, but not cloying. At that moment, Jiang Tian has prepared 2 servings of fried rice and a portion of braised pork, deliberately adding extra pieces before presenting them to the couple. Brother Chang, sister-in-law, please sample my fried rice and braised pork. Su Chang, without a hint of formality, accepts the offerings, and he and Lin Chang find a spot by the roadside to sit. Upon opening the container of fried rice, an enticing aroma wafts up, igniting their appetites. How fragrant! Lin Chang exclaims. I haven't encountered such a delightful scent in ages. Though they weren't hungry prior, the aroma of the fried rice instantly stirs their appetites. While he may not verbally praise the dish, his actions speak volumes as he deftly scoops rice into his mouth with chopsticks. Jiang Tian's fried rice is of the highest quality, laden with ingredients like ham and lean meat, delivering immense satisfaction with each bite. The fragrant rice, the sweetness of the vegetables, the savoriness of the meat, the aroma of the ham, and the perfectly balanced seasonings come together harmoniously. In the words of someone from northeast China, it's so fragrant it leaves one dazed. As Su Chang devours the rice, he also grabs a piece of braised pork. The moment it enters his mouth, his eyes widen in delight. Darling, you must try Xiao Tian's braised pork. It's exquisite. Really? Let me give it a try. Lin Chang picks up a piece, observing how it quivers under the chopsticks, as if it might break with the slightest pressure. Once she takes a bite, the sweet and tender flavor prompts her to nod in approval. Delicious. My goodness, Xiao Tian's culinary skills are exceptional. Why have you never mentioned this before? Though Su Chang often shares stories from the past, he has never revealed Jiang Tian's remarkable cooking prowess. Both the fried rice and the braised pork are astonishingly delicious, even surpassing the offerings of upscale restaurants. Particularly the braised pork, which is a feast for the senses. If served at a private kitchen or a high-end Chinese restaurant, it would command at least 588 per serving. Su Chang chuckles sheepishly. I had no idea he was such a talented chef. This kid has been hiding his light under a bushel. The couple is now oblivious to their surroundings, indulging heartily until not even a drop of braising sauce remains. In their eagerness to claim the final piece of braised pork, a playful quarrel ensues. After the culinary battle, Su Chang finally glances over at Jiang Tian, who is busily working with a seemingly endless line of customers. Lin Chang raises an eyebrow. Are you still considering helping him? With fried rice at 10, braised pork at 20, and mango sago at 18, the average cost per customer is 30. If he serves 100 customers a day, that's 3,000. And he mentioned going to some apartment last night. Earning at least 6,000 a day means he could net around 5,000 after costs. That adds up to 150,000 a month. Nearly 2 million a year. No wonder he doesn't want to follow you to the metropolis. Watching Jiang Tian's industrious figure, Su Chang's lips curl into a smile. I may envy others' earnings, but if Xiao Tian makes that much, I wouldn't mind at all. I hope he earns 100 million a year. As long as he doesn't have to worry about finances, I will be at ease. All right, let us take our leave. Lin Chang suggests. Aren't we going to settle the bill? Bah, Sukyang retors. Pay for a trivial sum? He makes so much in a day. Me not asking him for money is already generous. TSK, Lin Chong scoffs. You just said you're not envious of him making 100 million a year. The melodious notifications of incoming payments from WeChat echo around Jiang Tian, filling him with energy. However, when he finally takes a moment to collect himself, he realizes Su Chong and Lin Chong have vanished. As he awaits customer orders, he checks his phone and finds a message from Su Chong. Xiao Tian, seeing your business thrive puts me at ease, but don't overexert yourself. The flavors of your creations are impressive, so I want to hold back on enjoying them. Once you've had a break, bring Duo and your wife to the metropolis. I'll arrange a splendid time for your family. Boss Jiang. 2 servings of specialty fried rice, 1 braised pork, and 1 mango sago, please. A customer interjects, breaking Jiang Tian's reverie. He smiles, feeling fortunate to have encountered so many kind individuals in his life. Yet, this goodwill is a reflection of his own treatment of others. In matters of love, kinship, and friendship, there is no one-sided sacrifice. Only through mutual effort can relationships endure. All right, that will be 54 in total. Please scan the code on the side. With his thoughts returning to the present, Jiang Tian swiftly resumes his culinary endeavors. The sweltering summer heat has rendered many customers restless. Thus, the refreshing mango sago has become the evening's star attraction. Among 10 patrons, at least 8 choose to indulge in a cup. By pouring his heart into his creations, Jiang Tian ensures that customers will appreciate them with equal fervor. Chapter 52. Darling, allow me to assist you at 7 o'clock in the evening. Li Lin concluded her meeting. She arrived at the food street in the university town, initially intending to explore Jiang Tian's stall with Song Fun. However, as Song Fun had an unexpected engagement, Li Lin was left to venture alone. Were it not for her close relationship with Song Fun, she might not have made the trip. It wasn't that she looked down upon Jiang Tian. Rather, the demand for street vendors was rather limited. To earn a mere 1 or 200 yuan, she would have to select the freshest goods herself, deliver them, and ensure the prices remained low. If not for Song Fan's glowing commendation of her neighbor, Li Lin would certainly have deemed the effort not worth her while. However, a stroll amidst the vibrant food street was a welcome diversion. Surrounded by youthful exuberance, Li Lin felt her fatigue dissipate, her spirit rejuvenated as she was transported back to her own youthful days. She searched for quite some time, yet could not locate the famed Lao Jiang fried rice mentioned by Song Fun. Where could it be? Surely it hadn't been canceled? Her mood soured slightly as she casually asked a nearby student, "Excuse me, could you tell me where Lao Jiang fried rice is located?" You know about Lao Jiang fried rice too. I just bought some," the student replied, eyes sparkling. "Head inside. It's right next to Lao Li's fried skewers." "Thank you." Li Lin continued her search and at last spotted Lao Li's fried skewers. A throng of people gathered there, so many that she had previously overlooked the stall nestled within the crowd. Peering through the throng, she finally caught sight of Jiang Tian's sign, Lao Jiang fried rice. To her astonishment, the sheer number of patrons was remarkable. Were they all there for fried rice? The business was thriving beyond her expectations. Observing Jiang Tian, who skillfully wielded a spatula in one hand while grasping the pan with the other, she noted that he was quite handsome. Though she refrained from greeting him, she was indeed taken aback by the success of his venture. It exceeded her anticipations. However, when compared to larger restaurants, it fell short. The establishments she collaborated with typically earned around 2,000 yuan even on their slowest days. Clearly, Jiang Tian's stall could not rival that. She estimated his daily earnings to be around 1,000 yuan. Yet, this was a delightful surprise. Initially, she had thought he might be making only a few hundred. As she pondered this, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable fondness for the young man. Furthermore, anyone endorsed by Song Fan must possess commendable character. Curiosity piqued. She decided to join the queue to sample the offerings, her stomach growling after a day without food. Despite the lengthy line, Jiang Tian worked with remarkable efficiency, his movements fluid and almost poetic as he prepared the fried rice. After nearly half an hour, it was finally her turn. By this time, her hunger had intensified. The enticing aroma of braised pork wafted from the stainless steel container, compelling her to swallow hard. "Hello, what would you like?" Jiang Tian inquired with a cheerful smile. finding it curious that a woman of her age was in line, as most of his customers were university students or office workers. Glancing at the menu, she was certain she would order fried rice, as it was his signature dish. The braised pork also caught her attention, though her doctor had advised against excessive meat consumption. The fragrance made her mouth water. If she didn't indulge, she feared a restless night ahead. "What is this Yangji?" she inquired. Jiang Tian paused thoughtfully before replying. "It's a cold drink made with mango, grapefruit, sago, coconut milk, and a touch of ice. Unfortunately, we sold out of it today." "What a pity," Lin lamented. "I was eager to try it. I will have it available at my stall in Wanghai apartment this evening, or you could come by early tomorrow," he assured her earnestly. Lin smiled, pleasantly surprised by his patience in the face of numerous inquiries. "All right, then I will have a serving of your special fried rice and some braised pork, please." "Certainly. That will be 28 yuan. You can pay by scanning over here." After placing her order, Jiang Tian immediately got to work. Lin stood at the stall, quietly admiring the gracefulness of his movements. In mere minutes, he had expertly packaged her fried rice and braised pork. "Take care, enjoy your meal, and do come again," he called as she accepted her order and prepared to leave. Although she initially intended to dine at home, the tantalizing aroma had proved irresistible, prompting her to settle in the food streets dining area. As she opened her meal, steam billowed forth, accompanied by the rich scent of the dish. She took her time, as was her habit before eating, being in the culinary field. She was adept at assessing the quality of ingredients. The vegetables were undoubtedly fresh, though not from the earliest batch. They surpassed those used by any other vendor in the food street. While she was less proficient in judging rice, she could discern that it was of commendable quality. With her first bite, the flavors burst forth, entirely devoid of greasiness. Sampling a piece of braised pork confirmed her suspicions. It was made from premium cuts, resulting in an exquisite texture. "Impressive," Lin praised not just the fried rice and braised pork, but also Jiang Tian himself. Despite being a humble street vendor, his ingredients were fresh and of high quality. Though their interaction was brief, she perceived great potential in him. As a senior, she felt compelled to lend a hand without hesitation. Thus, she called Song Fun. "I will send you a WeChat contact. Please forward it to him later. He can message me directly for any supplies he needs. I have access to vegetables and meat, and if I don't have something, I know people who do. How about that, Li Jia? Is my neighbor not so bad after all?" Song Fun chuckled. Lin replied, "He is calm and composed. Neither servile nor arrogant. A young man with considerable potential." "Jiang boss, hurry. 3 servings of fried rice, 1 of braised pork, and 1 Yangji Ganlu. My girlfriend hasn't eaten your fried rice all day and is craving it. She's so hungry she can barely walk." Tong, he pleaded, his eyes wide with urgency. Last night, he had purchased 3 servings of fried rice, planning to eat 2 for dinner and save 1 for lunch. However, he had succumbed to temptation and devoured the last one as a midnight snack. Thus, his girlfriend, who suffered from a lack of appetite, had gone an entire day without food. Seeing Tong He's anxious demeanor, Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I'll whip it up for you." As he surveyed the seemingly endless queue, Jiang Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. It was overwhelming, truly overwhelming. If only someone could assist him. Perhaps his wish was heard, for a familiar, gentle voice suddenly resonated beside him. "Darling, allow me to assist you." Chapter 53, How about I join Dodo to assist you? "Honey, I am here to help." A voice as melodious as a gentle stream suddenly rang in his ears. Jiang Tian was taken aback upon seeing Lin Wanjing. "My dear, what brings you here? At this hour, she should have been at home with Dodo." Lin Wanjing smiled gracefully. "Aunt Song came to visit us, bringing good news for you. I sent you a message, but since you didn't reply, I figured you were quite busy. Hence, I asked Aunt Song to entertain Dodo while I came to lend you a hand." That makes sense. Jiang Tian had been so preoccupied that he hardly had time to check his phone. With Lin Wanjing as his little assistant, he felt much more at ease. By around 9 o'clock, all the items had sold out. Many insisted on taking photos with Jiang Tian, leaving him both amused and embarrassed, especially since a significant number were female university students. However, Lin Wanjing remained unfazed, merely standing by with a gentle smile, not intruding. Boss Jiang, you are truly fortunate. Several male students expressed their genuine envy. If it were someone else's wife, she might have been furious by now. After the photos were taken, Jiang Tian quietly asked, "Darling, are you not upset?" Lin Wanjing shook her head. "What is there to be upset about? It's just a photo. If I had the chance to take a picture with a celebrity, would you be angry?" Jiang Tian similarly shook his head. "Of course not." It wasn't that Lin Wanjing lacked brilliance. It was that Jiang Tian had immense trust in her, and she reciprocated that trust. Taking a photo truly meant little. There was no physical contact, just a click, and it was over. Being overly sensitive would only make her appear petty and would embarrass Jiang Tian. As Jiang Tian tidied up the trash around the stall, he inquired, "So, which celebrity do you admire?" "Of course, it's you, my husband." "Me? Yes. You're handsome, a great cook, and incredibly capable." "Capable? In what way?" "Honey, I can't say. It wouldn't pass the review." "Pua. This is definitely a form of PUA. Yet I am completely taken in by it." Regardless of the occasion, Lin Wanjing's emotional support always filled Jiang Tian with a profound sense of accomplishment. Isn't life all about emotional value? Before long, the couple had cleaned up the nearby litter. Just as they were about to leave, Li Dali approached them with a smile. "Sister-in-law, are you hungry? Would you like to try my fried skewers?" Lin Wanjing did not respond immediately, but looked to Jiang Tian for his opinion. Seeing him smile, she understood. "Thank you, Brother Li." She accepted the fried skewers. Lin Wanjing was familiar with him. Jiang Tian had mentioned Li Dali during their quiet conversations at night. Also this, Li Dali, like a magician, produced a beautifully packaged large doll from the storage box of his tricycle. "I originally bought this for my daughter, but now that she is in high school, she says she doesn't like it. Do you think Dodo would like it?" "This," Lin Wanjing exclaimed, "isn't this too extravagant?" Dodo adored such dolls, and Lin Wanjing instantly recognized the brand, which was nearly 2,000 yuan. "Haha, it's no trouble at all," Li Dali chuckled. "Brother Jiang has helped me so much recently, and I thought it was a nice gesture. Plus, I checked with the shop. It can't be returned." Lin Wanjing felt somewhat overwhelmed. The fried skewers only cost tens of yuan, so she could accept them without hesitation. However, this doll was clearly a special gift for Dodo, with Li Dali merely fabricating an excuse. At that moment, Jiang Tian chimed in with a light laugh. "Then we'll accept it. Thank you, Brother Li." "Don't mention it. Just a small token of appreciation." Li Dali waved his hand dismissively. As they rode away on the tricycle, Lin Wanjing, sitting beside Jiang Tian, furrowed her brows slightly and asked, "Honey, isn't this doll too expensive?" Jiang Tian replied calmly, "If we refuse, it would weigh on his conscience. Previously, he transferred some money to me, but I didn't accept it. Thus, he felt compelled to offer it this way. If we were to decline again, it might not sit well. While I don't have a deep friendship with Li Dali, it's not unreasonable to call him a friend. I helped him, and this is his way of returning the favor. Such bonds between friends should be maintained." Upon arriving home, they found Song from playing a card game with Dodo. The little one was deeply engrossed in the game, oblivious to Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing's presence behind her. With a serious expression as she contemplated her next move, she appeared quite the little adult. Lin Wanjing and Jiang Tian chose not to interrupt, but rather help Dodo analyze the game board. After a while, Jiang Tian suddenly said, "That move was incorrect. You should have played it this way." "Oh, okay," Dodo responded nonchalantly. "Thank you, Daddy." "Huh, Daddy?" Dodo turned around, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing, and immediately dove into Jiang Tian's embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy, when did you come back?" Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled her hair. "I've been watching you play for quite a while now." At that moment, Jiang Tian greeted Songfen and Song. "Thank you for your help." Songfen smiled warmly. "Dodo is such a delightful and well-behaved child. I wish I could spend more time with her. By the way, Jiang Tian, Sister Li mentioned that I should connect you with her on WeChat. You can directly tell her what goods you need in the future. She has several shops and has everything you might want. If not, she knows people who do." Jiang Tian was taken aback. Why did she suddenly agree? "Aunt Song, I was about to ask you, didn't you take her to see the shops?" "I had something to do in the evening, so I didn't go. I originally planned to go tomorrow, but she happened to be there for a meeting today and stopped by on her own. She said you were reliable in your work and that your fried rice and braised pork are excellent. Your business will surely thrive in the future." Aunt Song, thank you so much, Jiang Tian said earnestly. Yes, Aunt Song, Lin Wanjing added, sitting beside Jiang Tian. This will truly save us a lot of money. Oh, it's just a small favor. There's no need for thanks. Songfen waved her hand, signaling them not to make a fuss. If you really want to thank me, you can have Xiaotian bring me some braised pork tomorrow. I can't stop thinking about it since the last time I had it. Of course, I'll prepare a special portion just for you. Jiang Tian replied eagerly. As the hour grew late, Songfen, knowing Jiang Tian would be heading out to set up his stall, decided to excuse herself under the pretense of being tired after a lengthy chat. Learning that Jiang Tian still had to set up his stall, Dodo, feeling reluctant, clung to him and lamented, Daddy, you haven't played games with Dodo for several days. Her pitiful expression tugged at the heartstrings. Yet he still had plenty of goods unsold. If left overnight, the next day's quality would be compromised, especially for the mango sago, which is best enjoyed fresh. But Daddy needs to earn money to buy you ice cream, Jiang Tian said as he cupped her cherubic little face. By the way, see if you like this doll. Jiang Tian produced the doll, gifted by Li Dali. Unsurprisingly, the exquisite doll left Dodo utterly enchanted, and she instantly fell in love with it. Sensing the reluctance in Jiang Tian's eyes, Lin Wanjing suggested, Honey, how about I join Dodo to help you? Chapter 54, Boss Jiang, don't run. I'm here to buy fried rice. Darling, how about Dodo and I come to assist you? Upon hearing Lin Wanjing's suggestion, Jiang Tian hesitated no longer. But Dodo has school tomorrow. Lin Wanjing, however, responded with a radiant smile. You truly have lost track of the days since you stopped working. Tomorrow is Saturday. Saturday? Jiang Tian glanced at the eager expressions on Lin Wanjing and Dodo's faces. Still a bit uncertain. After all, the environment over there was laden with heavy cooking fumes, and it was exhausting. Darling Lin Wanjing swayed Jiang Tian's arm, playfully pleading. I want to go out and have some fun, no? I want to help you. Jiang Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment, but understood Lin Wanjing's feelings. She rarely ventured out, mostly staying at home, only occasionally shopping with her friends. Since tomorrow was indeed the weekend, and it was still early in the evening, why not let his wife and daughter accompany him? Moreover, Dodo had garnered quite a few fans recently, with many inquiring when she would make an appearance. All right, but you both must return by 11 o'clock. Long live Daddy. Long live Father. The couple worked together to move the things down, with Dodo amusingly imitating them, helping to carry items. After a while, the little one was panting heavily, Daddy, there's so many things, Dodo is so tired. Jiang Tian squatted down, chuckling, Thank you, Dodo, you're truly amazing. Dodo, with her playful spirit, feigned indifference and looked away. Then, can Daddy reward Dodo with a chocolate ice cream? No. Before Jiang Tian could respond, Lin Wanjing sternly interjected, How much have you eaten these past few days? You can't have any more. Dodo pouted, looking quite aggrieved. All right, then Lin Wanjing drove while Jiang Tian rode his tricycle. The tricycle sped along as if equipped with a V8 engine, and by 10 o'clock, Jiang Tian arrived at Wang Hai apartment. However, the scene before him left him bewildered. Where is everyone? Where are the customers? The vendors? Why is there not a single person here? What's going on? Jiang Tian took out his phone and opened WeChat, where Li Dali had already sent him a voice message. It seemed he was riding a bicycle and was out of breath. Brother, don't come tonight. The Urban Management Bureau is conducting a routine inspection, and they've just arrived at Wang Hai apartment. We've all gone to Shunxing Alley. Have you reached Wang Hai apartment? Is the urban management still there? If not, I'll head over. In addition, many customers had messaged him inquiring whether he would be setting up stall tonight, and if so, where? In the parking lot of Wang Hai apartment, an urban management vehicle was parked. Sun Cheng, the team leader of the Urban Management Bureau, expressed his frustration. Xiao Fei, I told you to drive here to pick me up, and instead, you brought the official vehicle? Su Fei sheepishly smiled. Captain, I thought we were going on mission. Sun Cheng pointed at the empty Wang Hai apartment nearby. I came here to eat Lao Jiang's fried rice. How am I supposed to eat now? When Jiang Tian was setting up his stall in front of the Urban Management Bureau, Sun Cheng had specifically queued to buy a portion. The fragrant aroma had lingered in his mind, so he had asked his subordinate Su Fei to pick him up. Little did he know, Su Fei thought it was a mission and brought the official vehicle. If they were to switch cars, it would take a considerable amount of time. So Sun Chung planned to silently park the vehicle without alerting the vendors. However, for the street vendors, even an unlit urban management vehicle held considerable intimidation. From a distance, a keen-eyed vendor spotted the vehicle, shouting, "The urban management is here." Immediately, all the vendors fled in panic. Sun Chung felt helpless. He understood the difficulties faced by these vendors. Yet, there was nothing he could do. He had to comply with the orders from above. He also enjoyed street food. In fact, many people from the Urban Management Bureau would go out for street food after work, changing into casual clothes. Wearing that uniform is work. Taking it off is life. He mused, feeling a twinge of guilt. At that moment, Su Fei spotted Jiang Tian, who had just arrived at Wang Hai apartment. "Captain, isn't that the owner of Lao Jiang S fried rice?" Sun Chung turned to look outside the car. The sign read Lao Jiang S fried rice, and Jiang Tian, sitting on his tricycle, looked utterly dazed. Yes, yes, yes. Sun Chung exclaimed excitedly. "I absolutely must eat from his stall." With that, Sun Chung hurriedly exited the vehicle, calling out to Jiang Tian, "Boss Jiang." Just as Jiang Tian was about to leave, he instinctively turned upon hearing his name. However, the moment he turned, he was startled to his core, not by the person calling him, but by the words emblazoned on the vehicle behind him. Urban Management Enforcement Vehicle. Urban Management. For reasons unbeknownst to him, ever since he began selling on the street, Jiang Tian had developed an acute fear of encountering the urban management. It felt as if it were ingrained in his very DNA. Even when he set up stall at the Urban Management Bureau, he had been on edge, feeling exceptionally cautious. How terrifying it was. Out in the dead of night, selling food, only to have an urban management officer lurking about. The only thought in Jiang Tian's mind was, 6. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively pedaled his tricycle to escape. "Hey, Captain, why is he running?" Su Fei asked in confusion. Sun Chung, exasperated, replied, "Isn't it obvious? Just look at what vehicle you drove here in. What should we do? Should we go back? I can't possibly sleep without tasting that fried rice. Is it really that delicious? It is exceptionally delicious. Just think, if he can set up stall right in front of our Urban Management Bureau, how good must it be? What do you say, Captain? Chase him." Jiang Tian pedaled his tricycle at lightning speed, nearly vanishing in the blink of an eye. Knowing he couldn't catch him on foot, Sun Chung hopped into his vehicle, flooring the accelerator and executing a smooth drift as he left the parking lot, pursuing Jiang Tian. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian, panting heavily, quickly retrieved the Ishin pill from his system backpack and swallowed it. Once his strength was restored, he pulled out his vibrating phone and answered Lin Wanjing's call. "Darling, I just arrived, but I don't see you anywhere, and there's not a single soul around here?" Jiang Tian, still shaken, replied, "Today the urban management is conducting inspections. It's terrifying, my dear. That urban management officer even called out to me." "Really? That is so frightening," Lin Wanjing echoed, feeling a twinge of fear herself. "What's your status now?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. "They are all at Shunqing Alley. I'm preparing to head over." Suddenly, he heard the sound of a vehicle crushing the roadside gravel, making him instinctively glance back. An urban management vehicle was speeding towards him. What? Jiang Tian was bewildered. Since when do urban management officers chase after vendors? Aren't they supposed to just scare us off? Without further thought, Jiang Tian exerted force in his legs, urgently pedaling his tricycle to flee. Behind him, Sun Chung rolled down the window, leaning out to shout, "Boss Jiang, don't run. I'm here to buy fried rice." Chapter 55. My wish is to savor Boss Jiang's fried rice every day. "Boss Jiang, don't run. I'm here to buy fried rice," Sun Chung exclaimed, leaning out of the car and shouting towards Jiang Tian. However, the wind was too strong, and Jiang Tian could only catch the words, "Don't run." "How can I not run?" Jiang Tian thought. On television, when the police chase down criminals, they always yell, "Don't run." But do those criminals ever stand still? They always flee even faster. Running is imperative. If I get caught and they confiscate my tricycle, I would be in dire straits. Although the speed granted by the system for my tricycle is quite swift, it cannot compete with the pursuing vehicle. Before long, the city management vehicle intercepted Jiang Tian. Sun Chung exited the car and called out, "Boss Jiang, why are you running?" Jiang Tian, feeling quite vexed, replied, I haven't even set up yet. And you're already chasing me. This isn't right. Sun Chung, feeling embarrassed, clarified, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not here to apprehend you. I'm here to buy fried rice. If it were a task, I would have the lights flashing. He added, moreover, our director stated that we can apprehend anyone. Except for you. During the meeting this morning, the director emphasized that you are an exemplary vendor in Jiangcheng, and we absolutely must not catch you. If we were to apprehend you, who would dare to set up a stall afterward? Not only does Jiang Tian offer quality ingredients and flavors, but he also cleans up the surrounding area after his stall closes. With such merits, who could rival him? If all vendors were like Jiang Tian, would the city management need to enforce regulations? Upon hearing the situation, Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. I truly apologize, Boss Jiang, Sun Chung said sincerely. How about this? My colleagues still have not eaten due to overtime. I can call them over for a meal to make up for your losses tonight. Sun Chung sincerely felt remorseful, as many people were waiting below the Wang Hai apartment when he arrived. His presence not only scared away the vendors, but also caused the customers to disperse. Jiang Tian hesitated. No need, it's too much trouble. What trouble could there be? Sun Chung chuckled. To be honest, many of my colleagues have tasted your fried rice. They've even been thinking about it ever since. I'll give you 20 discount. Boss Jiang, you are too kind. After they reached an agreement, an unusual scene unfolded on the street. Sun Chung drove the city management vehicle in front, with a tricycle following closely behind. However, it was not Jiang Tian riding the tricycle, but Su Fei. 10 minutes later, Jiang Tian and his companions arrived at the Wang Hai apartment. The area remained desolate, starkly contrasting with the usual hustle and bustle. After parking the tricycle, Su Fei remarked, Boss Jiang, your tricycle rides so smoothly, I hardly had to exert myself. Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. Really? Perhaps it's because I have less cargo today. Sun Chung, unable to contain his excitement, urged, Boss Jiang, quickly prepare 2 portions of fried rice and 1 serving of braised pork. He added, is this Yangji Gamli a new product? My daughter would love it. Please add 1 for her. Sun Chung acutely understood that such an opportunity was rare, under normal circumstances. One would have to queue for at least half an hour to enjoy Jiang Tian's fried rice. Arriving late would mean missing out on the braised pork. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. All right, Jiang Tian opened the stove and began preparing the fried rice. In no time, 2 servings were ready. Sun Chung took them and, along with Su Fei, sat by the roadside to indulge in their meal. A phone call from Lin Wanjing interrupted them. Her worried voice coming through, Honey, how is it? Where are you? Jiang Tian sighed. I'm at Wang Hai apartment. Isn't the city management over there? Lin Wanjing expressed surprise. Yes, but they're here for my fried rice, Jiang Tian replied, exhaling deeply. This situation is quite something. Dear, bring Duo over. I'll post on WeChat, and I'm sure it will attract a crowd soon. After hanging up, Jiang Tian posted on WeChat, setting up at Wang Hai apartment. Friends who enjoy eating, hurry over. In the past few days, Jiang Tian had added many customers to his WeChat, and soon enough, numerous comments flooded in. Wang Hai apartment? No way. I just returned home from there. Isn't the city management around? When I went earlier, there wasn't a soul in sight. I thought Boss Jiang wasn't setting up. Has the city management left, Boss Jiang? Don't tell me you aren't there when I come. I'm here. I'll be there shortly. Is it no line now? Heading downstairs now. Oh my God. Boss Jiang, wait for me. I'm taking a taxi over. It was nearly 10:30 p.m., and the usually quiet Wang Hai apartment had no street vendors. At this hour, many were turning off their lights, lying in bed playing on their phones, or had already succumbed to sleep. However, following the WeChat post, the lights in Wang Hai apartment flickered on in an instant. In one of the rooms at Wang Hai apartment, spring was in the air. Honey, could you move a bit faster? Huh? Why did you suddenly come out? The man quickly donned his clothes, flustered as he exclaimed, I'm going to eat fried rice. The woman pulled the blanket over herself. Scolding, are you out of your mind? It's not over yet, and you want to go eat fried rice? What kind of fried rice could possibly make you leave midway? Old John's fried rice. What? The one that's all the rage on Douyin? Yes, it's just downstairs. I'm going. Hurry, give me some paper, and bring me my clothes. Today is Chi CC's birthday. In Tong, he specially bought a 2-tier cake. Sweetheart, happy birthday, make a wish. Chi Cece closed her eyes, seemingly envisioning something wonderful, her lips curving into a slight smile. After making her wish, she slowly opened her eyes and blew out the candles on the cake. Tong, he grinned mischievously. Quickly tell me, what did you wish for? Do you want to be with me every day? Chi Cece blushed and smiled awkwardly, not answering. Tong, he was taken aback, feeling a mix of emotions. Don't tell me your wish was something else. Chi Cece chuckled shyly. Honey, you want tea? Hold it against me, will you? Tong, he feigned calmness. Then you must tell me your wish. My wish is to eat Boss Jiang's fried rice every day. Ugh, Boss Jiang again. I loathe him. Honey, quick, check WeChat. Boss Jiang is setting up just downstairs. Weren't you just eating earlier? Well, I still want to eat. I crave braised pork fried rice. All right. Tong, he immediately threw on a jacket and prepared to head downstairs. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback. The elevators were all packed to capacity. There was no doubt this was Boss Jiang's influence. If he waited for the elevator, who knows how long it would take. With a determined bite of his lip, Tong, he opted for the stairs. To his astonishment, even the stairwell was bustling with people. Seriously, are all of you not sleeping at this hour? Chapter 56. Is Boss Jiang not welcoming me? Shunqing Alley is not far from Wanghai apartment. Typically, during inspections, vendors like Li Dali would gather here. However, the business here pales in comparison to that at Wanghai apartment. There's simply too few customers. As I surveyed the scene, I noticed the vendors nearly outnumbered the pedestrians. Boss Jiang had set up a stall at Wanghai apartment. Someone shouted this, instantly igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. What? Wanghai apartment? Isn't there a city management team over there? Surely, Boss Jiang wouldn't deceive us, right? My friend lives there and is already in line. He sent me a live photo. The queue has begun. Li Dali and the other vendors perked up. Had the city management team left? Without a moment to lose, all the vendors sprang into action, pedaling their tricycles towards Wanghai apartment. Boss, my rolled pancake. Fetch it at Wanghai apartment. The urgency stemmed from their desire to seize a prime vending spot. Previously, the coveted spot was right downstairs, but now it was the vacant space beside Old Zhang's fried rice stall. Li Dali followed the crowd to Wanghai apartment, but upon arrival, everyone was left bewildered. Did I misjudge? Isn't the city management still around? Indeed, the enforcement vehicle was still parked nearby. The few customers at Old Zhang's fried rice stall must be the city management staff, as they were still in uniform. Should we approach or stay back? Ever since Jiang Tian posted on social media, a throng of people surged out from the base of Wanghai apartment in less than 3 minutes. With the proximity to the source of deliciousness, they all began to sprint to minimize their wait. Boss Jiang, I thought you wouldn't come today. Hurry and give me a portion of fried rice. If I don't get your rice today, it feels as if ants are crawling all over me. I was in the middle of a game when I saw your post, and I rushed over. I hope my teammates won't blame me. What's that? I was with my girlfriend. Shut up. Sun Chung had invited several city management officials to support the stall, although he claimed he would offer a discount. They all paid the full price. Jiang Tian noticed Li Dali and the others lingering at a distance, hesitant to approach, perhaps due to Sun Cheng's presence. After all, the authority vested in their uniforms was quite intimidating. Thus, Jiang Tian sent a message to Li Dali, reassuring him to come over. Upon receiving the message, Li Dali wasted no time and pedaled over, prompting others to follow suit. Before long, the lively atmosphere of Wanghai apartment was restored. Lin Wanjing and Duo also arrived to lend a hand. Lin Wanjing busied herself with serving rice and packaging braised pork, while little Duo climbed onto a small stool, sweetly calling out to every customer, Brother Yinzu, Sister Tianxian. Her delightful voice brought smiles to many faces. For instance, there was a young girl who had been on a diet and wasn't planning to indulge in braised pork. Yet, she couldn't resist when Duo sweetly urged, Sister Tianxian, my daddy makes the best braised pork. You must try it. The girl's eyes sparkled with affection as she nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll listen to Duo, Boss Jiang. One portion of braised pork, please. Similarly, a burly man, initially uninterested in the dessert, found himself enchanted when Duo chimed in. Brother Yinzu, you can't just eat meat. You need fruits too. Daddy says meals must be well-balanced. The man blushed, ultimately laughing heartily. All right, for your sake, I'll take a portion of Yangji Ganlu. He cradled the 500 milliliters cup of dessert in his hands, resembling a mini chalice. With Lin Wanjing's assistance, Jiang Tian was able to work more efficiently, and the service speed improved significantly. As the clock approached midnight, Duo could no longer keep her eyes open. She yawned repeatedly, her little frame swaying sleepily on the chair. Normally, at this hour, she would already be lost in dreams. Though Lin Wanjing didn't yawn, her energy had waned compared to the beginning. Her tasks, while not physically demanding, had become monotonous over time. Thus, Jiang Tian decided it was best for Lin Wanjing to take Duo home. As Lin Wanjing scooped up Duo, the little one looked puzzled. Mommy, where are we going? Can we go home to sleep? What? But Duo still wants to help Daddy. Jiang Tian chuckled softly while preparing the fried rice. You've worked hard today, Duo. How about you come back to help Daddy tomorrow afternoon? Duo pondered for a moment. All right, I'm so sleepy. When the patrons learned that Duo was leaving, many expressed their reluctance. Is Duo going? I haven't taken a photo with her yet. She's just too adorable. I want to have a daughter like her. Please let Duo come back tomorrow. As long as she is here, I'll have fried rice, braised pork, and Yangji Ganlu. Duo was undoubtedly the most understanding child I had ever seen. Despite her weariness, she mustered the energy to wave goodbye to her older brothers and sisters. Brother Yinzu, sister Tianxian, Duo is sleepy and going home now. You all should rest early too. In the next moment, she fell asleep in Lin Wanjing's embrace. After Lin Wanjing and Duo departed, the crowd diminished slightly. Many were fans of Duo who had come specifically to see her. Nevertheless, the bustling scene continued as Jiang Tian worked tirelessly on his own. By 12:30, the Yangji Ganlu was the first to sell out. The braised pork was also running low, while the fried rice had about 40 to 50 portions left. Boss Jiang, 1 portion of ham fried rice, and a portion of braised pork too. A voice called out, and Jiang Tian, without looking up, replied, sure. That LLB 30 yuan. Please scan over here. Okay, scanning now. The voice carried a hint of suppressed laughter, prompting Jiang Tian to glance up in surprise. Qianyu? What brings you here? Standing before the stall was a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, clutching a black briefcase. He scrutinized Jiang Tian for a moment before responding. I'm here to check on my good friend Jiang's business. Qian, you had once been a colleague of Jiang Tian, both having entered the company at the same time. However, they were never on amicable terms. Qian Yu was adept at navigating social dynamics and often resorted to underhanded tactics. Yet he thrived in his career, having been promoted to assistant manager of the sales department 6 months prior to Jiang Tian. In that half year, Jiang Tian had endured considerable frustration working under Qian Yu, while Jiang Tian had envisioned a day when his former colleague would support his business. He never anticipated that Qian Yu would be the first to show up. Noticing Jiang Tian's unwelcoming expression, Qian Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, What's wrong? Is Boss Jiang not welcoming me? Chapter 57. The mysterious customer. What's the matter, Boss Jiang? Am I not welcome? Qian Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian replied with a calm smile, Of course, you are welcome. That will be 30. Please scan the code beside you. This response displeased Qian Yu. After working together for several years, can't you offer a discount? This is a small business. Discounts are not feasible, Jiang Tian retorted. Sighing, Qian Yu mused, Well, I suppose I asked in vain. After making the payment, he remarked, Business seems thriving. Among our unemployed colleagues, you are doing the best, aren't you? It's only been a few days since you set up your stall, and you already have so many customers. You must be earning a couple of thousand a day. A couple of thousand? Jiang Tian thought this was a rather bold estimation from Qian Yu. He shrugged about that. Qian Yu chuckled. That's wonderful. I'm just a lobby manager at Tianjin Hotel, earning barely over 10,000 a month. I can't compare to you. He paused and added, But at least my job is stable in the long run. Jiang Tian merely smiled, recognizing that Qian Yu was still the same as before, always measuring himself against others, even if he was currently earning less. Deep inside, Jiang Tian had never entertained the idea of comparison with anyone. Thus, he chose to disregard Qian Yu's remarks. After preparing the fried rice, Jiang Tian handed over a portion of red braised pork, saying, "Enjoy, and come again next time." "Sure." Qianyu accepted it, noting the long queue of customers, which indicated the quality of Jiang Tian's food. "Let's keep in touch. If there's ever a need, I can arrange for you to join our hotel's kitchen." Jiang Tian, however, remained unresponsive. Qianyu could only smile wryly as he took his fried rice and departed. Not far away, Qianyu found a vacant spot to squat down and began to eat. His earlier exuberance had faded, replaced by fatigue as he glanced at Jiang Tian's busy figure from a distance, envy gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, he was the lobby manager at Tianjin Hotel, a position his father secured for him through his connections. However, the salary was not as high as he had hoped, only 500 during the 3-month probation period, with no provisions for meals or accommodation. Stability was also lacking. If he performed poorly, he could be dismissed at any moment. And this was only due to his own networking efforts. As he opened the disposable food container, a rich aroma wafted out, prompting Qianyu to inhale deeply. How delightful! He took a bite and gasped. Damn! Since when did Jiang Tian acquire such culinary skills? Tasting another piece of red braised pork shattered Qianyu's composure. With flavors like this, his business would undoubtedly flourish even more. Who knows, he might even open a restaurant in the future. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian encountered another peculiar customer. Clad entirely in black, much like his previous customer, Lin Shun, this individual wore a black mask and sunglasses, seemingly intent on avoiding attention. Upon reaching Jiang Tian's stall, the customer succinctly ordered 1 portion of red braised pork. Jiang Tian asked in return, "That's it?" "Yes, just 1 portion of red braised pork." Jiang Tian scrutinized the customer, noting only that he was male, as he was wrapped up tightly in his clothing. Jiang Tian was renowned for his fried rice, delicious and reasonably priced, so much so that nearly every customer ordered a portion. The red braised pork and mango sago were secondary offerings. This was the first time someone had solely requested the red braised pork. Though uncertain of the customer's identity, Jiang Tian still prepared portion. After the customer paid, he swiftly took the red braised pork and departed. It was only after he had distanced himself that he removed his mask, dialing a number. "Joe, I've secured it." With the mask and sunglasses on, he definitely couldn't see my face. How could you doubt my capabilities? On the other side, Jiang Tian pulled out his phone and opened his transaction record. The details were clear. Yixiang Zhao Shun, support for reservation. The profile picture depicted a young man in his late 20s, clad in a chef's uniform. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Yixiang? That name resonated throughout Jiangxing, known for its high-end private dining. His father-in-law had even suggested recommending him for employment at Yixiang. Jiang Tian himself had accompanied clients there for meals, and their signature dish was indeed the red braised pork, a must-order item. Why would someone from Yixiang come to purchase his red braised pork? Their target clientele was vastly different. Yixiang catered to business owners, while his stall attracted students and office workers. Boss Jiang? Boss Jiang? The customer's calls snapped Jiang Tian back to reality. "What would you like to order?" "I'll have a portion of fried rice, and also..." Jiang Tian quickly resumed his busy routine, not dwelling on the matter. Zhao Shun was a chef at Yixiang. Today, his boss, Zhou Feibai, assigned him a task to procure a portion of red braised pork from Laojiang fried rice, without revealing his identity. Thus, Zhao Shun purchased a black mask and sunglasses from a Tuyuan store. When he arrived at the office, he knocked and entered. Zhou Feibai, seated in his executive chair, fixed his gaze on the red braised pork Zhao Shun held. "Hurry, hand it over." Initially, Zhou Feibai knew nothing of Laojiang fried rice. But after his daughter brought home a portion of red braised pork the previous night, he had mocked her, claiming that as a restaurant owner, no one dared to claim they made better red braised pork than him in Jiangxing. However, his daughter insisted that was before Laojiang fried rice existed. Zhou Feibai had dismissed her claims until she opened the container, and the enticing aroma filled the air, causing his smirk to vanish. After tasting it, he collapsed in disbelief. Today, he had specifically instructed Zhao Shun to procure another portion. Zhou Feibai picked up his chopsticks, lifting the quivering piece of red braised pork to his mouth. It was rich yet not greasy, with a savory flavor and a perfect balance of sweetness and saltiness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Just as his daughter had said, that was before Laojiang fried rice. Delicious. Truly exquisite. Zhou Feibai had always detested red braised pork, having grown tired of it. He even felt nauseous at the sight of it. Yet, with Lao Jiang fried rice's offering, he felt no revulsion. Instead, he was salivating. He wondered what secret ingredient the owner of Lao Jiang fried rice had used. If only he could be responsible for Yixiang's red braised pork. Just then, the office door swung open with authority. Before anyone could see him, a booming voice echoed, "Joe, what do you mean by this?" A burly man in a chef's uniform and hat stormed in, wielding a kitchen knife. His expression one of fury. "Are you trying to oust me, Han Yi from Yixiang? Do you look down upon my culinary skills?" The newcomer was Han Yi, the head chef at Yixiang, an indispensable part of the team, renowned for his red braised pork that had captured the hearts of Jiangqing's food lovers. Despite his years of experience, no one had managed to replicate his recipes. As he kept his secrets well guarded, Zhou Feibai remained calm, simply gesturing to the red braised pork before him. "Try this first, and then we can talk." Chapter 58. A satisfied home meal diminishes the desire to dine out. In the office of Yixiang Pavilion, Han Yi wielded a kitchen knife, his expression one of indignation. Zhao Shun, his apprentice, had been elusive, failing to respond to messages. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, Han Yi spotted Zhao Shun sneaking into the boss's office, clutching a portion of braised pork. This infuriated Han Yi. What was Zhou Feibai up to? Was he contemplating a change in chefs? Though Han Yi merely held the title of head chef, he dared to stand against Zhou Feibai, the owner. After all, this establishment thrived on his signature braised pork. Each restaurant boasts its own signature dish, and for Yixiang Pavilion, it was undeniably braised pork. Moreover, apart from Han Yi, no one else could replicate it. Zhou Feibai not only drew a fixed salary, but also earned commissions and held shares in Yixiang Pavilion. Should he depart, the restaurant would suffer immensely, losing at least half of its worth. "Try this first," Zhou Feibai calmly suggested, gesturing toward the braised pork before them. Han Yi could hardly contain his laughter and anger. "Boss, if you wish for me to leave, just say it outright. There is no need for such humiliation. As for braised pork, in Jiangsheng and indeed the entire nation, you will not find anyone who can surpass my culinary skills. This recipe has been passed down through generations. In the past 2 years, Zhou Feibai had recruited several individuals to learn from Han Yi. While they grasped other dishes with clarity, the braised pork had eluded them, mastering only half of its intricacies. Zhou Feibai, however, firmly stated, "I once thought as you do, but now my perspective has changed. You should taste it." "I want tea," Han Yi retorted. "You eat it," Zhou Feibai insisted. "I refuse." An oppressive silence enveloped the room as the two men locked eyes, tension palpable. Zhao Shun, caught between his boss and his master, felt utterly uncomfortable. To alleviate the stifling atmosphere, Zhao Shun's gaze fell upon a phone on the table. "Mr. Zhou, did you get a new phone? What happened to the old one?" Zhou Feibai shot him a glare, coldly replying, "I threw it away." Zhao Shun fell silent, forcing a sheepish smile. Zhou Feibai then stated, "If you're unwilling to taste it, then resign." At this, Han Yi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a widening of his eyes. When had Zhou Feibai gained the audacity to speak to him in such a manner? Yixiang Pavilion relied on his expertise. And could it be that the braised pork was indeed better than his? After a brief contemplation, Han Yi approached the table, pinching a piece of braised pork between his fingers and bringing it to his mouth. Upon tasting the dish, Han Yi was left in stunned silence. When he returned home, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Duo was already asleep, while Lin Wanjing lounged on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in television. Unlike many women, Lin Wanjing favored disaster films over romantic dramas, reveling in titles such as 2012, Train to Busan, The Mist, Flu, and Live Horror. "Darling, you're back," Lin Wanjing exclaimed, switching off the television and embracing Jiang Tian tightly. "Are you tired? Hungry?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "Not hungry. Why are you still awake? Tomorrow is the weekend, and I don't have to take Duo to school, so staying up a bit later is fine," Lin Wanjing replied with a gentle smile. "Besides, you gifted me such wonderful skincare products. Even if I stay up, my skin will remain well cared for." All right, Jiang Tian chuckled. "I'll go take a shower first." After refreshing himself, and changing into clean sleepwear, Jiang Tian emerged to find Lin Wanjing already nestled in bed, the covers pulled tightly around her. Wait, something felt off, especially with Lin Wanjing's affectionate gaze and the warm lighting in the room. Honey, before Jiang Tian could finish his sentence, Lin Wanjing suddenly threw back the covers. Clad in a wine-red silk nightgown, the delicate straps accentuated her smooth shoulders. The garment hugged her figure, showcasing her exquisite curves, a waist as slender as a willow and legs as finely sculpted as a masterpiece. Over the years, Lin Wanjing had become increasingly enchanting. The most alluring women are not those who dress provocatively, but rather those who exude elegance and beauty with a hint of allure. How do you like my new nightgown? Half an hour later, Jiang Tian surrendered, leaning against the headboard, breathless. Wife, what is this? You've never worn such seductive nightwear before. Lin Wanjing nestled against Jiang Tian. When you're satisfied at home, you want long for meals outside. This statement left Jiang Tian both amused and exasperated. Rest assured that won't be the case, he reassured, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Perhaps due to staying up too late, Lin Wanjing quickly fell asleep. Jiang Tian, however, did not rush to sleep. Instead, he summoned the system panel in his mind. Having completed the task of selling Yangji Ganlu, he now had a new opportunity for a draw. Current task: sell 200 portions of Yangji Ganlu. Current progress: 205-100. With a light touch, he unlocked the task, successfully completing it. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the task. A new draw qualification has been issued. A large wheel appeared before him, and without hesitation, Jiang Tian decisively clicked to draw. The wheel began to spin slowly, picking up speed before gradually coming to a halt. Moments later, the pointer landed on a silver symbol. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the ultimate skill in osmanthus cake. New task triggered. Sell 300 portions of osmanthus cake. Current progress: 0-300. Osmanthus cake? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, marveling at how well the system paired tasks. With mastery in fried rice, braised pork, Yangji Ganlu, and now osmanthus cake, he had a complete culinary repertoire: staple, side dish, beverage, and dessert. Memories flooded Jiang Tian's mind, and in an instant, he mastered all the techniques related to osmanthus cake. This traditional delicacy boasted a history of over 300 years, symbolizing prosperity, as the word cake sounds like tall, representing the wish for advancement in the new year. Osmanthus cake is not merely a food, but also a cultural legacy. Jiang Tian recalled a vendor selling osmanthus cake in the food street, albeit one that attracted little attention, as their cakes were merely factory-made products with mediocre taste. Crafting osmanthus cake required skill and finesse, a task not easily accomplished by the average person. However, with the system's ultimate skill in osmanthus cake, Jiang Tian felt no fear. After sending the necessary ingredients to Sister Li, he arranged a time and then curled up with Lin Wanjing to sleep. The following morning, while Lin Wanjing and Duo remained deep in slumber, Jiang Tian rose early. Upon opening the door, he found all the ingredients waiting for him at the doorstep. He intended to prepare osmanthus cake as a delightful surprise for his just awakening wife and daughter. Dear fathers, today I had egg fried rice, made it myself. And it tastes quite good. What about the fathers? Seeking gifts, thank you, fathers. Starting from the 1st of next month, I will update 3 times daily. And for every 100 gifts, I will add an extra chapter. Chapter 59, Unlocking New Delicacies. Osmanthus cake at around 7 in the morning. Jiang Tian brought all the ingredients into the house. During the weekends, Lin Wanjing and Duo tended to wake up later, usually around 9 o'clock, so he had ample time. Upon opening the packaging, he found the vegetables remarkably fresh, still glistening with dew, clearly having been harvested not long ago. Even fresher than those he had purchased at the market. With fresh ingredients, it is nearly impossible to create a dish that is unpalatable. Osmanthus cake, in fact, comes in various forms, with distinct preparation methods across different regions. There are traditional osmanthus cake, crystal osmanthus cake, sesame osmanthus jelly, coconut osmanthus cake, and so forth. Jiang Tian opted for the traditional osmanthus cake, requiring glutinous rice flour, japonica rice flour, granulated sugar, vegetable oil, and osmanthus sugar. The process of making osmanthus cake is not particularly complex. In fact, it can be considered rather simple. However, it demands meticulous skill. First, he sifted the glutinous rice flour and japonica rice flour, placing them in a bowl along with granulated sugar and water. The water should not be added all at once, but rather gradually. This step tests one's technique. Adding water too quickly may lead to clumping. After pouring in the water, he stirred in one direction, with longer stirring resulting in a softer, more glutinous texture. He continued until the mixture was silky, then added a small amount of oil and stirred again. Once this step was completed, he poured the mixture into molds. Lacking professional molds at home, Jiang Tian purchased some from the system mall for a modest sum of 200 points. If one does not possess specialized molds, using a food container would suffice. After pouring the mixture into the molds, he placed them in a steamer. The optimal steaming time is around 20 minutes. While waiting, Jiang Tian prepared breakfast. In the past, when he was unfamiliar with cooking, he thought it was a cumbersome and challenging task. However, after mastering it, he realized it was not as daunting as it seemed. 20 minutes passed swiftly, and as Jiang Tian opened the steamer, a delightful aroma wafted towards him, bringing an immediate sense of comfort. He removed the molds from the steamer and placed the cakes on a cling film. Then he sprinkled the osmanthus sugar and began cutting them into pieces. Jiang Tian planned to sell each piece for 12. The price was moderate, neither expensive nor cheap. After all, the flavor was undeniable, even at 20 per piece. He believed many would be willing to purchase them. However, considering his customer base primarily consisted of students and working individuals who had limited living expenses and family obligations, he could not set the price too high. As he presented the osmanthus cake, a faint fragrance enveloped the room, swiftly rousing the two little gluttons from their slumber. First to emerge was Duo, who had gone to bed early the previous night and was full of energy. Clad in a pink cartoon pajama set, she entered the living room, sniffed the air, and exclaimed to the busy figure of Jiang Tian in the kitchen, "Daddy, what smells so delicious?" Turning to her with a gentle smile, Jiang Tian replied, Duo, you're awake. Go wash up and get ready for breakfast." It was still early, just past 8, when Lin Wanjing soon followed from the bedroom, her face lighting up with delight. "Darling, what have you made? It smells wonderful." Jiang Tian pointed to the osmanthus cake on the dining table and proudly announced, "Osmanthus cake. Quickly wash up and let us see how it tastes." "Wow, osmanthus cake." Lin Wanjing gasped in surprise. "Honey, you're incredible. You can even make osmanthus cake." Jiang Tian humbly replied, "Actually, making osmanthus cake is quite simple." "That is still impressive." Lin Wanjing beamed. "Why don't other husbands think to make osmanthus cake for their wives? Only my husband knows how to do this." Duo, don't you agree?" Duo nodded enthusiastically yes. "My classmates all say my dad is amazing." The praise from his wife and daughter greatly satisfied Jiang Tian's vanity. Yet he kept his composure, responding calmly, "Really? I'll bring some osmanthus cake for your classmates next time." The two ladies proceeded to wash up, with the little one insisting on checking her reflection. So Jiang Tian had to fetch a stool for her. Thus, Duo stood on the stool, sharing the mirror with Lin Wanjing. The two, mother and daughter, moved in perfect synchronization as they brushed their teeth, rinsed their mouths, and washed their faces. Once they finished, Lin Wanjing eagerly scooped up Duo and rushed to the dining table, completely ignoring the rest of Jiang Tian's breakfast, her eyes fixed on the osmanthus cake. Freshly steamed, the cake was still warm, and as Duo reached out, she quickly withdrew her hand with a yelp. "Mama, it's too hot. Let me blow on it for you." Phew, try it now, is it better?" The osmanthus cake resembled milky white jade, perfectly rectangular, a testament to Jiang Tian's exceptional knife skills, with edges as straight as if measured with a ruler. The delicate, smooth surface of the cake was adorned with specks of golden osmanthus flowers. Duo cautiously extended her hand again, finding it no longer too hot, and lifted a piece to her mouth. With a gentle bite, the soft, glutinous sweetness exploded on her palate. The flavors of rice, osmanthus, and sugar intertwined, creating an enchanting taste. Duo's eyes widened. "Daddy, this osmanthus cake is so delicious." Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled her hair. "Tasty, right? Honey, you should try some too." Of course, Lin Wanjing took a piece, and as she tasted it, a satisfied smile spread across her face, her eyes sparkling, delicious. The moment it touched her tongue, the soft, glutinous texture and fragrant sweetness mingled beautifully. The richness of the glutinous rice combined with the aromatic osmanthus and the sweetness of the sugar, creating an irresistible delight. Is this going to be for sale? Lin Wanjing raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Yes. Jiang Tian nodded. I plan to sell each piece for 12. What do you think? Lin Wanjing agreed. That's reasonable. The street vendors sell osmanthus cakes at a similar price. It's quite fair. The reason for the high price of Yangji Ganlu is its high cost. Osmanthus cake, on the other hand, has a very low cost. Even a box of Jiang Tian's amount only costs less than 2 yuan. Jiang Tian also tasted a piece, confirming its delightful flavor. This plate was for their family, so the presentation wasn't as refined. He would ensure a more elegant presentation for customers. As it was the weekend, he felt optimistic about the business prospects, sensing that the osmanthus cake would sell remarkably well today. If served chilled, it would be even more delightful, considering the warm weather, as many customers preferred not to eat warm desserts. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Tian promptly resumed his work. With so many tasks to accomplish each day, he felt time was insufficient, prompting Lin Wanjing to become his little assistant. They chatted casually about Douyin, as Lin Wanjing had finished editing her video and was preparing to post it that evening. Chapter 60, My Biological Father. Please help me this time. During lunchtime, Jiang Tian refrained from asking Lin Wanjing to cook, opting instead to take Duo out to a restaurant. Both Lin Wanjing and Duo had been exceptionally busy throughout the morning, assisting in preparations. With 4 dishes to prepare, fried rice, braised pork, mango sago, and a newly unlocked osmanthus cake, it was clear that managing everything alone was an insurmountable task. The trio indulged in hot pot, Lin Wanjing's favorite, as she had an affinity for spicy food, particularly Sichuan cuisine. However, to accommodate Jiang Tian and Duo's palates, she opted for milder flavors. Occasionally, Jiang Tian would sneak Lin Wanjing out for a spicy hot pot experience. They ordered an Inyang pot, half beef tallow and half tomato broth. As Duo could not handle spice, she was limited to the tomato broth. After a satisfying meal, the family held hands as they returned home. Just as Jiang Tian was about to enter the kitchen to get busy, his phone rang. The caller ID read, Qianyu. This sparked Jiang Tian's curiosity. What could Qianyu want? After a moment of hesitation, he chose to answer. Before Jiang Tian could utter a word, Qianyu's anxious voice burst forth. Dad, my biological father. You must tell me this time. At Tianshan Hotel, the atmosphere in the kitchen was thick with tension. Bang! Clatter! Useless! You lot are utterly useless. After I spent so much to hire you, and you can't even handle this? A middle-aged man in a tailored suit erupted in fury, slamming a stainless steel basin onto the floor. Do you even realize how important she is to our hotel? This man was Jin Shun, a major stakeholder in Tianshan Hotel. Today, a distinguished guest was visiting Su Shuang, a highly renowned investor in the country. Su Shuang's presence was pivotal to Jin Shen's future and, by extension, the survival of Tianshan Hotel. Thus, Jin Shun placed immense importance on her visit, personally greeting her upon arrival. Knowing her discerning taste in cuisine, he had gone to great lengths to hire the finest chefs from Jiang City in anticipation of her stay. However, to his dismay, Su Shuang merely sampled a bite from the lavish spread before discarding everything into the trash. She didn't even bother to taste the other dishes, deeming them unworthy. Jin Shun was aware that she had a selective palate, but he hadn't anticipated her level of fastidiousness. They had already changed the menu 3 times. Yet each time, Su Shuang only took a single taste before rejecting the entire table. Frustrated, Jin Shen's fury escalated, but the chefs felt unjustly accused. They had sampled each dish prior to serving, finding no fault. Mr. Jin, an assistant, hurriedly approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. Su Zong has issued an ultimatum. This is your final chance. If the dishes do not meet her standards, she will leave. Jin Shen's pupils constricted in alarm, and he quickly replied, Don't panic. I'll think of something. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, desperate for reinforcements. But who could he possibly call? The best chefs in Jiang City were already present. Bringing someone from afar would be futile. In a state of anxiety, Jiang Tian paced back and forth, his mind racing, yet yielding no solutions. Standing at the kitchen door, Qian Yu swallowed hard, feeling even more nervous than Jiang Tian. He harbored a bold and somewhat reckless idea. "Mr. Jiang," Qian Yu suddenly stepped forward, his voice booming and capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Tian halted, turning to the lobby manager with an irritated expression. "What is it? We can discuss this later. There is nothing more pressing than Su Shuang's matters right now." Gritting his teeth, Qian Yu summoned his courage and declared, "I have a solution." This proclamation struck the room like a thunderclap, each individual stunned into silence. They all thought Qian Yu had lost his mind. If even Jiang Tian was at a loss, how could Qian Yu possibly have a solution? With a chilling glare, Jiang Tian questioned, "Qian Yu, what is your plan?" Gulping nervously, Qian Yu stammered, "My friend can cook." "Your friend?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Is he a Michelin chef?" Qian Yu shook his head. "Is he a master chef?" Jiang Tian pressed further. Qian Yu again shook his head. Infuriated, Jiang Tian shouted, "Are you mocking me? The chefs who just cooked for Su Shuang were either Michelin chefs or master chefs. If they failed to satisfy her, what makes you think anyone else would succeed?" "I'm not mocking you." Qian Yu's voice trembled. "My friend S cooking is truly exceptional. I ate at his place yesterday, and the flavors were simply unparalleled." Suppressing his rising anger, Jiang Tian asked gravely, "Which hotel does he work at? Is he a Western or Chinese chef? He must at least be a senior chef, right? He specializes in Chinese cuisine, but he doesn't work in a hotel. He sells fried rice at Wang Hai apartment." At this revelation, the room fell into a profound silence. Has he truly lost his mind? What a ludicrous notion. Jiang Tian fixed a steely gaze on Qian Yu, coldly stating, "Your father and mine were comrades. I only appointed you as the lobby manager out of respect for my father. You are well aware that your capabilities do not match this position. Now, with Su Shuang's affair being a veritable quagmire, everyone is avoiding it. You, a lobby manager, should not meddle in kitchen matters. It would be one thing to simply withdraw, but you're proposing a plan, and you suggest bringing a street vendor to cook for Su Shuang?" Having reached this point, Qian Yu felt cornered. Bowing his head, he gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, and resolutely stated, "I understand. Therefore, I am immensely grateful that Mr. Jiang is willing to give me this chance. Your troubles are my troubles. I cannot stand idly by. I know you may not believe me, but please trust my father." Jiang Tian's demeanor softened slightly. Qian Yu's father was indeed a good man who had often supported Jiang Tian in the past. This was part of why Jiang Tian considered giving Qian Yu a chance. "This is your final opportunity," Jiang Tian replied coolly. "You must understand the consequences of failure, Qian Yu." "But Mr. Jiang, you're already out of options, aren't you?" Qian Yu insisted earnestly. "Moreover, when my friend arrives, you may taste his dishes first. If you are unsatisfied, you can send him away, and I will leave as well." "Very well," Jiang Tian suddenly smiled. "I previously thought you merely diplomatic, but it seems you possess a certain audacity. Are you truly that confident in your friend?" Qian Yu forced a strained smile. "Last night, I had his fried rice and braised pork. To be frank, it was the best I've ever tasted. I assure you, even the renowned Li Xiang Pavilion's braised pork pales in comparison to his." Jiang Tian remained silent, scrutinizing Qian Yu for a long while, as though searching for any hint of insincerity in his gaze. Yet, Qian Yu's eyes remained steadfast. Time ticked away slowly. Finally, Jiang Tian withdrew his gaze and calmly instructed, "Bring your friend here." Without hesitation, Qian Yu exited the kitchen and promptly dialed Jiang Tian's number. At the very moment the call connected, Qian Yu exclaimed, "Father, my dear father, this time you must assist me." Chapter 61. Depart, father, my beloved father. Please help me this time. Upon hearing the desperate cry from Qian Yu on the other end of the line, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. After confirming it was indeed Qian Yu calling, he replied irritably, "Are you out of your mind?" "Father, my dear father," Qian Yu's voice trembled with emotion. "Could you come to the Tianjin Hotel? I have a very important guest here, extremely picky. Our esteemed General Jean has invited a Michelin chef, yet she finds his dishes unsatisfactory." Jiang Tian retorted, "Are you joking? If she can't even tolerate a Michelin chef, what makes you think she would appreciate my roadside cooking?" It was amusing to Jiang Tian that Qianyu would ask for his help with a customer whom even a Michelin chef could not please. Moreover, why should he assist him? Their relationship at work had been far from amicable, and he would be content just to refrain from adding to Qianyu's troubles, let alone lend a hand. Those wealthy individuals, accustomed to exotic delicacies, sometimes crave something as simple as cornbread. Please, just help me this once. I acknowledge my past arrogance. I was wrong, truly wrong. Qianyu pleaded desperately. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian decisively stated, I'm unavailable. He made a gesture to hang up the phone. This sent Qianyu into a panic. If Jiang Tian refused to come, he would be utterly ruined. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, I'll give you 3,000 yuan. I'm busy. Find someone else. 6,000. Father, would 6,000 suffice? Jiang Tian sighed. I truly have no time. 10,000. It's not merely about the money. 35,764. Father, that's all I have. No more, not a single cent. Transfer the money. Did I offer too much? Forget it. I'll pay you more once it's all settled. Jiang Tian replied coolly. Do you take me for a fool? Either transfer the money now, or think of another solution. Fine. Jiang Tian, you're ruthless. Don't you dare apologize. If you don't give me the money, I want to go. Sorry. Who are you apologizing to? Father, I'm sorry. Jiang Tian hung up the phone. Lin Wanjing inquired, Darling, what did Qianyu want? As he donned his coat, Jiang Tian replied, He has a fussy customer at the hotel who wants me to cook. Really? Is that feasible? Lin Wanjing asked in surprise. Jiang Tian glanced at WeChat and saw that Qianyu had transferred the money, albeit 10 yuan short. Father, please leave some money for my dinner. Jiang Tian responded. Then I want to go. Qianyu transferred the remaining 10 yuan. After changing his shoes, Jiang Tian said, I'm uncertain if this will work, but let us give it a try. Sweetheart, I've sent you 20,000 yuan. Buy some clothes for yourself and duo. Although Jiang Tian was reluctant to assist Qianyu, he had no choice. He had a family to support. 30,000 yuan could cover his household expenses for 3 months. No one would willingly forego money. Lin Wanjing glanced at her phone, astonished. So much? Yes, it's from Qianyu. Jiang Tian squinted regardless. Going there won't be a loss. Lin Wanjing furrowed her brow. The Tianjin Hotel is the finest in Jiangxing. It is said that the chefs there are Michelin-starred and top tier. If they cannot satisfy this guest, she must be quite difficult. Be careful, dear. What is there to fear? Jiang Tian chuckled. She wants to eat me. After bidding farewell, Jiang Tian drove his modest car toward the Tianjin Hotel. Qianyu anxiously awaited by the roadside, feeling immense pressure as Jiang Tian urged him on. Su Shuang was rapidly losing her patience, and if this matter fell through, Qianyu would be finished. However, he had no other options. The meager salary of an unconfirmed lobby manager could hardly support a family. Previously, he earned 20,000 a month, sufficient to sustain a household. But since the company's closure, his wife had also begun working. His father had to plead with old comrades to secure this opportunity. Jiang Tian looked down on him and had no intention of valuing his contributions, merely waiting for the 3-month probation period to expire before dismissing him. Thus, even with a success rate of only 1%, Qianyu had to muster the courage to try. He was gambling, his career at stake, wagering on Jiang Tian's fried rice and braised pork, hoping Su Shuang would appreciate his cooking. Qianyu was filled with trepidation. He had no doubts about the flavors of Jiang Tian's fried rice and braised pork, especially the latter, which was astonishingly delicious, far superior to anything from Yixiang Pavilion. Yet taste is subjective. What he found delectable might not resonate with others. Manager Qian. At that moment, Jiang Tian's assistant approached, his tone grave. Su is giving us another 15 minutes. Is your friend here yet? Qianyu glanced at his watch. 20 minutes had already passed. Where was Jiang Tian? Yes, almost there. Qianyu forced a smile. What did the general say? The assistant replied coldly. The general said if your friend doesn't arrive within 15 minutes, you shouldn't return. Qianyu's face flushed with embarrassment. I'll call him right now. He pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Tian, but the call went unanswered. Answer me, father. Qianyu thought anxiously. You wouldn't be playing games with me, would you? The money has been transferred. Time slipped away agonizingly. each second a torment for Qianyu. He felt on the verge of collapse, continually glancing at the clock. Finally, with 5 minutes remaining, he spotted Jiang Tian's car approaching leisurely. Over here, over here. Qianyu leaped up and waved. Jiang Tian parked in front of him, and before unbuckling his seatbelt, Qianyu opened the door, urgency etched on his face. "My dear father, why did you take so long?" Jiang Tian replied. "I was quick enough. You know where I live." Qianyu had no retort. Indeed, the distance from Jiang Tian's home to Tianjin Hotel was considerable, taking about half an hour. "Park here first, then come with me." Qianyu led Jiang Tian into the kitchen, where numerous chefs were standing in disgrace. A well-dressed, portly middle-aged man spotted Qianyu and Jiang Tian, his brows knitting in displeasure. "Is this your friend?" Qianyu, sweating profusely, nodded repeatedly. "Yes, General Jean. This is my friend Jiang Tian. His culinary skills are exceptional." Jean Shin glanced at his watch, his voice grave. "Only 4 minutes left. There's no time for anything." Qianyu's heart sank at those simple words, instinctively pleading, "Could we not have a bit more time? Do you think this is child's play?" Jean Shin snapped angrily. "Why don't you go speak with Sue and ask her to wait a little longer?" The suggestion left Qianyu speechless. However, Jiang Tian, without uttering a word, strode confidently to the stove. Chapter 62. The top chef assists Jiang Tian. Although Jiang Tian and Qianyu had their differences in the company, he had nonetheless received 30,000 yuan from him. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to fulfill his duties. With 4 minutes remaining, he felt sufficiently prepared. As the flames roared on the stove, he heated the oil and called out to Qianyu, "Bring the rice." Qianyu, still somewhat dazed, snapped back to reality upon hearing Jiang Tian's command. He glanced at Jean Shun, who did not object, and promptly handed over the rice. Once the oil reached the right temperature, Jiang Tian added a spoonful of cold oil, cracked in 2 eggs, and swiftly scrambled them with a spatula. This was a standard method employed at street stalls, efficient and uncomplicated. In contrast, a luxurious establishment like Jinshin Hotel would serve fried rice in small, beautifully plated portions. Distinctly different from Jiang Tian's approach, he tossed fresh greens into the sizzling pan, where they immediately released steam and white smoke. Stir-frying vigorously, he cooked the vegetables briefly before incorporating the rice. Finally, he added seasonings, mixed everything thoroughly, and served it up. With one hand gripping the pan and the other wielding the spatula, Jiang Tian transferred the fried rice onto a plate with a swift motion. What appeared to be a simple plate of egg fried rice was completed in just 3 minutes. Jean Shun observed the entire process, his expression unreadable. While Jiang Tian's movements were precise, fluid, and aesthetically pleasing, the reality was that he was merely a street vendor. The final act of plating the rice resembled serving pig feed, and visually, it paled in comparison to a dish crafted by a top chef. Jean Chin's voice was low and incredulous as he remarked, "Is this the genius you brought in?" He felt a wave of amusement wash over him. It was laughable to think he had ever placed his hopes on someone who operated a street stall. The others present looked on with schadenfreude, anticipating Qianyu's misfortune. Qianyu, gritting his teeth, insisted, "Mr. Jean, we have only 1 minute left. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Mr. Su is waiting." With no alternative left, Jean Chun sighed deeply and waved his hand weakly to send it over. His hopes had dwindled to nothing. The assistant hurriedly carried the fried rice out. The atmosphere in the kitchen grew tense as everyone kept their heads down. Even the sound of breathing felt jarring. The waiting felt interminable. Jean Chun, lacking the energy to be angry, sat in a daze, staring at the ceiling as if resigned to his fate. Sweat dripped from Qianyu's face, his fists clenched tightly. His eyes filled with anxiety. He felt the weight of the situation more than anyone else, for Jiang Tian was his choice. If Su Shuang was dissatisfied, Jean Chun would undoubtedly unleash his fury upon him. Being dismissed was one thing, but what if Jean Chin's wrath led to his professional ruin? Finding work in Jiang City would become nearly impossible. The others were equally hesitant, fearing for their own positions. Only Jiang Tian remained calm, surveying the kitchen environment and wishing for such a grand setup in his own home, which felt too small for his aspirations. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Tian's assistant rushed back in. Jiang Tian instinctively stood up, and Qian Yu immediately approached him, gripping his shoulders tightly and asking, "What happened?" Breathless, the assistant beamed, "Mr. Jiang," Mr. Su said the fried rice was delicious. "What?" Jiang Tian's pupils dilated in surprise. "You're not joking? How could I dare deceive you, Mr. Jiang?" The assistant replied. "She even said she was full and wants the chef to make her another portion." Jiang Tian's heart raced with excitement. "Excellent, excellent." He turned to Jiang Tian and exclaimed, "Brother, I never imagined you could deliver such a surprise. Do you have any other specialties?" Before Jiang Tian could respond, Qian Yu interjected, "Mr. Jiang, my brother excels at braised pork. It's leagues beyond anything from Yishang Pavilion." "Then let us have braised pork," Jiang Tian declared emphatically. "What is your brother's name?" "Jiang Tian, with the character for river and the character for sky." "Brother Jiang," Jiang Tian said, his face flushed with enthusiasm. "Please prepare a portion of braised pork." Jiang Tian glanced at the time and frowned. "But it's getting late. I need to set up my stall." Understanding the implication in Jiang Tian's words, Jiang Tian laughed heartily. "Assistant, transfer 100,000 yuan to Brother Jiang immediately." The assistant scampered over to Jiang Tian, respectfully asking, "Mr. Jiang, please provide your account number." Jiang Tian hesitated. "Isn't 100,000 a bit excessive?" "Not at all," Jiang Tian insisted. "You have no idea how much you've aided me. That 100,000 is for the fried rice. Once the braised pork is ready, regardless of Mr. Su's opinion, I'll give you another 100,000. 200,000. The crowd around them expressed envy. To receive such a sum merely for frying rice was astonishing, and another 100,000 for the braised pork seemed almost too good to be true. However, for Jiang Tian, resolving his immediate dilemma was worth far more than 200,000. 50 or even 100,000 would be a small price to pay. The future of both himself and the Jiang Tian Hotel rested in Su Shuang's hands. She was notoriously particular about food, making it clear the discussions would only take place after a satisfactory meal. A poor dining experience would eliminate any opportunity. Feeling less rushed now, Jiang Tian replied, "All right. Thank you, Mr. Jiang." He added, "Since you're being so generous, allow me to prepare a drink for you. Mango pomelo sago. Please gather 5 spiced pork, mango, grapefruit, coconut milk, and sago." Jiang Tian readily agreed to Jiang Tian's request, viewing him now not merely as a chef, but as a divine figure radiating brilliance. "Very well, Brother Jiang," he said with a smile, but then abruptly turned to the group of top chefs and Michelin-starred cooks, commanding, "What are you all standing around for? Get moving and prepare the ingredients for Brother Jiang." Jiang Tian smirked. It felt rather surreal. The chefs who were among the best in the industry were now assisting him. If word got out, it would surely send shockwaves through the culinary world. Without further time for contemplation, all the necessary ingredients were promptly laid out before him. Chapter 63. It rained in the kitchen of the Jincheng Hotel. The chefs were utterly bewildered by Jiang Tian's fluid movements, which seemed so ordinary yet produced an extraordinarily fragrant dish. The aroma of the braised pork, as it emerged from the pot, was particularly intense, filling the entire kitchen with its meaty scent. Such an enticing fragrance. Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. The sweet aroma was intoxicating. Even he, accustomed to the finest delicacies, could not resist salivating at the mouth-watering scent. No wonder Qian Yu was so confident in allowing a street vendor to cook. It turned out he truly had talent. As someone who frequented high-end restaurants daily, Jiang Tian had tasted countless exquisite dishes, but he had never encountered a fragrance this captivating before. Were it not for Jiang Tian's presence right before him, he might have doubted the authenticity of the dish. "Xiao Wang, quickly transfer money to Brother Jiang." "Understood, Mr. Jiang." The assistant moved swiftly, promptly sending the remaining 100,000. In the time it took to prepare a meal, Jiang Tian had earned over 230,000. It felt like a dream. Jiang Tian recalled the system interface and realized that the money given by Jiang Tian and Qian Yu did not count toward his marketplace points. It seemed only the earnings from street vending qualified. Was this a stroke of unexpected fortune? He prepared a serving of mango sago pudding and took it upstairs alongside the braised pork. Jiang Tian grasped Jiang Tian's hand, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Brother Jiang, You have truly aided me immensely today. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. I must also thank Mr. Jean for the generous compensation. You are too courteous. Jean Chen gestured an invitation. Shall we have tea? But Jiang Tian shook his head. I apologize, Mr. Jean. I need to set my stall. I have yet to prepare everything. Hearing this, Chen Yu felt exasperated. Clearly, Mr. Jean was eager to recruit Jiang Tian, yet he was still fixated on street vending. Jean Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Jiang, I am a person who values talent. It would be a pity for such culinary skills to remain unrecognized on the streets. How about you come to my hotel? Rest assured, I will offer you the highest pay, 200,000 a month. What do you think? 200,000. Chen Yu and the others gasped in astonishment. What a bold offer from Jean Chen. Yet, Jiang Tian was indeed worth it. To put it bluntly, Jiang Tian had saved Jean Chen's career. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Tian shook his head once more. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Jean, but I do not wish to be dependent on others any longer. Jean Chen was momentarily taken aback. He believed his offer was exceedingly generous. No one else present earned as much as Jiang Tian. Yet, he had declined without a second thought. Observing the earnestness in Jiang Tian's eyes, it did not seem like a mere negotiation tactic. Do you have any reservations? Jean Chen inquired with curiosity. Jiang Tian smiled softly. In my youth, I was controlled by teachers. As I grew, I was managed by bosses. Now, I simply yearn for freedom. Street vending is quite satisfactory. At least I have my independence. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's explanation, Jean Chen chose not to press further. He merely patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder, solemnly stating, very well, Brother Jiang, your aspirations are commendable. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Mr. Jean. At that moment, the assistant hurried down, panting yet visibly excited. Mr. Jean, Ms. Su said the braised pork and mango sago pudding were both excellent, and she expressed a desire to meet the chef. Jean Chen broke into a wide smile. Brother Jiang, would you mind accompanying me upstairs? Jiang Tian glanced at the time. It was getting late, and he still needed half an hour to return. I apologize, Mr. Jean, but I am in a hurry. He then turned to the assistant. Please convey my gratitude to Ms. Su for her appreciation. However, I must rush to my stall. If she still wishes to enjoy the dishes, I will be at the food street in the university town this evening, and later at the Wanghai apartment. The assistant's expression twitched. Su Shuang was a billionaire. Suggesting she dine at a street stall seemed utterly absurd. Without waiting for Jean Chen's response, Jiang Tian turned and exited the kitchen. Jean Chen made no attempt to stop him. Chen Yu chased after him, regret etched on his face. 200,000. Why did you refuse? See how it is. When someone needs your help, you're a god. When they don't, you're just a brother or a kid, Jiang Tian replied nonchalantly. Did I not say I cherish my freedom? Freedom? What does that even mean? Chen Yu sighed. Your business is thriving, but what happens when the weather turns foul? Just as he finished speaking, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. You jinx! Jiang Tian gritted his teeth. Do you take pleasure in my misfortune? Jiang Tian pulled out his phone to check the weather forecast. It was expected to rain all day, with heavy downpours around 4 o'clock. Chen Yu smirked. Oh please, if I truly wished ill upon you, would you still have projects at the company? I am simply competitive. Among our cohort, you possess the greatest ability, and thus I unconsciously view you as my rival. Jiang Tian felt speechless. His 6 months working under Chen Yu had indeed been frustrating, often met with ridicule. Nevertheless, aside from verbal jibes, he did receive the projects he was due. Are you really not considering it? Chen Yu pressed, envy flickering in his eyes. If it were me, I would have accepted without hesitation. I'm not considering it. Jiang Tian shook his head. I can earn 200,000 a month from street vending. Chen Yu was taken aback. What? You wait. I will report you tonight. Suit yourself. With that, Jiang Tian strode toward the parking lot. As he walked into the rain, Chen Yu quickly followed, removing his suit jacket to shield Jiang Tian from the downpour, ingratiatingly stating, My dear father, be careful not to catch a cold. There are many things in the future that I will need your guidance on. Jiang Tian shot him a sidelong glance. Didn't you just say you would report me? Just joking. Chen Yu laughed. A single word from you to Mr. Jean could have me ousted. I am counting on you to speak well of me in front of him. Jiang Tian remained silent. Once in his car, he drove away, catching a glimpse of Qian Yu waving at him through the rearview mirror. As he gazed at the dreary rain-soaked day, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, pondering whether he should still set up his stall today. Chapter 64. Street Vendor. The flavor lies in eating by the roadside. By the time Jiang Tian returned to the entrance of his apartment building, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. He did not rush upstairs, but instead gazed at the three-wheeled vehicle drenched in the rain. Currently, he possessed an abundance of belongings, and the limited space of the three-wheeled vehicle would be insufficient to accommodate today's new product, osmanthus cake. When confronted with uncertainty, one should consult the system. Previously, he had noticed that there appeared to be a way to upgrade. Soon, Jiang Tian found an upgrade voucher in the shop. Upgrade voucher allows your vehicle to be upgraded by one tier. Note, current vehicle LV1. After upgrade LV2, you can preview the upgraded appearance of the vehicle. With a thought, Jiang Tian clicked to preview, and a three-wheeled vehicle materialized before him. This new vehicle was evidently superior to his current one. Not only did it have a more refined appearance, but it was also electric. This would save him considerable effort. Most importantly, it offered significantly more space. The upgrade voucher required a considerable amount of shop points, 6,000 to be precise. However, for the affluent Jiang Tian, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Without hesitation, he made the purchase, and the three-wheeled vehicle was withdrawn into his spatial backpack. Would the host like to take it out? Take it out. Detecting surrounding environment. Surrounding environment is safe. A brand new three-wheeled vehicle appeared before Jiang Tian. Extraction successful. The system's operations were reassuring. It automatically checked for any onlookers before allowing items to be withdrawn. It would also disable nearby surveillance to ensure no traces were left behind. Impressively efficient, Jiang Tian remarked inwardly. The vehicle's curves were sleek, and it exuded a sense of quality. He examined the storage compartment, which was considerably more spacious than the previous one. Plus, being electric meant he could forego pedaling. Upon ascending the stairs and opening the door, he found Duo lounging on the sofa, watching television, while Lin Wanjing was busy in the kitchen. "Honey, you're back. Daddy, you're finally home." Noticing the rainwater on Jiang Tian's shoulders, Lin Wanjing fetched him a coat and inquired, "How was it over there?" Feigning seriousness, Jiang Tian plopped onto the sofa and patted his shoulder. Lin Wanjing, well acquainted with him, could tell he was holding back some good news. "Darling, you've worked hard. You are the greatest. I'll give you a shoulder massage. I'll need your legs." Daddy, with both wife and daughter attending to him, Jiang Tian felt utterly pampered. However, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, "Be a bit stronger." "Got it." Lin Wanjing replied cheerfully. "How is this?" "Not bad. What is your number?" "I'm number 66, sir. You can give a 5-star review later." Duo blinked with curiosity. "Mommy, what is a technician?" Lin Wanjing lightly flicked Duo's forehead. "Little one, don't ask silly questions. Just focus on giving Daddy a leg massage." "Oh, okay." Duo pouted slightly. After a while of kneading, Jiang Tian finally felt satisfied and asked, "Guess how much I earn on this trip?" Lin Wanjing raised an eyebrow. 20,000? 20,000? Jiang Tian scoffed. "You think so little of your husband. Aim higher." Lin Wanjing's pupils dilated slightly, covering her mouth in astonishment. "It wouldn't be 100,000, would it?" "Honey, that is too outrageous." Jiang Tian shook his head. "Your thinking is still too conservative. You haven't guessed correctly." "Not right yet." Lin Wanjing was bewildered. Jiang Tian had only been out for a little over 2 hours. Earning 100,000 was already absurd. 150,000? As she spoke, Lin Wanjing's heart raced with excitement. No. Jiang Tian chuckled. "Guess again. 200,000. Lin Wanjing was dumbfounded, more excited than Jiang Tian, as she clutched his shoulders. "Honey, I can't be dreaming, right? Just from cooking a meal, you made 200,000? I wouldn't dare to imagine such a thing." Jiang Tian embraced Lin Wanjing. "Of course, this isn't a dream. My dear, are there things you want to buy? A handbag or some clothes?" Feeling the warmth of Jiang Tian's chest, Lin Wanjing realized she was indeed awake. However, she did not let the joy cloud her judgment, asking seriously, "Honey, where did this money come from?" Jiang Tian recounted the entire story to Lin Wanjing. She gasped. So you mean you earned over 230,000 on this trip? Exactly. Lin Wanjing furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, I think we should pay off the car loan and mortgage first. The car loan is only a few thousand, but the mortgage is a heavy burden for both us and many young couples. For instance, Jiang Tian had been paying for years, but all he was covering was interest. With a monthly payment of 5,000, 3,800 was interest, and only 1,200 was principal. All right, we'll do as you say. Jiang Tian sighed. This 20,000 hasn't even warmed up in my pocket before it's all gone. Meanwhile, at the Tianjin Hotel, in the presidential suite, a stunning figure in a wine-red fitted dress showcased her perfect silhouette. Her exquisite face, with phoenix eyes lifted, gazed at the anxious Jiang Tian across from her. You mean to say that the fried rice and braised pork earlier were made by a street vendor? This woman was none other than the renowned investor, Su Shuang. Yes, Su, it's true. Jiang Tian gulped nervously. He said he needed to go home to prepare supplies and would be setting up his stall in the evening. So, he couldn't come up to see you. As he spoke, sweat began to bead on Jiang Tian's palms from fear. Su Shuang did enjoy Jiang Tian's fried rice and braised pork, but she was unaware of his street vendor status. What if she found out and was enraged? After all, Su Shuang was of such high standing that she had never eaten from a street vendor. Would she misconstrue inviting a street vendor to cook for her as an insult? Unexpectedly, the next moment, Su Shuang, whose demeanor was as cold as ice, suddenly smiled. Setting up a stall? How amusing. He doesn't know who I am? Jiang Tian shook his head. He likely doesn't. Su Shuang's reputation in the investment world was formidable, yet for an ordinary person, it was typical not to recognize her, as the divide between industries can be vast. Su Shuang squinted her eyes. Where is he setting up his stall? Jiang Tian's heart raced. She couldn't possibly be thinking of eating from a street vendor, could she? If you want to eat, I can send someone to buy it, Jiang Tian offered. No need. Su Shuang stood and stretched. Street food must be enjoyed on-site for the true flavor. In response, Jiang Tian could only obediently reply. He said he would be at the food street in the university town in the evening, and later at the Wang Hai apartments. Dear fathers, today I had braised pork rice. How about you? Chapter 65. The decision to set up stall outside. The rain fell incessantly, casting a somber mood over Jiang Tian. The unexpected downpour left him feeling quite dejected, attributing his misfortune to the jinx of Qianyu. For those who relied on street vending for their livelihood, such weather was nothing short of a catastrophic blow. My dear, Lin Wanjing approached Jiang Tian, wrapping her arm around his, her voice laced with concern. Why not take a day off today, since it's raining? I checked the weather forecast, and it predicts heavy rain at 5 o'clock. You've been exhausted lately. It would be wise to rest. Had Jiang Tian known about the rain earlier that morning, he would have certainly opted for a break. However, everything was prepared, and taking a day off would lead to significant waste. Aside from leftover rice from the previous night, he had no intention of selling any day-old items. Freshness was paramount, and the heat of Jiangshang would spoil the rice if left uneaten. Jiang Tian chose not to respond to Lin Wanjing's suggestion, but rather took out his phone and opened WeChat. Boss Jiang, are you still setting up stall today despite the rain? Boss Jiang, you won't abandon us today, will you? I crave your fried rice. Please, let it rain and still come. I haven't eaten breakfast or lunch. I was waiting for your fried rice this evening, but now it's pouring. Will you still set up stall? Many customers had sent him messages inquiring about his plans for the day. Checking the weather report once more, he felt as if the heavens were conspiring against him. Heavy rain was expected from 4 to 9 o'clock, followed by moderate rain until 3 in the morning. Whether torrential or light, the rain would undoubtedly impact his business. Let us set up stall. Jiang Tian squinted and finally conceded. Lin Wanjing exclaimed in disbelief. How can you set up in this rain? Most people prefer to stay indoors, and with the forecast predicting heavy rain at 5, even using an umbrella will leave you drenched. Jiang Tian offered a wry smile. Many are waiting for me. The cost of ingredients was substantial, but that was not his primary concern. What truly mattered was that despite the downpour, numerous customers hoped he would still venture out. To Jiang Tian, business had been quite good, and even if he didn't set up today, many would still come tomorrow, understanding the situation. However, Familiar faces like the plump little boy always eager to be first in line, Tong He, the boyfriend of an anorexia patient. And many others lingered in his thoughts. They were all waiting. Lin Wanjing, knowing him well, understood his stubborn nature. Once he made a decision, it was nearly impossible to sway him. Reluctantly, she said, "All right, I'll accompany you. I'll send Duo Tant songs." Duo can't go. Duo piped up immediately. Duo wants to go with Daddy and Mommy. Absolutely not. Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing replied in unison. My dear, it's truly unnecessary, Jiang Tian insisted earnestly. The rain is too heavy, and catching a chill would be ill-advised. I suspect there will be few customers today due to the downpour, and you wouldn't be able to assist much. Come with Duo tomorrow when the sun shines. But just stay home and take care of Duo. Trust me. With a reluctant sigh, Lin Wanjing knew she could not change Jiang Tian's mind, so she rummaged through their belongings to find a raincoat. After quite some time, she finally unearthed a black raincoat. Seeing it brought a smile to Jiang Tian's face. Has it been so many years since we last used this? It was a one-piece leather raincoat. Back when they were not yet married, Jiang Tian would ride his electric scooter to pick Lin Wanjing up after work, donning this very raincoat on rainy days. He would ride in front while she huddled under the coat to shield herself from the rain. Perhaps due to the obscured view, Lin Wanjing would cling tightly to his waist, nervous yet comforted. Since acquiring a car, the raincoat had been relegated to storage, gathering dust until Lin Wanjing rediscovered it. Do you remember? Lin Wanjing said with a radiant smile. Looking back, those days were quite nostalgic. We had just stepped into society, feeling no pressure. Even though we earned little, we were so happy and content. With preparations still incomplete, Jiang Tian returned to the kitchen, working diligently until everything was ready by 4:30. With the rain pouring outside, he decided against allowing Duo to help. The couple carried their supplies downstairs, and upon seeing the newly upgraded three-wheeled vehicle, Lin Wanjing was pleasantly surprised. Did you get a new tricycle, my love? The tricycle had undergone a complete transformation, resembling an advertisement. Indeed, Jiang Tian explained. The previous one was too cramped, so I contacted the owner to have a new one made. What do you think? Lin Wanjing examined it, nodding in approval. It looks impressive. It perfectly matches your character. Jiang Tian chuckled, bemused. How can a tricycle remind you of me? You should stay inside. I'll handle the loading. Clad in the black raincoat, Jiang Tian made several trips between the building and the tricycle, finally getting everything loaded. Observing Jiang Tian's diligent efforts in the rain, Lin Wanjing remarked, I never realized until now how much you resemble a rain-soaked butcher. Gazing into the rear-view mirror of the tricycle, Jiang Tian had to admit her description was rather apt. It reminded him of a character from a movie known for a series of gruesome crimes. I'm the king of street vending, Jiang Tian joked. All right, my love, I'm off. You head back now. Be careful. The roads are slippery, Lin Wanjing cautioned. If business is slow, return early. Will do. Jiang Tian mounted the tricycle and set off towards the university town's food street. Though the tricycle had a canopy, the rain intensified, offering scant protection. The raincoat's utility became evident. While waiting at a traffic light, Jiang Tian posted on his social media, setting up stall at the university town food street today with new offerings. Concise and to the point, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. This excited numerous customers who flooded the comments. Boss, your dedication is remarkable. You still setting up in this downpour? New items? Were they? Please don't keep us in suspense. I thought you wouldn't be open today, so I ordered takeout. I wish I could come, but I'm so far away, and it's tough to get a cab in this weather. The rain is relentless, boss. One umbrella, one tea suffice. But I'm desperate to know what the new items are. Additional chapter added a heartfelt thanks to my benefactors for their generous gifts. Special thanks to all my generous patrons. I'm immensely grateful. Chapter 66. With each bite, a sensation of transcendence enveloped him. The weather forecast had indeed proven accurate. By the time Jiang Tian arrived at the food street, the rain had intensified. The once vibrant street now appeared dim and lifeless. Not only were there no customers, but even the vendors had failed to show up. The weather had a profound impact on business. Who would venture out in a downpour to indulge in street food? Jiang Tian felt like an anomaly as he parked his tricycle at the roadside. This spot, once considered prime real estate for vendors, was now abandoned due to the rain. Opening WeChat, he glanced at the numerous replies to his recent post. Many were unable to come, and the rain continued to pour, its steady rhythm echoing against his raincoat. Jiang Tian maintained a positive demeanor. The absence of patrons did not trouble him in the least. He set up a small stool beneath the awning and began scrolling through Douyin. The buzz surrounding him on the platform had diminished slightly in recent days, which he viewed as a blessing. When one is in the limelight, every action is scrutinized, and even the smallest misstep can be magnified. The sound of the rain was surprisingly soothing, almost lulling him to sleep. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was utterly alone on the desolate street. With no orders in sight within the next 5 minutes, he contemplated heading home. As time ticked away, his expectations dwindled. He continued scrolling on his phone, mentally calculating when it might be time to leave. It could be 5 minutes, or perhaps even 10. Just as he began to drift into slumber under the rain's hypnotic spell, he was jolted awake by the sight of a crowd forming before his stall, orderly and patient. Was this a dream? He rubbed his eyes and focused on the line of customers, with a familiar chubby figure at the front. Upon noticing Jiang Tian awake, the chubby boy chuckled, "Boss Jiang, if you're tired, feel free to catch a few more winks. We can wait." Indeed, Jiang Tian had been quite exhausted lately. Once he started, there was no stopping. The preparation of such a large stock must have taken considerable time. It was a torrential downpour, and some had thought he would not show up, yet here he was, unwavering in his commitment. The enthusiasm of the crowd warmed Jiang Tian's heart. In such inclement weather, many did not need to come. After all, skipping a meal would not result in any significant loss. Yet, they chose to support him wholeheartedly. It was evident that the connection between him and his customers was reciprocal. He retrieved a luminous board and elegantly inscribed 5 large characters. "New osmanthus cake." "Osmanthus cake? Oh my, it's my favorite," exclaimed the chubby boy. Boss Jiang has an exceptional eye for pairing. This is the perfect dessert after a meal. Imagine enjoying fried rice with braised pork, followed by a refreshing cup of mango sago, and then finishing with osmanthus cake. Simply divine. How much is it? The mango sago can be quite pricey. I hope the osmanthus cake is reasonably priced. Jiang Tian refrained from listing a price on the board and returned to his stove. This left the chubby boy and the others feeling quite perplexed. "Boss Jiang, how much for one?" they pressed. With sincerity, Jiang Tian replied, "I am immensely grateful for your support during these challenging times, especially on a day like today when so many have braved the storm to come. Therefore, today, the osmanthus cake is entirely free. Each person may take one, but it is limited until supplies last. Tomorrow, the price will return to its original amount of 12 yuan. Wait, what? Did I hear correctly? Free?" exclaimed the chubby boy, his eyes wide with disbelief. "And even if it weren't free, it's only 12 yuan, cheaper than the other stall. Boss Jiang, you are incredibly generous. No wonder you're my favorite. Don't mention it. We all adore your creations, which is why we're here." The atmosphere between Jiang Tian and his customers felt more like camaraderie than a mere vendor-customer relationship. They shared mutual respect and understanding. For Jiang Tian, those who chose to come on such a stormy day were undoubtedly his most loyal fans. The cost of a single osmanthus cake was merely 2 yuan. Giving one away was inconsequential. The delightful flavor would surely entice patrons to spread the word. Such grassroots marketing could be tremendously effective. The chubby boy, rubbing his hands together in excitement, eagerly requested, "Boss Jiang, please prepare me a special fried rice and a cup of mango sago." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "No braised pork today?" With a hint of grievance, the chubby boy replied, "I showed my mom a video call at lunchtime, and she said I've gained weight. She cut my allowance for the week, so I'm quite strapped for cash. She promised to restore it next week if I lose 5 pounds. Jiang Tian chuckled at the boy's plight. After handing over the osmanthus cake and mango sago, he turned to the stove to prepare the fried rice. The moment he received the osmanthus cake, the chubby boy wasted no time in unwrapping it. A gust of wind carried the sweet aroma of the osmanthus, igniting his appetite. "How delightful!" he exclaimed, taking a piece and popping it into his mouth. As it was summer, the osmanthus cake was best served chilled. The base of the container was layered with ice, separated by a cloth, allowing the cake to retain its refreshing, sweet, and soft texture, perfect for the sweltering heat. As he savored the first bite, the cool, soft texture melted in his mouth, releasing the elegant fragrance of osmanthus, transporting him to an osmanthus garden where every breath was infused with the intoxicating scent of blossoms. With that single bite, the chubby boy felt as though he were soaring to the heavens. Chapter 67. The boss is Jiang Tian. Thunder must strike. This is absolutely delicious, exclaimed the chubby boy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The exquisite harmony of sweetness and floral aroma melded flawlessly, each bite leaving a lingering aftertaste. Unlike other osmanthus cakes, the fragrance did not dissipate swiftly but lingered enchantingly, as if the scent could be detected in conversation. Most importantly, the osmanthus cake was not overly sweet. Its texture was soft, glutinous, and delightfully chewy, a perfection beyond compare. Jiang Tian truly did not disappoint. Even with something as simple as osmanthus cake, he crafted a delectable masterpiece. Jiang Tian chuckled softly. Once the fried rice was prepared, he took special care to wrap it in an extra layer of plastic to shield it from the rain. The crowd today was sparse, merely a fifth of the usual turnout. Nevertheless, it was still significant. Moreover, Jiang Tian anticipated another wave of customers, as many had begun promoting, "Come by Lao Zhang's fried rice and receive a complimentary osmanthus cake." Amidst the torrential downpour, Jiang Tian donned a black raincoat, resembling a rain-soaked butcher as Lin Wanjing had described. However, instead of a cleaver, he wielded a pot handle and spatula. Gradually, familiar faces began to arrive, loyal patrons who, despite the heavy rain, were drawn in by the promise of the new osmanthus cake, especially with the enticing offer of a free treat with each fried rice purchase. If it were any other vendor, a box of osmanthus cake might not suffice to tempt customers into braving the storm. Yet, with Jiang Tian at the helm, even thunder couldn't deter them. After all, everything produced by Jiang Tian was delicious. To Jiang Tian's surprise, his brother-in-law Lin Chen showed up, completely drenched without an umbrella. "What brings you here?" Jiang Tian inquired. "My sister sent me to help," Lin Chen grumbled. "She said she couldn't rest easy about you." "I'm baffled. How can she be at ease knowing I'm here in the rain?" Jiang Tian couldn't help but laugh. However, Lin Chen's assistance certainly made things easier for him. Lin Chen was quick and efficient, and with his help, Jiang Tian felt reassured. To add to the unexpectedness, the weather forecast had indicated that the torrential rain would only ease by 9 o'clock. Yet, miraculously, by 6, the downpour had significantly lessened, transforming into a mere drizzle. This fortunate turn of events allowed students previously trapped at school to emerge and indulge in a meal. Not just the patrons, but numerous vendors also sprang into action. Within half an hour, the food street buzzed back to life. A Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the parking lot of the food street. The impeccably dressed driver, holding a Rolls-Royce umbrella, hurried to the rear, one hand shielding from the rain as he opened the door. As the door swung open, he promptly shielded the top with his hand. Su Shuang stepped out of the car, having changed into a casual white outfit complemented by white sneakers. Removing her sunglasses and tossing them onto the seat, she calmly stated, "Hand me the umbrella. I'll manage on my own." The driver hesitated, replying, "Miss Su, is that wise? This area isn't particularly safe." Su Shuang rolled her eyes. "Have you been watching too many movies? Where are all the assassins? Besides, I have no enemies." With a sheepish smile, the driver relinquished the umbrella to her. Gripping it, Su Shuang strolled toward the lively food street, her curiosity piqued by the bustling atmosphere. "I didn't realize there was such a vibrant place," she mused, a smile gracing her lips. Having never visited a street vendor, she found herself dazzled by the colorful advertisements, unsure of what to choose. Egg-filled pancakes? Su Shuang quickly spotted a stall selling them, a dish she had only seen online but never tasted. Having grown up in luxury with several chefs at her disposal, she had dined exclusively at high-end restaurants. The sight of the egg-filled pancake on the advertisement intrigued her. It looked delicious. Hearing that the one who prepared the braised pork was a street vendor, she thought that if he could make it so well, others might not disappoint either. Approaching the egg-filled pancake stall, she glanced at the menu and was taken aback by the pricing. "Is this too cheap?" she thought. A single pancake cost only a few coins. It was almost free. She wouldn't even bend down to pick up a 10 yuan note if it fell. The vendor, a man in his 40s, was picking his nose when he noticed her arrival and wiped his hands on his clothes. Care for an egg pancake? Mine are quite tasty. The local students flock here for them. Instantly, Su Shuang lost her appetite. Not only was the vendor's appearance off-putting, but the stall was also filthy. She turned on her heel and quickly moved to another stall selling crepes. The owner, a woman in her 50s, maintained a clean setup. Su Shuang decided to order the deluxe option. Before long, a steaming crepe was ready. Seeking shelter from the rain, she took a bite, only to have her expression change abruptly. It was excessively salty, clearly oversauced, and the flavor was peculiar. Displeased, she discarded it without a second bite. Next came the hand-grabbed pancakes. The result was the same, just a single bite, not even swallowed, and she spat it out, discarding it as well. Oh, stinky tofu, meat pies, fried chicken, the list went on. Each and every item met the same fate, only a taste before being tossed aside. The flavors were indescribable, leading her to realize that what she truly enjoyed wasn't tea street food, but rather Lao Zhang's fried rice. Thus, Su Shuang embarked on her search for Lao Zhang's fried rice. It wasn't too long before she found it. However, a considerable queue awaited her. At least 30 or 40 people lined up. In that moment, she finally caught a glimpse of Jiang Tian in person. Contrary to her expectations, she had imagined a seasoned elder behind the Lao Jiang fried rice name, but instead, she found a young man. Unlike other vendors, Jiang Tian's stall was exceptionally clean. He took time to tidy the cooking area, his movements graceful, never allowing a single grain of rice to escape from the pot. Most importantly, the ingredients were remarkably fresh. Su Shuang was discerning about her food. She wouldn't eat anything unclean, poorly flavored, or served by a vendor who displeased her. Yet, she found herself quite impressed with Jiang Tian's setup. Osmanthus cake? Su Shuang quickly noticed the illuminated sign at Jiang Tian's stall. Fried rice, braised pork, mango sago. She had enjoyed all of these at lunch, but the new osmanthus cake remained untested. As a woman from Jiangnan, she inherently found herself drawn to osmanthus cake. Determined to satisfy her curiosity, this billionaire businesswoman quietly joined the line behind the many students. Chapter 68. Principles must not be broken. In the bustling culinary street of the university town, a long queue had formed in front of Lao Zhang's fried rice stall. Su Shuang felt quite vexed. She was accustomed to being the VIP at any restaurant, never having to wait in line. However, the line before her was exceedingly long. If it continued to grow, she would likely have to wait over half an hour. Her time was precious, especially with an evening banquet to attend later. After contemplating for a while, Su Shuang decided to call Jinshen. Upon connection, she spoke candidly. I am at the food street, but the queue is too long. Could you please contact the owner and arrange for a special order for me? Absolutely, Su, came a prompt reply. I'll have someone reach out right away. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was busily engaged with Lin Chun. Just then his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Qian Yu and chose to ignore it. However, Qian Yu persistently called back. Frustrated, Jiang Tian finally answered. What is it? What do you need? Brother Tian. Qian Yu replied urgently. Su is in line. But there are too many people. Could you let her cut in? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tian firmly refused. Absolutely not. Everyone should wait their turn. Why should she cut in line? I'll pay. Qian Yu insisted. Jean said you should prioritize Su, and he is willing to compensate you. Frowning, Jiang Tian replied gravely. It's not about the money. I understand, Qian Yu exclaimed, thinking he had hit the jackpot. Jean said he could offer 50,000. I've already stated, this is not a monetary issue. Jiang Tian's tone turned serious. If I prioritize her, what will the other customers think? Brother Tian, Qian Yu lamented. Do you even know who she is? Her worth is. Before Qian Yu could finish, Jiang Tian interrupted. I'm sorry, but there is no room for negotiation. Whether she is worth $1 billion or $1 trillion, it has no bearing on me. If you can't let her cut in, I might be in trouble. Please, it's critical. Qian Yu despaired. Jiang Tian replied coldly. This afternoon, I help you at Tianjin Hotel because I adhere to my principles. Now, my principle is to not allow anyone to cut in line. Everyone is treated equally here. All must wait their turn. With that, he hung up before Qian Yu could respond, indifferent to his plight. Helping him earlier had been due to the generous compensation he provided, allowing Jiang Tian to set aside their differences without compromising his principles. But now he was being asked to abandon those very principles for Su Shuang. The thought was preposterous. Upon hearing of this situation, Su Shuang was not angry. Instead, she regarded Jiang Tian with newfound interest. He is quite principled, she mused. In that case, I shall wait in line. In truth, Su Shuang had better alternatives at her disposal, such as simply offering to pay more to the people ahead of her in line. 100 for fried rice? If necessary, 500 or even 1,000. Surely, someone would be willing to sell their spot. However, with ample time, she genuinely wished to engage in conversation with this peculiar proprietor. After waiting for nearly half an hour, it was finally Su Shuang's turn. She crossed her arms and studied the illuminated menu before stating, "I'll have a special fried rice and one of everything else." Jiang Tian didn't even look up as he replied, "All right, coming right up. Xiao Chun, please prepare a portion of braised pork, mango sago, and osmanthus cake for this lovely lady." "Hello, miss. Your order is ready," he said, handing her the packed boxes. As she accepted the takeout, Su Shuang curiously inquired, "Boss, your food is so delicious. Why not charge a bit more?" This was indeed the question she most wanted to ask. Jiang Tian's culinary skills were exceptional, and higher prices would not deter customers. Yet, he had set his prices surprisingly low. The total for all 4 dishes was merely 58 yuan. In a top-tier restaurant, a price of 1,000 yuan would not be unreasonable. Jinshin had also informed her that Jiang Tian was hard to retain even at a monthly salary of 200,000. Jiang Tian glanced at her and casually explained, "The customers who come to buy from me are primarily students and working professionals. Their living expenses and salaries do not match your affluence." This statement made Su Shuang raise an eyebrow. "You know who I am?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "I don't know you." "Then how do you know it's me?" "Because you're different from the others." "In what way?" Jiang Tian evaded her inquiry. "Please scan the code. The total is 46, and the osmanthus cake is complimentary today." "Thank you." It must be noted that Su Shuang possessed a remarkable presence, standing out even in a simple casual outfit. Despite her ordinary attire, it was impossible not to notice her. Jiang Tian had noticed her earlier, but had not given it much thought. To him, Su Shuang was just another customer, just like everyone else who had come to purchase fried rice from him. From the very first customer he served at his stall to Su Shuang, Jiang Tian had never given preferential treatment based on wealth. Soon, a plate of special fried rice was ready. After Lin packed it, he cheerfully remarked, "Miss, we welcome you to visit again." Su Shuang pouted, intending to say something, but seeing that Jiang Tian was entirely focused on preparing food, she could only leave with a hint of disappointment. Carrying her takeout, she returned to her luxurious Rolls-Royce. Once seated, she set the table to enjoy her fried rice, braised pork, and osmanthus cake, with a mango sago placed in the cup holder of the back seat. A strange feeling washed over her. Had it not been for the starry ceiling, she might have believed she was bankrupt. This was, after all, the first time in her life she had eaten from plastic takeout containers. However, as the aromatic blend wafted through the car, she quickly set aside those thoughts. Having not indulged in a satisfying lunch and faced with a monotonous dinner devoid of her favorite dishes, she had opted for street food. This was her first time waiting in line, her first time eating from a roadside stall, and also her first encounter with such a forthright proprietor. Su Shuang shook her head with a wry smile, but remained unfazed. As long as the food was delectable, every other issue paled in comparison. Having already savored the fried rice, braised pork, and mango sago at lunch, she was particularly intrigued by the complimentary osmanthus cake. While it is often said that free things are not worthwhile, Su Shuang held a different opinion. Upon opening the container, the rich aroma of osmanthus enveloped her, reminiscent of being in an osmanthus garden, filling the car with its fragrance. She picked up a disposable chopstick and delicately lifted a piece to her mouth. After a brief taste, her expression transformed instantly. It was delicious, truly exquisite. Having eaten osmanthus cake since childhood, she had sampled various kinds. The evolution of the era had allowed traditional desserts to flourish in diversity. Red date paste-filled, crystal osmanthus cakes, and even the absurd meat-filled varieties. Yet, the traditional osmanthus cake seemed etched in the deepest recesses of her memory. And this flavor? It had been years since she last tasted it. Who would have thought that in a small roadside stall, she would encounter such a delightful surprise? Chapter 69. I have no interest in the university town's food street, a luxurious Maybach casually parked by the roadside. Zhou Feibai alighted from the vehicle and accepted an umbrella handed to him by the driver. As the proprietor of Yixiang, Zhou Feibai sensed a looming threat. Jiang Tian's braised pork was exceptionally delectable. Previously, Yixiang's braised pork was renowned, second to none. This was largely due to Han Yi's family recipe, which was genuinely exquisite. However, Jiang Tian's braised pork had gained considerable fame, and in Zhou Feibai's eyes, it was only a matter of time before it became well known across Jiangxing. Having spent the day scrolling through Douyin, Zhou Feibai encountered numerous discussions surrounding Jiang Tian. Many comments proclaimed that the braised pork sold at Jiang Tian's roadside stall was even superior to that of Yixiang. Dressed in a tailored suit, Zhou Feibai approached Jiang Tian with an air of nonchalance. Despite his conspicuous appearance, especially with his round figure and opulent attire, which clearly marked him as someone of significance. Mr. Jiang, Zhou Feibai greeted politely. I would like to discuss something with you, if I may. Jiang Tian, currently engrossed in preparing fried rice, glanced at him and replied coolly, apologies, but I'm quite busy at the moment. With the rain having subsided significantly, it was the perfect time to serve customers, and halting his work for a conversation was simply not feasible. Zhou Feibai, taken aback, observed the line of customers and frowned slightly. It won't take long. May I have just 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. If he prepared 5 portions in that time, it would take him nearly 10 servings to catch up. Without hesitation, he declined. I'm very busy, my apologies. Lin Chun interjected boldly. Boss, if you have something to discuss, just tell me. My brother-in-law is swamped and truly has no time. Zhou Feibai smiled confidently, revealing his trump card. I am the owner of Yixiang, and I came to discuss a potential collaboration with Mr. Jiang. Lin Shan was taken aback. You're the owner of Yixiang? His voice was not loud, but many nearby patrons overheard, sparking a flurry of chatter. Yixiang? The famous restaurant in Jiangxing? What does the owner want with Boss Jiang? Don't you know? Yixiang is renowned for its braised pork. He must want to recruit Boss Jiang. No. If Boss Jiang goes to Yixiang, will we no longer have access to such delicious braised pork? The mention of Yixiang caught Jiang Tian's attention, reminding him of the peculiar customer from yesterday, whose payment was under the name Zhao Shun of Yixiang. Observing Zhou Feibai's earnest expression, Jiang Tian remained unyielding. Mr. Zhou, can we discuss this now? Sighing inwardly, Zhou Feibai thought, I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I've received is distance. Very well. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am Zhou Feibai, the owner of Yixiang. Surely you have time now? However, Jiang Tian remained unmoved, continuing his deft movements as he swiftly prepared a serving of ham-fried rice. Fried rice is ready, Jiang Tian announced, transferring the dish into a takeout container before turning to Zhou Feibai. If you wish to purchase fried rice, please wait in line. Zhou Feibai's smile faltered. I did not come here for fried rice. I wish to discuss collaboration. Apologies, Jiang Tian reiterated. I am quite busy. If you have matters to discuss, you may contact my assistant. Zhou Feibai was at a loss for words. Wait a minute. You, a mere street vendor, have an assistant? Frustration bubbled within him. Yet he suppressed his anger and replied sternly. Then may I ask where your assistant is? Jiang Tian replied nonchalantly. At home with the child. They didn't come. Perhaps you could wait until I finish. Jiang Tian's dismissive attitude was infuriating, and Zhou Feibai endured it. As the owner of an upscale restaurant, he understood the significance of a skilled chef. When he approached Han Yi, he had provided full support for several days before securing his agreement. Jiang Tian, however, was not intentionally trying to provoke Zhou Feibai. He simply felt overwhelmed by the recent attention and distractions. With the desire to conduct business at the forefront, Zhou Feibai thought it prudent to adopt a more sincere approach. Having dealt with both Su Shuang and Zhou Feibai, he simply wished to focus on preparing fried rice without interruption. Zhou Feibai reluctantly conceded, Then I shall wait for you to finish. He returned to his car to wait. As night fell around 9 o'clock, after Jiang Tian finished serving his last customers, Zhou Feibai promptly approached him. "Mr. Jiang, may we converse now?" Jiang Tian remained silent. Tidying up alongside Lin Chun, Zhou Feibai stood by, wishing to lend a hand, but the mess was simply too daunting for him to tackle. By 9:30, after Jiang Tian had finished cleaning, unlike usual, many customers lingered. In particular, a chubby boy gazed at Jiang Tian with longing, silently pleading, "Boss Jiang, don't leave." Jiang Tian empathized with the patrons. The owner of Yixiang had personally come, clearly intending to entice him. If he departed, their future cravings for braised pork and fried rice would lead them only to Yixiang, where meals would cost far more than a modest sum. "Mr. Jiang," Zhou Feibai began earnestly, "do you have time now? There's a tea house nearby. Shall we discuss over cup?" Jiang Tian replied calmly, "I am eager to return home. Please state your matter directly." Clearing his throat, Zhou Feibai explained, "I had the pleasure of tasting your braised pork yesterday. It was quite good. Therefore, I am here to inquire if you would be interested in working at Yixiang. Currently, I only have one chef proficient in braised pork. But as you know, the business is thriving, and one person cannot manage alone. Rest assured, I will not be stingy with compensation. The base salary is 50,000, with additional commissions each month." Jiang Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. This cunning fox certainly had a way with words. His braised pork was of the highest caliber. Yet Zhou Feibai had the audacity to deem it merely acceptable. Furthermore, the mention of commissions was a trap. What percentage would that entail? Even a mere 0. 1 could be considered a commission, yet 10 would be significantly different. Even if Jiang Tian had never worked as a chef, he understood that a competent chef's compensation should be tied to restaurant shares to enhance their motivation and loyalty. Commissions and shares were entirely different concepts. Zhou Feibai was clearly aiming to gain maximum benefit with minimal investment. "Dream on." Thus, without hesitation, Jiang Tian replied, "I have no interest." Chapter 70. Your compromise will not earn you respect from others. "I have no interest," Jiang Tian stated bluntly. A declaration that did not surprise Zhou Feibai in the slightest. After all, he was not foolish. He could discern that Jiang Tian's business was thriving, raking in a monthly income of at least 70 to 80,000, perhaps even reaching 100,000. Thus, the modest salary he proposed was utterly beneath Jiang Tian's consideration. In light of the esteemed reputation of Yixiang Pavilion in Jiangcheng, which you are surely aware of, your presence in our restaurant would offer far greater stability than a street stall. I value talent and am willing to raise your base salary to 60,000, plus an additional 2% commission. By the end of the month, earning 80 to 90,000 should not be a challenge. Although it may not match your street stall earnings, I can offer you a 5-year contract. Zhou Feibai's line of reasoning was all too familiar to Jiang Tian. First, he presented a lower offer to gauge Jiang Tian's limits and expectations. Upon rejection, he would then propose a higher figure, creating an illusion of concession and thereby enhancing Jiang Tian's admiration for him. "Thank you for your kindness, but I truly have no interest. Xiao Chun, let us depart," Jiang Tian commanded, signaling Lin Chun as he prepared to leave. "Mr. Jiang," Zhou Feibai pressed, a hint of urgency in his voice. "The terms I have offered are quite generous. Why do you still refuse? You may lay out your conditions, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Jiang Tian merely shook his head. "I cherish my freedom and have no desire to work for others." Zhou Feibai, in a tone of exasperation, replied, "I waited over 2 hours for you, and you don't even consider it?" This remark irked Jiang Tian. Was he being morally coerced? Did I compel you to wait? If I were an ordinary person seeking the position of your restaurant's general manager, would you expect me to wait outside for hours before hiring me? Zhou Feibai was visibly angered. "If you disagreed from the outset, you could have rejected me when I approached you, rather than wasting my time." At times, Jiang Tian genuinely questioned the societal norms, wondering if wealth truly flowed into the pockets of the foolish. From the moment Zhou Feibai introduced himself, Jiang Tian understood his intentions. The reason for not outright rejecting him was clear. He knew Zhou Feibai would persist. With so many customers present, he could hardly ignore them. Moreover, when one comes seeking assistance, They should understand that others possess the right to accept or decline. To expect someone to undertake the most burdensome tasks for the least compensation is absurd. Zhou Fei Bai, seated in his luxurious Maybach, enjoying the air conditioning and ice cream, expected Jiang Tian to acquiesce after 2 hours of waiting? Oh, I did it on purpose, Jiang Tian thought, growing weary of the conversation. He pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Zhou Fei Bai alone, bewildered in the wind. How could the proprietor of Yixiang Pavilion be dismissed by a mere street vendor? Zhou Fei Bai was incensed, grinding his teeth and stamping his feet, only to find a group of university students watching him with glee. What are you staring at? Zhou Fei Bai bellowed. This outburst only served to provoke the students further. What is it to you? You lack respect for others and dare to morally bind Boss Jiang. You deserve this. Exactly. Do you really think having a bit of money gives you the power to command others? How many times has Yixiang Pavilion faltered? If Boss Jiang were to visit your establishment, I would certainly be disappointed. Indeed, we can support Boss Jiang becoming a chef at any restaurant, but certainly not at Yixiang Pavilion. The students were filled with righteous indignation. While they did not wish for Jiang Tian to leave, they recognized, as Zhou Fei Bai had noted, that street vending was not a sustainable path. However, they could endorse him at other restaurants, just not at Yixiang Pavilion, where the food was exceptional, but the service was atrocious. The waitstaff, who were supposed to serve patrons, acted as though they were the proprietors themselves, disregarding customers entirely. Even famously declaring, "Eat if you like, if not, there are plenty who will." Having experienced numerous setbacks, the establishment showed no signs of improvement. Brother-in-law, Lin Chun said, nervously beside Jiang Tian, "Aren't you worried about angering the owner of Yixiang Pavilion?" Jiang Tian replied with a hint of sarcasm. "What can he do to me if he is upset? I cannot allow fear of his displeasure to compel me into servitude." "But you could at least discuss it with him," Lin Chun suggested, puzzled. "I feel you might have been a bit too confrontational. Did my sister provoke you? I can have my mother speak to her." Jiang Tian shook his head. "No, Xiao Chun, with such individuals, if you do not speak firmly, they will cling to you like a persistent adhesive. Often, your perception of others can lead to your own detriment." "I understand now, brother-in-law," Lin Chun said with a wry smile. "I just feel awkward, thinking of them as big bosses. I feel I should speak more courteously. Yet, this is merely my insecurity. In the presence of the wealthy, I tend to view them through a lens that elevates their status above mine, leading me to lack confidence and even shy away from rebuttals, compromising my own dignity." Indeed, Jiang Tian concurred. Compromising once may not earn you respect. Rather, it may lead others to perceive you as easy to manipulate, compelling you to capitulate even further. Therefore, if they are destined to remain unrelated to you, why should you demean yourself? Lin Chun pondered. If you had agreed to his terms today, would he truly have honored the salary he mentioned? Perhaps. After escorting Lin Chun to the subway station, Jiang Tian returned home. The rain had subsided significantly, leaving only a gentle drizzle. He decided to retract the rain cover of his three-wheeled vehicle, finding it cumbersome. Upon arriving home, he found Lin Wanjing and Duo on the sofa, engrossed in an episode of Peppa Pig. Duo was captivated by the show, while Lin Wanjing found it rather tedious. Yet Duo insisted on watching together. "Dear, you're back," Duo exclaimed, rushing to greet him. "Welcome home, Daddy." As his wife and daughter approached, Jiang Tian was met with warm smiles. "Thank you for your hard work, dear." Noticing Lin Wanjing's hidden smile, Jiang Tian inquired, "My love, has something good happened?" Ahem, Lin Wanjing pretended to cough, adopting a haughty demeanor as she settled on the sofa, stretching her shoulders. "Why are my shoulders and neck so sore?" Jiang Tian, sensing the cue for good news, quickly moved closer to massage her shoulders. "Do tell. What wonderful news do you have?" Lin Wanjing's brows furrowed slightly. "I'm a bit thirsty. I shall fetch you a glass of water," he replied eagerly. Soon, Jiang Tian returned with a cup of warm water and assisted her in taking a sip. Lin Wanjing handed him her phone, crossing her arms defiantly. "You have a look for yourself." Jiang Tian was puzzled, wondering what could be so mysterious. However, when he opened Douyin on her phone, he was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 71. I no longer wish to listen to your empty promises. I crave Lao Zhang's fried rice. An hour prior, Lin Wanjing had posted a video of Jiang Tian preparing fried rice. For the first 30 minutes, there was little reaction. However, half an hour later, the number of likes and comments surged unexpectedly. In that brief span, the view count approached 100,000, with likes surpassing 1,000, a remarkably high ratio. Furthermore, her follower count had also increased significantly, now exceeding 1,800. Most notably, many of the commenters hailed from Jiang City, prompting exclamations of disbelief. Had she truly spotted Boss Jiang on Douyin? Wasn't the recipe for fried rice supposed to be a closely guarded secret? Did Boss Jiang truly share it so freely? Unafraid of imitation, upon attempting the recipe herself, she found it delectable but acknowledged that it paled in comparison to the authentic dish prepared by Jiang Tian. The secret to Lao Zhang's fried rice lay not in the recipe, but rather in the skilled hands of Boss Jiang. The comment section was filled with loyal patrons, alongside a plethora of bewildered onlookers. In the year 2025, one might wonder, why were there still individuals teaching how to make fried rice? Is it not a simple dish? What accounts for the abundance of likes? She envied those who had yet to taste Lao Zhang's fried rice, recalling the awe she felt during her first encounter with it. For those unfamiliar, this is Lao Zhang's fried rice, the finest in Jiang City. Their fried rice, braised pork, and mango sago are all exceptional. The recently released osmanthus cake is equally delightful. Her roommate had been brought to tears by its flavor. Was it truly that remarkable? Could food evoke such emotion? Remarkably, the comment section was quite entertaining. Whenever someone cast out, loyal customers would rally to defend the establishment, often to the point of embarrassment for their fervent praise. Among the most liked comments was one proclaiming, "Before you stands the proprietor of Jiang City's finest fried rice, braised pork, mango sago, and osmanthus cake," accompanied by an image of Jiang Tian in the throes of preparation. Lin Wanjing's editing of the video was astute, with nearly 3 minutes of content devoid of superfluous footage, each moment striking at the heart of the matter. Given the impressive metrics, the video would be poised to reach a broader audience. During Jiang Tian's brief perusal of comments, the view count surged another 2,000. This Douyin account had been newly registered under Jiang Tian's name, but it was Lin Wanjing who managed it. Feeling somewhat bored at home, she sought an engaging endeavor. With prior experience in media, this was a field she was passionate about, and Jiang Tian felt confident in trusting it to her. The growing follower count astounded Jiang Tian, who remarked, "My dear, your video editing is simply superb." Lin Wanjing, more anxious than Jiang Tian, confessed, "I was so nervous when I first published the video, fearing no one would watch it. During the first 30 minutes, I found myself checking my phone every few seconds. Each time I saw no comments, I panicked, but then, after half an hour, the comments began to pour in." Jiang Tian affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "I truly do not know how to reward you." "No need for rewards," Lin Wanjing replied with a radiant smile. "We haven't even started making money yet. For now, let's focus on building our follower base, much like you do with your fried rice." She shared her insights on media with Jiang Tian, who wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, when followers see your dedication, they will naturally wish to support you. After enjoying dinner at home, she filled her thermos with water. To his surprise, Lin Wanjing had not added jasmine tea, but rather vibrant goji berries. What could this possibly mean? "Wife, why are there goji berries?" Jiang Tian questioned. While washing dishes in the kitchen, Lin Wanjing replied without turning around, "You've been working too hard these days. I thought some goji berries might help replenish your strength." Too hard? Was this referring to the fatigue of running a stall? Or something else? Jiang Tian felt a surge of heat within, but time was pressing. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and he needed to be on his way. "I'll deal with you when I return," he stated as he headed downstairs. This left Lin Wanjing in a state of confusion. She had merely wished to alleviate Jiang Tian's weariness. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and a blush crept across her exquisite face. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian, having descended, posted on social media to inform customers of his stall's opening, then hopped onto his 3-wheeled vehicle and sped away. One must commend the upgraded vehicle for its swiftness. Previously, achieving speed required strenuous pedaling, but now, a mere twist of the throttle propelled him forward. Jiang Tian's 3-wheeled vehicle became a striking sight on the streets of Jiang City, drawing envious glances from many passersby. Even the traffic police, upon spotting him, waved in greeting. Jiang Tian returned the gesture with a high five, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished down the street. The bewildered officer, regaining his senses, picked up his radio to call his colleagues. There's a speeding three-wheeler ahead. Stop it immediately. How brazen. I signaled for him to pull over, and he actually high-fived me. Copy that. What are the characteristics of the vehicle? The sign reads Lao Jiang Fried Rice. Copy. Wait, Lao Jiang Fried Rice. Has Boss Jiang set up his stall? I must go eat. In a nearby residential complex, a young man had just finished work and was taking a smoke break. Bored, he scrolled through social media and, upon seeing Jiang Tian's stall announcement, his pupils dilated. Without hesitation, he snuffed out his cigarette, hastily donned his pants, and dashed out the door. In a certain CBD, within a conference room, a boss droned on about grand visions, while a beautiful woman sat, frustrated, poring over a document. It was already past 10, and they had yet to conclude their meeting. This job had become unbearable, earning a salary of $5,000 while performing work valued at $50,000. The boss offered no real benefits, only empty promises. Feeling low, she braced for another scolding. Secretly, she pulled out her phone, obscured by the document. Scrolling through her feed, she saw others vacationing in exotic locales, her heart growing numb. Lao Jiang's Fried Rice is now open. Today's new osmanthus cake. Friends who enjoy it, come on over. Had Boss Jiang opened a stall? The office lady perked up, her mouth watering at the thought. While she couldn't journey to poetry and distant lands, she could certainly visit Lao Jiang's Fried Rice. Suddenly, the boss slammed his hand on the table, barking, "Chu Meng, are you texting during my meeting?" Chu Meng quickly lowered her phone. "I apologize, boss." The rotund middle-aged man smirked coldly. "You can work, or if you can't, get out. I'll deduct 1,000 from your salary." Chu Meng's expression shifted instantly. Just because she glanced at her phone while he rambled on, he would penalize her 1,000? Her monthly rent was only 1,000. The pent-up frustration surged forth, and she abruptly stood, slamming the document to the floor. "I quit." "What did you say?" I said, "I have had enough of your nonsense. I no longer wish to listen to your empty promises. I crave Lao Jiang's Fried Rice." Chapter 72. When in tears, one can smile with a lollipop. At the Wang Hai apartment, the moment Jiang Tian arrived on his tricycle, a multitude of eager customers quickly surrounded him. "Boss Jiang, why are you so late today? We deserve some compensation," exclaimed one. "Indeed, it doesn't have to be much. Just add an extra piece of braised pork for me. Would you?" Another chimed in. "I heard the osmanthus cake down at the food street is free. I'm so envious." A third added, "I came specifically for the osmanthus cake. Earlier today, I bought a box at the store, but it was terrible," someone lamented. "Whatever Boss Jiang produces is bound to be exquisite. Nothing has ever disappointed me." As Jiang Tian rode his tricycle, customers trailed behind him, jogging to keep up. Li Dali arrived, but instead of setting up a stall, he waved at Jiang Tian from his electric bike. When he reached him, Li Dali remarked, "Brother, I thought you weren't going to set up today. You are truly dedicated." Jiang Tian chuckled, "And why didn't you set up?" Li Dali shook his head. "The rain was too heavy this afternoon. I figured it wouldn't stop anytime soon, so I didn't prepare any ingredients." Jiang Tian was surprised. "Then why did you come out tonight? Being idle at home is boring." "I thought I might as well come and lend a hand." "I knew you would be busy," he replied. "You're too kind," Jiang Tian said. "Honestly, if it weren't for you, my business wouldn't be thriving like this. Having someone to help is a blessing, especially since you work so efficiently that I needn't worry." Weather forecasts are often inaccurate. They predicted light rain, yet it had ceased. In the evening, the osmanthus cake at the food street was complimentary with any purchase. But once they were here, the prices returned to normal. No one complained. For those who braved the heavy downpour to enjoy Lao Jiang's fried rice were undoubtedly true fans. Such delicacies might normally go unnoticed, and even if one passed by, they might not stop to buy. However, if it was made by Jiang Tian, one must certainly give it a try. His reputation for delicious food had been firmly established, and everyone acknowledged it. "Boss, your osmanthus cake is simply delightful. It feels like I'm savoring sweet osmanthus," someone exclaimed. "I haven't had traditional osmanthus cake in years. It's the taste of my childhood. Sweet but not cloying, glutinous yet not sticky. Boss Jiang, your skills are worthy of a dessert shop. I envy your wife. Boss Jiang. She gets to indulge in all these delicious treats every day. I never thought a piece of osmanthus cake could be so delectable until I tasted yours. Jiang Tian smiled. As long as everyone enjoys it. Boss, why not create a group chat? A young girl suggested while munching on her osmanthus cake. Every time I check my social media, it's always too late. If you set up a group, you could notify us each time you're out here. And we'd see it right away. This proposal garnered considerable support. Yes, let us create a group. How did I not think of that? Someone exclaimed. I support it too. By the time I see it on social media, 10 minutes have already passed. Indeed, having a group would be fair for everyone. We could chat with friends in a group when bored. I love chatting during work. Almost everyone agreed to form a group, and after contemplating, Jiang Tian concurred. This way, whenever he set up his stall, everyone would receive immediate notification. Let us do it. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian promptly created a group and displayed the QR code in front of him, allowing anyone interested to join with a simple scan. Chuming had been dismissed from her job, and before leaving, her boss had berated her. Unfazed, she retaliated in front of her many colleagues. What a relief. After leaving the company, she took a ride to Wang Hai apartment. Previously, she had been very conscious of her image, which prevented her from indulging in Jiang Tian's braised pork. However, today, she decided to disregard such concerns. Life is too fleeting. Why must one care about the opinions of others? Even if she awoke to chaos tomorrow, the fleeting joy of this moment offered a sense of liberation. Lao Zhang's fried rice business was still thriving, and Chuming had to wait in line for quite a while. When it was her turn, she boldly placed her order, Boss. I'll have a deluxe fried rice, braised pork, Yangji Ganlu, and a new osmanthus cake, all of it. Got it. That LLB 62 yuan. Coming right up, beautiful. Came the prompt reply. WeChat payment, 62 yuan. Here you go. Just a moment, and shortly after, a box of fried rice was ready. A sumptuous mix of ham and lean meat. Enjoy, beautiful. Li Dali cheerfully called as he packaged her order. With her food in hand, Chuming found a random spot to dig in. She devoured the fried rice, savoring the juicy braised pork. When thirst struck, she refreshed herself with a sip of the cool Yangji Ganlu, followed by a bite of the soft and chewy osmanthus cake. Delicious. What a treat. While eating, she scrolled through her social media feed, seeing who had gotten married, who had bought a car, who was in a sweet romance, and who had ventured to distant lands. And what about her? Life felt like a complete wreck. The travel destinations she had saved 5 years ago remained untouched. Each time she thought about saving money for 2 months' rent, it felt like a futile exercise. The hot pot she longed to try always saw her hesitating at the last moment. The money saved could have afforded her countless home-cooked meals. Today, she finally indulged. 62 yuan for street food, something she had never experienced before. Despite knowing it was worth every penny, her hands trembled slightly as she made the payment. Was it a sign of her lack of effort? But had she not given her all? Why did things never go as planned? Did the boss put too much salt in today? It seems a bit salty, she mused. Suddenly, a tear rolled down her cheek and fell on her lips. It wasn't the salt, it was her tears. In an instant, Chuming was overcome with emotion, yet she continued to eat her fried rice, despite her complex feelings rendering her unable to taste it. Beautiful, a voice suddenly broke in her thoughts. Chuming quickly wiped her tears and looked up to see Li Dali, the friend who had assisted Boss Jiang earlier. With a warm smile, he handed her a lollipop. Boss Jiang says there's nothing that can't be overcome. If you're feeling down, just have a piece of candy. This is his daughter's favorite. Whenever she cries, a lollipop brings a smile to her face. These words caused Chuming's tears to flow freely once more. She glanced at Jiang Tian, who, amidst his bustling work, offered her a gentle smile before attending to the next customer. Taking the lollipop, she unwrapped it and placed it in her mouth. It was strawberry-flavored and delightfully sweet. Thank you, brother, and please extend my gratitude to Boss Jiang. It dawned on her that Boss Jiang regarded them not only as customers, but as friends. Chapter 73. On the day of the wedding, I wished to invite Boss Jiang. In the Wang Hai apartment, Tong, he was busy in the kitchen. Is it ready yet? I am starving. His girlfriend, Chi Cici, shouted from outside. Almost there. Tong, he replied, skillfully stir-frying rice over a high flame. Next to the stove, A Douyin video of Jiang Tian's fried rice tutorial played. Soon, a steaming plate of fried rice was ready. Tong brought it to the dining table and called out, "Baby, hurry! The fried rice is ready. Come taste it." Chi rushed over like a ravenous wolf, scooping a generous spoonful into her mouth. Tong, full of anticipation, asked, "How is it?" I followed Boss Jiang's tutorial to the letter. After taking a bite, Chi set the spoon down. "It's much better than what you made before, but it still pales in comparison to Boss Jiang's." Tong, unwilling to accept defeat, tasted it himself. It indeed fell short. Had Boss Jiang withheld a secret ingredient? Boss Jiang is not that kind of person, Chi asserted confidently. He either shares everything or keeps nothing back. True, Boss Jiang is a good man. After all, Tong, mused. Chi snuggled against his arm and rubbed her cheek against his. "Thank you, baby." Suddenly, Tong, felt a lump in his throat and forced a smile. Why the sudden gratitude? Chi bit her lip. "I know I've been irritable during this period of anorexia, yet you never thought of leaving me. Instead, you found ways to cheer me up, knowing I love Boss Jiang's fried rice. You queued for so long just to buy it for me." Tong, wrapped his arms around her shoulder. "Once I chose you, I vowed to never forsake you." "Thank you, baby." Chi kissed his cheek. "I feel like I'm no longer averse to certain foods." "Really? Has the anorexia improved?" Tong, was thrilled. He had endured much in trying to cure Chi condition. From hospital visits to psychological consultations, all in vain. Now, after a few days of enjoying Boss Jiang's fried rice, she was recovering? Indeed, only delectable food could heal anorexia. No, more accurately, it was Boss Jiang's culinary delights. "By the way," Chi nodded, "there's something I want to tell you." "Go ahead, baby." "We're not getting any younger. My family is pressing me." "I understand. I get it." Ha ha ha. "Today, I feel like the happiest man in the world." Tong, cried tears of joy. All his suffering and grievances seemed to vanish in that moment. "On the day of the wedding, I want to invite Boss Jiang. What do you think?" "Of course, my dear, I was just thinking the same. Then I want to eat Boss Jiang's new osmanthus cake. I'll go buy it right away." "You're getting married? Congratulations." "What? You want me to attend the wedding? To be your witness?" "No way, buddy. You can't repay kindness with enmity." Looking at Tong, at the stall, Jiang Tian remarked, "Considering how much you've spent here, do I owe you a gift?" Tong, chuckled. "How could I ask you for a gift, Boss Jiang? If you can honor us with your presence, I'll cover the expenses." Just kidding, just kidding." Jiang Tian waved his hand with a smile. "Just send me the invitation when the time comes. If I'm free, I'll definitely attend." Jiang Tian, too, was having a bit of fun. Being invited to a wedding was indeed a joyous occasion. So, he readily agreed, feeling honored to witness the union of his customers. Around 1 in the morning, he closed up shop. All the goods had sold out, and the new osmanthus cake received rave reviews. On a hot summer night, indulging in a cold piece of osmanthus cake was indeed a delightful experience. However, Jiang Tian also received some unfortunate news from Lidali. The food street near the university would begin renovations tomorrow, meaning he couldn't set up his stall there in the afternoon. He could still operate at Wanghai apartment in the evening. After driving away, Jiang Tian returned home just past 2 o'clock. Tomorrow was the weekend, so Duo didn't have school. As he opened the door, Lin Wanjing was sitting at the computer with a facial mask on. "Dear," Jiang Tian called softly. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lin Wanjing rested her chin on her hand. "There are too many comments from netizens. I can't keep up." Jiang Tian leaned closer to see the video's views had surpassed 30,000, and the likes had surged past 10,000. Why did the likes suddenly increase so much? Jiang Tian asked, puzzled. Earlier, it was only a little over 1,000 with 10,000 views. Lin Wanjing replied, "If you're scrolling through Douyin and you come across a video you really like, but it has only a few likes, would you like it?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment, probably not. "But if a video is decent and has a high number of likes, would you like it?" Jiang Tian chuckled, "I see. It's like when I sell fried rice. Many customers may not have tried it, but they see the long queue and join in." "Exactly," Lin Wanjing said. "Your fans are urging you to update the red braised pork recipe." Jiang Tian sat at the computer, noticing numerous comments from customers requesting tutorials on red braised pork and mango sago. "I'll post a mango sago recipe tomorrow. It's simple. By the way, since the food street is closed for renovations and I want to be setting up my stall, it's the weekend. Should we take Duo out for some fun? Lin Wanjing tilted her head in thought. How about visiting my parents? You haven't been home in months, and Duo has been mentioning wanting to see her grandparents. Sure. Jiang Tian immediately agreed. Let's go home tomorrow. It had indeed been a while since he last saw his parents, especially since he rarely had holidays while working. When he finally got a day off, he was usually too exhausted to go anywhere, preferring to laze in bed all day. After taking a shower, Jiang Tian emerged to find Lin Wanjing still replying to the comments. Don't look for a moment. I need to ask you something. Lin Wanjing's beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. What is it? Jiang Tian asked with a serious expression. What did you mean by soaking goji berries for me tonight? Lin Wanjing's cheeks flushed. I just thought you looked tired these days. I asked a friend, and she said goji berries are good for health. Oh, I see, Jiang Tian said. Then come in with me for a moment. What do you want? I want. Huh? What do you want? I want to. Before long, the air was filled with warmth and love. Dear fathers, today I still have the 12 yuan worksite, small set meal. I've really come to love it these days. What about you? What have you eaten? Seeking some background character names? Fathers who wish to enter the story, please leave a comment here with your name, personality, and gender. You can be more detailed. Chapter 74. Returning to hometown with Duo the following day. Early in the morning, Jiang Tian drove his small car, bringing Lin Wanjing and Duo back to his hometown. His parents resided in the countryside, and while Jiang Tian had considered inviting them to Jiangsheng, they had expressed their disinterest, fearing it would be an imposition. The journey was not long, taking about an hour and a half. By the time they arrived home, it was only around 10 in the morning. From a distance, they spotted his parents standing at the gate of the small courtyard, waving enthusiastically. Grandma. The little one, Duo was overjoyed, her head poking out the window as she called out, Grandpa, Grandma, I miss you so much. Her sweet, melodious voice brought immense joy to Jiang Tian's parents. Oh my little Duo, how I've missed you, exclaimed her grandfather. Let me see, has Duo gained weight? After parking the car, Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing approached, carrying various gift boxes. His father, Jiang wore a stern expression. Why did you bring so much? I thought I told you not to. With a light chuckle, Jiang Tian replied, it was Wanjing's idea. She said it's been a while since we visited. Family is family. There's no need to be so formal. His mother interjected as she took the gift boxes. Wanjing, Duo, come inside. The courtyard was spotless, and knowing that Jiang Tian's family was coming, his mother had gone to the town to buy an array of treats, even purchasing a doll for Duo, which delighted the little girl immensely. She immediately hugged her grandmother's leg, exclaiming, Thank you, Grandma. Long live Grandma. Once inside, Jiang Tian's mother and Lin Wanjing busied themselves in the kitchen preparing lunch, and Duo insisted on helping her grandmother. In the living room, Jiang and Jiang Tian sat facing each other. How has work been lately? Jiang asked, his demeanor serious. This was typical of his father, whose face often bore a stern expression, yet his eyes were filled with concern. Jiang Tian's parents were unaware that his boss had fled, nor did they know he was currently making a living by setting up a stall. Although he considered being truthful, he ultimately decided against it, not wanting to worry them. It's been all right. Quite busy with many projects, Jiang Tian replied. He didn't intend to conceal the truth. Rather, he wished to spare his parents any anxiety. Setting up a stall was not a sustainable solution for them, and he felt it was far better to have a stable job in a company. Jiang Tian thought it prudent to inform them once his stall business stabilized, at which point he would have earned enough money to reassure them. Well, as long as you're doing fine, Jiang said solemnly. If anything comes up, you must let us know. Jiang Tian chuckled. Dad, I'm grown up now. I'm head of the family. And how old are you? Jiang raised an eyebrow. No matter how old you are, you will always be my son. Though the remark had an undertone that could be interpreted as scolding, it was not entirely incorrect. All right, rest assured, Dad. If I encounter any trouble, I will definitely let you know. Before long, lunch was ready, and the table was laden with dishes that Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing adored. His mother was an exceptional cook, and whenever they returned, the couple would indulge to their heart's content. Even Duo ate far more than usual. However, Jiang had grown more taciturn than before, quietly consuming his cold dishes and sipping white wine as if lost in thought. After the meal, the family gathered to chat about trivial matters. Around 2 o'clock, Jiang Tian stood to take his leave. Duo, reluctant and tearful, insisted on staying, but after a lengthy coaxing session, she finally sobbed as they drove away. Jiang and his wife went to the door to bid farewell, and only after the car had completely vanished did the smile fade from his mother's face. She turned and playfully slapped Jiang on the shoulder, saying, "Look at you, wearing such a grim face. Do you think the child can't see it?" Jiang sighed deeply. "I don't want to, but every time I think of my son struggling in Jiangcheng, it pains me." "Did you put the money aside?" "Yes, I did," replied his mother, Lu Huilan. "Before they got in the car, I secretly tucked some money into Duoduo's clothes. They don't know. I'll tell Wanjing once they reach Jiangcheng." "Is it true that Tian is unemployed?" Jiang lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as he spoke with a heavy heart. "It's true. I can tell he is putting on a brave face. Previously, when he visited on weekends, he would at least stay until after dinner, but today he only came for lunch. He must be setting up a stall now." 2 nights prior, Jiang had been lying in bed browsing social media. He rarely engaged in such activities, but that day, feeling bored, he scrolled through his feed. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a post about Jiang Tian running a stall. Confused, he wondered, setting up a stall? What kind of stall? Curious, he perused Jiang Tian's posts and found pictures of a food stall named Old John's Fried Rice. Jiang felt as though the sky had fallen. His son had resorted to setting up a stall. He bore no disdain for street vending, but was deeply concerned about his son's circumstances. Life in Jiangcheng was fraught with pressure, and Jiang Tian was burdened with mortgage and car payments, alongside the family's daily expenses. Jiang had initially planned to visit Jiangcheng soon to assess the situation, and today's visit from Jiang Tian provided an opportune moment. During tea time, he subtly inquired about work, but Jiang Tian skillfully dodged the topic. Knowing his son well, Jiang quickly understood that Jiang Tian was indeed unemployed and had resorted to street vending. This prompted his wife to discreetly slip some money to Duo, hoping to alleviate Jiang Tian's burden. Directly handing over money might hurt his pride, and knowing his son's personality, he would likely refuse. The amount was modest, a mere 55,000, yet it represented Jiang's last savings, with the hope that his son could find some ease in Jiangcheng. This sum would suffice for Jiang Tian to sustain himself for a few months while seeking stable employment. As the couple continued their conversation, a neighbor knocked on the door. "Big brother, are you home?" Lu Huilan rose to check and was surprised to see Li Min, the neighbor from up the road. Although they were not on particularly good terms, such occurrences were not uncommon in the village. Their children were of similar ages and had always been embroiled in a silent rivalry. However, Jiang and his wife had never felt the need to compete. They were quite laid back, believing that living well was far more important than comparing themselves to others. Yet Li Min had a different mindset, always striving to outdo Jiang Tian. Upon learning that Jiang Tian had bought a car, she gritted her teeth and bought one for her son, insisting it had to be superior. When Jiang Tian purchased a house, she followed suit, ensuring it was larger. This relentless competition had led Li Min and her husband, despite their age, to toil away to cover their son's car and mortgage. Lu Huilan, curious about Li Min's visit, noted that she was carrying gifts. Jiang, puzzled, extinguished his cigarette. "What brings her here with gifts?" Li Min entered cheerfully, first surveying the room before asking, "Where's Xiao Tian? Has he left?" Lu Huilan frowned. "You're looking for Xiao Tian?" Feeling a bit awkward, Li Min replied, "Well, Xiao Tian is setting up a stall in Jiangcheng, and my son Xiaohai is also there. I was wondering if Xiao Tian could lend him a hand." Chapter 75. The renovation of the food street. Wasn't Xiao Tian selling snacks in Jiangcheng? My little Hao is over there too. I was wondering if Xiao Tian could assist him a bit. Li Min felt somewhat embarrassed. If it weren't for Jiang Tian's thriving business, she would never have mustered the courage to ask for a favor. After all, the two families had a rather strained relationship, and she had always held the upper hand. Now, she found herself in the position of seeking assistance. It was indeed mortifying. However, her son had mentioned that if he could learn Jiang Tian's fried rice recipe, they would no longer have to worry about their mortgage and car payments. Thus, Li Min had to steel herself and approach him. "How did you know Xiao Tian was selling snacks?" Jiang's expression immediately darkened. After all, selling snacks was not a proper job. How could the whole village be aware of it? Yet, Li Min mistakenly thought Jiang and was trying to conceal this. Considering that Jiang Tian could earn several thousand a day, as her son had seen on Douyin. Li Min chuckled, "Second brother, you two are truly fortunate. Your son is so accomplished, and your daughter-in-law is so understanding. Unlike us." Jiang's countenance soured at once. Was she here mock him? Wasn't this a bit excessive? In the past, it was done discreetly, but now it was all out in the open. Her tone was so pointed. What was her intention? Did she want to provoke a confrontation? And how could Xiao Tian be making Douyin videos while selling snacks? Jiang replied coldly, "Of course my son Jiang is accomplished. He has married such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Truly, the Jiang family must be blessed. You two are quite capable as well. Working on construction sites at your age. Wasn't that just being petty? Who couldn't do that?" Li Min was taken aback. She was trying to praise him, yet he twisted her words into an insult. This couple had been working hard on construction sites to help their son repay his car and house loans. And many in the village gossiped, suggesting they were suffering for the sake of appearances. Yet, no one had said it outright. If it weren't for needing a favor from Jiang Tian, she wouldn't have lowered herself like this. "Second brother, please don't mock me," Li Min said helplessly. "Xiao Hao's car and house payments total 10,000 every month, and he only earns a little over 4,000. If we don't help him, how can he manage?" Li Min finally grasped the meaning of the idiom self-inflicted consequences. It was indeed deserved. Pretending to be affluent with a car and house sounded nice. Yet they couldn't even afford to fill the gas tank, and the house lay empty, unrenovated. The facade was dazzling, but only the family truly understood the hardship. Jiang frowned. Then seeking out Xiao Tian is futile. What can he do to help? Li Min immediately replied, "Xiao Tian's business is thriving. He must have some secrets." Secrets? Could secrets be divulged? Suddenly, Jiang caught a crucial piece of information. "His business is good? You say it is good, and so it is?" "Oh, dear second brother, stop pretending," Li Min chuckled. "How could Xiao Tian not have told you? He is flourishing in Jiangcheng. My son says he can earn several thousand a day. Besides, he used to sell snacks right in front of the Urban Management Bureau. Just think about how good his food must be to attract customers there." "What?" Jiang and Lu Huilan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Earning several thousand a day? Selling in front of the Urban Management Bureau? It sounds almost surreal." Seeing their stunned expressions, Li Min was taken aback. "You didn't know?" Jiang and Lu Huilan exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Li Min then pulled out her phone and opened Douyin, revealing several videos of Jiang Tian selling snacks that she had saved. She clicked through them, saying, "Look, isn't it the Urban Management Bureau behind Xiao Tian? And there are police helping to maintain order. Just look at the queue. You can't even see the end. Earning 2,000 to 3,000 in a day is no exaggeration, right? Second brother, we've been neighbors for so many years. You should help Xiao Hao." Monkey was the nickname for Li Min's husband. Jiang and Monkey had indeed been close friends in their youth, and their competition had begun back then. Monkey was quite envious, always wanted to outshine Jiang. Especially after both had children, Monkey was even more determined to have Xiao Hao surpass Jiang Tian. As Jiang watched the videos of Jiang Tian bustling about, he finally understood that his son indeed had many customers. He was even earning more than if he were employed. "I will inform Xiao Tian," he said after a moment's contemplation. "All right. Thank you, second brother. I must head back now. You must help Xiao Hao." Li Min stood up and left. Lu Huilan asked, "Xiao Tian earns so much selling snacks? My son is really remarkable. Everything he does is impressive. Old Jiang, what are your plans? Will you truly let Xiao Tian help Xiao Hao?" "Help? Nonsense," Jiang retorted. When Xiao Tian was struggling, where was the help? Now that his son is in trouble. They want to trouble Xiao Tian? Just give him a call. "What for? Didn't you say you wouldn't help?" "Who said I wouldn't help? I want that over 50,000 back. This Jiang Tian, he even deceived me about my savings." In Jiangcheng, at Mingxing Yuan, when Duo pulled out over 50,000, both Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing were taken aback. "Darling, why did Dad give so much money?" Jiang Tian felt deeply moved. If it was given by his father, they should accept it. Not accepting would only hurt his father's feelings. Jiang Tian was unaware of the situation back home, so upon returning, he spent some time playing games with little Duo. However, she seemed distracted, her lips pouting and her eyes brimming with tears. This was a situation the couple had grown accustomed to, as it was always like this after returning from their hometown. Opening WeChat, numerous customers from the food street sent messages. Boss Jiang, I heard the food street is going to be renovated. Are you still going to sell snacks? I really want to eat your fried rice and braised pork. Please set up shop. Boss Jiang, I have a bold idea. Why not contract out our canteen? Jiang Tian grimaced at the thought of contracting a canteen. Leaving aside the costs, he would need connections. Otherwise, why were the dishes there so unpalatable without being shut down? After replying to each message, he inquired with Li Dali about any nearby spots for selling snacks. Li Dali mentioned an old neighborhood called Happiness Garden, about 5 kilometers from the food street, where there was a street full of vendors. Upon checking, Jiang Tian quickly realized that despite being an old neighborhood, it was surrounded by factories. Many workers preferred to grab a quick bite after work. All right, thank you, brotherly. Shall we go together tomorrow? Jiang Tian asked. Sure thing. Little brother, let's head over tomorrow. I haven't been there yet. Are you setting up shop tonight? Yes, see you tonight. Although he had found a temporary spot to sell snacks, Jiang Tian was not overly excited. 5 kilometers was quite a distance. The original customers of the food street were primarily students. How would they get there? By bus? By bike? Just imagining the scene was overwhelming. Dear fathers, the update is a bit late today. Please forgive me. I had turkey noodle rolls for dinner. They were truly delightful. How about you? Chapter 76, Then Don't Eat It. This old Jiang fried rice is terribly unpalatable. In the evening, Jiang Tian did not hurry to set up his stall at the Wang Hai apartment. These past few days had been overwhelmingly busy, leaving him little time to spend with Duo and his wife. Finally blessed with half a day of respite, Jiang Tian was determined to cherish this time with them. After dinner, Duo's spirits lifted significantly as she clung to Jiang Tian's arm, her voice a sweet plea. Daddy Duo wants ice cream. Jiang Tian glanced awkwardly at Lin Wanjing in the kitchen, thinking, keep your voice down, little one. At least I can sneakily buy yuan during our walk later. If your mother hears, she will never allow it. Sure enough, Lin Wanjing snapped back to attention, her tone stern. Absolutely not. How many times have you had it this week? Mommy Duo whined. But I really want to eat it. Can't you let Duo have some? I'll help wash the dishes, okay? All right. Jiang Tian could no longer bear to watch. Just let Duo have it one more time. Hee. Duo beamed with delight. Daddy is the best. Lin Wanjing rolled her eyes. So now you're the good guy? Not at all. Jiang Tian waved his hand. In a couple of days, I'll treat you to hot pot. That sounds much better. The family set out for a stroll, with Jiang Tian on the left, Lin Wanjing on the right, and Duo joyfully holding their hands in between. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, bringing a refreshing chill to the evening air, while the dim glow of the streetlights elongated their shadows. As Duo savored her strawberry ice cream, she animatedly recounted amusing tales from kindergarten, eliciting hearty laughter from both Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing. At 9 o'clock, Jiang Tian still needed to head to the Wang Hai apartment for his stall. Before departing, he checked the system panel. Yesterday, he had prepared approximately 200 portions of osmanthus cake, yet only 105 had registered in the system. This indicated that only purchases made by customers would be counted. Before setting off, Jiang Tian tagged everyone in the foodie group, setting up at Wang Hai apartment. Upon arriving, the atmosphere was vibrant with chatter. Boss Jiang has finally arrived. I want osmanthus cake. I want some too. It's absolutely divine, fragrant, soft, and not overly sweet. So refreshing. I followed you on Douyin, and I replicated your fried rice recipe. My wife praised me. I saw that too. I had my mom make it, and it was delicious. Li Dali jumped up, waving energetically at Jiang Tian, who parked his cart next to him. The customers formed a long line without prompting. Du Wei, a popular food blogger in Jiang City with over 100,000 followers on Douyin, cherished her time exploring eateries with her audience. Sitting in a Mercedes business vehicle, she ensured her makeup was flawless before starting her live stream. Soon, a flurry of viewers flooded in. Wei, you're finally live. We haven't seen you in ages. What have you been up to? No new videos or streams. You still look as beautiful as ever. Where are you off to tonight, Wei? Are you exploring a restaurant? As the viewer count hit 500, Du Wei smiled and greeted, Hello everyone. I've just returned from a trip abroad, and since I passed by my old neighborhood, I thought I'd share it with you all live. Up ahead is the Wang Hai apartment, a place filled with memories. I lived here for about 3 years. I used to eat at the street vendors downstairs every day. The most famous was Sister Song's crepes. She was so kind, and her crepes were incredible. I went there almost every night after work. And there was also a remarkable stinky tofu. Yes, and Brother Song's fried rice was quite good too. Let us start with Sister Song's crepes. But her business is booming, so we might have to wait. So please be patient. Let me see if the taste is still the same as before. As Due chatted with her viewers, the car soon stopped at the roadside of the Wang Hai apartment. She turned the camera to the bustling crowd below. Wow, how has it become so crowded since I've been away? Usually, it's quite empty at this hour. Never mind. Let us grab a crepe to satisfy my craving. After stepping out of the car, Due quickly located Sister Song's crepe stall. However, she was taken aback, doubting her own eyes as she confirmed the vendor was indeed the same Annie. Host, why are you so quiet? Have you lost your taste for crepes? Didn't you say we would have to wait? Why is there no one in line? That Annie seems to be scrolling through Douyin like she's given up. Is it really that good? If it's so delicious, why isn't there a line? It appeared Due had not checked Douyin in several days. The most popular vendor at Wang Hai apartment was Old Jiang's fried rice, renowned for its exquisite flavor. Due, oblivious to the comments, merely chuckled. This shouldn't be the case. Let us check out Brother Song's fried rice. I remember there were 2 stalls here before, Brother Song's and Old Mao's. After wandering around with her phone, Due still failed to spot either stall. Where's the fried rice? Could they have closed down? Brother Song and Old Mao can't compare to my boss Jiang's Old Jiang fried rice. Why haven't I heard of Old Jiang fried rice before? Is the owner deliberately paying people to hype it up? Seriously? Does Boss Jiang really need to pay for promotion? He'd prefer fewer people in line. Due scanned the area. There were many vendors, some of whom she recognized. Yet none had customers. Finally, noticing the comments, Due raised an eyebrow. Old Jiang fried rice? I haven't seen it. My dear Wei, haven't you passed by a couple of times? It wasn't Due's fault. The crowd obscured her view, making it hard to notice. Wei, just head to the spot with the most people. That's Old Jiang fried rice, and its flavor is unmatched. Boss Jiang's fried rice and braised pork are simply extraordinary. I could eat it 10 times a day. Following the viewer's guidance, Due turned to where the crowd gathered, realizing there were indeed many people. Initially, she hadn't noticed due to her shorter stature, preventing her from seeing the situation inside. She approached someone in line and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, is Old Jiang fried rice delicious?" The man glanced at the camera in Due's hand and asked, "Are you live streaming?" "Yes. I came here specifically to find something tasty." The man's eyes sparkled as he replied with a grin, "Then don't eat it. This Old Jiang fried rice is terribly unpalatable." Chapter 77. Heed the advice. Satisfy your hunger. Then don't eat it. This Lao Jiang fried rice is utterly terrible. This unexpected remark left Due's mind in disarray. Terrible? How could it be so bad when so many people were queuing? Handsome, are you joking? Due retorted, "If it's so bad, why are you in line?" The boy adjusted his glasses and insisted, "It truly is awful, and I suggest you try Sister Song's pancake next door. Hers is exceptional." This boy, Zhang Xing, was a resident of Wang Hai apartment. Was Lao Jiang fried rice truly unappetizing? That was certainly untrue. Not only was it delicious, but it was also extraordinarily so. His favorite was Jiang Tian's braised pork fried rice. One bite would send him into a blissful stupor. However, he couldn't admit that it was tasty. The lines were far too long every day. The streamer before him, with an unknown number of viewers in her live room, could draw even more competitors if he claimed it was good. Thus, he could only shamelessly assert it was bad. Would Boss Jiang hold against him? Thinking this, Zhang Xing cast a guilty glance at the busy Jiang Tian, who seemed oblivious to the situation. The barrage of comments in Due's live chat exploded. Awful? I knew the boss hired a plant. How could so many people queue for a dish that's terrible? Did they hire people to stir the pot? They must know that if Wei says it's good, it will become popular. This brother's trick is too cunning. To avoid the queue, he's bravely claiming John's fried rice is horrible. Yes, he is absolutely correct. Streamer, Lao John's fried rice is dreadful. You mustn't buy it. I implore Wei Wei to leave quickly and not eat Boss Jiang's fried rice. Watching the rolling comments, Du Wei's frown relaxed. So many people are queuing. If you say it's good, I might not consider it, but you say it's terrible, and now I really want to see just how bad it is. This left Zhang Xing speechless. It is genuinely bad. I'm not lying to you. You're lying. Du Wei, like a detective, revealed a knowing look. You pushed your glasses earlier. That's a sign of guilt. I'm not guilty. I'm just weak. Zhang Xing gritted his teeth. Please just go. Earlier, he had sneaked a glance. Du Wei's live room had over 1,000 viewers. If even 50 of them came, he would have to wait an additional half an hour. Du Wei, full of pride, declared, I won't leave. I want to eat. Zhang Xing, with determination, said, you can choose anything on this street. I'll treat you. But don't eat Lao Zhang's fried rice. I'm not short on money. I want to eat. Zhang Xing felt like crying. Why must you eat his? I already said it's bad. Because I don't believe you. Du Wei could. I see those who bought it. They all look blissfully happy. It must taste good. Zhang Xing was left without retort and could only reluctantly continue queuing. Meanwhile, Du Wei moved to the end of the line. After about half an hour, it was finally Du Wei's turn. She did not point the camera at Jiang Tian, but looked at the menu and asked, Boss, what is your specialty? Jiang Tian smiled broadly, fried rice. However, the other items are also highly praised by customers. I recommend you try them all. Then I'll have a serving of your specialty fried rice. Du Wei replied. As for the others, I'm not particularly interested. All right, just a moment. Jiang Tian said. Scan the code to pay. WeChat payment 8 yuan. Done. Jiang Tian began preparing the fried rice, while Du Wei idly watched the comments. Wei Wei, don't be foolish. Although his fried rice is a specialty, the other dishes are equally delightful. Indeed, I suggest you try everything. You won't regret it. Especially the braised pork. It's simply heavenly. Trust me, Wei Wei. If you don't order the other items, you will undoubtedly regret it. Fried rice is merely the tip of the iceberg of Boss Zhang's offerings. What Du Wei orders is her business. Why are you all so adamant? You must be hired by the boss. In the live room, many viewers urged Du Wei to order more, particularly praising the braised pork as being 10 times better than that from Yixiangge. Is it really that outrageous? Du Wei scoffed and said to the live room, braised pork is best from Yixiangge. Unexpectedly, her words ignited a fervor, resembling a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing a stir. I used to think the same until I tasted Boss Zhang's braised pork. Wei Wei, you may not know, but last night, the owner of Yixiangge personally came to recruit Boss Jiang. I was there. It's true. I can vouch for it. For those who don't believe it, feel free to search. Someone posted about it on Douyin, and I saw it. Is it true? Du Wei gasped, but she did not wholly believe the netizens. Instead, she directly asked Jiang Tian, Boss, I heard the owner of Yixiangge came to recruit you yesterday? While preparing the fried rice, Jiang Tian smiled and replied, they indeed complimented me, but our culinary philosophies differ. This statement confirmed the matter to some extent. Wow, du vivas internally astonishit. Then I truly must try it. Boss, please add a serving of braised pork, and I'd like a cup of Yangji Ganlu and a piece of osmanthus cake as well. Sure, you just need to pay an additional 50. WeChat payment 50 yuan. After preparing the fried rice, Jiang Tian packaged it for Du Wei and lifted the stainless steel lid from the braised pork. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged forth, enveloping her in a rich and sweet aroma of meat. How fragrant the braised pork is! The enticing scent was intoxicating, especially as Jiang Tian revealed the pork. The fatty portions glistened, as if they would melt away at the slightest touch. Moreover, the color resembled amber, shimmering gently under the streetlights, making it all the more tempting. Du Wei couldn't help but swallow hard. She seemed to genuinely believe the words of the netizens. Although she hadn't tasted it yet, the aroma was undoubtedly comparable to Yixiangge's, perhaps even more pronounced. Jiang Tian then opened another thermal container, revealing the Yangji Ganlu. Unlike the braised pork, this container was lined with ice, and when taken out, frost clung to the cup. On this sweltering summer night, a chilled, delectable cup of Yangji Ganlu was simply delightful. Just looking at it was enough to make her crave it. The vibrant yellow of mango, the rosy hue of grapefruit, the translucent sago, and the creamy white of coconut milk danced before her eyes. As she shook the cup, the delicate coconut milk swirled softly, and upon holding it, Du Wei felt an irresistible urge to take a sip. Next came the osmanthus cake, its fragrance distinctly captivating and appearing wonderfully sticky. At this moment, Du Wei finally understood why so many netizens urged her to order more. Missing out on this would surely leave her restless for 10 days. Heed the advice. Satisfy your hunger. Chapter 78. The broadcast has ended, my dear friends. It is time for me to indulge in a meal. After swiftly acquiring her items, Du Wei hurried back to her vehicle, her anticipation to savor the flavors palpable. Each dish ignited her appetite. As a professional food blogger, Du Wei excelled in the realm of gastronomy. Addressing the camera, she exclaimed, "Friends, just by inhaling the aroma, I can tell that the taste will undoubtedly be exquisite. It's no wonder so many people are queuing. There must be a reason." Next, she decided to begin with the fried rice. Upon opening the container, a rich, enticing fragrance wafted into her nostrils, instantly awakening her taste buds. Each grain of rice was enveloped in a perfect sheen of oil, and as she scooped a spoonful in her mouth, the rice proved to be delightfully elastic, tightly wrapped in the essence of egg. The savory flavor burst forth on her tongue. The crisp sweetness of the vegetables and the tender eggs intertwined with the various ingredients, creating an irresistible symphony of taste. After swallowing, the lingering aftertaste remained, rich and complex, compelling Du Wei to indulge in several more bites. In a live stream, viewers observed Du Wei relishing her meal, and the comments erupted with excitement. Those familiar with her knew that regardless of where she dined, she would always explain the ingredients and flavors of the restaurant's offerings. Yet now, as she devoured street food, she remained silent. Why is Wei Wei not speaking? How does it taste? They wondered. Isn't it obvious? Just look at the look of ecstasy on the host's face. The fried rice from Boss Jiang is indeed exceptional. Some skeptics questioned whether Du Wei was merely a shill. "Quick, try Boss Jiang's braised pork. It's my favorite," they urged. The presentation of the dishes was certainly appealing, indicating they would be delicious. Du Wei, however, remained focused solely on her meal. It was tea until she had consumed half of the fried rice that she realized she was still alive. The way she had been eating? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The fried rice was so delectable that she had lost herself entirely in the moment. "Ah, my ladylike image," she thought, clearing her throat to mask her awkwardness. "This fried rice is truly delightful. I couldn't resist indulging a bit more." Viewers bombarded the chat with question marks. 2 bites? Are you sure it wasn't T10? Du Wei quickly shifted the topic, unveiling the braised pork. The succulent pieces were cut with precision, gleaming a vibrant red, reminiscent of meticulously crafted rubies, glistening under the vehicle's reading light. The aroma was undeniably authentic. Du Wei realized the viewers were not exaggerating. This fragrance surpassed that of Yixiong Pavilion. Overcome with temptation, she picked up her chopsticks, grasping a piece of the tender meat that seemed to quiver at the slightest touch. Upon tasting it, the tender exterior melted effortlessly in her mouth. The rich pork flavor, enveloped in savory sauce, erupted on her tongue. The fatty portions dissolved instantly, releasing a fragrant oiliness that was far from greasy, leaving an impression of sheer indulgence. The lean meat astonished Du Wei further, infused with flavor, tender without being dry, and saturated with the sauce, releasing an aromatic explosion with each bite. The layers of meat, sauce, and various spices melded into a harmonious, lingering richness. Du Wei wished for time to freeze in that moment. After swallowing, the aftertaste lingered in her throat, sweet and delightful, urging her to take another bite. "Oh no, I've lost control," she exclaimed as she devoured piece after piece, as if the vast world had narrowed down to just this exquisite braised pork. Ladylike demeanor? No, no. How could the pleasure of eating surpass all else? Is the host still here? Why the silence? One viewer inquired. "I've followed Wei Wei for so long, and this is the first time I've seen her like this. I want to eat too. Watching Wei Wei enjoy her meal is so tempting. That braised pork must be divine." Another lamented, "It's a crime. I rummaged through my fridge and only found half a piece of ginger to satisfy my cravings. If I rush over now, will there still be any left? What time does the boss close?" Give up, my friend. Boss John's business is thriving. By the time you arrive, there will be nothing left. It's best to come early tomorrow. After devouring 3 pieces of braised pork, Du Wei's mind was consumed with just 2 words: sheer delight. At that moment, she even forgot she was still broadcasting, immediately requesting a serving of mango sago. The refreshing fruit aroma enveloped her senses as the sweetness of mango took center stage, followed by the slightly tart grapefruit juice perfectly balancing the mango's richness. The sago pearls were delightfully chewy, enveloped in the creamy essence of coconut milk, creating a harmonious medley of flavors in her mouth. Each bite was a refreshing escape, a quintessential cold treat for the sweltering summer. Feeling satiated, she decided to indulge in a piece of osmanthus cake for an extra treat. The quality of Jiang Tian's osmanthus was superb, its fragrance abundant. Upon opening the lid, a wave of natural, delicate sweetness wafted forth, accompanied by hints of steaming warmth. Biting into it, the soft, glutinous rice felt as light as a cloud, while the rich osmanthus fragrance unfolded sweetly in her mouth. Each note of osmanthus perfectly melded with the rice's tenderness, delivering a sweetness that was far from cloying. Most importantly, the boss had thoughtfully chilled it in an insulated box. The chilled osmanthus cake had become delightfully elastic, enhancing the freshness of the fragrance. The aroma cascaded down her throat, refreshing her spirit, making her feel as if she were in an osmanthus garden during autumn. At this point, Du Wei truly surrendered. Indeed, listening to advice leads to satisfaction. Had I only purchased the fried rice, I cannot fathom what I would have missed. Fried rice, braised pork, mango sago, osmanthus cake. Each of these dishes left no room for complaints. Every item was excessively delectable. Regaining her composure, Du Wei wiped her mouth and remarked, "What astonished me the most were the osmanthus cake and the braised pork. Friends, if you visit Old John's fried rice, do not overlook these 2 delights. The fried rice is truly the star of the menu, unlike any I have ever tasted before. To summarize, the price is remarkably reasonable. The boss uses quality ingredients. I can taste the freshness. It's no exaggeration to say that even in a high-end restaurant, these dishes would surely attract a constant crowd, even if priced at 200. With that, Du Wei concluded her stream, exclaiming, "Friends, I must enjoy my meal now." Without waiting for the audience's response, she promptly ended the broadcast and eagerly dug into her fried rice. Chapter 79. Mastering the Art of Homemade Ice Cream at the Wang Hai Apartment. The absence from the food street today allowed for ample preparation of goods. It was not until 2 in the morning that all items were sold out. Many customers lingered, with some even bringing rice from home, just to have Jiang Tian prepare a fried rice dish for them. Jiang Tian made every effort to meet reasonable requests. After working tirelessly until 2:30 in the morning, he finally bid farewell to all the customers. Nearby, Li Dali had tucked his hands into his sleeves and fallen asleep with his hat pulled low. After waking him, Jiang Tian departed on his tricycle. The evening breeze was gentle, bringing a refreshing chill that invigorated the senses. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 3 in the morning. Tomorrow was Monday, and Duo had school, so she had gone to bed early. Jiang Tian tiptoed, trying to tread lightly. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day, Lin Wanjing remained undisturbed. He slipped under the covers and gently wrapped his arms around her waist. She let out a soft murmur, instinctively turning in her sleep to nestle closer into Jiang Tian's embrace. The 2 drifted off together. The following morning, the sun had risen high. Last night's late hours had resulted in a late awakening at 10 o'clock. Opening the system panel, he noted, "Current task progress, selling 300 portions of osmanthus cake. Current progress, 269, 300. Only 30 portions remained, which he was confident could be accomplished tonight." He pondered what new item might be unlocked, feeling a sense of anticipation. Presently, his daily earnings surpassed many people's expectations. For instance, last night, he sold 216 portions of fried rice, generating revenue of 944 yuan. The braised pork totaled 103 portions, earning 2,060 yuan. Yangji Ganlu accounted for 106 portions, bringing in 908 yuan. Osmanthus cake reached 164 portions, yielding 968 yuan. The total revenue amounted to 7,880 yuan, with costs around 900 yuan. The profit was quite substantial, exceeding 6,000 yuan. It is noteworthy that a small roadside eatery, in favorable conditions, might only earn 3,000 to 4,000 in a day. Jiang Tian lamented that the highest revenue in recent days was during the rain 2 days prior, totaling 9,556 yuan, so close to breaking the 10,000 mark. It felt as though 10,000 was a threshold, a fixation in Jiang Tian's mind. Had it not been for the free osmanthus cake at the food street, he would have certainly surpassed it. However, Jiang Tian remained unconcerned. Surpassing 10,000 was no longer a daunting challenge for him. If all went smoothly, it could happen today. "Darling, are you awake?" came Lin Wanjing's voice from outside the door. Jiang Tian closed the system panel in his mind and nodded towards Lin Wanjing. "Yes." "Did Duo go to school?" Lin Wanjing pouted. "That little rascal insisted on you delivering her lunch at noon. I warn you, do not buy her ice cream." Jiang Tian chuckled, knowing that ice cream and frozen desserts were Duo's favorites. "What if I make her some ice cream at home?" Lin Wanjing paused. "At home? Make ice cream? That sounds a bit dreamy, doesn't it? We don't even have an ice cream maker. How would we do that?" Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. "The ice cream and frozen dessert from outside are made with specialized ice cream powders. At home, we can use real ingredients, which is healthier and more reassuring." "Darling," Lin Wanjing said in astonishment, "I can't help but feel this sounds like a dream. You went from being someone who had never cooked to creating mouth-watering fried rice, something you claim to have learned online. I believed it. Then you turned around and made braised pork, even attracting the owner of Yixiang Pavilion to invite you. That felt suspicious. Afterward, there was Yangji Ganlu, osmanthus cake, and one delectable dish after another. The Douyin backend is inundated with requests for you to set up a stall. It all feels quite mysterious. Now, you're saying you want to make ice cream at home? Is this really not a dream?" Jiang Tian replied. "Since I learned to make fried rice, I feel as though everything has clicked into place, making everything else effortless." "Making ice cream?" Lin Wanjing pondered, considering how much Duo loved ice cream. Though she was allowed to have it only twice a week, in reality, it was more like 3 or 4 times. Rather than purchasing ice cream made with powder from outside, why not make it at home? But how will we do that? Lin Wanjing's curiosity was piqued. If it was indeed possible, she was eager to try it. Jiang Tian thought for a moment. "I happened to see a tutorial online a couple of days ago. I'll go out and buy the ingredients." "Another online tutorial?" Lin Wanjing exclaimed. "Yes, the internet is so advanced now. You can find tutorials on even the most bizarre culinary creations, such as stir-fried dragon fruit with shredded potatoes. Have you heard of it? Can it even be eaten? Who knows? There's also durian chicken stew, cold mixed strawberries with fish mint, pineapple stir-fried with century egg, banana stir-fried with bitter melon." Stop. I'm going to be sick. You need to watch less of this stuff. I'm genuinely afraid that one day you'll get the idea to make durian chicken stew for me. I can just imagine Aunt Song knocking on our door, wondering if we're stewing. Don't say that word. I might throw up my breakfast. After washing up, Jiang Tian made his way downstairs. With thoughts of the system shop as panel in his mind, he sought out the ultimate ice cream making skills. Soon, he found it, perhaps due to its niche nature. It was quite affordable at just 1,000 points. Upon successful purchase, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, host, for unlocking the ultimate homemade ice cream tutorial." In an instant, all the knowledge about making homemade ice cream flooded Jiang Tian's mind. In truth, making ice cream at home is quite convenient, far simpler than one might imagine. In recent years, many ice cream brands have faced scandals, some even being flammable. Unbelievable. Isn't it? Therefore, rather than buying from outside, making it at home is preferable. Knowing Duo loves strawberries, Jiang Tian decided to create a crispy strawberry ice cream. He purchased ice cream molds and went to the fruit shop to buy strawberries. The other necessary ingredients included raw eggs, milk, heavy cream, and condensed milk. For the crispy coating, he would need chocolate, coconut oil, or cocoa butter, both of which can solidify, though cocoa butter yields a crispier finish, along with some crushed nuts. These ingredients are quite common and available in larger supermarkets. While the cost might be higher than purchasing ice cream, they were making it for their own enjoyment. So price was less of concern. After completing his shopping, Jiang Tian returned home. Observing the array of items in his hands, Lin Wanjing remarked. They say daughters are their daddy's little cotton-padded jackets, and that saying rings true. Huh, wait until I make it. You can have a taste too. With all ingredients prepared, it was now time for Jiang Tian to showcase his mastery in crafting homemade ice cream. Chapter 80. Completion of strawberry ice cream in the kitchen. Jiang Tian prepared to create ice cream. The first step involved making strawberry sauce, which could either be purchased pre-made or prepared from scratch. Jiang Tian opted to make his own sauce using fresh strawberries. He diced approximately 1 pound of strawberries and added around 40 grams of sugar, slightly less than the usual 50 grams, considering that it was for duo. After incorporating the sugar, he mixed the ingredients well and allowed them to marinate for about half an hour before proceeding to cook the sauce. Next, he prepared the milk mixture. Jiang Tian used pasteurized eggs, requiring only the yolks. He added approximately 20 grams of sugar to the yolks and whisked them until the volume increased and the color transformed into a light yellow, achieving a thick texture. He then heated 80 grams of milk to around 70 degrees Celsius and gradually poured it into the egg mixture in several small increments while maintaining the whisk at high speed. This method ensured the egg mixture transformed into a custard-like consistency. Once all the milk was incorporated, he placed the mixture over gentle heat, stirring continuously with a spatula to prevent scorching until the temperature reached about 80 degrees Celsius. He then strained the mixture through a fine sieve and set it aside to cool. During the cooling process, he turned his attention to the strawberry sauce. The marinated strawberries were placed in a small pot and simmered over low heat. For a smoother texture, he crushed the fruit or juiced it before simmering until it reached a thick, paste-like consistency. He then combined 130 grams of the strawberry sauce with the cooled milk and egg mixture, stirring until blended. The homemade strawberry sauce lacked a vibrant color, so for commercial purposes, a bit of strawberry powder could be added to enhance its appearance. The final and most crucial step involved whipping 200 grams of heavy cream and 25 grams of condensed milk with a mixer. Jiang Tian exerted himself, contemplating that if he were to sell such artisanal ice cream, he would eventually need to develop impressive arm strength. For those who preferred a lighter texture, the cream could be whipped to a firmer consistency, while those who enjoyed a denser feel might opt for a softer whip. Once the cream was ready, he folded it into the strawberry mixture, completing the preparation. Next, he poured the mixture into ice cream molds, employing a small trick. He filled the molds halfway, added a dollop of strawberry sauce in the center, and then filled them to the brim with the strawberry milk mixture. This technique would result in a delightful burst of flavor upon consumption. After adding the strawberry sauce, Jiang Tian placed the molds in the freezer. Typically, the ice cream would need to freeze for 5 to 6 hours to solidify, but with limited time, he activated the fast freeze mode on his freezer to expedite the process. Most people do not possess specialized ice cream molds, so disposable cups could serve as a suitable alternative. By cutting a small hole in the center of the cup and inserting a stick, one could create a makeshift mold. At this stage, Lin Wanjing, who had been observing closely, was visibly anxious, as this process required immense patience and precision. A misstep could significantly alter the ice cream's flavor and texture. However, Jiang Tian was confident and adept, moving with assurance as if he were immune to error. Cooking and making ice cream were entirely different endeavors, and Lin Wanjing realized she needed to learn more online, aspiring to emulate her husband's impressive skills one day. As Jiang Tian neared the completion of the ice cream, he awaited its freezing while preparing to make the chocolate coating. Lin Wanjing excitedly remarked on the delightful aroma of chocolate wafting through the room, praising Jiang Tian for his impressive first attempt at making ice cream. Accustomed to compliments, Jiang Tian responded nonchalantly, "It's just a little effort. You should see who I am." He reserved one for duo, to which Lin Wanjing sternly replied that even homemade ice cream should not be consumed excessively. "Understood. We shall share the rest," he agreed. Jiang Tian had made 3 servings, perfectly utilizing the strawberries, one for each of them, with the prospect of making more for duo if she behaved well. While waiting for the ice cream to freeze, they discussed douyin and filmed a tutorial for mango sago, intending to share it soon. Their previous fried rice video had garnered over 20,000 likes within a day, with many locals inquiring about Jiang Tian's stall location after being swayed by the comments. He noticed many new viewers had arrived through a popular streamer named Weiwei, who had praised his fried rice during a live broadcast the night before. Is this the one? It must be. It's the only fried rice that left Wei Wei speechless. Jiang Tian chuckled, recalling the enthusiastic comments from viewers eager to try his food. As he browsed Wei Wei's profile, Lin Wanjing, feeling slightly jealous, remarked on her beauty. Jiang Tian quickly retorted, "She cannot compare to my wife." He then rushed to the kitchen, declaring he would prepare the chocolate coating. In the kitchen, Jiang Tian gathered the necessary ingredients for the outer chocolate layer, which included chocolate, nuts, and either coconut oil or cocoa butter. He chose white chocolate, as it suited the strawberry ice cream better. He melted 150 grams of chocolate with 50 grams of cocoa butter using a double boiler. While waiting for the chocolate to melt, he chopped some nuts with a knife. Once the chocolate reached a smooth, thick consistency, he mixed in the nuts, pouring the chocolate mixture into a cup. By this time, the ice cream had frozen sufficiently, though the center may not have been completely solidified, which was inconsequential. He removed the ice cream from the molds and dipped each piece into the chocolate mixture, ensuring they were fully coated. After cooling, the crispy outer layer would form, and to hasten the process, he could place them in the freezer for a brief period. Before long, Jiang Tian had successfully created 3 homemade strawberry ice creams with a delightful crunchy coating. Chapter 81. The Tempting Strawberry Delight. Around 11 o'clock. Jiang Tian retrieved the crispy strawberry ice cream from the refrigerator. After freezing, the outer shell had solidified. Lin Wanjing exclaimed, "Isn't this simply stunning? It looks even better than what Duo bought at the supermarket." Jiang Tian had used white chocolate. The exterior was a creamy white, delicately smooth, adorned with crushed nuts. The enticing aroma of chocolate mixed with the rich scent of milk wafted through the air, prompting Lin Wanjing to take a deep breath and declare, "It smells divine. Let me have a taste." Upon taking a bite, she first experienced the rich and silky essence of milk, followed by the crunch of the white chocolate and nuts, adding a delightful crispness. Finally, the sweet and tangy strawberry jam center revealed itself, with a soft, slushy texture that harmonized beautifully with the flavors of chocolate and milk. Sweet, yet not cloying, refreshingly delightful. After finishing, she savored the lingering hints of strawberry and the rich aroma of white chocolate, leaving her craving more. "This is absolutely delectable." Lin Wanjing's eyes widened in awe as she gave Jiang Tian a thumbs up. "Even I, who am not particularly fond of ice cream, can't resist wanting more." And there's no trace of artificial flavoring. The entire crispy strawberry ice cream was crafted from genuine ingredients, devoid of any additives or artificial flavors, making it truly authentic. "Is it all right for Duo to have some?" Jiang Tian asked with a light chuckle. "It's fine," Lin Wanjing nodded, conceding this time, "but she shouldn't have too much. If she wants ice cream in the future, we'll make it at home." "Indeed," she added, "it's getting late. I should deliver lunch to Duo." Duo's lunch consisted of a small portion of fried rice, Lin Wanjing's stir-fried shrimp with broccoli, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, all served in small portions. Additionally, there were 2 pieces of osmanthus cake, a small cup of room-temperature mango sago, and a crispy strawberry ice cream, making for a rather sumptuous meal. After placing the ice cream in an insulated container, Jiang Tian drove to Sunshine Kindergarten. The distance was not far, taking only about 10 minutes by car. Upon arrival, the little one emerged alongside her teacher, Leah. As Jiang Tian stepped out of the car, he spotted Duo running towards him with open arms, exclaiming, "Daddy, her sweet, soft voice seemed to melt hearts." Jiang Tian knelt down to embrace Duo, asking, "Did you behave and listen to your teacher at kindergarten?" "I was very good," Duo replied proudly. Today the teacher praised me." Leah approached with a gentle smile, saying, "Duo has been very well behaved at school." "That's great," Jiang Tian said, handing the lunchbox to Leah. "Could you please supervise her while she eats?" "Thank you." "Certainly. No need to worry," Duo's father. Duo, feeling slightly aggrieved, asked, "Daddy, are you leaving already? You haven't played with me yet." Jiang Tian chuckled, "But Daddy is quite busy." Upon hearing this, Duo looked even more pitiful, her little eyes glistening with innocence. "You didn't spend time with me over the weekend." "That's true. It is my fault." Jiang Tian smiled. "So today, Daddy has prepared a surprise for you, hoping to earn your forgiveness." "A surprise?" Duo's eyes widened with curiosity. "What is it? If I tell you, It won't be a surprise. Jiang Tian playfully ruffled her hair. Just wait and see. It's something I made for you. Yay. I can't wait to find out what it is. Jiang Tian stood up, nodding to Leah. Please let Duo eat first before she has anything else. Leah took Duo's hand and led her back to the kindergarten, while the little one glanced back longingly at Jiang Tian, who watched her silhouette disappear into the school before driving home. It wasn't that he didn't wish to spend more time with Duo. Rather, there were many tasks awaiting him at home, and he had to set up for an evening market at the Happy Garden. Leah guided Duo into the cafeteria, where a throng of children quickly surrounded them. Duo, what delicious treat did your daddy bring you this time? Can we have a taste? Is there braised pork? I really want to try your daddy's braised pork. I want to drink the mango sago from last time. Can I trade you this Peppa Pig toy for a bit? Duo, can I swap my mom's gold ring for some of your fried rice? Leah facepalmed. Over the weekend, many parents had messaged her, asking her to keep an eye on their children, fearing they might exchange something peculiar just to taste Duo's father's culinary creations. Oh my, they're quite the negotiators, even offering gold rings. Leah hurriedly collected the items and contacted the parents to retrieve them. There were 2 lunchboxes in total. Duo opened one, revealing fried rice, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and shrimp with broccoli. She pouted, recognizing that these dishes were undoubtedly made by her mother. Where's the surprise? With curiosity piqued, Duo opened the second lunchbox. At the top was the room-temperature mango sago, and beneath that, 2 pieces of osmanthus cake. When she opened the third layer and caught sight of the white chocolate strawberry ice cream, her eyes widened in surprise. Ice cream. After pondering for a moment, she realized it wasn't TA fruit, but she had never expected it to be ice cream. Wow. A swarm of children gathered around. Duo, that ice cream looks absolutely delicious. Can I have a taste? I snuck $50 from my mom. Can I buy half of it? What is this? It looks so good. This is osmanthus cake. It's so tasty. Can I have a piece? Leah quickly dispersed the crowd, fearing a chaotic rush. There was no denying that Duo's father's culinary skills were astounding. Not only the children, but even she herself sometimes found it hard to resist. The aroma was simply intoxicating. In Duo's eyes, the world had narrowed down to that strawberry ice cream. It was her favorite treat, and she often boasted to Jiang Tian about wanting ice cream as a reward for her good behavior. Moreover, Daddy had said he made this himself. How impressive is that? He can even create something as delectable as ice cream. Duo eagerly reached for it, but Leah intervened. Duo, your daddy specifically instructed that you should eat your meal first. Upon seeing the ice cream, Leah was equally astonished, especially knowing that it was made by Duo's father. It looked even more exquisite than the one sold outside. Even as an adult, she couldn't help but wish to sample it. Duo, being obedient, promptly began eating her meal. Once she was full, she gazed longingly at the ice cream, asking, "Teacher, can I eat it now?" You can't eat the ice cream right after your meal, otherwise you might get a stomachache. Then when can I have it? In another half an hour. This news greatly troubled Duo, who could only watch the ice cream with eager eyes. Fortunately, it was placed on ice, so she didn't need to worry about it melting. After half an hour passed, Duo approached Leah, counting down the moments. Teacher, can I eat it now?" Leah checked the time and replied, "Yes, you can eat it now." Chapter 82. Why does John's fried rice seem so familiar? All right, let's eat. After receiving the teacher's approval, Duo finally picked up the crispy strawberry ice cream. The subtle aroma of chocolate mingled with the rich scent of milk and the refreshing fragrance of strawberries, tantalizing one's taste buds. A group of children gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the ice cream. Had it not been for the teacher's intervention, they would undoubtedly have swarmed around Duo, chattering excitedly and offering various exchanges for a taste. Crunch. The crisp sound marked the moment Duo bit into the shell. The soft sound of her teeth sinking into the ice cream followed, accompanied by the audible gulp of other children swallowing in anticipation. Duo's eyes widened. As a devoted ice cream enthusiast, she had indulged in countless varieties throughout her life. This particular fondness had developed during a summer spent at her grandparents' home, where Jiang and Lu Huilan, with their indulgent affection, would immediately acquiesce to her every whim. "Grandpa, I want ice cream." The moment those words escaped her lips, Jiang, and regardless of his current task, would promptly respond, "Okay, okay, Grandpa will take you to buy some." The ice cream she was about to taste was unlike any she had savored before. The milk flavor was rich and, intriguingly, not overly sweet. Unlike typical ice creams that often relied on saccharin or syrup, Jiang Tian had used genuine granulated sugar, resulting in a dessert devoid of any unpleasant artificial taste. With one bite, the strawberry jam burst forth, a delightful pink explosion of flavor. Pure satisfaction. Many little ones were left yearning for a taste. "Teacher, I want strawberry ice cream too. Ziodo duo. Can I have a bite? I can sneak some of my dad's secret stash for you." One chubby child plopped down onto the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I don't care. I want strawberry ice cream too." His cries prompted others to join in, each child sitting on the ground wailing, "I want to eat. I want to eat Ziodo's dad's strawberry ice cream." Boo-hoo. Leah gazed at the escalating chaos with a heavy heart. Upon returning home, Jiang Tian wasted no time and began his preparations. That evening, he was scheduled to set up shop at Happiness Garden. Glancing at the map, he noted that the area was part of an industrial zone, bustling with factories. Many young workers would venture out after hours, seeking affordable street food. However, Jiang Tian harbored concerns about the distance. Happiness Garden was a good 5 kilometers away. Riding a shared bicycle from the university town to Happiness Garden would take at least 20 minutes, while taking the bus would involve detours, possibly exceeding half an hour. This round trip would consume nearly an hour, and to claim it would not impact his business would be disingenuous. Alas, fate was not to be defied. This was the closest location available for his stall. In the kitchen, Lin Wanjing assisted diligently. The couple worked seamlessly together, and by around 4 o'clock, everything was ready. Together, they transported their goods downstairs. Lin Wanjing thoughtfully placed a thermos in Jiang Tian's bag, along with some snacks for sustenance. "I bought you some snacks for the shop. If you get hungry tonight, remember to eat a bit. I'd rather you earn less than jeopardize your health." Listening to Lin Wanjing's caring words warmed Jiang Tian's heart. "Don't worry, dear, I'm off now." "Okay." Lin Wanjing helped him check the tricycle for safety before waving him off. "Drive carefully. I'll be waiting for you at home." Jiang Tian drove off towards Happiness Garden. Before departing, he posted on social media and tagged his foodie group, setting up shop at Happiness Garden. The once quiet chat exploded with activity. "Happiness Garden? Oh my, 5 kilometers away. The navigation says it'll take half an hour. Why didn't they renovate the food street earlier? Just when I fell in love with Jiang's fried rice, they decide to renovate. It's too far, Jiang boss. A round trip takes an hour." Everyone understood Jiang Tian's predicament. He had no choice. "This is the closest stall location. How fortunate. I live in Happiness Garden. Finally, I don't have to trek to the food street." While some rejoiced, many lamented, particularly the university student from the college town. Jiang Tian's journey wasn't too far. In fact, it was a tad closer than the food street. Riding his electric tricycle would only take around 20 minutes. By 5 o'clock, after a smooth 20-minute ride with minimal traffic, Jiang Tian successfully arrived at Happiness Garden. This was an older residential area, directly across from an electronics factory, and he noticed numerous factories in the vicinity. To his surprise, there were quite a few stalls set up at the entrance of Happiness Garden, at least 30. Among them, 3 were selling fried rice. Li Dali had arrived early, securing a decent spot. Generally, employees from the electronics factory finished their shifts around 5 o'clock, and people were already emerging from the factory. "Brother," Li Dali lamented, "this place feels a bit off. I came early, yet I haven't made a single sale." Typically, the best street food stalls were few and far between, predominantly selling fried rice, noodles, or skewers. Jiang Tian observed that 2 stalls were indeed selling skewers, boasting a loyal customer base. "Why don't you try calling out to attract customers?" Jiang Tian suggested. "When it comes to street vending, having a thick skin is crucial." Li Dali took his advice, stepping out boldly and calling, "Don't miss out, fresh skewers, made to order, with secret sauce that lingers on your palate." His shout quickly drew hostile glares from the 2 skewer vendors nearby. Despite his efforts, no one seemed interested. After a few attempts, Li Dali retreated, disheartened. "What now? Will your customers even come here?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "I can't say for sure. People flock to street food for convenience. A 30-minute journey might deter many. Yet, I am certain some will come." Meanwhile, Not far away, the proprietor of Kung Fu Fried Rice glanced at Jiang Tian and turned to his wife, asking, "That Jiang's fried rice. Why does it seem so familiar? Ever since he arrived, my heart has been racing." Chapter 83. Is the master here to cause trouble? That old Jiang fried rice. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Ever since his arrival, my heart has been racing uncontrollably. Zhao Yihong, the owner of Kung Fu Fried Rice, glanced anxiously at his wife who was assisting him. The woman furrowed her brow. "Do you like him? Your heart is racing." "What nonsense!" Zhao Yihong replied, speechless. "Don't you think he looks familiar? Moreover, the name Old Jiang Fried Rice sounds vaguely familiar to me." "Really?" The woman glanced at the sign for Old Jiang Fried Rice, then at Jiang Tian, raising an eyebrow. "Now that you mention it, he does seem a bit familiar. Why haven't we seen him here before? Is he from somewhere else?" Zhao Yihong pondered. "Several unfamiliar faces have come today. I inquired, and they all said they came from the food street in the university town, which is undergoing renovations." University town? Food street? The woman paused. Wait a moment. She hurriedly removed her gloves and opened her phone to Douyin. Soon, she found a video of Jiang Tian setting up a stall at the entrance of the Urban Management Bureau. "Honey, it's him, the one who was selling at the Urban Management Bureau." Zhao Yihong's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. His pupils dilated in shock as he stammered. "Him? Why is he here?" Zhao Yihong was well aware of Jiang Tian's reputation. He had previously watched Jiang Tian's Douyin video and naively fantasized about being able to do the same. How did this master end up at Happy Garden? The woman nervously swallowed and asked Zhao Yihong, "What should we do?" Zhao Yihong squinted. "Let us go." "Where to?" "To a place without Old Jiang Fried Rice." "Is it necessary? Are we afraid of him? We have quite a few loyal customers here." "Ha! Our loyal customers are about to become his new customers." "Why? We both serve fried rice. Why should we fear him?" The woman did not understand, but Zhao Yihong was well aware. Old Jiang Fried Rice's popularity in Jiang City exceeded his imagination. Their customers were devoted fans. They would brave storms just to enjoy it. How delectable must it be? His own fried rice was merely average, lacking any competitive edge. Moreover, he had no price advantage. With something tastier and more affordable available, why would anyone choose him? "Don't worry about it. Just trust me. We're not dependent on this one location." With that, Zhao Yihong hastily packed up and left. Though the woman was perplexed, she obediently followed suit. As they passed by the Fried Rice King's stall, the owner, Su Bo, was bustling with activity. Seeing Zhao Yihong about to leave, he inquired, "Hey, Lao Zhao, where are you off to in such a hurry?" Zhao Yihong forced a smile, falsely claiming, "I have some urgent matters at home and need to head back." He had no intention of revealing the truth. Confronting Old Jiang Fried Rice was a surefire path to ruin. He needed to leave early to secure a good position at another stall. Su Bo thought little of it and casually remarked, "All right, take care on the road. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow?" "Either we won't meet tomorrow, or we will in a different place." Zhao Yihong rode off with his wife, quickly disappearing from sight. Su Bo furrowed his brow, pondering what major event must have happened at home for him to leave so abruptly. The Fried Rice King's business was thriving, especially after he had improved his recipe in recent days, attracting even more customers. At that moment, several patrons were gathered around Su Bo's stall, praising the taste. "Boss, why does your fried rice taste so much better now? It's completely different from what I had before." "Indeed, I find it much tastier." "Did you change the recipe?" "At Happy Garden, your fried rice is my favorite." "Su Boss, have you secretly gone for training?" "Oh, please. Training? A few days ago, I stumbled upon an ancient cookbook at home, one that has been passed down through generations in my family. Well, I tried it, wow. It was surprisingly delicious." "Really, Su Boss? Are you not exaggerating? An ancient recipe? Fried rice in ancient times. So it's a family recipe. No wonder it tastes so good. If I could have Su Boss's fried rice every day, I would be truly blessed." Su Bo chuckled. "Rest assured, I will be here every day." Only Su Bo knew that the so-called family recipe was just a tale to amuse children. The reason for the sudden improvement in flavor was that he had learned from Jiang Tian's Douyin videos a couple of days prior. As a fellow vendor, Su Bo was certainly aware of the explosive popularity of Old Jiang Fried Rice, especially upon learning that the owner had shared his fried rice secret online. He was puzzled. After all, it was just fried rice. Why were so many people braving storms to eat it? Thus, he followed Jiang Tian's tutorial on Douyin, and the result was astonishing. Even a seasoned fried rice chef like him was taken aback by the extraordinary flavor. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as delicious beyond measure. Without hesitation, Su Bo discarded his original recipe and adopted Jiang Tian's. Sure enough, business boomed over the past few days, and every customer who came to buy fried rice praised its taste. Some even speculated whether he had added something special. This delighted Su Bo. He almost wished someone would report him to the authorities so he could prove his innocence at the Urban Management Bureau. While he was bustling with activity, he overheard two customers at the nearby stinky tofu stall chatting. Isn't the new old Jiang fried rice the one from Douyin? It looks quite similar, and I heard the taste is amazing. Shall we go try it? Sure. I saw in the comments that he has a hidden gem, braised pork fried rice that's absolutely fantastic. The smile on Su Bo's face froze. He caught a critical piece of information. Old Jiang fried rice? The one from Douyin? As the two customers spoke, the ones who had previously been at his stall immediately departed. Let us go. The new one really is the old Jiang fried rice from Douyin. Look at those beautiful photos of their mango sago. I need to check in. I've heard my friends say his fried rice is delicious. His daughter is so adorable. Why isn't she here? Su Bo could no longer focus on making fried rice. He quickly glanced over and, upon seeing Jiang Tian's old Jiang fried rice sign, his pupils dilated in shock. What? Why is he here? Logically, he considered himself half a disciple of Jiang Tian. Now his master had come to disrupt his business. Chapter 84. Why would I steal your fried rice? Over at Jiang Tian's stall, there were a few customers, though not many. Most had come out of curiosity, drawn by the popularity on Douyin. However, the reality was that there were far more people in person than online. Thus, despite a certain level of notoriety on the internet, it was not guaranteed that everyone would recognize him in real life. Much like some celebrities who could walk down the street without anyone paying them any heed, even without a mask or sunglasses. Jiang Tian remained unperturbed. This was not his first time running a stall, and his demeanor was as steady as an old dog. Several patrons who had purchased his food offered glowing reviews. Previously, he had wondered if the positive comments were fabricated, but after tasting the food, he was left speechless. Indeed, he had pondered how delicious fried rice could possibly be, only to find himself at a loss for words after the first bite. Boss, will you be stationed here regularly? I wish I could indulge in this every day. It feels like I could eat it endlessly. The praise continued. No wonder it's so popular at the City Management Bureau's entrance. The flavors are absolutely exquisite. The braised pork is authentic too. As Jiang Tian tossed the ingredients in the pan, he replied with a warm smile. I'll be here for a while. Beyond that, it's uncertain. At that moment, the morning shift workers from the factory were gradually finishing up, and many were emerging in groups. While the foot traffic might not compare to that of the food street, it was still quite substantial. Moreover, he had just arrived, and customers from the university district had yet to make their way over. Jiang Tian was genuinely curious about how many would come from the university. The journey was neither particularly short nor long, but a round trip would certainly take about an hour. Bai Yangda, an employee at the electronics factory across from the Happy Garden, was feeling quite dejected today. During work hours, he had been harshly reprimanded by his team leader for dozing off in front of many colleagues. Now, Bai Yangda was seething with frustration. "Oh, Bai," his colleague Fong Hui said, draping an arm around his shoulder, "I heard from Xiao Mei that a fried rice stall has opened at the entrance, and it's supposed to be amazing. Shall we go give it a try? I've heard their business is booming over at the food street, and they've set up shop by the City Management Bureau. It's impressive." Bai Yangda glanced at Fong Hui and coldly remarked, "You actually believe that? You're too naive." Fong Hui retorted, "They've got videos as proof. What could possibly be fake about that?" Bai Yangda replied dismissively, "Even if it's true, the owner must have some ulterior motive. It doesn't necessarily mean the food is delectable." Fong Hui, slightly irritated, said, "You usually don't speak so harshly, old Bai. Am I wrong?" Bai Yangda scoffed, "It's just some fried rice. How good could it possibly be? So many gullible people flocking there. The owner is probably laughing all the way to the bank. I detest people who follow trends blindly, taking every rumor at face value without any discernment. Whether you like it or not, it's up to you. Why are you berating me?" Fong Hui snapped back. "You don't have to eat it. But you shouldn't slander someone. If the owner has good ingredients and makes a profit, that's his skill. Whatever, Yang shrugged. You can go spend your money. I want to eat it. I'll never eat it in this lifetime. Feng Hui rolled his eyes, perplexed by Yangda's unusually aggressive demeanor today. He had no choice but to stand in line alone. There were only 4 or 5 people waiting for Jiang's fried rice. After a short wait, it was Feng Hui's turn. He looked at the menu and smiled at Jiang Tian. Boss, your menu is wonderfully curated. Nothing clashes and everything looks so appetizing. Jiang Tian chuckled. Then why not try them all? Our customers have given great feedback. Indeed, I saw it on Douyin, Feng Hui said, inhaling the enticing aroma of braised pork wafting through the air. He couldn't resist swallowing hard. I came specifically for the hidden menu item, the braised pork fried rice. Could you prepare a portion for me? Absolutely. Jiang Tian replied promptly. Braised pork fried rice, that LLB28. Please scan the code. In truth, there was no hidden menu. It was merely a request from a previous customer. The dish consisted of specialty fried rice combined with braised pork, which was then stir-fried together, infusing the entire bowl with the rich flavor of the pork, much to the delight of numerous customers who requested it daily. Before long, a plate of braised pork fried rice was ready. Still feeling unsatisfied, Feng Hui decided to order a serving of mango sago dessert before leaving. The thought of savoring the fried rice alongside the dessert was thrilling. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Yangda already there. Seeing him lying on the bed engrossed in a game, Feng Hui asked, "Oh, why didn't you eat?" Yangda threw his phone onto the bed and shouted into his headset, "Push the tower, you fool. You just gave away a kill. Can't you play? I'm asking if you can play." Feng Hui leaned over for a peek and chuckled. "You're a mid-laner with a score of 0 to 10. Why are you blaming your teammates?" Yangda's face flushed with embarrassment as he protested. "I play a significant role." Sure, Feng Hui laughed. "With not a single assist, your contributions are truly monumental." With that, Feng Hui left him to his own devices and prepared to eat. Lifting the lid of the fried rice, an intense aroma enveloped him. The scent of the braised pork mingled with the fried rice, a delightful explosion of fragrance. "Delicious!" Feng Hui exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he immediately dug in. With the first bite, he was overwhelmed by the rich, oily flavor of the braised pork, which melted in his mouth, leaving a lingering essence of savory goodness. Meanwhile, engrossed in his game, Yangda caught a whiff of the fried rice and couldn't help but glance at Feng Hui, who was relishing his meal. That brief distraction cost him dearly in the game as his character fell victim to an enemy attack. The angry shouts of his teammates filled his ears. "What is the mid laner doing? I can't believe it." Yet, Yangda was oblivious to the chaos around him, for his stomach audibly growled at the most inopportune moment. Earlier, he had intended to grab a bite, but he had lost all appetite. Upon hearing the rumble of Yangda's stomach, Feng Hui glanced over, prompting Yangda to quickly avert his gaze, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. "Damn it, why does that fried rice smell so divine? One bite would surely send me to the heavens. And that mango sago, if I had just a sip, would I not soar?" Suddenly, Feng Hui's phone rang, and upon answering, he said, Okay, you're downstairs? I'll go get it now." After ending the call, Feng Hui stood up and remarked, "I'm off to fetch a package. Don't you dare steal any of my food. Beyond discost. Why would I steal your fried rice? Ridiculous." Feng Hui rolled his eyes and left the dormitory. With the other roommates still absent, Yangda found himself alone. Staring at the fried rice within arm's reach, he felt an uncontrollable urge to swallow. Reason told him to resist, but his body compelled him to leave the bed. Just one bite. Surely it wouldn't be discovered? With that thought, Yangda stealthily approached the table, almost like a thief, and picked up a spoon. Chapter 85. This is Lao Zhang's fried rice. Hurry up and line up. Yangda seized a spoonful of fried rice, eagerly shoving it into his mouth. The relentless tirade of curses from his teammates echoed in his earpiece, but he was oblivious to their dissatisfaction. In his world, there existed nothing but this delectable fried rice. With the first bite, a burst of aroma enveloped his palate, intoxicating him to the point of near faintness. The insults from his leader and the wrath of his teammates faded into oblivion. All he yearned for was to savor this dish to the fullest. Once he finished, He still felt unsatisfied, his stomach protesting loudly, urging him to take another bite. Never mind. Bai Yongda disregarded the possibility of Fong Hui noticing and scooped several more mouthfuls of rice. What had once been half a serving was rapidly reduced to a mere quarter. Panic set in. Bai Yongda hastily set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. To his shock, he turned around to find Fong Hui standing at the doorway, staring at him in disbelief, a package in hand. Aren't you not eating? Fong Hui comprenait. If you want to eat by your own, why steal from others? Biangde, maintaining his composure, retorted, Who ate? Seriously? Fong Hui replied incredulously. I watched you devour several bites. How can you be so obstinate? I didn't eat. Bayanda frowned, dismissing the significance of a mere fried rice. Fong Hui raised an eyebrow, right? You still have rice grains on your lips, and you claim you didn't eat. I truly didn't eat. The rice on my lips is from lunch. I simply forgot to wipe it off. Bai Yongda insisted, quickly changing the subject. My package has arrived. I need to head downstairs. He hurriedly descended, realizing that the little portion he had consumed was utterly insufficient to satisfy his hunger. He craved another serving. No, 2 servings. Rushing to the entrance of the Happy Garden community, Bai Yongda was dismayed to see a long queue for Lao Zhang's fried rice. Regret washed over him. He had left work early, and at that time, there had been hardly anyone in line. Now, he would have to wait at least 10 minutes to indulge in that fragrant fried rice. However, for the sake of that enticing dish, he resolved to be patient. Meanwhile, after finishing the leftover fried rice, Fong Hui was still left yearning for more. Having witnessed Bai Yongda devour so much, he felt only about 50% satisfied. Thus, he decided to descend and purchase another portion. To his surprise, he spotted Bai Yongda in the crowd from a distance. Approaching him, Fong Hui patted his shoulder from behind and asked, What are you doing here? Startled, Bai Yongda trembled. Upon recognizing Fong Hui, he found himself at a loss for words. Stammering, me? I'm just enjoying the scenery. Enjoying the scenery? Fong Hui replied, exasperated. You're clearly here to buy fried rice. I'm not. Oh, Bai. With your stubbornness, when you die and are buried, even 100 years later, people will dig you up and you'll still be obstinate. If you want to eat, just eat. No one will judge you. I really don't want to eat. Then swear it. I won't. At the entrance of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, 2 students were engaged in a heated argument. This bike was clearly mine first. It should belong to me. But I spotted that beauty first. Shouldn't she be my girlfriend? Stop making excuses. I'll give you 5 yuan to take another bike. Are there any other bikes within a 2-kilometer radius? I'll give you 10. The students were red-faced as the collective exodus of students from the nearby university began. There were only a few ways to reach Happy Garden: by taxi, shared bike, or bus. The most economical option was undoubtedly the bike. The university town was well-equipped, and walking didn't take much time. Under normal circumstances, these shared bikes were largely ignored. However, today, as soon as they exited the campus, everyone rushed towards the shared bikes as if on a treasure hunt, with each bike becoming a coveted prize, desperately fought over by 10 individuals. Bro, one of the students said earnestly, arguing like this 1T get us anywhere. How about this? I'll ride the bike, and you can sit in the front basket. What do you say? I just need 1 yuan from you. Who are you calling, bro? The other retorted aggressively. I weigh 180 pounds. You want me to sit in the basket? I'm trying to talk sense here, but you don't get it, do you? What do you mean? Do you want to fight? Come on. If I don't knock your teeth out today, I'll 1TB, surname Sunday Sun, huh? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Whoever wins gets to ride off with the bike. The 2 swiftly changed positions, preparing for showdown, unaware that the last bike had been stealthily claimed by someone lurking nearby. He Young was a professional driver for a ride-hailing service. Today could be described as his most blissful day. Since 5 o'clock, he and T paused for a moment. Upon arriving at this area, he received a fare to Happy Garden. As soon as he dropped off his passenger, another request pinged in, another ride to Happy Garden, this time carrying a young couple in the back seat, engaged in lively conversation. Babe, have you decided what you want to eat later? Taking a cab is quick. We want to have to wait long. I want fried rice and a bowl of mango sago. What about you? Ideally, I could try their braised pork. I had it once before and it was delicious. I also want to try their new osmanthus cake. Curious, he inquired. Hey there, are you 2 also going to Happy Garden for fried rice? Yes. The boy smiled. Master, is it crowded? Jiang nodded. You'll have to wait in line for the taxi, right? Yes, indeed. When we first tried to get a ride, there were over 10 people ahead of us. Everyone is heading to Happy Garden for Lao Zhang's fried rice. Jiang was puzzled. I just asked my fellow drivers. And they're picking up fares from all the universities heading for Lao Zhang's fried rice. Is it really that good? The couple exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison. Not at all. Master, you must go eat there. Not good. Jiang frowned. Then why is there such a crowd? The girl cleared her throat. The owner hires actors to create a buzz. Oh, I see. Before long, Jiang arrived at the entrance of Happy Garden with the couple. After they disembarked, he stepped out too, pulling out his phone to capture the scene of the queue for Lao Zhang's fried rice. Posting it in his family group chat with the caption, "Look at this roadside stall selling fried rice. They hired so many actors. This boss lacks business acumen. How much profit can a fried rice dish yield? With so many hired hands, when will he ever break even?" However, when his daughter saw the video, she panicked. "Dad, that is Lao Zhang's fried rice. Hurry up and line up." Chapter 86. Are you Duodwa's father? At the entrance of Happy Garden Community, a single dose of Ishan pill instantly dispelled all fatigue. This miraculous remedy surpassed coffee in its invigorating effects, without any adverse side effects. Previously, I relied on coffee to stay alert during work, but now I depended on Ishan pill for that same purpose. However, the nature of the two was distinct. While consuming coffee, I felt like a mere beast of burden, earning only a small commission from the profits. Now, with Ishan pill, I was the master of my own enterprise, reaping all the rewards for myself. This realization filled Jiang Tian with an invigorating energy. Moreover, numerous loyal customers from the university town began to arrive in droves. Some rode bicycles, others hailed taxis, and quite a few took the bus. Each time a bus halted at the station, the once crowded vehicle was instantly emptied. Almost all the passengers disembarked, their sole destination being Lao Zhang fried rice. An enterprising individual had discovered a lucrative opportunity, ferrying customers from the university town to Happy Garden, charging 15 for an electric bike ride and 20 for a car trip. Yet, even at those prices, demand far exceeded supply. This sudden influx bewildered the residents of Happy Garden. What was happening? Why were there so many university students all of a sudden? Rumor had it that there was a particularly popular fried rice vendor who had previously operated in the university town and had now relocated. Fried rice? What could be so special about that? It was Lao Zhang fried rice, the one that had gone viral on Douyin. Oh my, the very same Lao Zhang fried rice that used to set up shop outside the Urban Management Bureau? I must try it. Affordable and delicious. This was the sentiment shared by many regarding Lao Zhang fried rice. And indeed, the quality was undeniable. The discerning public could easily recognize the freshness of the ingredients. With Lao Zhang fried rice offering fresher and tastier options, why wouldn't they indulge? At this moment, Jiang Tian wished he had 3 heads and 6 arms to manage the crowd. Suddenly, someone in the throng exclaimed, "That woman is stunning. Don't even think about it." Bro, did you not notice she's holding a little girl? That little girl is adorable. She could melt anyone's heart. Who is that lucky man with a wife and daughter so beautiful? Looking closely, Jiang Tian realized it was indeed Lin Wanjing and Duo. Lin Wanjing approached Jiang Tian, and he inquired, "What brings you here?" Lin Wanjing shrugged, "Ask your little cotton-padded jacket." Jiang Tian turned to Duo. "What made you want to come here all of a sudden?" Duo replied in a soft voice, Duo wants to help Daddy." All right. Jiang Tian smiled with appreciation. "My daughter is so thoughtful." Thoughtful? Lin Wanjing crossed her arms and replied coldly, "You don't know the little scheme she has in mind?" Jiang Tian laughed heartily, fully aware that Duodwa's intentions were to get some ice cream. He had to admit, the homemade crispy strawberry ice cream he had crafted for lunch was indeed delicious, especially for a little one like Duo, who found it irresistible. But Duo wasn't merely there for ice cream. To his surprise, she pouted and said, Duo thinks Daddy is too tired and wants to help." Jiang Tian chuckled. "Then you should let Mommy apologize to you." Lin Wanjing felt a wave of guilt wash over her. After all, this was her daughter. How could she have thought that way? She knelt down and tousled Duodwa's hair. "I am sorry, Duo. Mommy misunderstood you. Can you forgive me?" Lin Wanjing did not put on airs. Many parents seem to believe they hold a certain privilege, unwilling to admit their mistakes and apologize to their children, fearing that it may diminish their authority. But in Jiang Tian's household, the rule was clear. If you were wrong, you must admit it. Duo placed her tiny hands on her hips and declared, "Only if I get a strawberry ice cream will I forgive you." Oomph. Oh, this little one is quite clever. Lin Wanjing's expression dropped immediately. Sensing the impending trouble, Jiang Tian quickly interjected, "Wife, we're still running the stall. Let us deal with her later." "Very well," Lin Wanjing replied sternly. "You wait for it." Duo immediately deflated, clinging to Jiang Tian's arm and refusing to let go. This scene elicited laughter from many onlookers. "Jiang boss, your daughter is too adorable. If only I had a daughter like her." Indeed, Duo is so clever. I initially thought she didn't want any ice cream. Sigh. If only I had grown up in a family like Jiang boss's. My father never apologized for his mistakes. Jiang Tian's harmonious family atmosphere sparked envy among many present. Family education profoundly influences a person's life. Growing up in a repressive household often results in extreme aggression or extreme introversion. Conversely, children raised in a home with understanding parents grow up to be confident and gracious. Parents are undoubtedly a child's best teachers. With Lin Wanjing and Duo joining him, Jiang Tian found his workload significantly lightened, allowing him to focus solely on cooking fried rice. Duo resumed her previous role, standing on a stool, her hands cupped like a megaphone, greeting each customer with a cheerful Yanju Gij, Tianshan Jiejia. Most of the factory employees were in their 20s. Who could resist such an adorable little girl? "All right, Duo, you say this braised pork is delicious, right? I'm in. Whatever you recommend. I'll eat even if it means gaining 10 pounds. Boss, I'll have one of everything on the menu. Just make sure to charge it to Duo. Duo, you say that sister's figure is slim and doesn't need to lose weight? Then she must have a portion of braised pork to treat herself. Jiang boss, can I become the president of Duo's fan club?" Hearing such support from the crowd, Duo felt quite proud. With her head held high and hands on her hips, she declared, "Daddy, Mommy, aren't I amazing?" Yes. Jiang Tian replied as he prepared the fried rice. "My Duo is fantastic. When we get home, I'll reward you." Before he could finish, Lin Wanjing, who was packing up, abruptly interrupted, "No ice cream." Jiang Tian shrugged. Duo, did you see? It's Mommy who won't let you have it." "All right, Jiang Tian." Lin Wanjing pinched Jiang Tian's waist and glared at him. "So all the good things are yours, while I'm left with the bad." Ouch. Jiang Tian yelped in pain, quickly pleading, "I'm sorry, my dear." Had it not been for the many onlookers, Lin Wanjing would have surely given Jiang Tian a proper scolding. Just as they were playfully bickering, a voice suddenly called out, "You must be Duo's father." Chapter 87. "May I have a bite? Are you Duo's father?" A sudden voice interrupted Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing's conversation on the street of the Happy Garden community. He looked up puzzled at the woman before him and furrowed his brows. "And you are?" The woman first glanced at Duo, then chuckled softly. "I am Ziheng's mother. My son has been pestering me for days, insisting he wants to eat braised pork. I made it for him, but after just one bite he spat it out, saying he only wants what you make. I live in the Happy Garden community and happened to see you setting up your stall here after work." Zhang Lei felt utterly helpless. Just a few days prior, Ziheng had cried for fried rice. She had made him a portion, but he had only taken a bite before rejecting it, claiming it was incomparable to what Duo's father prepared. For the past few days, he had been nagging her for braised pork, which she had also made, but he had barely touched it. This afternoon, Ms. Li called to inform her that Ziheng was crying at school, which had Zhang Lei worried sick, fearing her son was being bullied. Before Ms. Li could explain, she had hurriedly hung up and rushed over, only to find that Ziheng was weeping because he saw Duo enjoying strawberry ice cream. This had infuriated Zhang Lei. Was it just an ice cream? Zhang Lei was a good cook, having learned from her father, a professional chef. Ziheng used to love her dishes and would always finish every meal. However, these past few days, he had barely eaten. Zhang Lei was quite curious about how delicious Duo's father's fried rice and braised pork could be. To her surprise, she encountered him right at the entrance of the community today. Without hesitation, She joined the queue to taste the difference between her cooking and Duodwa's father's. How fortuitous. Jiang Tian smiled lightly. Tell me what you would like to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Zhang Lei glanced at the menu, and without a doubt, she knew fried rice and braised pork were Jiang Tian's specialties. However, she was also keen to try the Yangji Ganlu and osmanthus cake. The prices were reasonable. She calculated that even if she ordered everything, it would only cost 60 yuan. One portion of ham fried rice, and the rest, please, she declared. And before Jiang Tian could respond, she had already made the payment. WeChat payment received, 60 yuan. That's done, Duodwa's father. Jiang Tian remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I was thinking of giving you a discount. Zhang Lei chuckled. Earning money isn't easy these days. There's no need for discounts on such a small amount. Jiang Tian ceased his pleasantries and promptly prepared a serving of ham fried rice. Lin Wanjing packaged it neatly and handed it over. Enjoy, and come back again. With a beaming smile, Zhang Lei left, while Lin Wanjing playfully pinched Jiang Tian's waist. Were you staring at her just now? Jiang Tian, attending to the next customer, whispered, Heaven and earth can bear witness. I absolutely did not. Lin Wanjing huffed. I doubt you would dare. Zhang Lei resided in the Happy Garden, so it took her only a few minutes to reach home. Ziheng was sprawled on the floor watching cartoons, and upon seeing his mother, he immediately stood up. Mom, I want strawberry ice cream. Zhang Lei's expression hardened. Did you not get punished enough this afternoon? Earlier, she had gone to the kindergarten without even notifying her boss, and the little rascal had been craving strawberry ice cream, which had led Zhang Lei to scold him. You hit me, but I still want to eat. Ziheng retorted stubbornly, if you don't buy it for me, I will have Dad buy it tonight. Your father won't buy it for you either. Zhang Lei responded sternly. Then I will go on a hunger strike. Ziheng exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. Humph. From now on, I won't eat anything. Zhang Lei raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Ziheng nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I will not touch a single morsel until I get strawberry ice cream. Very well. Zhang Lei chuckled. Then don't eat. With that, she placed the items on the dining table and began to unpack them. Zhang Lei wasn't particularly hungry, but the enticing aroma of the fried rice Jiang Tian had just prepared made her stomach growl. The rich scents of the fried rice and braised pork were irresistible, awakening her appetite. With a snap, she opened the lid of the fried rice container, and steam wafted up, filling the air with savory and charred fragrances that stirred her desire to eat. She couldn't help but swallow, intending to coax Ziheng with a bite, but she momentarily forgot about him. Instead, Zhang Lei, almost irresistibly, picked up a spoon and took a mouthful for herself. In an instant, the flavors of ham, egg, rice, and the sweetness of the vegetables danced on her palate. The rice was neither hard nor mushy. Each grain was perfectly separate, coated evenly with oil and seasoning. The ham had a slight chewiness, while the egg was tender, the salty richness subtly mingling with the natural sweetness of the rice and vegetables, making every bite increasingly delectable. Zhang Lei was utterly astonished. She had never imagined fried rice could be so delicious. No wonder Ziheng insisted on having Duodwa's father's fried rice. There was indeed a remarkable skill behind it. It was no surprise that so many people were queuing up. This flavor was something she could never replicate. She discerned that the exceptional taste of this fried rice was due, in part, to the quality of the ingredients, but predominantly to Jiang Tian's culinary prowess. His hands were irreplaceable. No one else could achieve such a perfect flavor. Turning her attention to the braised pork, its amber exterior glistening with thick sauce, it looked utterly tempting. Zhang Lei found herself too eager to bother with chopsticks and simply scooped a piece with her spoon, bringing it to her mouth. The melt-in-your-mouth pork belly, with its balance of fat and lean meat, absorbed the essence of soy sauce and spices, the sweet and salty sauce swirling with the meat's aroma. What struck Zhang Lei most was Jiang Tian's mastery of timing. To describe it as exquisite would be an understatement. The outer layer had a slight crispness, contrasting beautifully with the tender inner meat. Delightful. Zhang Lei was thoroughly impressed. The flavors of the fried rice and braised pork were a level above anything one could find at a roadside stall. In fact, she couldn't conceive of anything in the entirety of Jiangsheng that could rival this taste. As she prepared to indulge further, Ziheng, who had been distractedly watching cartoons, could no longer contain himself. With a pitiful expression, he approached Zhang Lei, shaking her arm, Mom. Is this fried rice and braised pork made by Dodo's dad? May I have a bite? Chapter 88. Dodo's daddy is truly amazing. In the Happy Garden community, as the clock approached 8 in the evening, everything was sold out. In the past, numerous customers would request to take photos with me. But today, curiously, everyone wanted to take pictures with Dodo, exclaiming how adorable she was. Jiang Tian and Lin Wanjing could only watch in amusement as Dodo posed with her fans. It was only at 8:30 that the fans reluctantly bid farewell to Dodo. This made Dodo feel quite proud, and on the way home, she boasted to Jiang Tian, "Daddy, did you see? Your business was so good today, and Dodo contributed quite a bit." Indeed, Jiang Tian nodded. "My Dodo is the best." Then, can Dodo? Before Dodo could finish her sentence, Jiang Tian sternly interjected, "No ice cream." The high sugar content of ice cream was a concern. Even if it was homemade, he couldn't allow her to indulge too much, as it could lead to weight gain and health issues. Dodo pouted, "Daddy, please don't be mean to me." Her eyes glistened with tears, evoking a sense of heartbreak in anyone who looked at her. Jiang Tian picked her up, saying, "Daddy is not being mean to Dodo. It's just that you can't have ice cream every day, as it's not good for your health. How about I make you a blueberry-flavored one the day after tomorrow?" "Really?" The little one was easily appeased, her eyes lighting up. Then, "Can you make an extra one? I want to give it to Ma Shuang Shuang." Ma Shuang Shuang was Dodo's best friend in kindergarten. "Of course." Jiang Tian chuckled, "But first, why don't you ride back with Mommy?" "Okay," Dodo exclaimed, planting a kiss on Jiang Tian's cheek. "Dodo will wait for Daddy at home." The car stopped in the community's parking lot, and after seeing the mother and daughter off, Jiang Tian rode his bike behind them. Before long, Jiang Tian returned home, knowing he would soon head to Wang Hai apartment to set up his stall. Business had been excellent at Happy Garden, with total earnings reaching 233 yuan. He anticipated selling an additional 4 to 5,000 in the evening. Thus, surpassing a total of 10,000 yuan that day seemed entirely feasible. However, instead of feeling the anticipated excitement, Jiang Tian found himself less exhilarated than expected. It is often the case that when one achieves an initial goal, a fleeting thrill may arise, but is soon followed by even greater ambitions. Human desires are insatiable. Once one attains something, the yearning for more inevitably follows. Lin Wanjing and Dodo returned home a few minutes earlier than Jiang Tian, and she had just reheated dinner for him upon his arrival. "Eat your meal before heading out." Jiang Tian sat down to eat, only to find that Dodo had fallen asleep on the sofa, completely unaware. The little one was indeed exhausted, having energetically called out while standing on a stool at Happy Garden. Afterward, she had posed with fans like a little star. After finishing his meal, Jiang Tian reached into his pocket, only to realize his phone was missing. "Honey, have you seen my phone?" he asked, a hint of urgency in his voice, as it contained many important photos, and he needed to notify customers before heading out. Lin Wanjing, washing dishes in the kitchen, replied without turning around, "I haven't seen it. Maybe it's in the bedroom?" "The bedroom?" Jiang Tian went to search, but found nothing on the bedside table or the bed. He distinctly remembered checking his phone when he arrived home. So how could it have vanished? Back in the living room, he said, "I can't find it. Could you call my number?" "Oh, all right." Lin Wanjing dried her hands, took out her phone, and dialed Jiang Tian's number. The familiar ringtone echoed from the direction of the sofa. It seemed to be trapped beneath the cushions. Jiang Tian lifted the cushion, but instead of his phone, a brand new one came into view. Just as he was processing this surprise, Lin Wanjing embraced him from behind, resting her face against his back. "Darling, you've worked hard during this time." Jiang Tian instantly understood and asked, "Did you buy this for me?" "Yes," Lin Wanjing replied earnestly. "You've been using your old phone for several years. It's time for a change. Now that your stall business is flourishing, you earn money yet only think of treating me and Dodo, never rewarding yourself. I knew if I directly told you, you wouldn't agree to buy a new one. So I took the liberty of getting it for you. Try it out. It's the same brand as your old one, and I've secretly transferred all your data." Jiang Tian was at a loss for words to express his feelings at that moment. He simply picked up the phone, unlocked it, and aimlessly swiped the screen. The new phone was indeed remarkably smooth, without any lag. "What about the old one?" "The old one has been sent for recycling." Gazing at the new phone in his hand, Jiang Tian felt deeply touched and immensely joyful. After all, it was a gift from his beloved wife. All right, Lin Wanjing wrapped her arms around Jiang Tian's. You should check the kindergarten group for Dodo. It's practically buzzing. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Lin Wanjing smirked. You become quite the celebrity at Sunshine Kindergarten. Really? Curious, Jiang Tian opened WeChat and found the group for Sunshine Kindergarten, where indeed, the conversation was lively, and the topic was none other than himself. He scrolled to the top of the chat history and read for a while before discovering the reason. During the stall event at Happy Garden, Ziheng's mother had purchased his fried rice, taken a photo, and shared it in the group, giving it high praise. Dodo's daddy is truly amazing. This fried rice tastes better than what five-star hotel chefs can prepare. And this braised pork, my son devoured several pieces. No wonder so many kids in kindergarten love his cooking. The ripple effect was immediate. The previously quiet group was awakened. Oh my, the presentation looks wonderful. I must try it next time. Dodo's daddy, where do you set up your stall? Can I come by tomorrow? My son has been bugging me about wanting to eat Dodo's daddy's braised pork. I must buy some tomorrow. It turns out everyone felt the same way. It was quite overwhelming. My daughter just cried earlier, saying she wanted strawberry ice cream. Previously, when everyone learned about Jiang Tian's stall, they merely offered polite remarks about visiting. But now they were genuinely interested. Each parent was inundated with requests from their children, especially after Dodo had enjoyed the crispy strawberry ice cream, which left many kids yearning for a taste. Upon returning home, these little ones were crying and clamoring for ice cream. Chapter 89. A different kind of braised pork. The chat group of Sunshine Kindergarten was buzzing with excitement, with many people tagging Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian could only respond, expressing his gratitude for everyone's affection, stating that he would set up a stall at Happy Garden in the evening and inviting nearby parents to come and taste the food. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the group became even more fervent. I live in the neighborhood next to Happy Garden. I will definitely come to try it tomorrow. Is that Wanghai apartment? That's not far at all. My son is asleep, so I'll go buy a portion since I didn't eat enough for dinner. I can't believe the one who was selling at the Urban Management Bureau was Dad. What a surprise. I was planning to lose weight, but after seeing the braised pork that Ziheng's mom posted, it seems that diet is out of the question. Normally, the group was rather quiet, only coming alive when teacher Leah assigned homework, prompting a few acknowledgments. However, because of Jiang Tian, the group had become vibrant, even forming a team to come and taste the food. As time passed, it was getting late, and there were still many customers waiting at Wanghai apartment. After tidying up with Lin Wanjing, Jiang Tian hopped onto his tricycle and headed towards Wanghai apartment. Before departing, he tagged everyone in his foodie group, setting up at Wanghai apartment. Let us go. Jiang's followers, unite. Target, Wanghai apartment. Jiang, I'm crazy for you. Boss Jiang, I'm coming. I recommended Lao Zhang's fried rice to every friend around me. Hey upstairs, don't push me to curse you. I've inadvertently gained many competitors. Boss Jiang, can you wait a few more minutes? I'm in the bathroom. I suggest you hurry. If you're late by a minute, you'll wait an extra 10. At 9:40 p.m., Jiang Tian arrived at Wanghai apartment. The line was still long, a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. The popularity brought by Douyin had diminished somewhat over the past 2 days. Yet the number of people in line had not only remained steady, but had increased. There was no remedy. Any customer who tasted Lao Zhang's fried rice fell in love with it. Once there was a first time, there would be countless more. In the underground parking lot of Wanghai apartment, a new model Ferrari slowly parked in a space. A young man dressed in white casual wear exited the passenger seat and said to the young man getting out of the driver's seat, Lao Zhu, trust me, you will absolutely love this braised pork. It is the flavor you have been searching for all along. The young man in the driver's seat, Zhu Yuehan, remained indifferent, hoping it to be true. He was a typical rich second-generation individual, and his friend, Yihang, sat beside him. Zhu Yuehan adored the braised pork his grandmother used to make, but since her passing a decade ago, he had not tasted that flavor again. His grandmother had always treated him well. As a rebellious child, he often quarreled with his parents. After each argument, he would go to his grandmother's house, where she would comfort him, saying, Don't cry, Xiao Han, Grandma will make you braised pork. He would sit beside her, propping his chin on his hands, watching her cook. Despite the absence of any special seasoning, He could devour 2 bowls of rice with her braised pork. It is said that money can solve all problems. Yet, Zhu Yuehan disagreed. Over the years, he had sought out many top chefs in the country to replicate his grandmother's braised pork, but all had failed without exception. It wasn't that their cooking was unappetizing. Rather, it simply was not the flavor he cherished. Just yesterday, Hang suddenly approached him, claiming that a roadside stall served exceptionally delicious braised pork, insisting that once Zhu Yuehan tasted it, he would undoubtedly fall in love with it, and that it was the flavor he had been seeking. Initially disinterested, Zhu Yuehan understood that some flavors could never be replicated. More accurately, what he longed for was not merely a specific taste, but a feeling. However, seeing his friend's excitement, he felt compelled to oblige. Considering how many times he had troubled Hang over the years to help find a chef to recreate his grandmother's dish, Hang patted Zhu Yuehan on the shoulder and chuckled. "Trust me, Lao Zhu, this hidden gem of a stall was recommended by my girlfriend. I initially thought, how good could a roadside stall be? But once I tasted it, I was blown away, especially the braised pork. It's 10 times better than Yixiang Pavilion." Zhu Yuehan merely nodded slightly as they stepped outside. Hang pointed, "Look, the longest line is for Lao Zhang's fried rice. But it'll take quite a while to get through." A long line had already formed in front of Lao Zhang's stall, and if they joined, it would take at least half an hour to start. Zhu Yuehan frowned slightly and replied in a low voice, "Simple." Just then, a young couple walked toward Zhu Yuehan, who blocked their path and calmly stated, "I'll give you 200 yuan for your fried rice and braised pork." The couple exchanged puzzled glances. "Sorry, handsome, but we can't sell it. We've waited so long to get it." 300, Zhu Yuehan replied succinctly. "It's not about the money. It's about not having enough." Zhu Yuehan remained indifferent. 500, if you agree, I will transfer it to you now. But we've been waiting for so long. 1,000. If you don't want this, I'll buy from someone else. All right. We're in. The couple quickly replied, "Brother, just scan this. WeChat payment 1,000 yuan. Zhu Yuehan took the food and walked away, leaving Hang dumbfounded. "Lao Zhu, you're ruthless. 2 portions of fried rice cost 20, and 1 portion of braised pork costs 20. That's only 40, and you gave 1,000? Though Hang came from a well-off family, such spending was incomprehensible. Indeed, the world of the truly wealthy was beyond understanding. For them, time was far more valuable than money. Not far from them, there was a convenience store beneath Wang Hai apartment. With a few tables outside, Hang placed their food on a table and said to Zhu Yuehan, "You eat first. I'll go buy a bottle of water." "What do you want to drink?" "Just mineral water." "All right." Hang entered the convenience store, leaving Zhu Yuehan alone outside. He remained calm, intended to wait for Hang to return before eating together. However, a waft of fragrance escaped from the braised pork's lid, enveloping Zhu Yuehan. As he inhaled the tantalizing aroma of the braised pork, a frown creased his brow. He found himself instinctively lifting the lid. In an instant, the aroma burst forth like a wild beast freed from its cage, filling the air with a rich, inviting scent that left Zhu Yuehan momentarily stunned. What a familiar flavor it felt, as if, in that brief moment, he was transported back to his childhood. Chapter 90. This is the character of your boss, Jiang. The moonlight was hazy, and tonight's evening breeze felt exceptionally cool. Outside the convenience store at Wang Hai apartment, Zhu Yuehan was somewhat choked with emotion. Over the years, he had spent lavishly on numerous chefs, desperately seeking the taste of the braised pork his grandmother used to make during his childhood. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuehan had never found it. He could tell instantly that many attempts fell short of his cherished flavor. Yet this aroma brought him to tears. Trembling, he picked up his chopsticks and brought a piece to his mouth. The fatty meat was tender and rich without being greasy, while the lean meat was saturated with sauce, growing more fragrant with each bite. The sweetness mingled with the saltiness, melting in his mouth, prompting him to close his eyes involuntarily. He wished time could freeze at this moment, as if he had returned to his childhood, sitting in his grandmother's courtyard, gorging on rice and braised pork, while his grandmother sat beside him, her kind eyes watching him with affection, softly admonishing, "Don't eat so fast. It's not good for your stomach. And no one is competing with you." Meanwhile, Hang had just returned from buying water, only to find Zhu Yuehan weeping inconsolably. This sight startled Hang. who rushed over, concerned. Lao Zhu, what's wrong? Zhu Yuehan, usually stoic and rarely smiling, was now crying like a child outside a convenience store, drawing many curious glances. Tears mingled with the braised pork as he struggled to calm the tumult of emotions within him. After a long moment, he wiped his tears and forced a smile, saying, I'm fine. I just miss my grandmother. Yihang glanced at the takeout box and inquired, Did you eat this braised pork? How does it taste? Zhu Yuehan chuckled softly. Compared to my grandmother's, it's still a bit lacking. What we truly long for is not merely a flavor, but the feeling of that moment. Flavors can be replicated, but feelings can never be. Thus, no matter how extraordinary Jiang Tian's braised pork might be, it could never compare to the taste of his grandmother's cooking in Zhu Yuehan's heart. He could not deny that the dish before him was astonishingly delightful, reminiscent of his childhood experiences. This was why Zhu Yuehan broke down in tears when he tasted it. After so many years, he had finally found a flavor that bore resemblance. Yihang patted Zhu Yuehan on the shoulder. If you ever want to eat it again, I'll come with you. The night at Wang Hai apartment remained bustling with life. Here, one could encounter a myriad of individuals, some weeping openly after a night of drinking, young couples strolling hand in hand, and those just finishing a long day's work. Most notably, there were food enthusiasts gathered around Jiang Tian's stall. Life is a tapestry of joy and sorrow, and the moon waxes and wanes. Throughout these days of setting up his stall, Jiang Tian had witnessed a diverse array of people. They could be affluent or ordinary, with professions ranging from students to salespeople, lawyers, workers, accountants, programmers, and more. Each person possessed their unique thoughts, yet their shared goal was singular: to enjoy a good meal, to savor Jiang Tian's specialty fried rice, to relish a fragrant piece of braised pork, to quench their thirst with a refreshing dessert, and to indulge in osmanthus cake afterward. Satiated, they would sleep soundly, leaving thoughts of tomorrow for another day. At Jiang Tian's stall, an unexpected visitor arrived, a sharp-featured young man. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, he greeted him with a grin and ordered a portion of fried rice, then asked, How about a discount? Jiang Tian recognized him vaguely, but couldn't recall his name, replying, This is a small business. Discounts aren't possible. Don't you remember me? The young man crossed his arms, raising his voice deliberately. I'm Lu Hao. It's been years. How could you forget? Lu Hao. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, realizing why he seemed familiar. He was a neighbor from his hometown. Technically, Lu Hao should be considered a childhood friend, having grown up together. However, the two were never on good terms. Both born in the same year, Jiang Tian often sought Lu Hao's company as a child, yet Lu Hao always insisted on competing with him over grades, toys, friends, anything that could be compared. As they grew older, they drifted apart, and during the new year, Jiang Tian would not seek out Lu Hao. Upon reflection, it had indeed been many years since they last met. We're childhood friends. Can't you give me a discount now? Lu Hao called out loudly, attracting the attention of bystanders. He relished the moment, as if boasting, Look, your esteemed boss Jiang is actually my friend. Yet, Jiang Tian remained unperturbed, responding, No way. What a joke. We're not close enough for that, and why should I give a discount? It's ridiculous to ask for a discount on an 8 yuan dish. Lu Hao felt embarrassed. Lowering his voice, Xiao Tian, what is the meaning of this? There's so many people watching. Can't you show me some face? Lu Hao remained as image-conscious as ever, but Jiang Tian was unmoved. Even if my father came, he'd have to pay. As he handed over the packaged fried rice, he added, Scan the QR code over there, thanks. Lu Hao stood there, torn between accepting and refusing the fried rice, feeling awkward. I'm still your childhood friend. Can't you give me any face? Eventually, Lu Hao could only force a smile, accepting the fried rice and paying before stepping closer to Jiang Tian, saying, What about my mother's request? Have you considered it? Don't worry, I'll cover the tuition. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. His father had indeed messaged him about this matter, specifically warning him not to help Lu Hao. Such a person was not to be assisted, as there was nothing to gain. I have tutorials on Douyin. You can check them out yourself. Jiang Tian replied casually. Come on. Lu Hao chuckled, feigning understanding. You're just pulling my leg. I watched your video. There must be hidden gems. We're good friends. Teach me, and I can pay you tuition. How about 888? Jiang Tian twitched to the mention of 888. Did he appear to be someone in desperate need of a few hundred yuan? The money he earned in a day far exceeded that. There's nothing hidden, he replied impatiently. I'm busy. Don't bother me. Even if it were 88,000, I would help. Helping someone like him would only invite trouble. Lu Hao's demeanor shifted. He grew agitated, exclaiming, Jiang Tian, what is wrong with you? Now that you've become successful, you look down on me? Look at this, everyone. This is the character of your boss, Jiang. He forgets his roots and looks down on his childhood friends. Would you dare to eat something made by such a person? Chapter 91. Let us cooperate with the investigation. Those who prosper often forget their roots, looking down upon their childhood friends. Would you dare to consume the products created by such individuals? Lu Hao's voice resonated loudly, clearly reaching every ear present. He had anticipated that his words would place Jiang Tian in an awkward position and prompt the crowd to see Jiang Tian for who he truly was, thereby refusing to purchase his goods. However, contrary to his expectations, his loud declaration garnered not a single response. Not even a whisper could be heard. Boss Jiang, 2 servings of fried rice and 1 portion of braised pork. A patron urged, my wife is waiting for me at home. Coming right up. Jiang Tian disregarded Lu Hao, immediately turning his attention to the hot stove, beginning to prepare the fried rice. Lu Hao stood momentarily stunned. What was this situation? Had he been muted? Why did his words elicit no reaction whatsoever? Shouldn't everyone rallied to his side, indignant and united in denouncing Jiang Tian for his ingratitude? Seeing the indifference of the crowd, Lu Hao raised his voice again. Your boss Jiang forgets his roots after making money. So why are you still giving him your hard-earned cash? Can you not survive without his food? A gust of wind tousled Lu Hao's hair, and still, no one acknowledged him. His face flushed with anger. He glared at Jiang Tian and hissed through clenched teeth, if you don't enlighten me, I'll just keep shouting until your business collapses. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Go ahead and shout. There's a convenience store downstairs. If your voice gets hoarse, you could buy some throat lozenges. A chuckle arose from the queue. Boss Jiang, you're quite considerate. Absolutely. Lu Hao was at a loss for words. How had Jiang Tian become so shameless? Wasn't he supposed to be frightened by Lu Hao's loud outcry? And what about these customers? How could they be so lacking in public virtue? Could they truly stomach the fried rice from such a man? He had forgotten his roots. And yet, you're all foolishly handing him your money. Perhaps he views you as simpletons. Jiang Tian, you make so much money yet refuse to help your childhood friend. You truly deserve to be condemned. And you lot, do you genuinely enjoy the things he makes? Who knows what additives he might be using? Lu Hao's incessant tirade finally provoked someone from the queue. A young man stepped forward, pointing a finger at Lu Hao. Are you done yet? Can't you see that no one wants to engage with you? The other patron chimed in. Exactly. You're the only one making a fuss. We know who Boss Jiang is. I love eating Boss Jiang's fried rice. If I don't eat it, I won't sleep tonight. Don't pay him any mind. He's just jealous, thinking that knowing Boss Jiang entitles him to assistance. Why should he help you? It's better that he doesn't. Who knows how you'd slander him behind his back? Lu Hao, furious, retorted, Who are you? What does my opinion of Jiang Tian have to do with you? Unexpectedly, the young man pulled out an ID from his pocket and waved it in front of Lu Hao's face. Does this now concern me? Lu Hao squinted, his gaze fixating on the ID. As he processed the information, his pupils dilated in shock. How could there be a police officer here? Even the police were lining up to eat Jiang Tian's fried rice? Incredible. It was indeed my Jiang. Even the police are his fans. So satisfying. You like to shout, don't you? Why not keep barking? Officer, he's causing a disturbance in public order. Plus, he's maliciously slandering Boss Jiang. It would be best to lock him up for 10 days or so. He has become a nuisance. Lu Hao felt a chill run down his spine. He had not expected a police officer to be among the crowd. This matter, trivial as it seemed, could escalate if Jiang Tian chose to take it seriously. Lu Hao certainly didn't want to be burdened with a criminal record at such a young age. Thus, he hurriedly forced a smile. I was just joking, right? Jiang Tian? Lu Hao cast a desperate glance at Jiang Tian, who completely ignored him, fervently preparing fried rice as if he were invisible. At least say something. Lu Hao muttered, We're still childhood friends. Jiang Tian replied indifferently, I don't consider you a friend. Childhood friends are those whose parents knew each other, who grew up together. Were he and Lu Hao truly friends? Undoubtedly not. Lu Hao had slandered his fried rice, claiming he used additives, and further accused him of insulting customers behind their backs. This had already tarnished his reputation. "You want to really have me locked up, will you?" Lu Hao glared, unyieldingly stating, "My father knows your father. What would the villagers say if they found out?" "That's none of my concern," Jiang Tian retorted with mockery. "Let them say whatever they wish." With that, Jiang Tian turned to the officer, smiling. "Officer Zhao, could you please handle this?" Officer Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "This is a minor issue. I've dealt with people like him before, thinking they can disrupt things without consequence. Luckily, my colleague is on duty nearby. Let us take you to the station for a little chat." Lu Hao's face turned ashen with fear. "Surely this isn't necessary?" "Whether it's necessary or not is not for you to decide. Just cooperate with the investigation," Officer Zhao replied, making a phone call. Within moments, a police car arrived. As Lu Hao continued to plead for mercy, repeatedly mumbling apologies and regrets, he felt akin to a bothersome fly. When Jiang Tian had ignored him, he could still prance about, but now that Jiang Tian truly despised him, it felt as though he had been swatted down. Lu Hao wasn't genuinely remorseful. He merely feared imprisonment. His contrition was laced with resentment and rage, uttering apologies while harboring a torrent of curses for Jiang Tian within. After Lu Hao departed, the atmosphere calmed significantly. The patrons hardly paid any heed to the incident. Did he truly believe that a few words could destroy my relationship with Boss Jiang? Absolutely. Boss Jiang's character is well known. He shamelessly claims to be Boss Jiang's childhood friend when in fact they are hardly acquainted. If they had genuinely been friends, he would never have spoken so disparagingly in front of so many people. Indeed, even if friends drift apart, I would still wish him well rather than slander him. The customers present were rational. They wouldn't allow anyone to sway their opinions. As for Jiang Tian's true character, they had come to understand it over the past few days. He was certainly not the forgetful person Lu Hao portrayed. Chapter 92. Mastering the Art of Marinated Delicacies at Wanghai Apartment. Lu Hao's incident was merely a trivial interlude, scarcely worthy of attention. To truly understand a person, one must not rely solely on hearsay, but rather engage in personal experience. Has Jiang Tian forgotten his roots? Despite the flourishing success of his business, his service remains impeccable, and the flavors are consistently exquisite, with even fresher ingredients. This diligent proprietor, Jiang, has not lost his way. What a farcical notion. At 1 o'clock in the morning, all items were sold out. After posing for a few pictures with fans, Jiang Tian tidied up the surrounding litter before heading home on his electric tricycle. Upon arriving downstairs, he did not ascend, but instead calculated the day's earnings. As anticipated, the total revenue had surpassed 10,000 yuan, reaching an impressive 12,639 yuan. After deducting costs, he netted around 10,000 yuan, an impressive figure for someone making a living from street vending. Moreover, the system had announced the completion of the osmanthus cake task, granting him a new opportunity for a lottery draw. The interface appeared in his mind, and without hesitation, Jiang Tian clicked the lottery button. As the wheel spun slowly, it accelerated, then gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ultimate marinated delicacies technique. New task triggered. Sell 300 portions of marinated delicacies. Current progress 0,300. In an instant, all techniques pertaining to marinated delicacies flooded Jiang Tian's consciousness. Ultimate marinated delicacies? As the name suggests, it encompasses various duck products and vegetables, commonly found at every roadside stall. Indeed, he would endeavor to test this out tomorrow. Currently, he had amassed quite a collection of ultimate skills through the system's lottery. Ultimate fried rice, ultimate braised pork, ultimate mango sago, ultimate osmanthus cake, and the recently acquired ultimate marinated delicacies, 5 in total. However, a pressing concern arose. Marinated delicacies require ample operational space, which would inevitably encroach upon both kitchen and storage space in the tricycle. At home, he could utilize the balcony for storing completed dishes, but the tricycle presented a different challenge. As he would soon accumulate more ultimate skills, the storage space would not expand indefinitely, even with the recent upgrade of the tricycle. While the storage capacity had increased, it still left little room after accommodating the osmanthus cake. Jiang had strict regulations regarding modifications to tricycles, limiting their size, thus constraining storage compartments. Upon returning home, Lin Wanjing was still awake, seated cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in a horror film. The volume turned low. She was so absorbed that she failed to notice his return. The film playing was The Mist, a sci-fi horror narrative about a town engulfed in thick fog, where residents sought refuge in a supermarket. After a harrowing exploration of human nature, the protagonist attempted to escape with a child, only to face dire consequences as fuel ran out, leading to tragic decisions. This film had captivated Lin Wanjing's attention 3 or 4 times. Yet she remained utterly focused each viewing. Not wishing to disturb her concentration, Jiang Tian gently tapped her shoulder. Startled, Lin Wanjing jumped, turning to see Jiang Tian, and exclaimed, "Darling, why did you come back so quietly?" Jiang Tian smirked. I almost shouted. Lin Wanjing turned off the television, inquiring, "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you?" The phrasing sounded a bit peculiar to Jiang Tian, prompting him to retort, "What are you referring to?" Realizing the double entendre, Lin Wanjing blushed. "Oh dear, don't tease me. My mother came over tonight. She prepared marinated beef. How about I make you some beef noodles?" "That sounds delightful." Jiang Tian rubbed his hands together. "You are such a dear." Lin Wanjing busied herself in the kitchen, soon presenting a steaming bowl of fragrant beef noodles. "This is the marinated beef from my mom? It's delicious," Jiang Tian exclaimed, savoring his meal. "Tomorrow, I plan to introduce a new product. How about marinated delicacies?" Lin Wanjing furrowed her brows slightly. "Marinated delicacies? Do you know how to make them?" While it's not difficult to prepare, creating delicious marinated dishes is quite a challenge. Just as Jiang Tian was about to respond, Lin Wanjing interjected, "You didn't learn this online, did you?" "Smart girl." Jiang Tian chuckled. "I'll give it a try tomorrow." "All right, but will your tricycle have enough space?" Her words resonated with Jiang Tian's thoughts. He set down his chopsticks, speaking in a serious tone. "I have been pondering that very issue. Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Wanjing propped her chin thoughtfully and suddenly had a brilliant idea. "How about this? Fried rice is your signature dish that you make daily. Tomorrow, you could take down the braised pork and replace it with marinated delicacies. After a couple of days, you could swap the osmanthus cake for the braised pork. This way, it will alleviate some pressure and you won't have to worry about space." Lin Wanjing's suggestion was quite astute, and Jiang Tian agreed. "That sounds feasible. Let's implement it tomorrow. Fried rice must remain on the menu, but the others can rotate, allowing for new products without the concern of space in the tricycle." After a satisfying meal, Jiang Tian went to wash up and soon joined Lin Wanjing in bed. The following morning, Jiang Tian was abruptly awakened by a persistent ringing. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw it was a call from his father. "Jiang, and hello, Dad. What's up?" Jiang Tian answered, his voice weary. "Shouty on. Did you have the police arrest Liu Hao? His mother came looking for me, asking you to quickly issue a letter of understanding to release him," Jiang inquired. Jiang Tian frowned. "Why should I, Dad? He slandered me in front of so many people. I didn't ask for his release." Jiang Tian paused. "Then why are you calling me?" "His mother came to see me early this morning. I had to ask about the situation." "From your tone, it seems you were still asleep." "Well, sleep on. You must be exhausted after such a late night of vending," Jiang noted. "Yeah, okay." Jiang Tian was about to hang up when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He snapped to attention. "Dad, you know I'm vending?" Jiang chuckled. "I saw it on your friend circle. Then when I came back, why did you give me so much money? I thought I'd just casually ask how you're doing." "So, Dad has been going through some things lately." Before Jiang could finish, Jiang Tian interrupted. "Dad, I have something to attend to. I'll hang up now." With that, Jiang Tian abruptly ended the call. What a typical parent-son relationship. However, Jiang Tian was quite taken aback by his father's attitude. He did not oppose his street vending endeavors, indicating that perhaps he was aware of Jiang Tian's success. Chapter 93. The Art of Marinated Delicacies. As Jiang Tian glanced at the clock, he noted that it was already around 9 in the morning. Exiting the bedroom, he found Lin Wanjing practicing yoga in the living room. She was quite stringent about her physique. Whenever she had the chance, she would engage in exercise. Consequently, even after many years of marriage, her figure remained enviably alluring. "Darling, you're awake." Lin Wanjing paused her movements upon seeing Jiang Tian. "Are you hungry? I bought some steamed buns and fried dough sticks with soy milk for you." Sound good," Jiang Tian replied. After freshening up, he hopped onto his three-wheeled vehicle and headed to the market to procure the ingredients necessary for making marinated delicacies. Some vegetables had already been delivered that morning, but he needed to acquire various meats, particularly duck products and quail eggs. He symbolically bought a selection of duck items, amounting to approximately 10 pounds of meat, not including the vegetables. When he returned home at 10 o'clock, he found Lin Wanjing running on the treadmill on the balcony, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat under the morning light. Jiang Tian inquired, "Wife, why are you running so diligently?" with a hint of reproach in her beautiful eyes. Lin Wanjing replied, "How can you ask? I've gained weight while you've been selling your snacks these past few days." The fried rice and braised pork that Jiang Tian prepared were simply delectable, and Lin Wanjing found herself indulging in them nearly every day. Jiang Tian chuckled. "So what if you've gained a little weight? I don't mind. I'm doing this for my health," Lin Wanjing asserted with utmost seriousness. "I have a friend back home, around my age, who weighs over 200 pounds. She eats copiously every day. Guess what happened to her last year?" Jiang Tian paused, bewildered. "She didn't pass away, did she?" Lin Wanjing switched off the treadmill and approached Jiang Tian with a grave expression. "Yes, she did." A chill ran down Jiang Tian's spine. "Oh my, that is terrifying. Perhaps we should keep our weight in check then." However, Lin Wanjing patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder. "What does weight have to do with it? She was in a car accident." "What?" Jiang Tian was taken aback, and Lin Wanjing chuckled, covering her mouth. "I'm going to take a shower now." Jiang Tian stared blankly at Lin Wanjing's retreating figure, finally realizing she had been teasing him. He made his way to the kitchen, preparing to create the marinated delicacies. The ingredients required included various duck products, duck necks, wings, feet, etc., totaling around 10 pounds, along with vegetables, lotus slices, enoki mushrooms, potatoes, etc. The essential spices comprise star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, grass fruit, Sichuan pepper, and dried chili peppers, soaked in water beforehand. The necessary sauces included light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, rock sugar, sweet bean sauce, and salt, alongside aromatics like scallions, ginger, cooking wine, vegetable oil, and a bottle of beer. First, he thoroughly washed the assorted vegetables and duck products with clean water. He poured cold water into a pot, added the duck products, along with scallion pieces and ginger slices, and then poured in the cooking wine. He ignited the stove and brought the mixture to a boil, skimming off any impurities. After removing the duck products, he rinsed them under cold water, a crucial step, for rinsing with warm or hot water could render the meat too loose. Cold water ensured a firmer, more succulent texture. Once rinsed, Jiang Tian placed the duck products into a stainless steel pot, which allowed for a larger batch of marinating. Next, he prepared the spice pouch, opting for a mildly spicy flavor to cater to diverse palates. He combined 30 grams of dried chili, 20 grams of starry sky chili, 20 grams of Sichuan pepper, 30 grams of prickly ash, 10 grams of cumin, 15 grams of cinnamon, 8 bay leaves, 2 berries, 7 grams of angelica, and 7 star anise. The dried chilies were soaked in water to filter out impurities and avoid bitterness. Subsequently, he prepared the sauces: 200 grams of rock sugar, 300 grams of brown sugar, 400 milliliters of light soy sauce, 200 milliliters of dark soy sauce, 150 grams of sweet bean sauce, 3 tablespoons of salt, and 2 tablespoons of chicken essence. With the spice pouch and sauces ready, Jiang Tian commenced the creation of his exquisite marinated delicacies. He poured the dried chilies, spice pouch, and sauces into the pot containing the duck products, followed by 350 milliliters of vegetable oil. A few slices of ginger were added to eliminate any fishy aroma, and he poured a bottle of beer, then topped it off with boiling water to submerge the duck products. The spice pouch must be weighted down to release its flavors fully. He ignited the stove, leaving the lid off and bringing the mixture to a vigorous boil. After a couple of minutes, he covered the pot and reduced the heat to medium-low, allowing it to simmer for about 30 minutes. As the time passed, Jiang Tian busied himself with other tasks while Lin Wanjing, freshly showered, joined him in the kitchen. After half an hour, he lifted the lid and added the assorted vegetables, stirring them gently to ensure they absorbed the rich flavors. He covered the pot once more and allowed it to marinate for another 10 minutes. 15 minutes later, as he removed the lid, a wave of aromatic steam enveloped him, mingling the enticing scents of spices, savory sauces, and the essence of the duck. The initial rich fragrance from the star anise, cinnamon, and grass fruit intertwined with the fiery notes of Sichuan pepper and dried chilies, followed by the deep, savory aroma of soy and sweet bean sauces, complemented by the slight sweetness of rock sugar and the malty scent of beer. The duck products themselves, after a prolonged simmer, exuded a rich, appetizing aroma, with the oil blending seamlessly with the marinade, creating an irresistible allure that seemed to permeate the air. A glossy amber layer of oil floated atop the pot, and the fragrant steam wafted through the kitchen door, soon filling the entire house with the mouth-watering scent of marinated delicacies. Lin Wanjing's eyes sparkled as she hugged Jiang Tian's arm. "Darling, this marinated dish smells divine. May I have a taste?" Jiang Tian shook his head. "Not yet. It needs to soak for a few more hours. The essence of marinated delicacies lies in their flavor, which requires time to develop. Right now, it's not fully infused, so the taste will be somewhat mild." "Ah," Lin Wanjing pouted playfully. "Just let me have a bite, please." Her sweet, coaxing voice had a profound effect on Jiang Tian, rendering him utterly defenseless. All right, he chuckled. "What would you like to try? I'll serve it for you." Lin Wanjing surveyed the pot of marinated delicacies and replied, "1 duck wing, 1 duck foot, and a lotus slice, please." "Very well." Jiang Tian picked up a pair of chopsticks and served her the selections she desired onto a plate. "Thank you, darling," she exclaimed. "You're welcome, my dear." He brought the plate to the dining table, where Lin Wanjing eagerly awaited her meal like a child at a kindergarten lunch. "It's a bit hot. Let me cool it down for you." He blew gently on the food. "There, that should be good." The duck products and lotus slices were still steaming, but Lin Wanjing could hardly contain herself. She picked up a slice of lotus and popped it into her mouth. Chapter 94. Jiang Tian is just fine. Lin Wanjing delicately picked up a slice of lotus root and, with a gentle bite, heard the satisfying crunch. Her eyes sparkled. The lotus root was cut evenly, its crispness complemented by a subtle sweetness, perfectly stewed so that the marinade seeped into every pore, unleashing a savory and slightly spicy flavor that burst on her palate. Jiang Tian had not added too many chili peppers, ensuring a mild heat that catered to most tastes. "Another duck wing, please." The meat was firm and springy, a result of being rinsed in cold water, with each fiber imbued with a rich aroma of spices, making it utterly irresistible and increasingly addictive. In no time, Lin Wanjing had polished off the small plate of braised delicacies, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. "Darling, you were right. It would be even more delicious if it soaked in the marinade a bit longer." Jiang Tian chuckled. "Once it's soaked enough, I'll save you some." "Thank you, my dear." "Not at all, my love. But what about the pricing? How should we sell these delicacies?" Jiang Tian pondered, realizing he had been so focused on preparing the dishes that he had not thought about pricing. "Duck necks for 8 yuan each, duck wings, duck ribs, and duck feet for 3 yuan apiece, and duck heads for 4 yuan. As for the vegetables, let us set them at 1. 5 yuan per skewer. How'd that sound?" "That's reasonable." Lin Wanjing nodded thoughtfully. "That's quite similar to the prices in the market." Next, they needed to let the duck and vegetables simmer in the marinade. The longer they soaked, the more flavorful they would become. By noon, after 2 hours of marinating, Jiang Tian prepared to deliver lunch to Duo. The kindergarten cafeteria provided meals well-balanced in nutrition, but Duo had recently developed a fondness for her own fried rice and braised pork. Jiang Tian refrained from bringing her braised pork this time. For one, he hadn't cooked it, and secondly, it couldn't be her daily fare. He packed a small portion of reduced oil fried rice, along with Lin Wanjing's dry pot cauliflower and oil-braised shrimp, finishing it off with a braised duck wing and half a cup of mango sago. All set, he drove towards Sunshine Kindergarten, only to encounter an unexpected traffic jam. While chatting leisurely with Lin Wanjing, he learned that Jiang City was hosting a marathon today, causing several roads to be closed. Jiang Tian had no choice but to take a detour, and by the time he arrived at the kindergarten, it was nearly 12:30. Li was waiting at the school gate, with Duo standing beside her, her eyes filled with reproach. "Daddy, why are you so late?" Duo, doesn't he love you anymore? I'm sorry. Duo, there was traffic on the way." Jiang Tian scooped her up. "Daddy apologizes. How about I make you crispy blueberry ice cream tomorrow?" Little girls were easily appeased, and Duo's face lit up instantly. "Okay then. Who told you to be my daddy? I forgive you." "Thank you, Duo." With a sense of urgency to return home, Jiang Tian quickly delivered the lunch and drove back. The traffic was still heavy, and he idly scrolled through Douyin, coincidentally coming across news about the Jiang City Marathon. The city hosted this event annually, attracting a significant number of participants. This year, there were reportedly over 20,000. Over 20,000? Jiang Tian felt a twinge of greed. If he could sell fried rice or something similar, wouldn't he make a fortune? This thought was somewhat absurd, as marathon runners generally only replenish themselves with water and bread. When would they stop to eat fried rice? Ding. Huh. Hidden task triggered. Set up a stall along the marathon route. Task reward. You will receive a random cash reward of 5 to 100 times your sales. Yet, on the other hand, 5 to 100 times? This meant that if he sold 5,000 yuan worth, he could earn at least 50,000. At most, he could earn 500,000. But would anyone buy? After all, the participants. Before Jiang Tian could ponder further, the system's cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Please choose whether to accept the task. Count down 5, 4, 3, 2, accept." He decided to disregard the uncertainties. He would sell first and worry about losses later. This was a hidden task granted by the system. Moreover, it offered random cash rewards. What if he hit the jackpot with a 100-fold return? He shuddered at the thought, unable to fathom it. Without delay, Jiang Tian accelerated his speed, eager to return home. However, as soon as he opened the door, he found Lin Wanjing sneaking around in the kitchen. "Wife, what are you up to?" Jiang Tian inquired. The sudden question startled Lin Wanjing, causing her to turn, her hand hidden behind her back, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Me? I'm not doing anything." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, feigning severity. "I saw it all. Why pretend?" Noticing the grease on Lin Wanjing's lips, he knew she had been sampling the braised delicacies. Husband Lin Wanjing immediately approached him, wrapping her arms around his. "I just wanted to check if it was flavorful yet. I'm doing this for your sake. Think about it. If it's not flavorful, won't the customers be disappointed?" Jiang Tian feigned being touched. "Wow, my dear, you're so considerate. So, is it flavorful?" Much better than before. Aunt Song came by earlier, and I gave her a piece. She said it was delicious. I'll bring some more to Aunt Song later. She helped us a lot last time." Aunt Song had indeed assisted him by connecting him with Li Lin, resolving a significant issue, sparing him the hassle of going to the market. With a simple WeChat message, fresh vegetables were delivered to his doorstep the very next morning. "Did you think I wouldn't consider that?" Lin Wanjing said proudly. Before she left, I gave her some. "In the future, whenever you have new items, I'll send some over for Aunt Song to taste." Jiang Tian smiled. "So, my wife is quite clever. Why are you back so quickly? When you sent me a WeChat, didn't you say you'd be another half hour?" Lin Wanjing asked, her cheeks reddening. Jiang Tian suddenly snapped back to reality. "I almost forgot the main thing. I need to set up a stall." "A stall?" Lin Wanjing looked puzzled. "It's only 1 o'clock. What stall will you set up?" Without hesitation, Jiang Tian replied, "ISNT their marathon? I'm going to sell fried rice." "Oh, huh." The more Lin Wanjing thought about it, the more it didn't seem right. "Darling, did I hear you correctly?" As Jiang Tian packed his things, he explained, "You heard correctly. Think about it. There are reportedly over 20,000 participants in the marathon. Just imagine how much that could earn." Lin Wanjing was taken aback, while his words made sense. Something still fell off. "But there are supply stations of the marathon. How will you sell?" "Let me ask you this. What do they have at the supply stations?" "I'm not too sure. Maybe water, energy drinks, bread, things to replenish energy." "Now, let me ask you another question. Can my fried rice replenish energy? Isn't it more effective than bread?" "True. One last question. Is there anything wrong with me selling fried rice at the marathon?" "Seemingly not." Chapter 95. The marathon and fried rice Lin Wanjing felt somewhat bewildered. Jiang Tian made a compelling argument, yet something seemed amiss. Are you suggesting that the marathon runners should pause and wait for a few minutes at your stall to enjoy a serving of fried rice? I could prepare in advance, and they could simply pick it up upon arrival. How convenient. And how would they eat? They could eat while running, of course. Lin Wanjing's eyes sparkled. Darling, you are truly a commercial prodigy. How did I not think of the idea of eating on the go? Jiang Tian replied with pride. Just wait and see. Expect good news from me. Opportunities for hidden tasks are rare. And while I am not yet clear on the triggering mechanism, I must seize this chance. The prospect of a cash reward ranging from 5 to 100 times brings a thrill akin to purchasing scratch-off lottery tickets. Thus, to maximize my earnings, I am thoroughly prepared. Braised delicacies are unsuitable for this venture due to their cumbersome nature. Instead, I have decided to bring fried rice, along with mango sago and osmanthus cake. Fried rice is my signature dish and must be included. Mango sago and osmanthus cake are convenient options that are ready to sell without the need for preparation. Together, Lin Wanjing and Jiang Tian hurriedly loaded the items and set off in a tricycle, racing against the clock. The marathon had already commenced, divided into 3 categories: the full marathon, the half marathon, and the fun run. The full marathon spans 42 kilometers, the half marathon covers 21 kilometers, and the fun run is approximately 4 kilometers, mainly through scenic urban areas. Jiang Tian examined the route and decided on the Jiangxing Wetland Park, a crucial point for both the full and half marathons, teeming with tourists, making it an ideal location for a stall. The tricycle sped away like a wild horse, heading towards Jiangxing Wetland Park. The electric tricycle moved swiftly and effortlessly, and after about 20 minutes, Jiang Tian arrived. To his surprise, there were numerous stalls outside the wetland park, although their target customers were campers visiting the area. He had arrived just in time, as the first batch of marathon participants would pass by in about 5 minutes. After finding a spot by the roadside, Jiang Tian surveyed his surroundings. Approximately 200 meters ahead was a marathon aid station, with many visitors at the park entrance preparing to welcome the athletes. Among the stalls, there was one selling fried rice, which was performing modestly, while the most popular one offered starch sausages, with a few patrons queued up. The remaining stalls were not faring well. Upon his arrival, Jiang Tian found himself largely ignored. At this hour, many had already had lunch, and most campers had brought their own food, showing little inclination to purchase from street vendors. As the time approached, Jiang Tian prepared to cook the fried rice. He aimed to have it ready so that passing competitors could pay and take it immediately. Since he was preparing in advance, he decided to make ham fried rice for uniformity. He ignited the stove, adding a spoonful of cold oil once the pan was heated. He swiftly scrambled the eggs, then added the vegetables and ham. The sizzling sound indicated that the heat was releasing moisture from the vegetables, while the ham became crispy and golden. Once the vegetables were just cooked, he added the rice, and, soon enough, the ham fried rice was ready. Jiang Tian was among the participants of the Jiangxing Marathon. Unbeknownst to him, he had already run over 10 kilometers. He was currently regulating his breath to maintain optimal performance. The route circled around the lake, offering picturesque scenery, and the weather was just right. He had been training for marathons for the past decade, arduous yet rewarding, making the experience all the more meaningful. Many do not comprehend the allure of running marathons, viewing it as a form of self-inflicted suffering, given that completing a full marathon can take several hours, causing muscle fatigue and mental strain. So why do so many persist? Is it merely for the medal at the finish line? For Jiang Tian, however, the medal held little significance. What mattered were the sights along the way and the journey of personal growth, challenging oneself and breaking through limits. Numerous runners were ahead of him, yet he felt no urgency, for as his motto proclaimed, the outcome is inconsequential. It is the journey that holds value. He relished the competition and the delightful food encountered along the way. Suddenly, Jiang Tian halted at the old Jiang fried rice stall, addressing Jiang Tian, "Boss, I'd like a portion of fried rice, please." "Sure thing. That LLB 10 yuan. Jiang Tian retrieved his phone from his arm pouch. "WeChat payment, 10 yuan. "Done." Since Jiang Tian had prepared the fried rice in advance, He handed it over immediately after the payment. Clutching the fried rice, Jiang Tian resumed his run. The aroma of the fried rice had enticed him from a distance. Initially, he had no intention of eating, but realizing he likely wouldn't achieve a commendable ranking, he decided to savor the experience instead. The captivating scenery along the route and the allure of the fried rice were irresistible. Eating while running, a challenging feat. Yet for Jiang Tian, it felt effortless, as he often indulged in such practices. During his evening runs, he frequently encountered various roadside stalls, barbecue, fried skewers, pancakes, stinky tofu, and more. Thus, even as a seasoned marathon participant for a decade, Jiang Tian maintained a weight of 180. With each bite of fried rice, Jiang Lishan's expression grew serious. Another mouthful slowed his pace, and yet another generous scoop. He came to a complete stop by the roadside, leaving onlookers astounded. Wait, aren't you here to run a marathon? Why have you stopped? The kicker was that he was crouched down eating. Not only were the spectators bewildered, but even the passing competitors were taken aback. Though the audience may not recognize him, the runners were all too familiar with Jiang Tian in the marathon community. He was somewhat of a celebrity. Given his physique, he was an anomaly among marathon participants, who typically adhered to strict weight management. Yet, Jiang Tian participated solely for the culinary delights. While others might consume a single energy-boosting snack at the aid stations, he would devour 6 or 7. Now, he boldly indulged in fried rice right in plain sight. As he passed by, the enticing fragrance of the fried rice awakened the appetites of all those nearby. The moment the fried rice wafted by, it captivated everyone with its rich aroma and delightful scent, making mouths water. Chapter 96. The audience in the live broadcast is bewildered. In a marathon, the most crucial aspect is the regulation of one's breathing rhythm and mental state. As long as one can maintain their unique pace and mindset without disruption, perseverance becomes attainable. However, at this moment, many participants are thrown into disarray. This turmoil arises from the irresistible aroma of food that wafts through the air, emanating from Jiang Lishan's stall. The scent lingers, making it nearly impossible to ignore. What to do? To ensure optimal performance during the race, participants typically refrain from overeating beforehand. Now, after running for an extended period, their stomachs begin to grumble, and the thought of replenishing at the supply station dances in their minds. Yet, unexpectedly, an enticing stall selling Jiang's fried rice appears along the route. Its fragrance tantalizing and mouth-watering, especially when passing by. The aroma of eggs and rice sizzling over high heat disrupts their mental focus and breathing rhythm, compelling them to inhale deeply several times. Meanwhile, the marathon commentators are narrating the unfolding events. The gap between the competitors is becoming increasingly apparent, with the third contestant slowing down due to excessive energy expenditure earlier in the race. A number of runners have begun to enter the supply station to regain their strength. Regardless of their performance, every participant deserves our respect and applause, as they challenge not only the limits of their bodies, but also the depths of their spirits. The scenic views along the route and the applause from the audience serve as their greatest encouragement and support. Let us follow the camera to locate contestant number 158, Zhao Hongbao, a local participant from Jiangsheng who has garnered quite a few fans in the crowd. The footage reveals Zhao Hongbao passing through Wetland Park, his pace noticeably slowing, indicating he has expended too much energy on the preceding segment. Has he stopped? Zhao Hongbao has indeed come to a halt? What is happening? What? He has stopped at a roadside stall and is purchasing a serving of fried rice? This is unprecedented. Zhao Hongbao, what are you doing? You are in a race. How can you suddenly indulge in fried rice? This is the first time in my commentary career that I have witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. An athlete halting mid-race not to rest, but to eat. Wait, the contestant Vikram from the White Elephant Nation has also stopped? Vikram is a favored contender for the championship. This segment is precisely where he excels. Why has he paused? What on earth? Vikram has also decided to buy fried rice. On the other side, at Jiang's fried rice stall, Vikram has slowed to a stop, finally standing before Jiang Tian's stall. Looking at the foreign patron before him, Jiang Tian beams. Vikram points to the fried rice Jiang has prepared, swallowing hard as he asks, "How much?" Jiang Tian holds up 2 fingers. $2. Wow. Vikram immediately pulls out his phone to make the payment. $2 amounts to roughly 14 yuan. A 10 yuan serving of fried rice sold to a foreigner for 14 seems reasonable, right? After all, as an international friend, a slight discount is appropriate, although this discount appears to be negative. Yet, Vikram considers it a bargain, having been enticed by the mysterious aroma from the east, which has completely disrupted his breathing rhythm. As a professional marathon runner, he understands that maintaining rhythm is paramount, rather than obsessing over food during the later segments. It is wiser to pause and address his hunger. Once satisfied, he can focus solely on the race ahead. In the marathon commentary room, silence prevails. The two commentators stare wide-eyed at the screen, momentarily speechless. After years of commentary, they have never encountered such an extraordinary situation. Who has ever seen a participant stop mid-race to eat fried rice? Moreover, to eat while running, especially Vikram, whom many believe is destined to claim the championship this year. And yet, the commentator's mouth twitches as he can only remark, it seems. Vikram is truly hungry. The absurdity does not end here. As an increasing number of marathon participants have begun to halt at Jiang's fried rice stall, to the point where Jiang Tian can hardly keep up. At the entrance to Wetland Park, numerous spectators are bewildered. Am I seeing things? If I am not mistaken, those in tank tops must be marathon participants, right? Jiang's fried rice business is thriving. How can there be so many customers? Jiang's fried rice? Huh, this sounds a bit familiar. Could it be that vendor from Douyin who set up shop in front of the Urban Management Bureau? Oh my, it really is him. What is he doing here? I must hurry to buy a serving. Jiang Tian is busily preparing food. Today, there is no braised pork, only fried rice, mango sago, and osmanthus cake. The majority of those gathered at the stall are participants who simply cannot resist the alluring aroma. If they do not eat, their mental state will undoubtedly falter, especially with over 20 kilometers remaining. Boss, I'll have a portion of ham fried rice and a mango sago, please. I want the same. It smells too good. I can't hold back. Indeed, I caught a whiff from afar. If I don't eat, I'll one T be able to continue running. I came to accompany the runners anyway. Since I won TB winning, I might as well enjoy a good meal. Jiang Tian's stall is bustling with activity. Yet it is worth noting that those with resolve and self-discipline still constitute the vast majority. Not every marathon runner has stopped to eat. Jiang Tian roughly estimates that among 100 runners, only 2 or 3 might stop, but with the sheer number of participants. That translates to 20 or 30 among 1,000. With over 20,000 participants this year, Jiang Tian unwittingly becomes a stumbling block for these competitors. Everyone, please remain calm, Jiang Tian reassures. How about this? Let us all agree to have ham fried rice. It will expedite my preparations, and you can resume the race more quickly. What do you think? This idea swiftly garnered consensus among the crowd. Sure, it's only a 2 yuan difference. I'm fine with that. I'm on board. Il love him. The boss is truly considerate. Once the fried rice is unified, Jiang Tian's pace in preparation increases significantly. The large iron wok can yield 5 servings at a time, while the mango sago and osmanthus cake are readily available for anyone to take after payment. As one batch departs, another quickly arrives. The marathon does not commence for all participants simultaneously, but is divided into 3 waves, with a 20-minute interval between each to prevent stampedes. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the Jiangxing Marathon, viewers are left astonished at this unprecedented spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Chapter 97. It turns out to be Lao Zhang's fried rice. So there's nothing to worry about. In the live broadcast room of the Jiangxing Marathon, the spectators were bewildered by the bizarre situation unfolding before them. Wait, have I stumbled into the wrong stream? This isn't a marathon. It resembles a culinary show instead. Zhao Hongba, I supported you so much, believing you would clinch the championship this year. Yet here you are, stopping mid-race for fried rice. It's just fried rice. Do you really need to act this way? You are professional marathon athletes, after all. Oh, it's Lao Jiang's fried rice. Then there's no issue. If it were me, I would also pause to indulge. How could you, Boss Jiang, set up a stall elsewhere without our knowledge? Though many participated in the marathon, the viewership for this spectacle was quite scarce. From the start of the broadcast until recently, the viewer count hovered around 10,000. However, as the camera focused on Lao Zhang's fried rice, the numbers began to rise gradually. From an initial 100,000, it quickly soared to 150,000, and then continued to climb. The scene was simply too comical. Who would have thought to set up a fried rice stall along a marathon route? Moreover, which athlete would halt a marathon to enjoy fried rice? The commentator could only say, ahem. Let us switch the camera and turn our attention to our popular contender, Wu Yi. Many viewers in the live room might not recognize Wu Yi, so allow me to provide a brief introduction. Wu Yi, a favored contender for this marathon, hails from the Magic City, a former member of the athletics team, now a professional marathon runner. He secured the men's title at the 2018 Asian Marathon Championships and placed 10th in the 2016 Rio Marathon, holding the record as the fastest man in our country for 5 consecutive years, a feat yet to be surpassed. As the camera follows, we see Wu Yi approaching Wetland Park in approximately 5 minutes. Wu Yi is a professional marathon athlete, truly dedicated to his craft. He, too, is a strong contender for the championship. At this moment, a fine sheen of sweat has formed on his forehead. He begins to regulate his breathing, contemplating a hydration stop at the supply station upon reaching Wetland Park. Glancing at the route on his watch, he realizes he will reach the supply station in about 2 minutes. Wu Yi gradually slows his pace, mindful of maintaining his rhythm in the early stages, ensuring he has the strength to accelerate after the 30-kilometer mark. Yet, after running for a short while, he suddenly detects a tantalizing aroma. What is that delightful scent? It smells utterly divine. Wu Yi involuntarily swallows, as if the fragrance of fried rice wafts toward him. Turning his head, he discovers he has indeed arrived at Wetland Park. As expected, a stall named Lao Zhang's Fried Rice is bustling with customers, and a considerable queue has formed. Wait a moment. Wu Yi senses something amiss. The attire of those in line seems strangely familiar. Looking down at his own outfit, he realizes it is identical. The individuals in line are all participants of this marathon. No way. Wu Yi is momentarily dumbfounded. You are professional marathon athletes, after all. Stopping mid-race for fried rice. Where is your professionalism? However, Wu Yi takes a deep breath, and, as he approaches, the elusive aroma of fried rice surrounds him in an almost tangible embrace. Gurgle. Wu Yi's stomach audibly protests. He had not eaten enough at noon. He rationalizes to himself, noting that a drone is filming him. He is acutely aware that he is likely on live broadcast. He must remain composed. Come on, Wu Yi. I believe in you. Go, Wu Yi. You are the best. On either side of the road, numerous fans cheer for Wu Yi, and he smiles, waving in acknowledgement. Please don't eat the fried rice. One fan cautions. That is hilarious, Wu Yi scoffs. I am a professional marathon athlete. How could I let a mere fried rice distract me from the race? Unlike those in line, many of whom are merely here for the spectacle. Indeed, another fan adds, what magic could that fried rice possess that even Vikram has gone to eat it? This revelation stuns Wu Yi. Vikram, another top contender, has also stopped to eat? That should not be. At this moment, Wu Yi passes by Jiang Tian's stall, where several competitors are enjoying their fried rice, including a good friend of his. Upon seeing Wu Yi, his friend calls out, Old Wu, come have a bite. This fried rice is absolutely delicious. Others chime in, honestly, I've never tasted such exquisite fried rice in my life. It's so fragrant. Yeah, I saw it on Douyin before. I can't believe I encounter it here today, though it's a pity there's no braised pork. This Yangji Ganlu is simply divine. Far more delicious than what I've had at the milk tea shop. You must eat to regain strength for the race. Old Wu, even Vikram has eaten. You should stop for a bite too. You'll surely regret it if you don't. Wu Yi catches a fleeting glance of the fried rice. Just one look, and the image is etched in his mind. The grains of rice enveloped in golden scrambled eggs, glistening with a sheen, the vegetables beautifully accentuating the dish, creating an impression of lightness devoid of greasiness. Most importantly, it smells heavenly. The fragrance permeates the air, with the stir-fry's smokiness, the egg's aroma, the rice's essence, the ham's saltiness, and the cilantro's sweetness all merging together, compelling Wu Yi to swallow again. What if he were to indulge just once? Wouldn't tea that fuel him to sprint the next 5 kilometers? Yet, this thought is swiftly dismissed. for he has now arrived at the supply station. Meanwhile, in the Jiangqing Marathon's live broadcast room, Wu Yi's performance garners considerable approval from many viewers. The commentator expresses high praise. Wu Yi has demonstrated exceptional professionalism. This is the hallmark of a true marathon athlete. The audience concurs. It must be Wu Yi. This year's champion is undoubtedly him. Such remarkable self-restraint. If it were me, passing by Boss Zhang's stall, I would undoubtedly succumb to temptation. Indeed, Boss Zhang's fried rice is no joke. Wu Yi is incredible for resisting it. In the broadcast, Wu Yi has reached the supply station, grabbing a bottle of energy drink and a piece of bread. This should suffice. He opens the energy drink, sipping cautiously, ensuring not to drink too much at once. The bread, too, he chews slowly. However, his expression turns sour. He glances at the bread repeatedly. Wasn't this supposed to taste better? Why does it now taste like cardboard? Before the eyes of all the viewers in the live room, Wu Yi promptly tosses the bread into the trash and turns to sprint towards Lao Zhang's fried rice. Chapter 98. I am a devoted fan of Boss Jiang in the official live broadcast room of the Jiangqing Marathon. The sight of Wu Yi abruptly turning back left the screen filled with question marks. What on earth is happening? Can one really turn back during a marathon? There are no explicit rules against it, but who would actually do that? Wu Yi, what are you up to? After replenishing your energy, you should be sprinting ahead. Is he perhaps craving Lao Zhang's fried rice? Is there anyone from Jiangcheng who knows the story behind this Lao Zhang fried rice? Is the commentator present? Why did Wu Yi turn back? Could it be he has taken a wrong turn? At that moment, the commentator in the studio wore a perplexed expression. A wrong turn? For other competitors, it might occur with a slight probability, but for someone of Wu Yi's caliber, it is absolutely inconceivable. Moreover, the drone's live feed clearly showed he was heading towards Lao Zhang's fried rice stand. What on earth is so enchanting about Lao Zhang's fried rice that it can lure so many participants? Most notably, both Wu Yi and Vikram, favorites to win, have made their way there. The camera followed Wu Yi to the fried rice stall, where the owner, Jiang Tian, cheerfully announced, "Please be patient, everyone. 5 servings of fried rice will be ready shortly. I'll speed things up over here." As Wu Yi approached, he inquired, "Boss, I'd like a serving of fried rice. How long will it take?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and replied, "It might take around 3 minutes. In a marathon, every second counts. 3 minutes is ample time to cover a significant distance." Indeed, Wu Yi frowned, hesitating. Observing Wu Yi's indecision, the commentator wiped his brow and remarked, "It's evident that Lao Zhang's fried rice is incredibly delicious, enough to keep Wu Yi here. If I were there, I would certainly buy a serving to try." Wu Yi, however, remained rational. 3 minutes was enough for him to run quite a distance. Vikram had wasted a few minutes earlier buying fried rice, leaving Wu Yi with a fantastic opportunity. Suddenly, the commentator's tone shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, his hands pressing against the table in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wu Yi isn't leaving? He even borrowed money to buy fried rice." Wu Yi found himself at a loss for words. His hesitation was not due to time, but because he had forgotten his phone. Asking other competitors for 10 yuan felt rather humiliating. Yet, the tantalizing aroma of fried rice was intoxicating, leaving him so enamored that he would borrow money to indulge, even if it meant taking out a loan for it. Thus, Wu Yi shamelessly asked other competitors for 10 yuan and purchased a serving of ham fried rice. With the first bite, a medley of flavors erupted in his mouth, akin to a blooming garden. Wu Yi's mind went blank. It was not that he had never tasted delicious fried rice, but he had never encountered such exquisite fried rice before. It was devoid of greasiness, with fresh vegetables harmonizing the flavors, imparting a refreshing sensation. No wonder even Vikram had stopped for it. As Wu Yi savored the fried rice, he felt that the day's competition had lost its significance. Life is about enjoying the moment, after all. Before long, he had devoured half a serving of fried rice and, with a bold face, asked to borrow 18 yuan to buy a serving of mango sago. The ripe mango lent a hint of sweetness, quickly balanced by the tartness of grapefruit, complemented by chewy sago and the rich creaminess of coconut milk. Refreshing. After a tiring journey, he relished the fried rice and drank the mango sago heartily. Despite the fatigue from climbing a metaphorical mountain, He felt invigorated in spirit and body. "Boss, your fried rice is absolutely delicious. How do you make it?" In less than 2 minutes, Wu Yi polished off the serving of fried rice and couldn't he help but inquire of Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian smiled and replied, "You can check my Douyin. I've posted a recipe there." This prompted a chorus of admiration from the athletes. "Boss, you're sharing such a fantastic recipe? If you were to take disciples, it would certainly be worth 50,000 yuan. Are you recruiting? I might just quit marathons and become a fried rice vendor instead." The boss truly has a grand vision. "I'll follow you right away." Wu Yi made a mental note, but was soon brought back to reality by a gust of wind. He was still in the midst of a race. Goodness! The time spent on fried rice had consumed nearly 10 minutes. Moreover, his stomach felt slightly bloated, which could hinder his performance. Regaining his focus, Wu Yi plunged back onto the track to continue the race. He initially thought that indulging in so much food would disrupt his rhythm, but to his astonishment, he felt remarkably light, and even while increasing his speed, he did not experience any fatigue. Could Lao Zhang's fried rice possess such magical properties? If there was any regret, it was undoubtedly true. Wu Yi had not satisfied his craving and felt that another serving would be just right. However, his formidable self-discipline brought him back to reason. As delectable as the fried rice was, the race held greater importance. Meanwhile, in the marathon's live broadcast room, the viewer count had unknowingly surged to 40,000. "Oh, Wu Yi, you finally realize you're in a competition. Can you still catch up? I am truly disappointed." Wu Yi, a marathon runner waylaid by fried rice, left many curious about just how delicious this Lao Zhang's fried rice could be. Watching Wu Yi eat was truly a sight. "I noticed that it would only take 1,400 kilometers for me to savor Lao Zhang's fried rice. Wetland Park, you say? I live in Jiangcheng, and I must see what all the fuss is about that could entice so many participants. I am a devoted fan of Boss Jiang and can assure everyone that it is absolutely delicious and will not disappoint you." "Hey, are you foolish? This is a live broadcast. You can't say it's delicious. You must claim it's awful. Otherwise, you'll cause another 10 minutes of waiting." This year's marathon has been quite the spectacle, with participants clamoring to queue for fried rice, a sight never witnessed in previous years. This dramatic scene instantly attracted a multitude of viewers to the live broadcast room. Engaging interactions lead to increased viewership, creating a cycle that draws in even more people. The official staff of the Jiangqing Marathon found themselves at a loss. Each time they switched to another camera angle, the viewer count would plummet. Yet, as soon as they returned to Lao Zhang's fried rice, the numbers would soar. In this day and age, people crave something different. The overly serious approach hardly garners attention. Rather, it is the contrasting elements that captivate the audience. Chapter 99. The people in line are fools at the entrance of Jiangqing Wetland Park. Jiang Tian was filled with joy. Initially, when the system's hidden quest was triggered, he held little hope. However, he was pleasantly surprised to see such a multitude of contestants lining up to purchase food. It was truly overwhelming. Jiang Tian could only hasten his pace to serve the dishes swiftly, knowing that these competitors needed to eat quickly to continue their contest. Unbeknownst to him, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Before setting out, he had specifically asked Lin Wanjing to steam some rice and let it cool, as he would be heading to Happy Garden and Wanghai apartment later. The cooled rice would be perfect for dinner at Wanghai apartment. At the wetland park, fried rice was the hottest seller, primarily due to its enticing aroma that made it addictive for the contestants. Moreover, many camping tourists in the park, upon hearing the news, rushed over to bite as well. They were eager to taste the fried rice that had tempted the contestants so much. Among them was Jiang, who had just turned 50. He felt elated these days, as his son had recently started dating and brought his girlfriend home to introduce her. Satisfied with this development, Jiang readily agreed when his son mentioned going camping. The weather was splendid, with gentle breezes and warm sunshine, and Jiang had prepared a delightful spread of food. His wife was also in high spirits, having prepared an array of items early in the morning, including fruits, snacks, beverages, pizza, and even a barbecue grill for grilled meat. The family enjoyed a cheerful and harmonious atmosphere, creating a warm and lovely scene. However, Jiang noticed that his wife was constantly fixated on her phone, which displeased him. "We are out camping. You should take in the scenery instead of staring at your phone," he remarked. His wife, looking somewhat embarrassed, leaned closer and whispered, "I really want to eat the fried rice from Lao Jiang at the entrance." Ji Buchang frowned, feeling somewhat irritated. "You spent all this time preparing grilled meat, and now you tell me you want fried rice? And at your age, do you not realize that these roadside stalls are unhealthy?" His wife felt a bit aggrieved and could only force a smile as she put her phone away. Their son, Ji Mingliang, sensing the tension, asked, "Mom, do you want fried rice? I can go buy it for you." Ji Buchang firmly replied, "With all that meat, why would you want fried rice? No buying. It's unhealthy and a waste of money." Ji Mingliang retorted, "Dad, what's wrong with Mom wanting some fried rice? It's only 10 yuan. Do we not have that much?" Ji Buchang replied sternly, "I just don't understand what is so special about fried rice that it could possibly be better than meat." Ignoring his father's disapproval, Ji Mingliang turned to his mother and said, "Mom, I saw several stalls selling fried rice when I arrived. Which one do you want? I'll go with yuan to get it for you." His mother hesitated, glancing at Ji Buchang's expression before sighing. "Forget it. Your dad is right. How could fried rice possibly be better than meat? I just saw online that Lao Zhang's fried rice at the wetland park is incredibly popular. They used to set up at the City Management Bureau, and many marathon contestants lined up to eat there." Ji Mingliang's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Mom, are you joking? Fried rice at the City Management Bureau? And there are still marathon contestants in line now?" Yuan's eyes lit up. "Oh my goodness," he asked right at the entrance. Ji Mingliang, bewildered, asked, "You know this?" Yuan excitedly replied, Absolutely do. I want to eat. Mom, I want some too. I heard his food is incredible. A friend of mine had it once and said it was the best fried rice they've ever tasted. His braised pork and mango sago are also exceptional. You have no idea how popular his stall is. Let me find it." Yuan pulled out her phone and opened Douyin. "Look at all the people in line." Ji Mingliang was utterly shocked. "There must be 40 or 50 people, right? More than that." Yuan proudly stated, "I heard that at its peak there were 70 or 80 people in line." At this point, Yuan looked at Ji Buchang. "Uncle, can I have some fried rice?" Ji Buchang, not daring to refuse, smiled widely. "Of course. Uncle and Annie will go buy it for you." Ji Buchang and his wife stood up and, from a distance, spotted the long line at Lao Zhang's fried rice stall. So many people. Ji Buchang furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. He truly could not comprehend why so many would flock to eat just fried rice when it was available everywhere. Was it really that exceptional? Apart from Lao Zhang's fried rice, other stalls were experiencing lackluster sales. For instance, the owner of another stall, Lao Bing Fried Rice, was casually playing on his phone. Ji Buchang headed straight for Lao Bing Fried Rice, prompting his wife to interject, "Wait, Yuan wants Lao Zhang's fried rice." Ji Buchang dismissed her concern. "Fried rice is all the same. Why should we follow those fools in line? I think the owner of Lao Bing Fried Rice seems quite nice. That young guy at Lao Zhang's looks unsteady, and I bet all these people are just hired to create buzz." His wife frowned. "You can't judge a person by their appearance." Ji Buchang retorted with a cold smile. "After years of experience, I can read people well. Trust me, Lao Bing Fried Rice will taste far better than Lao Zhang's." Without waiting for his wife's response, Ji Buchang approached the stall of Lao Bing Fried Rice and called out to the distracted owner, "Boss, I'd like a portion of fried rice. The 8 yuan one will do." The owner, noticing a customer, quickly responded with a smile, coming right up. Yet, Ji Buchang's wife expressed her disdain, pulling him aside. "Look at that dirty stove and the ingredients. They seem stale. Lao Zhang's setup is much cleaner, and the ingredients are fresher than what I buy at the market. Our son just started dating Yuan, and since it's their first meeting, why not buy her what she wants?" Ji Buchang had a significant flaw. He was excessively patriarchal and always believed he was right. Once he made a decision, no one could dissuade him. While there were many people at Lao Zhang's, she noticed that the owner worked efficiently, quickly preparing 5 portions in one go, so the wait wouldn't be long. Furthermore, in terms of both ingredients and cleanliness, Lao Zhang's stall surpassed Lao Bing's by a wide margin. The owner of Lao Zhang's appeared far more affable too. Still unconvinced, Ji Buchang insisted, "I've said it before. The people in line over there are fools, and I'm no fool. Clever." His wife sighed, "Then at least buy Yuan a decent portion with extra toppings." Ji Buchang scoffed, "No need. She just ate a lot earlier and won't be able to eat much more. Just watch. She'll only take a couple of bites. Before long, a portion of fried rice was ready. Ji Buchang took the fried rice and returned to the wetland park. Chapter 100. Uncle, is this not Lao Zhang's fried rice? Ji Buchang and his wife returned to the campsite, carrying a portion of fried rice. When Yuan saw Ji Buchang return so quickly, she was momentarily taken aback. Uncle, didn't you have to wait in line? That was remarkably fast, not even 10 minutes. Ji Buchang chuckled. There wasn't much of a queue. I bought it as soon as I arrived. He handed the fried rice to Yuan, saying, hurry and give it a try. Without hesitation, Yuan took it and quickly snapped a photo to share not only with her friends, but also on her social media. Finally enjoying the Lao Zhang's fried rice I've been longing for. So happy. Thank you, Uncle. As she opened the container and took a spoonful, her expression swiftly froze. Though she seldom indulged in fried rice, she had enough experience to discern that this Lao Zhang's fried rice bore no remarkable distinction from the one she had previously purchased. It wasn't as delicious as her friends had claimed. It was in fact quite ordinary, almost painfully so. Yuan pouted. It's not as delightful as I imagined. Is it? Let me taste. Ji Mingliang took a bite and immediately set it down. Indeed, the flavor is rather mediocre, not even as good as my own cooking. I suspect those queuing outside are merely hired by the owner. Ji Buchang laughed lightly. In this day and age, it's all about gimmicks to attract people. How could a mere fried rice warrant such long lines? It must be a fabrication. His wife, feeling awkward, forced a smile, fully aware of the reality. Yuan nodded in agreement. Sigh, we really shouldn't trust things we see online. Exactly, Ji Buchang said cheerfully. Street food is often unsanitary. Let us stick to the barbecued meat we brought. Suddenly, Yuan's phone vibrated beside her. She picked it up to find a message from her friend. Where did you buy this? This is definitely not Lao Zhang's fried rice. Taken aback, Yuan explained, I came to my boyfriend's place, and we are camping at the wetland park. The aunt said Lao Zhang's fried rice is right at the park entrance, so when I mentioned I wanted some, my uncle went to get it. Her friend retorted, the presentation is definitely not right. Lao Zhang's fried rice never contains shredded carrots. He uses greens. Her friend then sent a photo, adding, this is what I bought after waiting in line. Do you see the difference? Yuan compared the two and noted the stark contrast. The fried rice her friend had sent was far more appealing, while Ji Buchang's purchase appeared utterly unremarkable. Furrowing her brow, doubts began to creep in. He claimed there was no queue, that he was back in under 10 minutes. Goodness, her friend exclaimed, how is that possible? Go check the live stream of the Jiangxing Marathon. There's so many people in line. How could he have bought it in less than 10 minutes? Skeptical yet intrigued, Yuan opened Douyin and found a marathon live stream. Sure enough, a throng of people surrounded Lao Zhang's stall, including numerous participants and many visitors camping in the wetland park. With this many people, you expect me to believe you bought it in under 10 minutes? Checking her social media, she saw numerous comments on her recent post. This isn't Lao Zhang's fried rice, is it? You got a fake. Why does this look so different from the Lao Zhang's fried rice I bought before? Did Boss Jiang change the recipe? Sister, your uncle must have tricked you. As someone who has tasted Lao Zhang's fried rice, I can tell at a glance that this isn't made by Boss Jiang. Your uncle really treats you well, letting Boss Jiang alter the recipe for you. Smirk. Countless comments flooded in, including several snarky remarks from colleagues Yuan was not particularly fond of. With a sullen expression, she confronted her uncle. Uncle, this isn't Lao Zhang's fried rice, is it? Ji Buchang, maintaining his composure, replied, how could that be? It's south from that place, right at the entrance. With tears brimming in her eyes, Yuan retorted, my friend told me this is definitely fake. If you didn't want to buy it from me, you could have just said so. Ji Buchang, finally losing his calm, quickly insisted, how could that be? Yuan, I genuinely bought Lao Zhang's fried rice. Yimingliang, equally perplexed, asked, sweetheart, what is going on? Yuan pointed at the fried rice, speaking deliberately, this is not it. I posted on social media, and now they're mocking me for buying a fake. Uncle, I trusted you so much, yet you show me such a lack of respect. I've long felt uneasy about this. And he merely wanted to enjoy some fried rice, which costs only 10 yuan, yet you didn't even consider it before refusing. You don't respect your own wife, and now you blame her. I can only imagine what it would be like if I married into your family. Ji Mingliang remained bewildered, exclaiming, Dad, what is happening? Yuan stood up, coldly smiling. There's no misunderstanding here. Dad simply doesn't value me. If you want buy it for me, I'll get it myself. I can afford a fried rice. With that, Yuan turned and left. Outside, she stood in line for 15 minutes before finally obtaining Lao Zhang's fried rice. From the moment she began queuing, she anticipated its deliciousness, as the aroma had already awakened her appetite. Indeed, the moment she took a bite, she was utterly entranced. It was simply divine. Lao Zhang's fried rice truly lived up to its reputation. After satisfying her hunger, she indulged in a piece of osmanthus cake and a sip of mango sago. At that moment, all the grievances she felt earlier with Ji Buchang vanished into thin air. Sir, your fried rice is exquisite, Yuan said to Jiang Tian with a smile. As Jiang Tian, now less busy, looked up, he replied, I assent it. I have many loyal customers who praise the flavor. Come again next time. By this time, Jiang Tian was less occupied, as the participants had mostly passed through this section, and the number of campers at the wetland park was not overwhelming. Many had come through the live stream, and by 3 o'clock, all his supplies had sold out. After he tidied up the trash, Jiang Tian quickly departed, sensing that a crowd would soon arrive. Sure enough, shortly after Jiang Tian left, a throng of people arrived at the wetland park. Where's Boss Jiang? I drove for over an hour, only to find he has gone. I'm late. I saw the live stream and rushed over. Boss Jiang is truly elusive. He must not care about us any longer. Does anyone know where Boss Jiang lives? I want to go to his house for a meal. Does anyone have leftover Lao Zhang's fried rice? I'll pay a high price, even for half-eaten portions. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian had already returned home.